My beautiful friends, I just pressed the Let's Go Live button. We are waiting for the tubes to fire up all across the fruited plain of the internet before we go ahead and get started. Got to make sure these tubes connect themselves. We know how squirrely they can be sometimes. It looks like Locals is alive and well. It looks like Rumble's booting up. And we are waiting for Fani Willis, the hearing to start out in Fulton County. You can see we are here today on the judge's calendar, on the judge's channel over in Scott McAfee's courtroom. And we're waiting for this thing to get fired up. We know that they said it was going to start bright and early at 9:30 a.m. on Eastern time. So remember, we had this hearing notice from Judge Scott McAfee yesterday. So we're waiting for this one to boot up right now. You see, this is an amended notice of a motions hearing. So this is why we're here today. Having read and considered defendant, so co-defendant, Roman's motion to dismiss that was filed back on January 8th, that has also been adopted and supplemented by the above listed defendants. Okay, so a big question that came out yesterday is who is involved in this case? Who are we going to hear from today as this all unfolds? And we see the names of the people who are there. Oh, the courtroom is in session. They just fired it up. We're going. We're
all
live.
Right. And beginning with, from the order of, on the notice, beginning with former President Trump.
Morning, Honor. Steve Sadow and Jennifer Little for President Trump, and he waives his presence at the hearing.
Okay,
Thank
so
you, Mr. Sadow.
initial
On behalf
appearances
of Mr. Giuliani.
now.
Alan Stott for Mr. Giuliani, he waives his presence as well.
Mr. Meadows.
Your Honor, Jim Durham on behalf of Mr. Meadows.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Durham. On behalf of Mr. Clark.
Harry McDougall, Your Honor, Mr. Clark waives his appearance at the hearing.
And let me go back to Mr. Durham. Mr. Durham, does your client also waive his presence as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so only
Did
attorneys.
I catch that from Mr. Giuliani? Okay. All right. On behalf of Mr. Cheeley.
Richard Rice and Mr. President Milowitz, and our client waives his presence.
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Roman.
Morning, Judge Ashleigh Merchant and John Merchant on behalf of Mr. Roman, and he waives his presence.
Yeah, Ashleigh Merchant
Mr.
in
Schaefer.
the house.
Morning, Your Honor. Craig Gillen and Anthony Lake for Mr. Schaefer. Mr. Schaefer is present in court today.
And Mr. Floyd.
Aaron McCullough on behalf of Mr. Floyd.
And then we also have Miss Latham.
Morning, Your Honor. William Cromwell for Ms. Latham. She waives her presence.
And did we get that, Mr. McCullough, also as well for Mr. Floyd? Just making sure. Okay, thank you. Oh, Mr. Floyd is here. Okay, I see Mr. Floyd is present as well. All right.
One more appearance, Sandy Monroe on behalf of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
All right.
Now we do see Nathan Wade. It looks like he's down here tucked right there. That's Nathan. I don't see Fanny in the house. Now this is strange because
Anyone else present who believes they may need to be on the record or address any issue coming up in the proceeding?
full courtroom.
Seeing none.
Judge, I'm here, Dave Banks. I've been subpoenaed as a witness, but I also represent Christopher Campbell. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Banks.
Yeah.
Bimmel Chopra for Terrence Bradley. We're under subpoena. Waiting in the hall.
All right. And sir, could we have you spell your name for the record?
Bimal, last name Chopra.
That's the key witness's lawyer. That's Terrence Bradley. He's going to very likely kick everything
All
off.
right. In terms of just a little housekeeping, in terms of presenting the evidence this morning, my thought was, as witnesses are called, this being Mr. Roman's motion, that counsel for Mr. Roman would be the first.
Perfect.
And any witness that they call,
That's Ashleigh.
then in order of the listed defendants, there would be the opportunity for additional direct or cross-examination, however you want to characterize it, and
Yeah.
then the state on the tail end of that. So
Sounds like a good plan.
with that, I would turn it over to Ms. Merchant. Is there anything that we would need to take up before calling the first witness?
Let's go.
Judge, we would invoke the rule of sequestration.
All right.
All right.
Kick everyone else out.
So to that end, pursuant to Rule 615, I would ask that any witnesses subpoenaed or expected to testify at the hearing today, that
Get
they
out.
should remain outside the courtroom until called,
Get out.
and they shouldn't discuss their testimony with any other witness or watch any kind of live proceeding or recording
Don't
the
watch our
testimony
stream.
until the evidence is is concluded or they're excused from being called today. Are there any exceptions to this rule?
Don't put on this channel when you go outside the courtroom.
Any from the defense?
No, thank you, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Abadi.
Yes, Your Honor. And prior to starting any testimony, the state would just like to address, I guess, some housekeeping matters, some issues with the court as it relates to what was represented during the previous hearing, as it relates to witness testimony, specifically the testimony of the former law partner of Nathan Wade. That would be Mr. Terrence Bradley.
Yes.
And what the state would like the court to understand and realize is that in preparation for this hearing, in speaking to witnesses, and doing the additional research as relates to the comments that were represented by counsel, specifically counsel for Mr. Roman,
Ashleigh.
Ms. Merchant, that we've been able to determine that the claims that the defendant has asserted and did assert and during the last hearing on Monday are not only legally meritless, but are factually unsupported
Oh, gosh.
by the statements that Ms.
We're here.
Merchant made to the court. What I would say they're patently false.
Make your arguments
They are
here.
egregious misrepresentations of what is believed that Mr. Bradley would say or even knows. What I would bring to the court's attention in my speaking with the defense counsel for Mr. Bradley, Mr. Chopra, is that any knowledge of anything he would have would be protected under the attorney-client privilege.
Oh, gosh. They're
He
trying
would
to keep
assert
him
that.
out.
And that privilege has not been waived by Mr. Wade. More importantly, the representation was made to the court that Ms. Merchant spoke to Mr. Bradley and that Mr. Bradley represented that he had firsthand knowledge from speaking to the several witnesses that he would be able to impeach with the statements she represented, that there was a relationship prior to Mr. Wade being appointed special prosecutor, and that there was issues with cohabitation that he would be able to directly impeach.
You should have
those
been here
witnesses. That is
last
patently false.
when we had this
Speaking
hearing
with Mr.
before.
Chopra, those are misrepresentations that are not true. They are for the purpose of harassment and undue burden
Oh,
to
gosh.
the district attorney. And we'd asked to renew our motion to quash.
No.
And the only hearing we should be having to the hearing as it relates to sanctions for the defense counsel's lack of candor that's required by not only statutory law, the professional rules of responsibility, and case law.
Hey,
And
man.
we asked that we move into a hearing that is related to the sanctions due to the misrepresentation and flagrant
Wow.
falsehoods that have been spread throughout the world in an effort to affect this case and to keep it from moving forward.
You should have been.
With that, Your Honor.
You should have been at the
That's our
prior
request.
motion, brother.
So
you
just
missed. You missed
Small
your
matter of
opportunity.
housekeeping.
Yes.
All right.
Small
Ms.
matter of
Merchant.
housekeeping. Judge did not like
Judge,
that.
at first, the witnesses haven't been sequestered, so I just ask that they be sequestered
Get
before we
out.
argue this or
Get out.
have any more argument. I know Mr. Wade is still here. So we just ask.
Get
that
out,
he-
Wade.
since He is under subpoena.
Whoa.
That
Let's start there.
She's kicking out Nathan
Bonnie.
Wade.
Well, I would agree when testimony starts that the rules of
Wow.
sequestration would require Mr. Wade to leave, but that we haven't started testimony. This is argument. He's lead counsel for the case and he has every right to be sitting at the table.
Okay, Ms. Merchant.
Let's hear from some witnesses, Judge. Let's actually hear some sworn testimony under oath. I
Yeah.
have made proffers and it just seems like all we're gonna get is objection after objection because the state clearly does not want any witnesses to take the stand.
Clearly.
Doesn't want the truth to come out in front of this court. This is
Clearly.
a very important issue. And we need to have witnesses. I have a good faith basis. We will learn I have a good faith basis. And Mr. Bradley is not my only witness to this good faith basis. It is just happens to be the evidence I proffered at the hearing when the state first tried to keep all of the other witnesses off the stand. I was forced to proffer certain testimony to get over the hurdle to refute their motions to quash. I did that. I used Mr. Bradley's testimony to do that. He is not the only witness that can state that there was a relationship prior to Mr. Wade being hired. The first witness that I'd like to call is Robin Yeartie, not Mr. Bradley, no privilege issues. Let's start with her.
We're here for an evidentiary hearing. This dude is re-arguing a motion to
No,
quash.
we have additional argument or matter to be brought up? Do we want to do it like I just stand up and with relation to what's just been said by Mr. Abate? Or are you only hearing from this merchant at this point? I just need to know the court's protocol on that.
Sure. So I think at this point, we just need to take these issues one at a time. And as you've joined the motion, I think defense counsel would have the opportunity to weigh in. But again, at any point, if I'm just hearing the same thing over and over again from each separate defense counsel, I'm going to reserve the right to say, thank you.
I think that was Steve
appreciate
Sedell.
that.
All right.
I only asked for the opportunity to be heard on the invocation of the attorney-client privilege and the burden being on the individual raising the privilege to prove that a privilege in fact was in existence before we get to simply look at.
Nice.
That's what I asked the question.
Nice.
Sure. Understood. So, Ms. Merchant, I do want to put it back to you, though. The issue raised by the state this morning is that essentially, as I would summarize it, the good faith basis that you did put forward on Monday did not exist, right? So
You already ruled
why
it
wouldn't
did,
we
Judge.
start with Mr. Bradley and see where we go from there?
The good faith basis does exist. So you basically have them saying it's not true and me saying it's not true. So they think they have a good faith basis. I think I have a good faith basis. I have
Exactly.
a huge good faith basis for everything that I put in every single motion. That's going to come out. The reason I don't want to call Mr. Bradley first is for hearsay objections, quite frankly. And, normally we don't have to disclose how we're going to present evidence. I'm okay doing that here, but based on the rules of evidence, hearsay and privilege issues, what makes the most sense, and we've spent a lot of time thinking about this, which makes the most sense is for us to have Ms. Yeartie testify.
Yeah.
And if you want me to proffer what I anticipate she's going to say, I talked to her last night. She's going to say that there was a personal relationship that began in October of 2019. She's going to testify to that. And she has personal direct knowledge of that. It's not hearsay and it's not privileged. She's going to take the stand. She's terrified, but she's going to take the stand and tell the truth. And then I plan on calling Mr. Wade, because at that point I can overcome their motion to quash and bring Mr. Wade, bring him to come. Then I can go through privilege issues with him, and then I can have Mr. Bradley testify. And we won't have to have an objection to
She's so
every single
good.
question I ask Mr. Bradley, an objection to hearsay, an objection to privilege. So that's how I plan on presenting the evidence, because it makes the most sense. And I think I'll be able to overcome any privilege objections. But we can talk about that when Mr. Wade takes his
Yeah.
seat.
Judge, you already ruled.
Mr. Abadi,
We're here for a hearing,
any
an evidentiary
last
hearing.
words on starting with Ms. Yeartie and going from there, taking it a witness at a time?
I mean, no, but my
No.
my final response would be that, as Your Honor pointed out during the last hearing, Ms. Merchant's entire representation for good faith was all solely based on Mr. Bradley. In fact, I remember the court saying that the star witness presented or provided by the defense is Mr. Bradley. And
Yes.
you asked a specific question, Ms. Merchant, well, Mr. Bradley, does he have firsthand knowledge from these people, each one of them, you named the lawyers plus the investigators, as it relates to the claims that were made? And her answer was yes. I can definitively tell you the answer is no. And Ms. Merchant has not spoken to Mr. Bradley, according to his counsel, B.C. Chopra, who is, outside and can represent to the court the things that I've represented. And he has maintained and represented that everything that she plans to go into or ask is protected by attorney-client privilege.
Good.
And the only point
Then
of
object.
this process and this procedure, as it relates to the motions that were filed, is to create a spectacle and to create harassment to the district attorney of Fulton County.
No.
And we'd request that the only hearing we move forward is the sanctions for counsel's lack of duty of
Get
candor
out
to
of
the
here.
court. and
Judge,
to,
shut him up.
counsel.
All right. Well, I think you certainly put her on notice if that is actually the case. But at this point, I have someone saying yes, and I have another person
Yeah,
saying no. And
obviously.
so I think that conflict in the evidence that we noted on Monday is
Nicely done.
still exists, and that's where we are. And we'll see how
Yeah.
the evidence presents itself.
Should have made your argument on Monday. We're here for
So
an
with
evidentiary
that,
hearing. Full room.
Ms. Merchant, are you ready to call your first witness?
Let's go. Let's go, Yeartie.
We called Ms. Yeartie, and I know Mr. Partridge had emailed the court, and I quite frankly couldn't keep up about a Zoom, so I don't know if she's on Zoom or in person. She's under subpoena to be here at 9:30. So she may be on Zoom. I'm not really sure.
Ms. Partridge, or Mr. Partridge was joining us by Zoom, but Ms. Yeartie is here in person, right?
Mr. Partridge, I believe, represented that his client would be more comfortable if he were here in person, and that, due to his conflict in Richmond County this morning, couldn't occur her until this afternoon. I think that is a reasonable request, but not the state's business.
That sounds like Anna Cross.
The witness is here. If her attorney is able to join right now, perhaps that can be something that is addressed with Mr. Partridge in the court. But I want to alert the court that that was the representation that the witness would prefer not to go forward without her client present. And that's certainly a reasonable request.
Sure. I think the latest I'd seen, though, that was that Mr. Partridge was going to be able to join by Zoom.
Great.
I
the
didn't
state
know that he had that Mr. Partridge had affirmed that, but perhaps that was an email this morning that I missed.
Yeah, I don't know either. But the state seems to know that Miss Yeartie is here, so I guess she's not appearing by Zoom.
Is Mr. Partridge here?
We'll find out.
All right, this is interesting. Right, a lot of these witnesses are, here we go, we got some Zoom screens now. All right, let's drop ourselves down here. So I'm looking around the room to see if I recognize anyone else. And the cameras, this looks like it's the prosecutor's table. That's the guy who just spoke and was trying to redo the hearing we just did, pleading with the judge to undo himself. Got a little nervous the judge might, want to change course, change direction, but of course he did not. And a lot of these witnesses that are under subpoena are here not on their own real volition. They're sometimes you subpoena a witness and they're a friendly witness, but it sounds like a lot of these people are not. And Robin Yeartie, the woman who used to work with Fani, apparently she's freaked, right? I mean, these people are freaked out, and that is absolutely legitimate, by the way, because this is the county attorney. This is a very big position. And I got into this a little bit on the show yesterday.
All right. So just for
explaining how big
everyone's
this is.
Information, we did convey the Zoom link to Mr. Partridge this morning. I think the last exchange we'd had is that he can join us by Zoom, and apparently he's elected not to do so. So I don't really know what else we can do with that. He was noticed of the hearing. We provided him a link, and we haven't heard from him at all. So I think we need to go forward.
Issue a warrant. Go get him.
Your Honor, before we go forward, we have business documents that were certified and filed yesterday evening. Filed this morning, emailed to opposing counsel yesterday evening. We wanted to make sure that this was part of the record before any statement or the proceeding commenced this morning.
All right. And so in your mind, this satisfies Fulton County's
The invoices.
subpoena in this case? Okay. If you can hand that to Ms. Merchant.
Good. We got those other invoices.
it from
We have
there.
those missing invoices.
I need a review, so it's just submitted.
Miss-
I have an original for the court.
Ms. Monroe, if you could just provide to Ms. Merchant, and if you could just stay on call, we'll let you know if we need you again, okay?
I
All
think
right.
that was the custodian
We're
of
bringing in
records
Ms. Yeartie.
for Fulton County. All right, Robin Yeartie coming in. First witness. The Fani Willis Nathan Wade disqualification hearing out of Fulton County, Georgia. No Fani in the room, and Nathan Wade has exited the room.
I'm sorry, I thought the state said that Miss Yeartie was outside or they'd seen her or something. So, may John Merchant step out, please? Okay, she's under subpoena to be here at 9:30.
Okay, so we're missing Yeartie. Is she in the building? Is she being communicative? Did somebody, did she have a flat tire this morning, coincidentally? Car didn't start. So Robin Yeartie is missing. Robin Yeartie is the first witness that Ashleigh Merchant's going to call in. Robin Yeartie was somebody who worked at Fulton County. And so we might have a struggle with witnesses, which is why earlier this week on the show,
May
I
I
was
text her lawyer?
going to text her lawyer, see where so she's lawyered up, so see where he's at and what the status is. But we were saying that they needed to wrap Terrence Bradley, okay, that key witness, in bubble wrap because we don't want anything happening to these witnesses anywhere. That would be a big problem. Okay, and while we're waiting, we might have a lot of waiting today if we're just kind of trying to track down witnesses. Let me pull up Let me pull up this motion from Fani. So Fani sent this one in.
Okay, see, yeah, and just one of them,
Yes.
and then name. Okay.
So they wanted to quash all of these witnesses. Fani, Dacia, Sonia, Dexter, Nathan. This was from Fani Willis's motion to quash the warrant. But I didn't see Yeartie in there. I'm going to see if we can find some more stuff about Yeartie. This was Michael Roman's response. No, that doesn't have much of Yeartie either. All right, so Ashleigh looks like she texted. John Merchant stepped out. He's trying to track her down. Judge is talking to the clerk. Okay, this is from the Fani Willis, the reply to Fani Willis's.
Tried to call Mr. Partridge, judge, and it went straight to voicemail, and he messaged and said he was taking a plea in Richmond County.
All right, did he say where his client is? All right, and this is the, was this a former or current employee of the DA's office? Okay.
And her return's been filed. Just, you know, I know that she did not want to come without her lawyer here, but
The lawyer is
I
in a
said, I
different
instructed them
proceeding.
that she was still under subpoena.
We got some people not honoring subpoenas, it sounds like. Judge.
All right, well, Ms. Merchant, do you have any other witnesses available?
Well, we have Mr. Bradley, that we can have him testify, but again, we're probably gonna have a lot of objections with, privilege, and so I'd much rather call Ms. Yeartie first, but I know that Mr. Partridge threw a wrinkle in that this morning by having a conflict that he'll be doing.
Sure. So
But I can put, what I could do is I could call Mr. Bradley and then I can bring him back.
exactly, I think you can always recall him. We can ping pong back and forth if we need to based
Okay.
on hearsay issues, but at least we can use this time until Mr. Partridge chooses to join us.
Is he on the Zoom by chance? Or not Mr. Partridge or Miss Yeartie on the Zoom?
No, not that we're aware of.
No, okay, just wanted to check if I don't.
Taking a
All right,
plea,
so-
this other lawyer.
I suppose call your next witness then.
All right, we call Terrence Bradley to the stand.
Terrence Bradley, key witness, coming to the stand. This is the hub of the entire case, according to really both sides. Ashleigh Merchant, I think, has even mentioned that. So this guy was a former business partner, I believe, with Nathan Wade, and a former friend. And there were also a former lawyer, right? Which is what we're going to see. So
If we don't hear, and I don't want to have the sheriff go pick anybody up or anything like that, but if we
I
don't
do.
hear from Mr. Partridge within an hour or so, we may need to.
go get him.
Understood.
Thank you.
Go get him. Okay, yeah. If you don't show up for a subpoena, the judge might just send someone to go get you, right? I'm saying just go get a warrant.
Is someone getting Mr. Bradley in?
Yes.
Issue a warrant. Go get this guy, right? Just go pick
Oh, the
him up.
sheriff's didn't go. Okay. Sorry. Normally, I'm sorry. Are the sheriffs, when I call a witness, will the sheriffs not sound for them?
I don't know if they're going to know where they are. So I think it'd be best if maybe someone from your team, and they're not going to know what they look like either.
Not a problem. at
Sure.
all. He's outside. Yeah.
Okay, so different courtroom proceedings, right? Different judges do things differently. So she's just asking the judge, what do you want me to do? He says, yeah, I'm probably going to need to go get him. So Ashleigh Merchant's going to go out and go get him. I think John Merchant is still outside, probably still trying to get the other. I don't think he's come back in yet. And so remember, Terrence Bradley has been friends with Nathan Wade for a long time. And he was also his lawyer at one point in time. So I'm expecting that we get a ton of objections on this for attorney-client privilege, work product, all sorts of stuff. But what Ashleigh Merchant is going to say is that there was a split. There was a time before which there was bro talk. Remember, bro talk versus pro talk. So bro talk is non-privileged. Bro talk is them talking about Fani and indicting each other and their robes and their gavels and the judicial conference and how crazy, whatever. Okay, that's all bro talk. So all that should be fair game. But all of the pro talk needs to go at, once they became attorneys, then that's all attorney-client privilege stuff. So the bro talk should be admissible, and she's going to make that argument. But there's also going to be a lot of hearsay, arguments as well. So she's expecting Terrence Bradley is going to come out and say things like, this person told me that, and he's objection hearsay. Okay, well, she could get that back in through Robin Yeartie, who also used to work for Fulton County. And so it's going to be, I can see why she wanted to start with someone else, but it's going to be a little squirrely because we have apparently, to recap, what happened is that other defense attorney, so Robin Yeartie's lawyer, she said is taking a plea right now. It's like, And yesterday on the show, I think I explained how sometimes you'll stack cases together. Well, you'll have a bunch of cases in the morning or something. He's like, well, I can squeeze in a plea deal. I'll just go squeeze in a plea deal, man. I'll be in and out of there in 45 minutes, no problem. And then I'll come back and I'll have my witness ready to go. And, courts never start on time anyways. They started right on time. And sometimes it takes a while to warm up. So he figures I'll be there in an hour. And no, we needed them there at 9:30, right there, 9:30 when it started. So judges being, I think, amicable and not, or Merchant is saying, we'll give them a little time. Let's see if we can maneuver this around. Otherwise, go pick them up. Go pick them up. Go get them. They're under subpoena. They're supposed to be there. It's your courtroom, Judge. And so we're still waiting for Terrence. Court clerk's talking to the judge. Can almost pick that up. And I think Zoom's picking that up too. She's working out, something haven't worked out. Microphones are pretty sensitive up there at the bench. Okay, so Terrence Bradley is this guy they really, really do not want to have in. And I'll read a little bit. Oh, there he is. Okay, he's on the stand.
I do.
Boom, there he is. Terrence Bradley.
Terrence Bradley, Terrence Bradley, Bradley.
Your Honor, as Mr. Wade's counsel, before we start, we would request the chambers to talk about attorney-client privilege before we conduct.
Why does that need to be in camera?
Yeah, why?
Doesn't necessarily, there's statements that could be made. It could be prejudicial, depending on whether they were covered or not, whether he's going to break the.
So at the time a question is asked that you think implicates some of those statements, object, and we'll handle it.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Merchant.
Judge.
We don't need to go in camera.
Mr. Bradley, I apologize. This is not our proceeding, but it might be helpful to have a brief sidebar as opposed to something in chambers, at least so that we could let the court know.
They are
our position
freaked.
Rather than having to restate it repeatedly.
Freaked.
And Judge, I've carefully crafted my questions to avoid any privileged information.
course she
But
has.
if they think that I'm invading that, then I welcome an objection and I'm happy to address it.
Let's see how it goes. And again, Mr. Bradley, I'll ask if you can just give a pause in between each question to allow counsel the opportunity to object before answering.
They are freaked. They do
Thank
not
you,
want
Judge.
him to testify.
Was the witness sworn or do I need to swear the
I
witness?
believe he
Okay.
was.
Great, thank you. I'm sorry. Good morning, Mr. Bradley. How are you?
Good morning.
Not happy to be here, I'm assuming.
I am not.
Okay, I understand. Thank you for being here.
Wasn't by choice.
Right. You were subpoenaed to come and testify in this case.
I was.
Okay. But you and I have spoken previously about relevant facts surrounding Mr. Wade and as well as his relationship.
No, we have not.
We have not. We've not texted about those facts?
Through a third party, you were given some information. You and I shared text. Our text were more so about my health, more so about.
But you talked to her.
If I was okay with what was going on.
Okay, that's about
that
the
I
case.
would not be whether or not I was going to be subpoenaed or not,
Mm-hmm.
and that
That's a lot. Yeah, you talk a lot.
emphatically I would not have been sitting in this position as being called as a witness. So that's what my text chain show.
Yes.
So no.
That we've never talked about Willis and Wade having a relationship.
Not directly you and I, no. We talked about my health.
Okay.
We talked about, as I stated before, other things, but not this, no.
Okay. Did you text me about
Boom.
Wade and Willis taking many trips together?
No, I'm gonna.
I object, well,
Mr. Brown,
so-
there's been an objection.
One, I'm gonna object as it relates to attorney-client privilege. Two, I'm going to object because I
Why?
haven't seen the text message that she's attempting to impeach the witness with. And two, he's made all of his representations is that he's had zero communications as it relates to the issues that
She's
Ms. Merchant
asking. Oh my gosh.
continues to ask about, and that the only information that she has from him is through a third party, which would be hearsay.
Ms. Merchant?
It's his text.
Judge, it's not hearsay. We've
Yeah.
had these conversations. If I need to take the stand, I will. If I need to put my phone into evidence, I will.
Yeah, and he's there.
So the first objection was to privilege on behalf of the state.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not respond to that.
Sure.
Thank you, Judge. Privilege is only communications that are made in furtherance of legal advice. There's been no showing that whether or not they took a trip to California or took a trip, or that Mr. Bradley and I talked about that, either in person or by text, that's privileged. I'm not asking for any communications that Mr. Wade might have made to Mr. Bradley in furtherance of any legal advice.
Right.
All right. And Mr. Abadi, I believe as the one asserting privilege, it would be your burden to show the necessary foundation there. Is that something you want to voir dire the witness on or take up here on this specific question?
Well, no, I'd also object to foundation grounds. She is not
He's
provided
objecting
any
to everything.
foundation that he would have any knowledge of what she's requesting he answer. His answers were he had no knowledge. And now she hasn't laid the foundation in order to continue to ask the same question over and over.
Ms. Merchant?
And on behalf of Mr. Bradley, we do object. This falls under the privileges afforded under 1.6 of the rules. And the attorney-client privilege is not something that Mr. Bradley can waive. Only Mr. Wade can waive it, regardless of any information or communications being proffered by.
They're
the
freaked.
client. Mr. Wade would have
Freaked.
to waive them for Mr. Bradley to continue to testify about any of this relationship until it's been established when that privilege should have begun.
Sure. And so far, though, I haven't heard anything about a relationship, about an attorney-client relationship, about a privilege ever attaching. And I think that's going to need to be
Right.
established before we can actually determine the scope of it and whether this falls inside or out of it. So I think either Ms. Merchant can take the lead if she wants to, but my understanding was that generally has to fall on the person who's asserting the privilege.
Except for the attorney is not authorized to violate that privilege, or else he has in fact violated the bar rules, which we have an opinion regarding from someone in the State Bar of Georgia.
All right.
That's why I thought perhaps the sidebar might be important rather than my interjecting.
Well, I still want to kind of see how we can go. So, Ms. Merchant, it sounds like you're going to need to lay a little bit more foundation to see whether this actually is going to fall under privilege or not.
That's not a problem, Judge. And what I can do, I was just told that Ms. Yeartie's in the waiting room. But I can, if the state wants to read my text, if Mr. Bradley wants to read them to refresh his memory, I have absolutely no problem with that.
They're text
I have my
messages.
phone here and they're welcome to do
From
that.
him.
But I'll talk about some other things. And then maybe if they're going to have a lot of objections to privilege and hearsay, what I can do is I can lay a foundation with Mr. Bradley, get him off the stand, put Ms. Yeartie up, and then Mr. Wade so we can get through the privilege issues. That might make the most sense. Thank you. All right. Let's talk about something not controversial
She's
then.
good.
When did you and Mr. Wade first meet?
Probably 1998.
Bros, not pros.
And did you all have a law firm together?
We did.
When did that firm start?
Probably, I think it was 2010. We started
Pulling a Joe Biden here.
exclusively working together as a firm, operating as a firm.
Okay, pros
Okay.
now.
And were you all actually incorporated as a firm?
Not initially, no. He had, when I passed the bar and I hung a shingle in '07, I think he had been practicing a few years prior to that. He had his own firm. We had two separate firms.
Okay. At some point, did you all incorporate though together?
We did.
Okay. Do you remember about when that was?
I do not at this particular moment, no, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you remember if it was administratively dissolved?
I've been made aware that it's been administratively dissolved. Yes, I left the firm around 2 years ago.
When did you leave the firm?
August of 2022, I think it was.
August of 2022. Okay.
Or it was either August or September of 2022.
Okay. August, September. Let me make a note. So in October 2019, were you all incorporated as a firm?
I think we were, maybe.
Okay.
Yes.
And when Mr. Wade filed for divorce November 1st or 2nd,
Second.
2021,
Got the
were you all
contract on the
incorporated as a
first.
firm?
We should have been. I'm thinking that we were. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did Mr. Wade come to you to file the divorce action in Cobb County?
Your Honor, that's privileged information.
The date?
The timing and the beginning of the privilege, I don't believe that is.
Yeah.
Overruled.
Yeah, nice try.
So the timing was around 2018.
Okay.
And it was probably December of 2018. I remember it specifically because I was building a house. And I noticed that he wasn't wearing his ring. I asked him about it. I had invited him to the house because I was having not a housewarming, but people over. And he wasn't wearing his ring. I inquired about it. From there, we discussed what would happen. And we discussed the divorce and what would happen.
Okay,
What
so
would happen with the divorce?
What would happen over me representing him for the divorce and when he would want to do it.
so you
Yes.
filed 3
When
years
did he
later?
retain you?
Well,
Yeah, that's the point.
my memory would be 2018
Okay.
when he consulted with me about
Consulted at a
the
barbecue.
divorce and told
Consulted
me
at a
what
barbecue. Got it.
he would like to see done and when he wanted to do it.
Do you know when Fani Willis and Nathan Wade met?
Specific dates, no. I know it was sometime at a conference.
Judicial conference, yeah.
Municipal court conference?
Correct.
And October 2019, if it's been represented in the state's pleadings before, that's when they met. Does that sound familiar?
If that's what they're saying, then absolutely. I know it was at a conference in 2000. I mean, it was at a conference. If you say it's 2019, I'll take you at your word.
Okay. So it was what you're sure of though, is it was at a municipal courts judges conference
Yes.
when they were both municipal court judges.
Yes.
So it's fair to
With their
say,
robes and
since
their
she became
gavels.
district attorney, she was no longer a municipal court judge. So it had to have been before that.
That they met?
Yes.
Yes.
And he was teaching a class at that seminar, as far as you know.
I'm going to object as to leading at this point. She has him on direct.
Was he teaching a class at this seminar?
To my knowledge, he was.
And was Miss Willis, to your knowledge, attending this seminar?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He has no personal knowledge. He wasn't present at the municipal court training.
But they put it in their pleadings. Like, we are going to be here all day.
We are going to be here all day.
All right. If you can establish that he would have some personal knowledge, then that's a fair question. So if you just need to preface it with that, then that's fine.
Thank you.
He said we are going to be.
Are
here
you
all day.
aware of when their romantic relationship began?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That relates to privilege. She says that he began representing Mr. Wade in 2018. He met Miss Willis in 2019. That's clearly within the bounds of attorney-client privilege.
I think there's
Note that.
understood, Mr. Abadi. So I think Ms. Merchant, you need to qualify that question.
Thank you. I'm not asking you to tell me what Nathan Wade told you in furtherance of legal advice. Okay, so I want to be very clear. If he told you something asking you legal advice, I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking about what you observed, what you saw, and what you knew outside of what he told you when he was specifically seeking legal advice, okay?
This is too far afield. I apologize. I object again on behalf of Mr. Bradley. He's asserting that there is an attorney-client privilege associated with this case under Rule 1.6. For him to draw any inference, make any statements, or any other proffer of information after this relationship began between attorney and client in December of 2018 would be improper, and he would in fact be violating the rules of ethics associated with our license.
So the way the question was phrased was just saying, what did he personally observe outside of the relationship, not involving communications? How does that fall within attorney-client privilege?
Your Honor, whether we like it or not, when we have a client, there are a number of items associated with that relationship between attorney and client that come within your purview and that lead you to further action, lead you to further investigation, further questions, develops your strategy. We can't talk about Mr. Wade on any level. It would be
The prosecutors are
inappropriate.
on the
The divorce was
defense.
filed sometime thereafter. During that entire interlude, any of these issues could in fact have formed the basis for their relationship to remain privileged.
Ms. Merchant?
Judge, his observations are not privileged. That's not what the privilege law says. And I can read you the attorney-client privilege attaches where, and this is the law, this is the rule. There's an attorney-client relationship. The communications in question relate to the matters on which legal advice was sought. And the communications have been maintained in confidence, and there's no exceptions to the privilege.
And
First, on number 2, the second prong. This was not in furtherance of legal advice. That's not in furtherance of legal advice. What he witnesses as a human being is not in furtherance of legal advice. Unless, I mean, and if he witnesses them together, it would get rid of the attorney-client privilege because Ms. Willis is there. Additionally, though, exceptions. We can go all day about exceptions to this. Fraud to the court, that's an exception. Mr. Wade, we contend, has filed a false affidavit with this court. That is fraud to the court. If this witness has
There's
direct
good
knowledge
evidence
that
about
that is
that.
not true, then that's an exception to attorney-client privilege.
boom, pulled out the big guns on that one.
All right.
Squeeze it in that
Ms. Merchant, if you
crime
could
fraud exception.
re-ask that question again, qualifying it as, if it's, I think you qualified it as anything that outside of anything he learned or was told as a result of his representation. It was just any observations he made, which in my mind, as you phrased the question, would have included before December 2018 when this first consultation occurred.
Yeah, before bro talk.
I think if you can go step by step, we can handle this.
Let's get into
And
the
Judge,
bro.
I would just ask permission. We gave the state notice under 611 that all of these witnesses do not want to be here. They are adverse witnesses.
I understand.
Yes, so I'd like to have leeway to be able to cross them. Thank you, Judge. All right, Mr. Bradley.
Yes, ma'am.
You have knowledge that their relationship began in 2019.
I do not have knowledge, but again, I have consulted with the bar as late as yesterday at 4 o'clock. I am not here to.
Your testimony is that you do not have independent knowledge.
I cannot. I was advised by the bar.
Here we
that
go.
Rule 1.6 of
Here we go.
confidentiality
Here we go.
applies, and that I cannot reveal anything that I saw or learned. And that if the court is asking me to do that, that an immediate certificate of review should be asked. And so I'm not here to misrepresent to the court or to say anything inappropriate.
Basically, lawyer
or
pleading the
anything.
fifth, right?
I am here because I also have a law license,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not trying to lose that.
And so, Mr. Bradley, can you finish that thought? Is saw or learned, just period, without qualification whatsoever?
Judge, I'm going to refer to what I was told by the bar.
Invoking,
That Rule
not answering.
1.6 of confidentiality applies,
Judge is not going to like
and
that.
that I would be asking for an immediate review by the Supreme Court.
Sure, but applies to what?
Any communications is what the person at the bar told us.
Any communications? So like
He did not
if you
qualify.
talk to Mr. Wade, that's covered?
Well, Judge, I don't know. He didn't go into those specifics.
You should ask.
But this is what
Bro
was told.
talk versus pro talk. Which
I
one?
was sitting there with my attorneys, and this was what was told to us, to state that Rule 1.6 applies. And we gave them the scenario, and this is what they told us to do. And this is what I'm doing at this particular point.
Judge, and we have no knowledge if the bar was aware of the affidavit that Mr. Wade filed, but that significantly changes the privilege. He waived the privilege when he put that in the affidavit, so that's one of the reasons I wanted to call him. That's a waiver. He put the relationship in the when the relationship started, and put the relationship in his
Good point.
affidavit. He put a lot of information in that affidavit that would waive certain amounts of privilege. So he disclosed this relationship. So basically what we've got is we've got Mr. Wade being able to say what he wants about this relationship, but then we're not allowed to ask questions to
Exactly.
qualify that.
Exactly right. Gosh,
So
she's
that's not how it works. They either get to admit it or they don't.
we get
Either
to ask
privileged or
about
it's
it.
not.
We're just talking about a relationship, though. How does that open the floodgates to anything he's ever told an attorney during representation?
It doesn't, and I'm not asking him
Right,
that.
she's not.
I'm asking for his knowledge. They were law partners, and as I go through the questions, I think he has knowledge of things that is not something that Mr. Wade specifically told him. I also think there's a fraud exception to a lot of this, even if there was a privilege, but I don't think there was for most of it.
Your Honor, but he's already
Terrence.
represented that he has no knowledge about that.
I don't think we've actually gotten anything
Yeah.
to that extent yet.
Yeah.
I think
Nice
we're
try.
still making our
just
way through
invoked.
it, which is, I think he's taking the position that he's not willing to share anything Mr. Wade ever told him,
Right.
period. Which that's a broader representation of attorney-client privilege than I've
Absolutely.
ever heard.
Yeah, it's bro talk.
And
Doesn't include your bro talk, obviously.
I think that's what we're trying to parse out, is if the relationship starts, I've never heard anything that said everything before that point is privilege.
Right.
Do you have something that I should know?
Right.
Yes,
Bro
sir.
talk, pro talk.
That's fine.
These questions aren't being established. It was 2018, December. The last question was directly related to a point in time
Yeah.
after that, during which the relationship, attorney and client, would have been already established. He has an opinion from the State Bar of Georgia. If he's going to be required to testify, we need to be ordered by the court on any of these issues. And Judge, I understand how delicate this is. You can phrase it in 1,000 different ways to try to make him say something, but you can't unring a bell that he puts out into the universe where he has violated that privilege. We're going to get to go back 6 months from now and say, oh, well, we shouldn't have said that. It's not acceptable. It violates hundreds of thousands of relationships in this state that we rely on in order for the justice system to function. This is an attorney-client privilege issue. We've done all the diligence we can as far as looking up the relevant laws, the relevant information. We do not have a waiver from the client. So the client is present, whatever.
There's no question why we're not barreling ahead is because I recognize the privilege.
Yeah.
What we have to determine is actually what that privilege, the scope of it, and when it started. And I
Right.
don't think we've even gotten close to that yet.
Nope.
I apologize, Judge. I thought December 2018, Mr. Bradley testified directly that that is when the retainer and the divorce proceedings were beginning. The issues being brought
Which I
up
don't
by
buy
the
for a
state have to
second.
be potentially, if I've been.
So we have a starting point,
Correct.
but does that necessarily foreclose anything from that point onward? If they started talking about something else entirely.
Right.
Post-divorce, of course not, Your Honor. But during the pendency, it would absolutely curtail that, especially as it has to do with observations, attendance at functions together, or other realizations that Mr. Bradley came into during the pendency of his representation. And to parse it out.
I think
would
that's
put
Steve
Mr.
Sado
Bradley
down
in an
here.
untenable position because his reputation means everything.
Trump's lawyers down here.
Okay, Mr. Sado.
Your Honor, I think we're talking about two aspects of arguably the attorney-client privilege. There's the attorney-client privilege, which is controlled by case law and statute, which deals with communications and furtherance. I don't hear that being the objection. The objection is that there are confidential matters under 1.6, which in some form or fashion mean that once you start a relationship with attorney-client, that everything from that point on is confidential between the two of them. There's no such case law in Georgia that deals with confidential information of that time. Attorney-client, yes. Confidential information, no. And I believe what's being argued by counsel for Mr. Bradley is that he has received Of course, we don't have anything in writing, but he's received some oral advice that under 1.6, confidential matters cannot be gone into, which is, according to them, everything that occurs between Mr. Bradley and Mr. Wade from 2018 forward. There's no such law that protects such confidentials, only communications made in furtherance. And if I'm mistaken, I apologize. But I think what we're being told is I don't have to say anything at all about Mr. Wade once I have an attorney-client relationship with him, because it would be deemed confidential. And if it's deemed confidential, I can't talk about it. And there's no such case law to that effect in Georgia. There is no bar rule to that effect. The only thing the court has to do is say, are we talking about attorney-client privilege or pure confidences or confidential information? And once you decide it's confidential information, you ordered Mr. Bradley to testify, and then it's up to his counsel to decide whether he wants to have his client held in contempt after you've ordered him to testify.
Yeah.
That's an overstatement. We have not said that he can't testify to anything. The specific question on the table is, what observations do you have between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis from that point on? Now, they, the defense and their teams, have made an allegation of some impropriety. That same impropriety could be related to a divorce proceeding on every level. We're not here to say we're not talking. We're here to say we're not talking about things that came into his knowledge associated with his representation during the divorce. I realize there's an evidentiary standard, and then I realize that there's the cornerstone of what we do, which is the bar rules, the state bar rule 1.6. We violate that, and the whole thing comes tumbling down. We're not saying that you can't ask about, did Mr. Wade enjoy a beer at a ball game? That wasn't the question. The question was specifically relating to some impropriety that they are trying to dig into. That is privileged information.
And more importantly, Mr. Bradley has said twice now that he has no independent knowledge as it relates to what she's referencing. He has said it 2 times. So there's not a good faith basis for her to continue to probe into this area, because he said he has no independent knowledge outside of the attorney-client privilege.
All right, Ms. Merchant, last word.
Yes, Judge. Judge, Mr. Bradley, if ordered, he's here by subpoena. If ordered to testify, it's not a issue with the bar. My question was not about attorney-client privilege. I'm being very careful not to ask anything that Mr. Wade asked in furtherance, but I've been informed that Robin Yeartie is on the Zoom. And so if we want to start back on our original plan, we can call Ms. Yeartie and have her testify, and then put Mr. Wade up, and we can go through the privilege issue with him. And then we won't have to have all these objections, or else I'm happy to continue questioning Mr. Bradley.
All right, so Ms. Merchant, you're saying that your understanding of the evidence that you plan to present, that these issues are affected by Ms. Yeartie in terms of the scope of the privilege and the relationship?
No, I think, no, thank you for letting me clarify that. I think that Ms. Yeartie is going to give me enough to get Mr. Wade on the stand. Once I get Mr. Wade on the stand, because they filed a motion to quash, and you said I had to present something before I could put Mr. Wade on the stand. So once I present Ms. Yeartie, I can put Mr. Wade up on the stand, and then I can put him up before I call Mr. Bradley. And then I may not even have to call Mr. Bradley at that point.
All right. Sorry, who's?
I'm on
speaking?
Zoom, Your Honor. Attorney Durante Partridge, Judge, on behalf of Ms. Yeartie. Your Honor, when we were here for the motion to quash earlier this week, it's my understanding, as represented by defense counsel, that Mr. Bradley's testimony is, so to speak, the bridge that was built to involve my client, Ms. Yeartie, into this matter altogether. Now it seems as though that is being usurped, and now she is being the quote unquote foundation for defense counsel's presentation this morning. So we do object to that, Judge, and would renew our motion to quash the subpoena, because this is completely contradictory to what we had via the hearing earlier this week, Your Honor.
Judge, may I
It's okay,
respond?
Ms. Merchant.
Okay.
Mr. Partridge, as I recall, that did not apply to your client as much. The
nice try.
Original motion to quash that you filed said she had absolutely no knowledge about anything. What Ms. Merchant proffered, and what I didn't hear you saying was not the case, is that at some point Ms. Yeartie lived in a residence and shared a residence with Ms. Willis and potentially Mr. Wade at some point. So I think she's directly involved in the center of this. I don't think that really needs much in the way of foundation.
Yeah.
And
So-
Judge, I apologize, Your Honor, to talk over the court. That information, however, Your Honor, is my understanding came from Mr. Bradley, and that information was incorrect, as I informed the court earlier this week as well. There was never any time that Ms. Yeartie and Ms. Willis lived together. There was a sublet of a condo that Ms. Willis resided in that had absolutely nothing to do with that of Ms. Yeartie, outside of Ms. Yeartie subletting it to Ms. Willis. Ms. Yeartie actually moved into a different residence. Per our conversation with Ms. Merchant yesterday, that is exactly what it is. So there was no overlapping or any time that they stayed together, nor does Ms. Yeartie have any information as it relates to Mr. Wade staying at that condo as well with that of Ms. Willis. So again, Judge, I'm renewing.
Okay, no, we don't need to hear it again. Ms. Merchant.
Judge, luckily, I don't have to tell the state or them everything that I plan on introducing a witness for in response to their motion to quash. She has a lot of personal knowledge. And when we had a motion to quash, I had to get over a good faith
Right.
basis, and I presented that to the court. I did not spend 4 hours going through everything that this woman's going to testify to. She has personal knowledge.
Is she actually here?
I think she's on Zoom. It's what I understand, Mr. Partridge.
Mr.
put her on
Partridge, is
Zoom.
your client with us?
She's on the Zoom platform, Your Honor, since I'm in Richmond County on via my conflict, but she is on the Zoom platform at this time, Your Honor, in the waiting room. I believe she may have been admitted. I see a Robin on my screen. I'm assuming that is my client, Ms.
All right,
Yeartie.
and Ms. Merchant, you want to examine her by Zoom?
That's fine.
All right,
We will waive
Mr.
any
Abadi.
Sixth Amendment objections to
Sure.
it. That's fine.
My only objection was the representation at Monday's hearing was the good faith basis was based on what she learned from Terrence Bradley. And we know that is false. It's not true. So there is no good faith basis, and we would renew our objection and to quash the subpoena.
That was not in regards to Ms. Yeartie,
It
Judge.
certainly was. It was at like the 20-minute mark in the hearing.
Judge, she has personal knowledge of this relationship.
It's not what was represented on Monday. Personal knowledge came from Mr. Bradley. She has no good faith basis to explore this fishing expedition as it relates to Ms. Yeartie. This is a blatant mis-
All right, Mr. Abadi.
process.
Ms. Merchant, I do believe that when we went through the motion to quash, you grouped them into two categories, and each one of them, we said that they were going to be impeached by Mr. Bradley.
We took Ms. Yeartie outside of Fulton County, Judge. So we talked about Fulton County differently than Ms. Yeartie. You took Ms. Yeartie out separately. She was different than Fulton County because there wasn't other issues. And again, so we're arguing the motion to quash. I responded to their argument on the motion to quash. Did I tell them that she's going to testify that she's known Ms. Willis for years and that her middle name is Latrice? No, I didn't tell them everything she's going to testify to. I don't, like, if you wanted me to, I could have, but that has nothing to do. There is a witness that contradicts what they have said in court. And they're doing everything they can to keep her off the stand and keep the truth away from this
They
court.
are.
They filed a motion to quash. I showed a good faith basis. If my good faith basis is Mr. Bradley or Ms. Yeartie or texts I've seen, it's still a good faith basis.
We have to get
There's no
into the
law that
evidence.
says I have to tell them every single good faith basis I have ahead of time.
Put her on the
If we
stand.
did, we would never have trials.
All right, Ms. Merchant, appreciate the argument of counsel. I think the standard on a motion to quash and a subpoena is not one where we're required to completely flush out and litigate every reason a witness
the
may
point,
be relevant. And so we'll take these one at a time with Ms. Yeartie.
Let's
I'll
go.
deny the motion to quash.
That's
and
right.
If your election and to proceed in your presentation of the evidence is to call her, then that's what we'll do.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank
So,
you.
Mr. Bradley, you may be excused for now. Thank you, but subject to recall. We will call Ms. Yeartie.
All right. You can see Miss Merchant's getting a little frustrated, obviously, because they are really being annoying little prosecutors, which is very expected. Objecting at every turn because they don't want any evidence to come out. Now, let's see. Here's Robin. We'll see if we get a screen from her. There she is in the bottom right. Robin in the bottom
Would you like
right.
me to swear her, Judge, or how do you want it?
I think we need to make sure, there we go. Deputy Scott, if we could swear in the witness. Ms. Yeartie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. You swear affirm to the testimony you should give a court will be the truth, whether the truth will help you.
Yes.
Would you please state and spell your full name for the court?
Robin Latrice Yeartie.
Let's go, Robin. And we know you don't want to be here, but you got to tell the truth.
Thank you, Ms. Yeartie. Thank you for being here. Can you tell the judge when you first met Miss Willis?
In college.
Okay.
So 19, probably 90 or 91.
Okay. And have you been friends since 1990 or 91?
Yes.
Okay. When was the last time you spoke with Miss Willis?
March of 2022.
What is
Okay.
she looking at right there?
From 1991-ish till 2022, were you what you would consider good friends with Miss Willis?
Yes.
And did you all share personal information regularly?
Yes.
And did you even come and work with her at the DA's office?
Yes.
And when she needed a place to stay, did you let her stay at your apartment?
Yes.
It was a condo, right?
Condo, yes.
Okay. Do you remember approximately when she moved into your condo?
It was April of 2021.
Okay, great. And you know that Miss Willis and Miss Wade met at a conference in October of 2019?
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor, without a foundation for how this witness would know that. If Ms. Merchant can establish she has personal information of that, then certainly that's something the witness can testify to. But if it's, she heard it
Understood,
from
Ms. Cross. All right, Ms. Merchant, if you can lay the foundation.
Do you have information that Miss Willis and Mr. Wade met in October of 2019?
I'm going to renew my objection, Your Honor. Information is not sourced to personal information. If the question can be rephrased, then that may address my concern.
So Judge, I just want to make sure that I understand. So they've objected to me calling Willis and Wade.
It's just a matter of foundation. If you can just rephrase.
Do you have knowledge
They want
of when Willis and Wade met?
I'm going to
It's
object
per-
again.
just say personal knowledge.
Overruled.
Thank you. Do you have personal knowledge of when Willis and Wade met?
Yes. She told me that they met at a conference.
Thank you.
I don't know what.
Okay.
I'm going to renew my objection, Your Honor. Clearly, this is not firsthand information from this witness. It's hearsay that was.
She said she told me.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's statement against interest, Judge. If Miss
Well,
Willis,
Just pause.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Ms.
Yes.
Cross.
The representation of the witness, the testimony of the witness was that Ms. Willis, District Attorney Willis, had a conversation with her. There is no statement against interest. District Attorney Willis is not a party opponent in this case. The information that the witness was testified to came from Ms. Willis, and we have a hearsay objection to that.
Why wouldn't she be considered a party opponent in this context?
He's a representative of the state, Your Honor. This isn't private litigation or civil litigation. Obviously, the court's aware this is, Ms. Willis is not on trial. Ms. Willis is not a party to the litigation
kinda
outside
is.
her obligation to pursue criminal charges for the state.
This is a disqualification hearing,
Ms. Merchant?
not a trial.
I guess it's evolved into a hearsay objection.
Yes, Judge. And we plan on calling Miss Willis to the stand. She's under subpoena, so hearsay will be cured. If there is a hearsay objection as far as that issue. But we do still think that it's a statement against interest. Miss Willis has filed a document that states that they met at this municipal court conference. So
Your Honor, I think maybe I can streamline a little bit. State will stipulate that District Attorney Willis and Mr. Wade met in October 2019 at the judicial conference that we've been talking about. There's no reason to get it secondhand from this witness. That's true.
All right, you accept the stipulation, Ms. Merchant?
yes.
All right.
Am I permitted then to ask questions about that since it's now not hearsay?
Admitted.
If it's just to a stipulation, if it's just to that basic fact, I don't think we need a question, but if there's a follow-up that you
Okay.
think is admissible, go for it.
Ms. Yeartie, you have personal knowledge that Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade began their romantic relationship soon after this time that they met at the municipal court.
I'm going to object to that question. That certainly is a leading question. No foundation has been laid for how this witness would have personal knowledge of that. And until that's happened, the state objects.
They were friends since college.
I think you can do a yes or no and then follow up with how she knows it.
Thank you. Do you know if Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade started dating in October of 2019?
I don't know if it was October of 2019.
Could it possibly be November of 2019?
Could possibly.
Okay. And when we spoke, you said it was shortly after the municipal court conference, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that their relationship, their personal relationship, began shortly after this municipal court conference.
Yes.
And when I say personal, romantic.
Indictments.
I just want to make sure we don't get in an argument over what personal and romantic is later. When I ask you personal, do you take that to mean romantic?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And do you understand it that their relationship began in 2019 and continued until the last time you spoke with her?
Yes.
And you were essentially her best friend during this time, right?
There we go.
Not best friend. Good.
Okay.
There we go.
Good friend. Okay. Close friend. And
How
so
does she
would
know
you
all this?
frequently socialize with her?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And you saw her at work every day?
Yes.
So you had a chance to see them interact together on a personal level?
Yes.
Yes,
and
she
so
did.
from everything that you saw, heard, witnessed, it's your understanding that they were in a romantic relationship beginning in 2019.
Yes.
And
Ooh, before she appointed him.
when you left the DA, oh, I'm sorry, let me ask you. You said that Miss Willis came to live with you in April of 2021. I'm sorry, April 1st, 2020 or 2021?
She didn't live with me. I never lived with her.
Okay, I'm sorry. She took over your lease in April 1st, 2020, correct?
No, 2021.
Okay, I had it both ways, so I'm glad you clarified. So when she took over your lease in April 1st, 2021, it's your understanding she moved out of the house that she was sharing with her father and started staying at the condo.
Yes.
And is it your understanding that that's because she needed to have her own space?
Yes.
Can't eat a
Away
Nathan's
from her
hot
father.
dog when dad's home. Definitely don't want to do
Yes.
Okay. When you left the DA's office, was it, were you
We're
fired?
rolling. We're rolling now.
No, I resigned.
You resigned, okay.
Oh, how come?
Just one moment, John.
We're rolling now. So appointed him after they had already been indicting each other.
Can you tell us why you resigned the DA's office?
The number of things that was happening.
Like what?
A number of things that were happening. Is that what you said, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. What was happening that caused you to resign?
It was a spiral of things.
Tell me more. Tell me more. What's going on?
I guess the last straw is I was put in a department that I knew had no knowledge about. Something happened and I didn't like it.
Yeah.
They didn't like it. And that was it.
Shout out to Robin.
Okay.
Get out of there. It's an honorable thing.
Did you have any falling outs with Miss Willis?
Well, we never spoke after that.
Wow.
You never spoke after that. Okay.
Wow.
And so you're, without going into all the painstaking details, there is no doubt in your mind that from 2019 until 2022, Miss Willis and Mr. Wade were in a romantic relationship.
What's the question?
You have no doubt that their romantic relationship was in effect from 2019 until the last time you spoke with her.
No doubt.
No doubt. Boom.
And that's based on your personal observations
Thank you,
and
Robin.
speaking with them and seeing them together and things like that.
Yes.
Okay.
Amazing.
No other questions. Thank you. The other folks may have some questions for you, Ms. Yeartie.
Thank you, Ashley. Nicely done.
If it's more than a couple questions, then sure, but if not,
It's only a couple questions.
Okay.
I think, can the court reporter hear me okay?
Trump attorney Stephen Saydow, I believe.
Ma'am, let me be very specific. Did you talk with Miss Willis about her romantic relationship with Mr. Wade?
Yes.
Right here.
Did Miss Willis tell you on more than one occasion that she was engaged in a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade prior to you leaving the district attorney's office?
Did she tell me or did I observe?
I'm staying right now with the tell me.
Yes,
Did
She
she
did.
tell you that in the year of 2020?
yes,
In the year of 2021?
Boom.
yes,
Oof.
Are you
Good.
certain that Ms. Wade told you, I'm sorry, Ms. Willis told you about the romantic relationship with Mr. Wade prior to November 1st of 2021?
When the appointment happened.
yes,
Boom.
Now, did you also have observations of Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis together prior to November 1st of 2021?
yes,
And are those observations, were those in a social setting?
yes,
And did you observe them do things that are, say, common among people having a romantic relationship?
Like what?
yes,
Such as, can you give us an example?
They kiss? Little kissy kissy?
hugging, kissing,
Oh.
just affection.
Affection.
All before November 1st of
Come here,
2021,
baby.
correct?
Come here, honey.
Yes,
That's all I have.
Nicely
Stocks.
done. Nicely done,
Ma'am,
Steven.
did I understand you to say that there was a period of time when you and Miss Willis lived together?
no,
No further questions.
All right, Mr. Durham,
No, nothing for me, Your Honor.
Mr.
Well
McDougal,
done.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Rice.
Morning, Ms. Yeartie. Were you aware in 2021 of any trips, social trips that Miss Willis and Mr. Wade took together?
no,
Are you aware of any social trips that Miss Willis and Mr. Wade took together in 2022?
no,
And are you aware of them in 2020 or 2021 spending the evening together overnight?
no,
No further question.
Mr. Gillen,
No question, Your Honor.
Mr. McCullough, and Mr. Cromwell.
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Cross.
All right. Cross exam by
I do have
Anna
some
Cross
questions.
for the
Thank you,
government.
Your Honor. Does Yeartie, we haven't met before, is that correct?
correct,
You're able to see and hear me okay?
yes,
All right. I want to start with a couple things. Now, I think you've made it clear that you never lived, and we'll call it the South Fulton address, the South Fulton condo that you were leasing. You never lived at that address with the District Attorney Willis, correct?
correct,
And never at any time?
never,
All right. You never observed or have any information about District Attorney Wade and District Attorney Willis and Nathan Wade living together, correct?
correct.
You don't have any information about that?
No, I don't.
Anybody said that that information was sourced to you, then that's incorrect.
That's incorrect.
Did District Attorney Willis pay rent at that establishment, at that condo while she lived there and you were living elsewhere?
Yes,
Who paid the rent?
she did.
Nathan Wade ever pay the rent?
No,
So living together versus cohabitating.
And you never told anyone otherwise?
no,
I didn't hear your answer there, Ms. Yeartie. Did you ever tell anyone otherwise?
no,
All right. So let's talk for a second about your time at the district attorney's office. You were disciplined several times in the district attorney's office during your
Oh.
employment there, correct?
no,
You
No.
weren't written up ever for poor performance, Ms. Yeartie.
once, not several.
One time you were written up for poor performance. Were you counseled several times about your performance in the district attorney's office that was subpar?
No,
Did the district attorney tell you that your performance was insufficient and that you were going to be fired?
no,
That never happened.
no. Maybe when we went at the end.
Fanny was disciplining her because she was
What's the
objecting.
question?
The question, Ms. Yeartie, was did the district attorney ever counsel you on your poor performance in the district attorney's office prior and inform you that you were going to be fired?
I don't really know how to answer that.
I'm looking for the truth.
I don't really know how to answer that. I mean, a situation happened that wasn't my fault. And I either was gonna resign or be let go, so.
You understood that that was the situation. You could resign or you could be let go.
Correct, yes,
You were not welcome to stay.
no,
Now they're saying she's biased, right? She's got an axe to grind against Fani and Wade.
And the conversation where you were informed that you could resign or you could be fired, that conversation was not the first conversation you had with the district attorney about your poor performance in the office, correct?
well, it was kind of a spiral, but no.
Yeah, it was. Whatever the
Yeah, it was.
situation was,
Excuse me.
That's a, yeah,
Questions are fine.
Understood, Mr. Saino.
yeah, that was
And-
a
Ms. Cross.
question. Yeah, it was. Stop
Ms.
commenting on your
Yeartie,
questions.
the circumstances of your leaving the district attorney's office ended your friendship with the district attorney Willis, correct?
Yes,
Y'all haven't spoken since.
no,
So now she's just, bitter, angry. So she's making up all this stuff about their love affair.
All right, I want to talk about the representations that you made here this morning, Ms. Yeartie, about any relationship between District Attorney Willis and Mr. Wade. I want you to tell me what was the first time let me
She's
ask you
away
this
from the
way. You said
podium.
that District Attorney Willis personally informed you of a romantic relationship. Is that what you testified to?
yes,
And when did that conversation that you purport to have, to recall, when did that happen?
I mean, I don't have a month or a day, but.
Where were you?
Just talking in general.
Your Honor, we'd like to keep this witness under subpoena, but that's all the questions I have right now.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cross.
Recross time, I mean redirect, I'm sorry.
All right, on those points only.
Yes, just those points. The state asked you a lot about when you were let go, when you resigned. Did something happen as far as purchasing that you didn't feel comfortable with, purchasing things through the county from Ms. Willis that caused you to not be comfortable working there anymore?
No,
And I didn't tell you how to testify here today though, right?
right,
And everything you've testified to is from your personal knowledge?
yes,
And you've told the truth here today?
yes,
Judge, I believe she's only under my subpoena and I'm fine releasing her from that subpoena.
Not yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
By show of hands from other counsel, starting with Mr. Saino.
Your Honor, I believe the door has been opened now to ask this particular witness about statements that Ms. Willis made to her. She brought it up on cross-examination on a couple of occasions. Did Ms. Willis say this or inform you of that? So I'd like to now ask her questions
Let's
directly
go.
about what Ms. Willis told her about her romantic relationship.
I think we'll take those one at a time, question by question, and we can address those to see. I don't know about a complete opening of the door. We'll see where we go.
Well, I would like to
The time
know.
that you spoke to Ms. Willis about her relationship, romantic relationship with Mr. Wade. Do you happen to remember what Ms. Willis said? In essence, not word for word, but in essence, what she said.
no,
Do you remember the first time she told you, in whatever words were used, that there was a romantic relationship?
no,
Is this the kind of conversation that you had with your best friend, ongoing over a period of time in which it was common knowledge to you that there was an ongoing relationship between Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade?
what's the question?
I'll ask it again. Is the nature of your then relationship with Ms. Willis such that you were having these ongoing conversations, that is, best friend type conversations about her relationship with Mr. Wade?
I don't remember.
Without getting any further in too much detail, is there any doubt at all that Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis had a romantic relationship, as was told to you, prior to November of 2020?
All right, she was already asked that question by Ms. Merchant.
I just didn't know whether that needed to be.
She said no doubt. All right, any other defense counsel by show of hands? Seeing none. Last recross from Ms. Cross, anything else?
Not this time, Your Honor, but we've asked the witness remain under subpoena and subject to recall.
Judge, she's under my subpoena and
Yeah.
I'm releasing her from my subpoena. So if they want to subpoena her, they're welcome to do that.
Ms. Cross?
I would prefer that the court keep her under subpoena. I think,
Sure.
given the representation of Ms. Marchant, given how she intends to proceed today, that this witness may need to be recalled.
All right, understood. In the interest and knowing that we may have to bring witnesses back and forth, I think it's in the interest of effective presentation of the evidence here. Ms. Yeartie, you are still going to remain under the auspices of your subpoena. And so please stay in touch with your attorney. We may need you to rejoin us on Zoom at some point today or tomorrow. Understood?
Okay.
All right, don't discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses.
Well
all right?
done.
All right.
All right, you can log off.
And Judge, I'd ask, just can Mr. Partridge stay on for just one moment?
For what reason?
The state had made some allegations that I misrepresented some things to the court, and I'd just like the opportunity to clear that up, that Mr. Partridge is the one that told me that they lived together for a month. They've called me everything but a liar today.
Yes,
And
they
so
have.
I just think that it's appropriate for everyone to know where that information came from.
All right,
Thank you,
Ms.
Ashleigh.
Merchant, I think you've made your position clear. That's, I don't think we need to get sidetracked on that.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Merchant, you can call your next witness.
Let's go. That was
May I be
good.
excused as well, please?
All right, take care, Mr. Partridge.
You
You
judge.
call Mr. Wade.
All right.
Nathan Wade
Ms.
to
Cross.
the stand.
Your Honor, the motion to quash Mr. Wade's subpoenas was held in abeyance, waiting for the representation. I believe that the good faith basis that Ms. Merchant represented on Monday, I think that's clearly not accurate. I understand the testimony that's now in the record. Mr. Wade is
They had a relationship before the appointment.
available, but we maintain that at this time, that the motion to quash probably should be granted, but understand the court's ruling.
Well, Ms. Cross, I'll say yes. On Monday, it did seem like the focus was that Mr. Bradley would be the hook that makes every witness potentially relevant. And we really haven't been able to explore that on the privilege issues that we'll likely have to tackle again later.
We'll get to it.
But for now, the evidence in front of the court
Yeah.
at the moment is that we have a witness
Yep.
who has said this relationship may have predated the affidavit that Mr. Wade filed. I
Yep.
don't see a way around
Yep.
the relevance of his testimony.
Yeah. Come
And so
on
I'll deny
down,
the
Nathan.
state's motion to quash the subpoena of Mr. Wade.
Come on down.
Ms. Merchant.
Mr. Wade can stand.
Come on down, Nathan. We can't wait to hear from you, my friend. Here he comes. So that other witness, okay, Robin Yeartie, she laid the foundation. All they really needed from her was to say that they had this relationship. It started before the appointment, and it started in contradiction to Nathan Wade's own affidavit, right? He's an officer of the court. So we're going to see what happens here, man. This is going to be spicy. He's walking in, and, you know, I fully expect him to invoke, I would guess. He's probably going to do the same thing. And remember, in his interrogatories, Nathan Wade updated his interrogatories yesterday. We listened to that. We read through the interrogatories yesterday, and those were from his divorce. Remember, he's divorcing Jocelyn Wade, and he filed for divorce the day after he got the appointment from Fani Willis. So she says, "You're going to be my special counsel. I'm going to pay you big bucks." He's getting like 30 grand a month, every month. Boom, 30 grand, 30 grand, 30 grand, 30 grand. They're going on cruises and vacations all over the place. Like every month, they got a 3-day cruise, a 3-day vacation or whatever. So when all of this started to come out, when Ashleigh Merchant, who's doing an awesome job, by the way, when she came out and blew the lid off this thing with her original defense filing, Nathan Wade went back in March of last year, 2023, and updated his interrogatories. He told his wife, or he told his ex-wife's lawyer, or his divorcing wife's lawyer, that he had not slept with anybody. He had no relationships with anybody. Here he comes in, and now, and turns out he updated those interrogatories,
You swear, I'm from that's what you get.
and they don't match what he said in the affidavit.
Please spell your name for the court.
My name's Nathan Wade, Nathanwade.
Special counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Wade.
Good morning.
Prior to filing this motion to disqualify, you and I were friends, correct?
Yes,
Prior.
And in fact, I supported you when you ran for judge in 2016.
you did.
I wore your shirts. My kids wore your
All right,
shirts.
Ms.
we carried
Merchant,
signs.
your personal opinions have no relevance.
Okay.
And
I-
I mean that in the best way.
That's
All right?
completely fine. I
Let's
will
get to
move
the
on.
point.
Thank you. No. Totally fine. Thank you. You filed for divorce from your wife on November 2nd, 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
And in that divorce proceeding, did you file answers, things such as interrogatories?
I did.
Okay. And so interrogatories are where you're responding to things that basically answers that the other side is asking.
Yes, ma'am.
We read through
And,
those here previously.
I've got your complaint for divorce. I'm just going to mark it for the record as Defendant's Exhibit 2. The first interrogatories that you answered, those were December 27th, 2021. Is that right?
Thereabout. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in those, you were asked different things, but those are sworn. You actually swear to those. You verify them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so that verification is where you're swearing under oath that everything in it is true?
Yes, ma'am.
And let's see,
Man, he's so
you were
vested.
asked if you had any documents which relate to the purchase of gifts by you to any person other than the defendant with whom you have or had a relationship, romantic relationship from the date of your marriage, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you responded under oath that you didn't have any documents to that.
That's correct.
None.
You again responded to an
None.
interrogatory. You updated those responses on May 30th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you actually sent those directly to opposing counsel in the divorce?
Yes, ma'am. I think so.
But in that one, you answered none again to that question, correct?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Not true.
So May 30th, 2023, you said that you didn't have any documents showing any purchase of anything with someone that you had a romantic relationship
But you
with.
did.
I believe the interrogatory was gifts,
Okay.
not anything, gifts.
And I have it if you want to take a look.
Yeah, it's a giant paragraph. It says everything. Gifts,
I'm
hotels.
going to mark, okay, so just for the record, I've got your complaint for divorce marked as number 2. I've got the verification and the interrogatories from 2021. I'm going to mark those as 3. And then your May 30th, 2023, I'm going to mark as 4. Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you.
Okay. This is probably what she's showing him right here.
That is what I marked as 4.
Right here.
This is what I marked as
These
4.
are Nathan Wade's
Okay.
interrogatories.
Thank you, Judge. All right, if you take a look at what I marked as 2, 3, and 4.
Okay, these are his interrogatories. She's showing him right now. You
Just see
reading
if you
these?
recognize those.
Describe each instance where you had relations. Describe each instance.
do.
Identify all occasions.
And are those, that's your divorce complaint, and then your 2021 interrogatory and your 2023 interrogatory, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are they a fair and accurate representation of what is filed in that case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd move to admit those into evidence, Judge.
And this is 2, 3, and 4?
It's 2, 3, and 4, yes.
All right. Any objection from the state?
The divorce, I don't it's on the district.
No objection to 3 and 4, and subject to Ms. Merchant's representation that 2 is a filing of divorce. I just don't, the divorce complaint, I don't have that in front of me, but subject to that representation, no objection.
All right. And by show of hands, any objection from other defense counsel? Seeing none, defendants 2, 3, and 4. This should be Romans. Well, we'll just call them 2, 3, and 4 admitted without objection.
Okay, so the interrogatories are coming
So
in.
that interrogatory that you filed in 2023, that's the one where you said no, that you didn't have any documents relating to the purchase of gifts, that you had a romantic relationship with someone, right?
Which interrogatory are you talking
Number
about?
4, 2023.
Which number in the interrogatory?
Number 4.
So which number interrogatory are you referring to?
4.
It's defendant's exhibit number 4.
I have defendant's exhibit 4 here.
Uh-huh.
Which number interrogatory are we referring to?
Oh, which number out of the questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on. It is number 20, 24, 25, 26, basically, all of those.
There are a lot of interrogatories.
Ms. Merchant, does it have a number 24? Can you point me to it? No.
Oh, which was you?
Here's one example
Oh, this one.
of what Nathan Wade said. Here's what it actually looks like.
Oh, sorry.
So here,
It's supposed to be number. Wait, where?
Have you kissed? Have you rubbed the buttocks? Have you rubbed the breasts? Okay, this is what one interrogatory looks like. He wrote none.
I guess they're all numbered one, so.
Yeah, they are all numbered one.
Number one, number one
One.
again,
Yep. One.
and then the
one.
third number one.
One. One.
Perhaps you could find the page number or something. so
He
the
didn't
witness
put page
knows.
numbers on. He didn't put anything on, we filed it at all.
Yeah, your lawyer did it. Talk to your lawyer. Why'd he name every one of them one?
I don't know how to tell you what number one, because when you responded, you put number one on all of them.
You
So
just point to it.
So he's playing dumb now. Why'd your lawyer put one on every single interrogatory?
this one,
He's just playing dumb right now, you know.
this one, I'm talking about this number one where it's tapped. There's two number ones that are tapped,
Okay,
and there's no page number, but it is the second page.
all right.
They're asking if you have any receipts for restaurants, hotels, bars, things like that.
The first number one,
I believe it's the second number one.
the second number one.
Come on, Nathan. Come on. Come on, brother.
Okay,
They're all number one.
So it asks you if you have any receipts for things like restaurants, bars, hotels, things like that, where you accompanied a member of the other sex romantic partner, correct?
Yeah, right here.
it says identify any and all occasions.
Yep, right here.
Okay.
Where you entertained,
And so
bars, pubs, hotels, person,
that's right with you.
entertainment.
It says to identify any and all occasions where you entertained a member of the other sex, okay, who's not related to blood,
Mhm.
and including dining, drinking, restaurants, bars, pubs, hotels,
right all
all
there.
of that.
We read this
Okay.
earlier.
And what was your answer to that?
Right here. None. None. You can read it. It's right there. None. Come on, Nathan.
None.
There-
None. Okay. So May 30th, 2023, you prepared this document,
I did,
submitted it,
I did.
and it says none as far as entertaining a member of the opposite sex.
It does,
Okay.
Is that
No
a-
hotels, no bars, no restaurants.
correct.
Okay. You again updated that. Let's see. You updated it on
That was May 2023.
December 22nd, 2023. And I'm going to mark that as defendant's number 5, and I have copies. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you updated it once again on January 26th, 2024, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there's that one. May I approach the witness again, Judge?
Is that what you're marking as Defense Exhibit 6?
Yes, Judge. I'm marking number 6 is the January 26th, 2024 interrogatory. And then that one. And then number 5 is the December 22nd, 2023 interrogatory response.
All right. Are you tendering those at this time?
Yes, I am.
All right. Any objection from any counsel to Defense Exhibit 5 and 6?
Yes, Judge.
No objection.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Seeing none others.
Okay.
Luckily, I have tons for you. So now that you have those, let's just talk about those for a minute. Those were verified, so sworn under oath.
Mhm.
Okay. And one of them was December 22nd, and then of this last year, so last December, and then one was just recently submitted in January, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, man.
In May 10th, 2023, Judge Thompson heard a motion to compel in your divorce case as well, correct?
Yes.
And you were actually held in willful contempt.
Yeah, I'm going to object to the relevance of.
Ms. Merchant.
His credibility is relevant, Judge, and if he was held in willful contempt for failing to provide answers and documents, I think that's relevant to this court.
How is that a prior false act or crime of conviction or anything else allowed for impeachment under the rules of evidence?
I'm not offering it as a prior bad act or something like that. I'm offering it towards his credibility, Judge, which you get to determine. If he's made misrepresentations in these pleadings, you're here to determine whether or not he's telling the truth or not. So if another court has held him in contempt and that's part of the divorce proceeding, I think it's relevant.
But just contempt generally can be for many different things. But a failure to produce is not necessarily a false act, right?
Right, and he's welcome to explain that.
He may not have to. Ms. Cross.
I object to the relevance of that. That's clearly not a proper impeachment we're going pretty far afield into divorce matters that don't have any direct relevance to anything that's pending before the court, subject to the relevance.
He was being dishonest to the other
All right,
court.
not saying that being a proper grounds for impeachment, it's sustained.
All right, so he's keeping the
Let's talk about this December 22nd,
keeping the divorce stuff
2023
out.
verification. I tabbed it for you.
The contempt
Again,
in
they
the other
asked
divorce
you
proceeding.
if you had any documentations.
Don't really like that at all,
showing
but
proof of this relationship, proof of any relationship, correct?
I'm going to object to the phrasing of that question. I don't believe that's an accurate read of the interrogatory.
All right, let's be precise, Ms. Merchant.
And you, please read it. I want to make sure I'm accurate. Please read it.
Which number?
This one actually has a number. I tabbed it for you, so you should be able to open right to the page. It's number 22. The question specifically is if you have any tangible evidence of any nature in your possession or control, or any other person or entity which relates to any manner of your activities to any person with whom you've had a sexual relationship during your marriage. Tangible evidence is notes, cards, letters, photos, films, recordings, documents, tapes, video recordings, receipts, invoices, and other tangible evidence.
Yes,
Okay. And you answered that you did not have any documents to that effect, correct?
correct.
And that was on December 22nd, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
You updated those responses again after the motion to disqualify was filed, though, correct?
by Ashleigh.
When was the motion filed?
January 8th, 2024, when
Your
I
case.
filed the motion to disqualify you and alleged that you had a romantic relationship with Miss Willis.
Yes, ma'am.
After that, you updated these responses, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
And
he
so
did.
your new responses, you now changed your answer from that you didn't have any of this to you're asserting the privilege under 24-5-505, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right there it is.
And both of these are under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
That's his interrogatory.
You also updated your
None
response to the question
updated.
about spending time with someone other than your spouse for dinner, drinks, things at restaurants, bars, hotels, or the other person's home, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So in December of 2023, you said no to all that. And then in January, after I filed my motion, you said privilege to all that, Fifth Amendment privilege.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I got busted, yeah.
And just to be clear, was it,
Sorry, I'm going to object the characterization of Fifth Amendment privilege. I think it was a statutory privilege and that's
That's what I was
quite
just-
different.
that's what I was just about to ask him. So that privilege covers infamy or Fifth Amendment privilege, correct?
So it was a privacy privilege is what I updated my response to do. Once
Okay.
you filed your motion to intervene in my divorce
Privacy,
action,
not staying silent,
I
right?
then figured that you were in talks with my former wife's divorce lawyer.
Okay.
And because of that, I asserted a privacy privilege because I didn't want the proceedings of my divorce to bleed over into the proceedings in this case, which is the case that obviously you're involved in.
So your answers in December of 2023 that you didn't have any documents about any travel that you took with Miss Willis, that wasn't true though, correct?
They didn't ask me about any documents regarding Miss Willis.
A romantic partner. They asked you for documents regarding a romantic partner. So I'm sorry, I inserted Miss Willis's name. Let me rephrase the question. They asked you for documents about travel with a romantic partner in December 2023. And you under oath said you did not have any of those, correct?
I did not.
Okay.
And they asked me about gifts.
Right.
I've never purchased a gift. for Miss Willis.
Hotels.
And they asked you about
airline.
receipts for dinner,
Yes.
receipts for drinks, hotels,
Yes,
bars, and
hotels.
restaurants. And you said you did not have any of those.
I did not and do not have any receipts for any of those things.
We
Okay.
see,
And
we
part
saw
of the
them.
civil discovery, they say that even if you don't have it in your pocket, if it's within your purview, you got to get it and give
Yeah.
it to them, correct?
It's in your bank
I'm
records.
going to object again to the relevance of the questions about the scope of civil discovery. I think she's asked him about statements he made in pleadings. The answers are already in the record and
All right, to the extent you're trying to establish a prior mistruth, Ms. Merchant, I'll allow you to ask a few more follow-ups, but if it's not there, we have to move on.
Thank you. So in 2023, December, you said you didn't have any receipts,
I do not have any receipts. I did not have any receipts.
but you did travel with Miss Willis in 2023, correct?
I did.
And you traveled with her in 2022, correct?
I did.
And you traveled with her in 2021, correct?
No.
So you only traveled with her in 2022 and 2023.
2022 and 2023 is what I recall.
That's what you recall?
Yes,
Okay. So you just don't remember if you traveled with her in 2021?
2022 and 2023 is what I recall.
Is what you recall. My question is, did you travel with her in 2021?
I don't recall.
I'm not recalling any travel in
Yeah, there you go.
2021.
So it's not yes or no, you just don't remember?
I'm not recalling any travel in 2021.
So you did not travel with her in 2021?
Your
No,
Honor.
but this has been covered. Let's keep going.
Thank you.
He's being
Let's see, you,
squirmy. Very
you filed an
squirmy.
affidavit in this case, correct?
But he's not that good at
I
it.
did.
Okay, and I marked that already and gave it to the state, as number 1. So that's exhibit number 1. May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. In that affidavit, you swore under oath, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that affidavit, you swore that, well, first of all, do you recognize the affidavit?
I do.
Okay. Did you sign the affidavit under oath?
I did.
And you gave this affidavit specifically to refute the allegations that I had raised.
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody forced you to sign this?
No, ma'am.
Fanny?
You chose to sign it?
Fanny make you
did.
do it?
And you signed it on purpose to admit into court
I
to
did.
refute allegations?
I did.
You signed it specifically to prove that you were not in a relationship with Willis prior to November 2021, correct?
Correct.
And you were a lawyer when you signed it?
I was.
And you're still a lawyer today, correct?
I am.
When
For
were
the
you
time
barred?
being.
1999.
And you believe that your relationship with Miss Willis is subject to attorney-client privilege, correct?
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. I don't think that's factually correct. I don't think that's a relevant question, and I don't think it's appropriate to question this witness about the scope of his attorney-client privilege. He's got an attorney who can speak for him for that, but questioning the witness, I think, is inappropriate.
All right, so a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
The question is simply that does he believe there's a relationship that exists in terms of attorney-client privilege between him and Miss Willis? Is that accurate,
Yes,
Ms.
Judge.
Merchant?
It was. I asked
Okay.
if he believed his relationship with Miss Willis is subject to attorney-client privilege.
Yeah, his
Okay, I don't see why yes or no would be barred.
Maybe I'm not understanding the question. If the question is, does Mr. Wade and District Attorney Willis have an attorney-client relationship?
It is not.
There's no foundation for that. If the question to the witness is, does his relationship with District Attorney Willis impact his attorney-client relationship with his divorce attorneys? That I don't think is an appropriate question for that witness. First, first, I believe is a proper phrasing. The second, I think there's been a representation that Mr. Wade preserves and doesn't waive anything. And so I think asking him particular questions in order to potentially backdoor a waiver is inappropriate, and that's my objection.
All right, if we're just trying to, again, assess where a privilege does or does not exist,
Yeah,
and we're not
exactly.
actually getting into it,
Exactly.
I think we can establish those, parameters, but Ms. Merchant, can you rephrase the question based on that concern and we'll see where we are?
Yes. Do you believe, that your relationship with Miss Willis is subject to an attorney-client privilege? Not if you and Miss Willis have one, but do you believe that that relationship is subject to one?
I'm going to object to that question as it's phrased. In what context? Any conversation with his attorneys is privileged. That I think is clear. What's not clear to me from that question is Ms. Merchant asking in the context of your communication with your attorneys? Is that or outside that context? Is it?
Right. And Ms. Merchant, I think we need to figure out what are we getting at with this? I'm really
I'm just
not
trying to figure out if
understanding.
he thought that their relationship is subject to an attorney-client privilege. I mean, it's
I don't
been
know what's so
asserted. I think it's
complicated
going to
about
be
that.
asserted, and that was all I was asking.
In
I
any
mean,
way.
the actions themselves wouldn't be at issue. It's more
If someone
communications.
someone saw them, someone had knowledge of it. Is that
Right.
attorney-client privilege? I want
All right.
to.
Well, I guess I would find his legal opinion on this isn't relevant. We can deal with that as it comes up. So sustained.
In 2022, in this affidavit, you swore that you and Willis developed a personal relationship.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that didn't develop until 2022, correct?
That's correct.
And that's different from what you said in your pleading in May 2023 in the divorce case, correct?
No, ma'am.
In May 2023, when you were asked if you had if you'd had any affairs, essentially, and you said none.
That's correct.
Okay. So in May, you said you had not, in May 2023, in the divorce case, you said you had not had a personal relationship, an affair, a romantic relationship with anyone.
That's correct.
But you told
you
this
just
court
did.
in the affidavit that you did have one that started in 2022. So that would have been ongoing at 2023.
So here, I think there's a distinction, if you'd allow me to explain.
Please.
The interrogatory asked the question during the course of your marriage.
Or to date, it actually says. or to
I'm
date.
going to request that the witness be permitted to answer.
Mr. Wade.
So my marriage was irretrievably broken in 2015, ma'am, by agreement. My wife and I agreed
go.
that once she had the affair in 2015, that we'd get a divorce. We didn't get a divorce immediately because my children were still in school.
And you didn't have a
I
contract with
refused to
Fani yet.
allow
Yeah.
them to grow up without their father at the time. So
Yeah.
we waited.
Right.
We
Until you
waited
got the
until
contract.
the youngest graduated and we dropped her off at college and then filed for the divorce.
November 1st, he signed a
So,
contract with Fani.
If you're
November
asking
2nd,
me
he
about
filed
the
for divorce.
interrogatory as it relates to having
Sure.
the 2022 relationship with District Attorney Willis, I'm going to say because my marriage was irretrievably broken, I was free to have a relationship.
So the question, though, was if you had had a relationship. And in 2023, you said you did not. And that is different than what you said in this affidavit, correct?
No, ma'am. I said during the course of my marriage. So in
So you believed it
2015,
too.
Let him finish, Ms. Merchant.
so in 2015, my marriage was irretrievably broken. So I did not have
It's just
a
love.
relationship with anyone during the course of my marriage.
And in that interrogatory, they asked you if you had any receipts for travel with someone of the other sex up until the time you were answering. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you didn't. You've already testified to that earlier. But in this affidavit, you said you swore that you had travel expenses and shared expenses on travel with Ms. Willis.
Yes. The
Again,
affidavit to the criminal court was different from the
During
divorce.
the course of my marriage, I had no relationship or receipts.
I'm not asking about during the course of your marriage.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness be allowed to answer the question.
Yes, continue. I have no problem with him answering.
Okay. As it relates to receipts today, I don't have any receipts, ma'am.
Yes,
So you don't have any travel receipts available to you for any travel that you did with Ms. Willis?
I don't have any receipts. No, ma'am.
We literally
no
read them.
receipts that so you used your business credit card for these trips, correct?
I use my business credit card for everything.
Okay. Yes, you did.
And you probably write it
Used
off.
for your kids'
Yeah.
tuition.
Yes, ma'am.
Tax crimes.
Used it for personal travel with Ms. Willis.
Yes, ma'am.
Business
And
credit
you
card.
have receipts from those business credit cards that you have to file with your taxes, correct?
No, ma'am.
No.
I filed a statement. I turn over the statement, and whatever's there on the statement, the accountant
Okay.
looks at it, and the accountant says, okay, this is personal, goes over here. This is business, goes over here. Here are your taxes.
So you have those statements. We'll call them statements instead of receipts. You have those statements, correct?
I have the statement, yes, ma'am.
And you didn't
But
put
when you
those in.
answered the interrogatory under oath, you said you did not have anything to show the records of travel with Ms. Willis.
I answered the question. I had no receipts, ma'am.
You had no receipts, but you had statements.
I ordered the statement, yes, ma'am.
You did order the statement.
I did.
Okay. And so we're just talking to semantics between invoice and statements or receipt. I'm sorry.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to the argumentative tone of the question. I believe it's been asked and answered several times.
All right, sustain.
Let's see.
Receipts versus statements.
You also in this affidavit said that no funds paid to you for compensation as your role as special counsel was shared with Willis, correct?
That's correct.
And that you never cohabitated with Willis, correct?
That's correct.
By cohabitation, does that mean that you never spent the night with Willis?
I spent the night with her during
Okay.
travel. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay.
you did.
And so I just want to qualify your use of the term cohabitation. That means you didn't live together,
That's correct.
but you did spend the night together.
Yes.
When was the first time you spent the night together?
Your Honor,
That's the subject of his affidavit, Judge.
Yeah. She does not like.
Right, but it might not be the subject of this hearing. So the question is the nature and extent of the relationship. And so if they just spent the night on a single occasion, I don't think we're going to document in detail every single time that happens.
And I don't intend to do that, Judge, but I think what is relevant is when the relationship started. And that's what you had indicated on.
Well, why don't we start with that question and go from there?
And that's what I asked, when the first time he spent the night with her was. That's what I asked.
That's a different question, isn't it?
Okay, so let's not talk about when you spent the night. When did your romantic relationship with Miss Willis begin?
2022,
When in 2022?
early 2022.
So you were appointed in November of 2021,
Yes, ma'am.
and your relationship started early. What's early? January, February?
Around March.
Around March.
Hmm.
But you
Doesn't
two
remember
met
their
at
first
an
date?
October 2019 judicial conference, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And describe your relationship at that point then.
Which point?
2019.
So I was at a judicial conference to teach a course, if you will, to newer judges. I did that in 2019. As I was exiting the conference, another judge was standing outside who was a friend of mine.
Fani?
I stopped and exchanged pleasantries with her. And standing, talking to her at the time was then Judge Willis. She introduced us at that time. We shook hands, exchanged business cards, and I got into my vehicle and left the conference. So that meeting was probably
Did you know Fani before
3
that?
minutes.
Okay. When was the next time you talked to her?
Didn't talk to her again, probably maybe a month or a month and a half had gone by.
Okay. So you talked to her November maybe?
Maybe.
On the phone?
On the phone.
Okay. How regularly did you speak with her in 2021 on the phone?
In 2021.
I'm sorry, 2019. I'm so sorry. 2019. How frequently did you speak with her on the phone?
2019, after the meeting, I probably talked to her 2 or 3 times. She would have questions. I was the district rep for the particular district that I sat in. And the judges would, when they would have questions, they sometimes would go to the rep. So she was outside of my district, but she would call me. She felt comfortable calling me to ask me the questions.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know the racial makeup of certain benches, but it wasn't very diverse. So she felt comfortable calling me for advice.
Of course.
And she did that. And we had also in common that she was starting a private law practice at the time, and I'd already had mine up and going, and we talked about balancing the demands of the bench with that private practice. So we didn't talk that often, but when she had questions, mostly legal issues that would come up, she would call me.
I just want to make sure, because my question was just how many times, and you said 2 to 3 times, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And in 2022, how frequently did you speak in 2022? This is before you were appointed.
I'm sorry, perhaps Ms. Merchant's, your timeline, 2022?
I'm sorry, 2020. 2020. How frequently did you speak in 2020?
2020, it was more frequent than 19, obviously, but
More frequent. Can you tell me approximately a month how often you think you spoke with her on the phone?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the granular detail. I think Mr. Wade can certainly answer however he wants to, but if we're going to go through every time we spoke on the phone, as opposed to generally characterizing the relationship, it would
That's basically what she
be
asked.
more detailed than is necessary.
Judge, I'm not going to go through every time they spoke on the phone. I'm asking for generally how frequently they spoke.
Yeah.
I think at that level, that's fine. Overruled.
About how frequently did you speak in 2020?
per month.
I mean, if it was 2 or 3 times that entire year, you can tell me that. If
Oh, no,
it
no,
was
no.
more than that, then you can quantify it by month.
No. We spoke on the telephone often. I mean, I don't know how many, I couldn't give you a
Daily?
amount of time.
Couple
because
times a
remember,
week?
COVID happened and the world was shut down. But,
COVID bunk buddy, yeah.
So we spoke on the phone more than 2019, definitely.
Okay, let's qualify it. Before her election in 2020, how frequently did you speak?
You mean as she was campaigning?
Before
Daily?
the election? Before, yes, as she was
Weekly?
campaigning, before she was elected.
It's two different animals.
As she was campaigning before she was elected.
Okay, so during the course of her campaign, we didn't talk as much, obviously, because she was busy. Fulton County is a large jurisdiction
Yeah,
to
it's
cover.
big.
So we didn't talk a whole lot, but she did know that I'd gone through the election process. So when things would come up that she had questions about, she would call me and ask me. So
And just to be fair,
sometimes it would
I'm
be
only,
Ms. Merchant.
Judge, actually, he's not
So-
asked and answered. And I mean, I don't mind him explaining, but I just wanted to know how many times. I mean, if we talk about every conversation they talked about,
You gotta let him finish his sentence, and then if you need to redirect him or have me direct him, I can. Mr. Wade, you can continue.
Yes, sir. So sometimes it would be like a 3-second call. She would go, during your election, have you ever seen this? And I would say, no, but here's what I would do. And we'd hang up. She had a lot of professionals working for her, but she trusted my judgment. So she called me and it'd be brief conversation, but.
Okay, how many times?
so my question was, how frequently did you speak with her prior to her election? Frequently? Infrequently?
Daily, weekly?
More than 2019, but it wasn't a everyday thing, no.
In 2021, before you were appointed in November, so January to November 2021, the only time I'm talking about, how frequently did you speak with Ms. Willis on the phone?
In 2021, then it became frequent.
Frequent.
Yes,
But you did not work at the DA's office at that point, correct?
I did not.
Things are getting spicy. Things are starting to warm
So
up
the
in
affidavit that you
2021.
submitted,
Said 2022.
you showed on it, you submitted one record that showed that Ms. Willis had paid a couple $100s for one flight, correct?
Say again?
The affidavit that you submitted to this court
Mm-hmm.
showed that Ms. Willis had paid for one flight several $100s. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. I think that, are you drawing a distinction for her paying for a flight or for her actually booking a flight? Because those are two separate things.
I will re-ask it.
Okay.
The affidavit you filed in this court,
Mhm.
you alleged that Ms. Willis paid for one flight. Paid for one flight, correct?
No, ma'am.
You
No,
did not
ma'am.
allege she paid for one flight.
No, ma'am. What I allege is that our travel was split roughly evenly. So where you see I have booked a flight or I've paid for a flight with my credit card, what you don't see is that she covered her own flight reimbursement to me. The flights that you see here are the flights that she would have booked with her own resources, with her own card.
And there's one flight, correct?
In your records, in your
One flight
affidavit.
reflecting that she
You submitted
actually
one
booked.
flight.
Ms. Merchant, let him finish and then you can redirect him.
One flight that she actually booked, yes. The other flights I booked, she paid for.
So he covered airfare, she
So-
covered food or something,
The
one of those.
affidavit, you submitted one flight that she booked and paid for.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor,
Thank you.
I'm going to object to the phrasing of that question. The line in the affidavit is not as Ms. Merchant is representing it. It said examples of the District Attorney Willis purchasing plane tickets for she and I with her personal funds were attached as an exhibit. It certainly did not represent that it was the only
Like
example of
exhaustive.
the District Attorney purchasing flights for Mr. Wade or for compensating other travel.
All right, understand, Ms. Cross. I think that's something it's now on the record, but also something you can take on cross.
And just so everybody's clear, all I asked you is your affidavit, you submitted proof of one flight that she paid for and booked. That's all I'm asking,
Yes.
correct?
With the explanation, yes, ma'am.
That's all I needed. You said in the affidavit that you roughly shared travel though, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this roughly sharing travel, you're saying she reimbursed you.
She did.
And where did you deposit the money she reimbursed you?
Oh, it's cash. She didn't give me a check.
Cash.
So she paid you cash for her share of all these vacations.
Mr. Schaefer, you'll step out if you do that again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so all of the vacations
left.
that she took, she paid you cash for.
Yes, ma'am.
Cash.
And you purchased all of these vacations on your business credit card, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you included those in deductions on your taxes, correct?
No, ma'am.
No, you did not.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll get to that in just a minute then. Let's see.
Cash. Wild. Fanny's got
So
like
the only thing that you
$100
have
bills.
actual documentary proof, not cash.
Here you
is
go.
This one receipt that you attached to the affidavit, is that correct?
Your Honor, I object to that question. That is a mischaracterization of the assertion that is in the affidavit.
I'm asking.
So then he can deny it.
Yeah.
I think he can
Thank you.
fend for himself. Ms. Merchant.
Is this the only written proof that you have of a trip she paid for?
That I have?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you submitted the one piece of written evidence that you have that she paid for something. Everything else is in cash. Is that accurate?
No.
That's not accurate. Okay. Please tell me, what other receipts do you have then that show that she paid for things?
I don't have them.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the only receipt that you have to show that she paid for travel.
That I have. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yikes.
In your divorce case, you filed a domestic relations financial affidavit, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The first one you filed was in January 2022, right?
Thereabout. Yes, ma'am.
And those are under oath?
Yes.
And you also filed corporate taxes in 2022, correct?
Yeah.
And tell me about your business. Do you have a partnership or are you a solo practitioner?
As it stands today?
Yes.
So today, I have a separate PC. My law partner has his own separate PC.
Okay.
So, but we're under the same umbrella, under the same roof. So we share expenses, we share income, and we split it.
So are you a partnership?
We are a partnership in the sense of we share expenses.
Are you legally a
we
partnership?
share income.
Are you registered with the state of Georgia as a partnership?
There you go.
So
No.
the WBC firm that included myself, Terrence Bradley, and Christopher Campbell, we were registered with the Secretary of State as a partnership
But this company.
for a short period of time. When
That was dissolved, though, right, in 2023?
I'm going to object to the witness answer his question.
Mr. Wade, do you have something else to add there?
I did, when things happened and we excused Mr. Bradley from that partnership, it left Christopher Campbell and myself. So now you have two separate PCs under the same umbrella, sharing expenses and income.
Okay. So let me just narrow down my questions then. Are you registered? And have you been registered at any time in the state of Georgia as Wade and Campbell?
Wade, no ma'am.
You've never been registered as a partnership?
As Wade and Campbell, no
Wade
ma'am.
and Campbell, yes, thank you.
But as Wade Bradley Campbell, yes ma'am.
Wade Bradley Campbell was registered on April 1st, 2021, and administratively dissolved on September 8th, 2023, correct?
Yes ma'am.
Other than that partnership, you have always been registered as law office of Nathan Wade,
Yes ma'am.
not with Chris Campbell.
Correct.
Thank you. So the affidavit that you filed in your divorce case, the first one in 2022, I think I'm up to number 7. I'm going to just show you, give you a group of exhibits so we don't have to go back and forth. I'm marking the 2022 as 7. I'm marking the 2024 as 8. I'm marking the credit card statements as 9,
We're following the money now, yeah.
and your taxes as 10.
So you,
I'm gonna-
It's-
I object to taxes, because of the relevance of them at this point.
well, you just said you didn't
Relevance
deduct
of
anything.
this entire business structure doesn't seem clear to me as either impeaching or relevant to the issues at the courts, under the court's consideration. But insofar as we're talking about tax returns and other things like that, certainly that's,
He said he used his
should be
business
redacted,
card for
and,
everything.
I would object to the
And that
relevance
was-
of it.
I agree they should be redacted. I don't agree to the relevance, but I haven't tried to tender them yet, Judge. I'm just marking them right now so that everyone can follow.
All right. And what is the eventual relevance that you were getting at here?
Well, I'm going to ask him because one of the things that we have to show in this case is a personal and financial interest. So, and he's talked about how he was reimbursed for these things. And so I have a right to go into the veracity of those statements.
Yeah, he explained the cash transactions.
So let's see, 7, 8.
Did you put that in your taxes? Are you
9.
counting that as income, or did you what'd you do with that cash?
And then, all right. So right now I'm just
We
going to
talked
show
about
you
it.
what I've marked as these exhibits.
Ms. Merchant, may I see what you're showing?
Oh, yeah, of course. They're all from the USB drive I gave you.
Nathan's a little parched. Somebody bring that man some water.
You have a copy? Not other than the drive I gave you. And I'm just. May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Showing you what I marked as 7, 8, 9, and 10.
All right,
You have them for your reference.
all right.
So, so these are sworn. I'm first going to ask you about the domestic relations financial affidavit. These are sworn. They're filed under oath, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think we've seen
And
these
the most
documents.
recent one that you filed was filed on January 26, 2024.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So a few weeks ago.
Yes, ma'am.
And in that one, you said that you made $9,500 each month, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not true.
You said that in 2022, well, in 2022, in this case alone, isn't it true you were paid $303,000?
Not
Over
120 grand.
$303,000.
I was paid?
Yes, in this case, Fulton County, by Fulton County.
I see where you're going. So,
And Judge, I just
In
asked
a-
him to answer the question. If he wants to explain it, I've got no problem with
All right.
that.
Mr. Wade, just listen to the question asked and just answer the question asked. And if
In 2022, isn't it true you were paid over $300,000?
no, ma'am, that is not true.
You were not paid over $300,000 by Fulton County.
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay, how much were you paid in 2022 then?
So, what I was beginning to explain was
It's going to be gross
Fulton
versus
County
net.
wrote a check to my firm.
Yeah,
Okay.
gross versus net.
What happens at that point is
I got to pay
the
everybody.
checks are then deposited. As you have the bank statements, you see that. And then they are dispersed between the three of us. So there was Mr. Bradley, there was Mr. Wade, and there was Christopher Campbell. A third, a third, a third. So when you ask me if I was paid $300,000, the answer is no. I got a third of that went to my personal firm. Now, once the money was distributed to my personal firm, obviously the expenses come out of that, and I get at the end of the day whatever the profit is.
Gross versus net.
So I did not get $300,000.
Yeah,
No, ma'am.
No.
And let me just clarify. My
Definitely
question was
not.
not, did you put in your pocket $300,000? My question was the law firm of Nathan Wade paid over $300,000 in the year 2022?
Again, a third of that came to the law firm of Nathan Wade.
So you're saying that the law firm of Nathan Wade did not receive checks from Fulton County government over $300,000 in the year 2022.
That's a different question.
That's not,
A
actually.
third of the 300,000 came to Nathan Wade.
He's mincing words.
Okay.
Came to Nathan Wade. She asked about your
Again,
law
I'm not
firm.
asking what went in your pocket.
Yeah, hello. It's not
I'm
complicated.
asking, was the law firm of Nathan Wade paid over $300,000 in 2022?
I'm just asking answers.
He has not answered it.
I know, but I think
Okay.
we're dancing around the
Yeah,
point
he's not
there.
answered it.
So final time, Ms. Merchant.
That's fine. I can move on, Judge. Thank you. So you said that they were dispersed amongst all of you, or put into an account with all of you. So it's your testimony that for 2022, every check you received from Fulton County government went into an operating account with you, Bradley, and Campbell.
No. That's not what I testified to.
Kind
So
of is.
the Wade, Bradley, and Campbell firm established an account when we decided to purchase a building in 2022. At that point, every piece of income that came into the entity went into that account.
Okay.
And then after expenses were paid, it was split a third, right?
After expenses
Once
on your
that
credit
was
card?
dissolved, then the funds would go into a different account, my account, one of my accounts.
Okay.
And then I would disperse the funds between now Attorney Campbell and myself, 1/2 and 1/2.
Okay.
Make sense?
It does. Let me be more direct then. So the Synovus operating account that you had for Wade, Bradley, and Campbell,
Yes, ma'am.
the checks from Fulton County from January of 2022 until June 17th, 2022, those checks were deposited in that operating account.
Yes, ma'am.
Starting on July 15th, 2022, the checks you received from Fulton County up until May 26th, 2022, all went into an escrow account that you had at Fifth Third Bank, correct?
No, not all of them. Some
Not
of
all of them?
Some of them, yes.
So it's your testimony that some of your checks from July 15th, 2022 up until May 26th, 2023, some of them went into an account outside of Fifth Third Bank?
Your Honor, I'm object to the relevance of the.
He's hiding
financial
money and she has to
transactions.
prove a financial interest.
How much money you made is highly relevant in this case. It's the personal financial business.
Yes.
And where the money was. And I mean, it's just a follow up on other things that he's testified to.
And why is how much money he made relevant?
Because he represented it's very relevant. He filed an affidavit with the court saying, with another court, he told another judge that he made $9,500 a month. That's what he swore to. And
All right, so this entire inquiry is just to establish that prior and consistent statement.
yes,
All right. I'll give you a minute or two more to
Okay.
try that, but we're
Great.
gonna have to move on.
thank you. So I know you're saying that you only got a third of the $300,000, but you were paid the firm was paid over $300,000 in 2022, correct?
So, Ms. Merchant, it's not what I'm saying. They're numbers. They're there. It's the truth. The funds were paid. They were divvied between the three
So
of us.
just say yes then.
Going into an operating account, expenses paid out of it.
Okay.
At the end of that, the 9,000 figure is what you have. Yes, ma'am.
And let's see, prior to when you filed for divorce in November 2021, you would use Mr. Bradley's credit card to pay for things with Miss Willis, correct? And then pay him back in cash.
I've never used Mr. Bradley's credit card in my
You've
life.
never used his credit card
Never.
for transactions to anything with Miss Willis, out to dinner, anything like that? Hotels?
I've never used Mr. Bradley's credit card. I've never used
Interesting.
anyone else's credit card.
Interesting.
Not even my father's, and we have the same name.
And you'd pay back, if you ever did use someone's credit card, you'd pay back in cash though, correct?
Ma'am, I've never used someone else's credit card.
Look at Ashley's face. She's like, I got some evidence to show differently.
Can you take a look at the bank records that I gave you? It's the largest tab you have.
For the record, which exhibit is this?
It is exhibit, hold on, Judge.
It's awfully
Exhibit
nice of
9.
Nathan to do all the work on the case and then
It
give
should be
his
the
law
largest
partners
section,
2/3 of it. Isn't that nice?
Your Honor, before there starts,
Yeah.
any questions from the exhibits haven't been tendered and I maintain my relevance objection.
All right, let's see what the next question is, and maybe then that objection is going to be highly relevant.
Now, remember that Wade's law firm during the entire, this is the Trump prosecution.
Is that an accurate copy of your Capital One statements that you provided in discovery to, is that an accurate reflection of your Capital One records?
That I provided in discovery to whom?
To your divorce lawyers or that you provided in the divorce proceeding?
Is the question, does he recognize it by sight?
I'm
I think-
asking if it's his statements, bank
I
statements.
think that is the question.
Well, I mean, it's a thick document, but I believe you if you say that this is what my wife's divorce lawyer gave you. I believe it.
Your name's on every page of that document, correct?
On every page?
Pretty much every page, if not every page.
No, it's not on every page, no ma'am.
They're all Capital One bank records.
They
showing-
are.
Okay. Just take your time, look through it. Tell me if there's anything that you think is not yours.
No, they appear to be.
Okay. And those bank records show that you paid for travel with Miss Willis.
So he's probably got like
Your
like
Honor, I'm going to
$10,000 of
relevance
cash.
of these documents and the,
Well, I think, are you tendering exhibit 9?
I'm going to, Judge, and they're highly relevant to the whole
Well, you've
reason.
asked him a question about the contents of them, and they haven't been admitted yet. So why don't we start there?
Thanks. Those show travel that you and Miss Willis took.
Well, so you're asking about the contents of something that hasn't been admitted yet, right?
Well, I'm asking him if that's what it shows because I know that they're going to object on relevance.
Well, first we got to say if it's, you've authenticated it, perhaps. And before we get into other details of what's in it, I think
I can
it needs
tender
to be
them. That's
admitted.
fine. I move to admit them.
All right,
object on relevance.
on relevance. All right, and on that, overruled. Ms.
All right,
Merchant.
there we
Thank
go.
Those records demonstrate that you paid for travel with yourself and Miss Willis, correct?
They should.
Okay. And let's just talk about that travel.
Okay.
The first trip is Belize in March 2023. Is that a trip that you took with Miss Willis?
Belize. They would
Are
never
you
go.
ask-
Did you take a trip with Miss Willis in 2023
To
to
Belize.
Belize?
I did.
Did you take a trip to California with Miss Willis in 2023?
I did.
Did
Napa
you
Valley.
pay for those trips on that credit card?
I used the credit card to book the travel, but understand.
She
that-
paid you back cash.
Well, let me say this. Let's take the Belize trip, for example, since
Okay.
you started there. That was a birthday gift to me, so I paid nothing for that trip. Zero.
Okay.
She
So
covered-
the charges that are on your card, she gave you cash for?
She did.
Okay. So all of the charges,
Excuse me, Your Honor, I believe the witness had finished answering the question.
oh, did you have more?
I did.
Okay.
I wanted to get into the charges on the
So he
card.
probably
because,
deposited fat
so
stacks of cash somewhere. Right?
traveling
Where
with
did that
her,
cash get deposited?
is a task. You can probably imagine the attention that happens. So
Fanny, it's a lot of
for
work
safety reasons,
hauling her around.
she would
Uh-huh.
limit her transactions.
Safety.
I mean, imagine trying to walk through an airport or sit at a restaurant or do anything.
She's so
so
famous, you know.
There's no attempt to conceal. It's a credit card. Everything is here. So
And
We know
that's
it's there.
not what I asked.
okay,
What I asked was the charges for Belize in March 2023 on that credit card. Those are things you purchased to go with Miss Willis to Belize.
those are things that we booked with my card that she
Yes.
paid. Yes,
Yes.
She
So
paid
those
for
show
it.
up on your credit card.
they do.
So where's that
And you're
cash being
saying that she
deposited?
paid you cash to reimburse you for all of that.
She did.
She did.
And she paid you cash for both of your portions or just hers?
Both.
Okay, so that trip, Belize, just Belize, she paid you for everything on Belize.
The entire trip.
Okay. So
Wow,
the
nice birthday
food,
present.
tattoo parlor, all that stuff, she paid for.
What tattoo'd you get?
I'm gonna. I'm sorry, maybe I didn't hear the question.
There was no tattoo parlor in Belize. Man.
The charges, there's a tattoo parlor on the charges. I'm not getting into what it was for. I'm just asking if everything that's on that card related to Belize, she paid you back for.
It was.
She paid for, yes, ma'am.
It was I love Fani right here, or maybe back here.
Let's talk about California.
I love
in May
Fani.
2023. You all went to California together.
Napa
Yes.
Valley, yeah.
And you booked plane tickets.
Yes,
And her name was on those plane tickets.
they were.
Yeah.
And so
Not
I know
hiding
you
that
said
one.
that you were worried about security and things like that, but that was in her name.
And she
When
went on
traveled,
the
she had to use
trip.
her name.
Oh, so the plane tickets, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you paid for those plane tickets and you paid for a hotel.
So again, the card, yes.
You used your credit card, and I'm not asking about after what happened. I'm asking, did
To
you
pay.
use your credit card to book your flight and hotel to California?
I did.
And
Fani gave him cash.
there's a lot of Ubers on there as well for California. Did you pay for those Ubers as well?
Yes.
Did
We
Miss
were
Wil-
in Napa.
And you're
Yeah,
saying that Miss
nice
Willis,
place.
are you saying that Miss Willis paid you back for that?
Yes.
Wow.
Did she pay for the entire trip or did she pay for her half of the trip?
The Napa trip,
Mhm.
she paid for the excursions.
Ah,
So
see?
the expenses sort of balanced out. I mean,
Yes, they
there was
balanced.
never, let me be clear, there was never a time when I would say, hey, I bought dinner. Dinner cost $25. You
Nothing
need to
costs
give me
$25. You can't get a turkey sandwich for
If you've ever
$25.
spent any time with Miss Willis, you understand that she's a very independent, proud woman.
I'd object.
And
Not-
So she's
Pretty hungry
going
probably,
to,
too.
Overruled, Mr. Wade.
so she's going to insist that she carries her own weight. And it
She
it
does.
actually
She definitely does.
was a point of contention between the two of us.
She certainly
She
does.
is going to pay her own way.
So let me re-ask the question to make sure that you answer it. A California trip that you paid for, are you saying that she did not pay you back for cash? Instead, she paid for excursions
Yeah.
and you believe that was roughly half.
You know, she gave me some cash, yes.
She
But
gave you
what I'm
some
saying is everything that we did when we got into Napa,
Mhm.
she paid for.
The trip that she booked on her credit card in Miami, did you pay her cash back for your half of that?
No,
So you never paid
No.
her back for the ticket she bought for you?
no. I would say I did pay her back because there were times
When he bought the excursions.
I would pay for dinner.
Okay.
She would pay for dinner. It would balance out.
Yeah.
But in a relationship, ma'am, you don't, particularly men, we don't go asking back for anything. So you're not keeping a
He's very
ledger
chivalrous.
of
What a
things
gentleman.
that you pay for versus the thing that she's paid for.
You don't keep a ledger.
Which is why I said that
Yeah.
it was a point of contention because she was very emphatic and adamant about this independent, strong woman thing. So she demanded that she pay her own way.
But she's the district attorney of Fulton County and she has to file financial disclosures disclosing any gifts with anybody
She
that
sure
she does
does.
business with in Fulton County, correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
We'll ask her about
Um,
that.
Let's talk about Tennessee. You booked a cabin in August 2023 and paid for a cabin in Tennessee. That's when you paid for it. I don't know when the trip was. Can you tell us about that?
August of 2023.
Tennessee.
You booked a trip for $1,481.54.
They were traveling so much he can't
Are
remember
Are
it.
you asking me, did I take that trip with Miss Willis, or are you asking me?
First, I was just asking you to acknowledge that that is correct from the records, that you
Oh.
paid for a cabin in Tennessee. Do you recall, and hopefully you can do it from your memory, do you recall paying for a cabin 6 months ago, $1,400.81 in Tennessee?
Not that
Where,
long
where,
ago.
where are we now? What page is that?
I'm just asking from your memory. Do you remember paying for a cabin in August?
Your
He's
Honor,
like,
if he's going to be asked about a particular transaction, then
You can answer whether he remembers or not.
Yeah.
I don't,
Mr. Wade, I'm not asking you to go through 1,000 pages of records. I'm asking if you remember paying for a cabin 6 months ago in Tennessee.
For $1,500.
no,
You remember booking a cabin?
I booked lots of cabins.
You do? They travel a
Did
lot.
you go to a cabin with Miss Willis ever?
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 Come on, man. See, he's trying to put the timeline in place. When did we go to that cabin? Was it before 2022 when I said we started our relationship? Was the cabin before or after the time? Did you go to a cabin? Come on. Why can't you answer that question?
Never gone to a cabin with Miss Willis.
Never went to a cabin.
You ever gone to Tennessee with Miss Willis?
Yes.
Okay. When was that?
He's going to say it wasn't a cabin. It was a house.
That was.
It was a house, not a cabin. Something
around
like that.
2022.
Better be 2022.
Early 2022.
Yeah, when your relationship
Early
was.
2022?
See, he was filling in the gaps, right?
Okay.
It was.
That's what he was doing.
It was a day trip
to Tennessee.
Okay, so you didn't spend the night.
So it was a day trip.
Okay.
We would drive there, have lunch, drive back.
To Tennessee.
The reason we would do that is because the attention, she couldn't get any peace of mind going locally. So
because she's so
we
famous,
get in my car and drive to someplace off the beaten path and have lunch and drive back.
Is that when you went to Feigning Goat with her?
Feigning
It's in
Goat.
Jasper, Georgia.
No, that's in Georgia. I don't recall going to Feigning Goat with her.
So the Tennessee day trips were only Tennessee.
You went to Tennessee.
Yes.
And
Okay.
came back.
Did you ever do these day trips in Georgia?
Do we drive anywhere in Georgia?
Yeah, you were
Of
talking
course.
about day
Yeah,
trips
we
going
drove-
out, and I'm talking about outside of the metro area. Day trips that you were just talking about. These trips you were talking about. The ones that you were. I'm only asking about the ones you were just talking about. Are all of those in Tennessee?
No, we drove to Alabama before.
Okay.
Back.
You drove to Alabama?
They're road trippers too. When did they get
did
any
you go
work
anywhere
done?
in Georgia? North Georgia.
Yeah, I'm going to object. If she wants to direct his attention in some way to a time frame or a location, then I think it might be easier for the
All
witness
right.
to accurately
Ms.
answer.
Merchant, I think if you don't have the specific details yourself,
Mhm.
we need to start getting into specifics or more maybe broadly phrased questions. We can't just be exploring around indefinitely.
Is it fair to say that you've taken so many trips with her you don't even really remember all the places you've gone?
So many trips.
You're having trouble remembering going if you went to North Georgia or not.
Were you asking me about specific places? And I want to be candid in my responses. So I have to jog my memory because these are places that I have frequented, but not with her. So I want to make certain that if there was ever a time that she accompanied me, that I was candid in that response.
Aruba, October 2022. And I've got business record certificate for these, Judge. It might be a little faster. But did you take a trip with her to Aruba in 2022?
Yes, ma'am. So that Aruba trip there was a package deal there. My mother had recently retired, and I decided to take my mother on a cruise.
Okay.
And the second leg after the cruise concluded, DA Willis and I went to Aruba. So that was all
Aruba.
one trip. if you will.
Aruba, Norwegian
Okay. So my
cruises,
question was, did
Napa.
you go with DA Willis to Aruba in 2022?
I did.
Thank you. And you paid for that trip using your business credit card, correct?
Thousands of dollars.
I did.
So she must have thousands
And
of dollars in
you-
cash.
Paid for a cruise as well, correct?
That's the cruise I was referencing with DA Willis, my mother, and myself.
Okay, and because there's two cruises, so let's just talk about the first one.
Okay.
So the first one was that's the one with your mother.
Yes.
And so you introduced DA Willis to your mother. That trip you
Wow,
also did
that's a
cruise together, the three
serious-
of you.
Yes.
That's a serious
After the cruise was
step.
done, you and DA Willis flew to Aruba together, and your mom flew home.
Yes,
And you paid for all of this with your credit card, on your business credit card.
I did.
And
All personal stuff on
are you saying that
business.
Miss Willis paid you cash back for that?
She did. Now,
And-
now, but let me make this distinction though. Because the number that you're looking at reflects the 3 people on the cruise ship. There were things that my mother and I did, just the 2 of us, that DA Willis didn't do.
You can't commingle the whole cruise.
And I'm not attributing that. I did not, my math is not good, but I did not include anything with your mother on those. Can I show?
You wouldn't be able to see it because it's not separated out. It just shows a charge on the
So some
account.
of that money
when
was paying for
actually
mom,
it would have
okay,
been
not for Fani.
something with my mother and I.
Judge, may I
There's a separate-
approach with exhibits 10 and 11?
Yeah, there's
Both
a separate
certified
line
business
item for
records
her
from-
plane ticket,
one's
cruise
from
ticket.
Vacation Express, one's from H2.
I thought 10 was taxes.
I'm sorry, 11 and 12.
11 and 12 are going to be the actual statements.
Yeah, approach, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you. And these are business records, Judge. They have the certification, so I need to admit them.
All right, defense 11 and 12. Ms. Cross?
Based on Ms. Merchant's representation that they are true and accurate as to the certification that was provided to her, we have no question.
All right, again, seeing no other objection, they're admitted.
So the trip, just the trip to Aruba alone for you and DA Willis was $3,835.26, correct? Just Aruba.
I'm looking for the amount.
Exhibit, she's questioning about 11 or 12.
This one is 11.
Yes, ma'am. $3,835.26.
And then the Royal Caribbean for just you and Miss Willis was $1,269.70, correct?
No, ma'am.
Your mother's got a different line item on there. I'm talking about the cruise, the actual cruise cabin.
I think you need to rephrase that as in the form of a question, Ms. Merchant.
Did you pay Royal Caribbean for yours and Miss Willis's cabin $1,269.70?
Separate rooms.
Where are we? Which page?
We're on the receipts. There's just a few pages of receipts on exhibit number 11.
Okay. I'm in 11.
Separate rooms.
Can you
paid
direct me
for
to
mom.
where you are on in exhibit 11?
Royal Caribbean?
Nathan's have a hard time reading some of these documents. You know, documents are complicated. So she's going to go help him out.
So we've got your flights on the one page, which I already asked you about for Aruba. And then. And just for the record, I blacked out their dates of birth. And then Royal Caribbean may be on. Oh, it's small. It's hard to read. It's very hard to read. So let me just keep this right. You recall paying around $1,269.70 for a Royal Caribbean cruise for you and Miss Willis.
Nice cruise.
You don't remember that?
That amount seems kind of small. I think
Okay, so you believe it was higher?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Cruises are expensive, right? I think. I don't
While
know.
you were in Aruba, then you bought a cruise, a Norwegian cruise, right? And that was the New Year's Eve cruise?
While I was in Aruba, no, ma'am.
The credit card documents that were admitted earlier show the purchase date when you were in Aruba, but you don't remember doing that in Aruba?
I didn't purchase a cruise while I was in Aruba. That may be when the cruise company decided to run the invoice, but I didn't purchase a cruise in Aruba, no, ma'am.
Around the time you went to Aruba, you purchased a cruise for Norwegian for you and Miss Willis to take for New Year's, correct?
Before I went to Aruba, yes, ma'am.
And
wow, lining them up.
that
Aruba,
was
Norway,
roughly
Napa.
$3,387. The cruise to Aruba. I mean, the cruise to, I'm sorry, the Norwegian cruise.
So that cruise was with my sisters.
Okay.
And the number that you are seeing would reflect my buying dinner for my sisters and their husbands.
For your sisters.
I'm just talking about the cruise, the amount that was paid for the cruise ahead of time when you booked the cruise. I'm just talking about that.
Okay.
So the booking.
That was a little over $3,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
So, and I understand you're saying you paid for other things, but I'm just talking about the cruise amount. And you paid for a Jeep and you paid for dinner while you were there in Bahamas.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the one that Miss Willis paid for a flight for, correct?
That's one of the flights she paid for. Yes, ma'am.
Actually, a documented paid for, not cash. I'm talking about a non-cash transaction. That's what she paid for.
You mean the one that I provided the receipt for?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
That's that.
And so she booked that on her credit card and wasn't worried about.
He
I know
knows what
you said
receipts
earlier
are
that
now.
you were booking everything because she was worried about people knowing where she was traveling. She didn't have any fears booking that one though, correct?
I'm going to object to the phrasing of that question, to speculate as to what was the motivation of the district attorney. If she wants to ask if that was the transaction, then he can respond if that was a transaction.
Ms. Merchant, I think you can rephrase the question, but I'll sustain it on the current phrasing.
So she purchased that under her own name, correct?
She did.
Let's see. So I know we talked a little bit about
So
the
she wasn't
seminar where
too
you all
afraid.
met.
She wasn't too afraid about that then, huh? Weird.
Isn't it true that you would go to Miss Willis's house in South Fulton County
I've never
occasionally?
I've never gone to her house in South Fulton County.
You've never gone to her house in South
I've never seen her house. The first time I even heard the address of that house was when one of the individuals in the election fraud case somehow doxed it and it got out. That was the first time I'd even seen that address.
But you would go to the East Point condo, correct?
What East Point condo?
East Point, Hapeville, something like that.
I've never been to East Point with Miss Willis.
You've never gone to a condo in either the East Point or Hapeville area with Miss Willis.
Wait, that's different. I have gone to a condo in Hapeville.
Okay.
Okay.
So Hapeville.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have gone to a condo with Miss Willis in Hapeville.
I have.
Have you spent the night there?
Never.
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 Wow.
Is that the condo that was rented by Robin Yeartie?
We're going to have other witnesses
I
who
believe
might
it
say
was.
differently.
And other members of the DA staff were there as well, correct? Sometimes.
I've never been around other members of the DA staff at a condo in Hapeville.
There's never been any security for Miss Willis?
Not around me.
Did you ever ride with Miss Willis with her security detail to and from the house?
No.
You served on Miss Willis's transition team, correct?
Yes.
And you were part of all of her interviews where she interviewed and re-interviewed employees?
I would say probably 98, 99% of them, yes.
Is it fair to say you took an active role in these interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
But prior to this, you'd never worked at a DA's office, right?
Have I ever worked in her DA's office?
At
No,
a
ma'am.
DA's office, any DA's office.
No, ma'am.
Have you ever managed a large law firm or a
Your
large?
Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance of these questions.
Ms. Merchant?
He served on her transition team. And so, I mean, what we're trying to prove is that there's a personal and financial relationship and that it was improper. And so, you know, whether or not he had experience to serve on this transition team, I think is relevant.
Right. I think I already said that
Yeah,
we don't need the evidentiary
qualifications.
hearing on that point.
I'll
So
move on.
that's sustained.
Qualification, I think he already booted that. Judge
Terrence
booted that
Bradley
earlier.
also received a contract for Fulton County, correct? Correct?
You're asking me about Terrence?
I asked if Terrence Bradley also received a contract for Fulton County.
I believe that he did.
And you were partners with him at that time, correct?
I was.
So under what you testified to earlier, you would get a third of that contract as well, correct?
I would have.
And Chris Campbell also had a contract with Fulton County.
I believe he did.
And so under what you've testified to, you would also get a third of that, correct?
I would.
They both had contracts for what are called first appearance, which is where they would appear on behalf of the district attorney to do first appearance hearings, correct?
For people charged with crimes, you show up, a bunch of people there, it's like a public defender role. You just, see the people who come in, they're all in custody. You see what the charges are, what the probable cause statement is.
I believe they did.
Okay. And
not
they also
related to
had what's
RICO.
called a taint contract.
There we go.
They both entered into them January 25th, 2021,
Yeah.
correct?
Filter, yes, ma'am.
Taint or filter?
Yes, ma'am.
When they get
And
evidence, they
that
try
was
to,
for work in the anti-corruption unit?
when they're reviewing evidence, they want to.
I don't know that it was anti-corruption. I think that it was civil rights, maybe.
The taint team is
And
a
the
screening team.
DAs or Fulton County's come and I guess brought a certificate now. So we would move to admit the contracts. I've got those. Under that certificate, I was planning on doing it under the open records officer, but I believe now they've certified it. I haven't looked at everything they've certified though, so.
I'm going to
All right.
ask that the document be looked at and confirmed prior to its sender.
All right,
Okay.
Ms. Merchant, is there anything else? What other areas were you planning to cover on his direct, other than these documents?
I'm planning on introducing all of the contracts and invoices, but I haven't had a chance to look at what Fulton County certified. So I'm planning on introducing those and then not much.
Can we do the not much?
Hmm?
And then we'll do the not much, and then we'll get back to the contracts.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Okay, so this taint contract, and we're not admitting these right now, but if I represent to you that they say anti-corruption unit, can you tell us what a taint attorney for an anti-corruption unit would do?
Great. Okay. He'll explain it if he can.
I didn't have a part in those contracts. ma'am.
They were your partners at the time though, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
You got
Okay.
paid for
And
it,
so
right?
you didn't have a part in those contracts, but you got a third of the contract payment.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so the taint contracts that Bradley and Campbell, who are your law partners at the time, had for doing taint review, you got a third of those.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah. Taint, it filters out
You signed a
attorney-client privilege
confidentiality
evidence, stuff
agreement
like
with the
that.
DA's office as well, correct?
I did.
And I think I'm up to Judge 13. Marking that as number 13. No. May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Showing you a copy of what I marked as number 13. If you could take a look at that and tell me if that is the confidentiality agreement that you signed with the district attorney office.
It is.
And this basically says you can't talk about anything that happens inside the DA's office, right?
Oh, sworn to secrecy by Big Fanny.
No.
It doesn't say you can't talk about it?
No. You said it basically says that I can't talk about anything that happens inside the DA's office, and that's not what.
Are you tendering this exhibit? Ms.
I
Merchant?
am, yes. We would tender 13.
Ms. Cross.
Fail to see the relevance, so I'd lodge a relevance objection, but otherwise nothing else.
Ms. Merchant, relevance to this?
Judge, it's relevant to his testimony. If he signed an agreement that says he can't talk about things that happen in the district attorney's office, I think that's relevant to this.
To his
I also think-
testimony here
How?
today.
That because it's motivation in his testimony. I mean, whether or not he's going to testify to something. It's also been certified. I mean, it's part of the record as from what Fulton County gave us.
Sure, but he hasn't said that that's preventing him from testifying in any way today, is it?
So, and I can ask him about that.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mr. Wade, is this confidential agreement affecting your testimony today?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
All
The contracts judge, and the invoices that I wanted to admit all of his invoices and contracts with, Fulton County. I have them certified. I guess I have them certified through Fulton County, so I wasn't sure if I needed to do that. I just
They
wanted
just-
to know if the state had an objection to those before.
Well, I don't think they've had a chance to look at them. So that's the sole remaining exhibit in line of questioning here?
Yes.
And in terms of the follow-up questions, would it just be for him to say what's reflected in these documents themselves?
If they have an objection to the certificates that Fulton County has given, I would admit them through him because he could recognize
Right,
them.
but assuming they're admitted, would there actually be anything substantive that he would add other than the documents themselves? All right. Okay, so
Can we
subject
just-
to that qualification, do you have any other questions of this witness?
May I just have a moment?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so the
Is it possible actually we take a quick break?
We're getting there.
Okay. Thank you.
she wanted a little bit more time to double check her notes.
And we certainly had the opportunity over lunch to take a look at these documents and work out whatever we could.
Did you discuss your relationship with Miss Willis in social settings?
Help me understand your question.
Did you discuss your relationship with Miss Willis in social settings?
No, I
Nicely
heard
done.
the question. I just need to understand what you're asking me. Like,
Like, did
what
you
what
talk-
relationship when?
Your personal relationship with Miss Willis, unqualified, I'm sorry. Did you discuss your personal relationship, your private, personal, romantic relationship with Miss Willis in social settings?
No, ma'am.
You've never discussed it in social settings?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever discuss it in front of Robin Yeartie in a non-social setting?
No, ma'am. Miss Willis is a very, as am I, we're private people. Not, our relationship wasn't a secret. It was just private. So
Except when you're on cruise ships,
not
you
at
know.
all. I wouldn't have discussed my relationship with Miss Yeartie or anyone else publicly.
Okay, I actually did have some questions just about the invoices, if we want to just.
These are the documents that you're referring to.
Yeah, they are. It's all of his invoices. I
And
mean,
what kind of questions would these be other than the invoices say what they say?
it just that, yes, that they say what they say.
All right.
Just
any other
talk about them.
questions?
That's fine. No,
All right.
thank you.
All right. At this point,
Okay.
we'll take a break. I'll ask the parties to take a look at. What had you marked that as a defense exhibit?
I have his contracts and his invoices that I'm about to mark. So before he leaves me, I just want to make sure that the state doesn't have any objections.
But those are marked as
They're about to be marked. As
exhibit 14.
14, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
All right. So 14 through 18. So I'll ask state take a look at those.
I will take a look at those and see if I can
Right.
match them up with the certified documents that were presented.
All right. And then we'll address whether they are tendered for the record when we come back. And from there, then we would turn over to the remainder of defense counsel and then the state for any examination as well. So to that end, let's take 45 minutes. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Mr. Wade, you're still under oath, and I'd ask you not to speak with any other witnesses about your testimony or about any testimony that's already occurred.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll be in recess.
All right, all rise. Okay, so we're on our lunch break. And let's see who is in the house. Okay, we've got everybody scooting out of the courtroom. Can't really recognize anyone else. All right, so let's do a quick recap. For those of you who are just joining us, man, this has been a doozy of a morning today. We've had already 3 witnesses we've heard from, and it has been interesting. So our first witness on the day was Terrence Bradley, and that didn't go real well because they were objecting on everything, right? That guy was a lawyer, and he had some relationship with Nathan Wade. Terrence Bradley, his attorney, was objecting. Anna Cross was objecting at the very beginning, and we kind of paused on him, right? So we don't know if we're going to hear back from him again. Well, I'm sure we will, but they just kind of skipped over him. So Terrence Bradley was one of Nathan Wade's law partners. And what we noticed there was that Bradley really tried to extend that hula hoop. You know, we talk a lot about the hula hoop of evidence and stuff that is inside the hula hoop or the scope of, trial, like what charges are we talking about? What evidence can come in and what can come out? If it's inside the hula hoop, it comes in. If it's outside the hula hoop, it stays out. So what Bradley was trying to do is really expand the hula hoop of his attorney-client privilege to say that it's like a force field. And, yes, maybe the divorce was ultimately filed after Nathan Wade got the contract with Fani Willis. That's when he started the divorce, which was, I think, in 2021, right? I think that's right, 2021. He officially filed for a divorce, but he said that his conversations about the divorce went way before that, right? So, in other words, you might say that the attorney-client privilege would start once you have an actual attorney-client relationship. Once you actually have a retainer agreement, a payment that was made, and all of those things. But he says no. When Nathan Wade came over to like a housewarming party, although it wasn't a housewarming party, that was it. That's when the relationship started. And so he is able to expand that hula hoop to cover everything, right? The attorney-client privilege protects everything. And in other words, they drew the line between the bro talk and the pro talk, right? Bro talk, we would say, is not privilege. That's just a couple of bros chatting. Pro talk is when you are now in the professional realm, and that's when the attorney-client privilege would attach. So he was saying the bro and the pro line started all the way back in 2018. And the other side, Ashleigh Merchant and the defense, they're saying that started, when you actually had much more of a formal attorney-client relationship, which was later on. And so long story short, we actually didn't have much time with Terrence Bradley. He was up pretty quick. And then we got Robin Yeartie. Now, Robin Yeartie was the second witness who came out, and she used to work for Fani Willis until there was a big falling out. We don't know what the problem was. We did hear there was an interesting little quip from Anna Cross the prosecutor for Fani Willis's team, she came out, and when she was talking with Robin Yeartie, she said something like, yeah, it was a pretty big problem. Remember that? And she was like, yeah, it was a big deal. And she got scolded about that. So she came out, really the crux of her relationship was establishing, or of her testimony was establishing that there was a relationship. She said that she met Fani Willis back in 1990, 1991. They were very good friends for a while, not best friends, but good friends. She even rented out one of her condos to Fani Willis, the same condo that we heard Nathan Wade apparently went to. And so her testimony was pretty quick. Some cross-examination from Anna Cross was very, a little bit impeaching. So she was saying, well, you kind of have an axe to grind, don't you? You've got a vendetta here. You're somebody who was scorned about Fani Willis, which is maybe why you're here testifying to Fani and her, who's that person? Fani and her relationship. So Robin Yeartie came out, former county employee there, and confirmed there is a relationship. And then from there, we jumped right into Nathan Wade. And Nathan Wade came out, and of course, we heard a lot from him. So very questionable testimony. I don't find him to be credible at all. And I think the judge, the judge is watching for two things, really. Well, three things. Well, facts, obviously. What are the facts that are coming out in this trial as they're being alleged? What does the law say about everything? And then what's the credibility of the witnesses who are there testifying? And Nathan Wade, to me, seems very lacking in credibility. First of all, he's got some inconsistent statements in his interrogatories. He told his ex-wife and their lawyers in the court of law under oath one thing, and then they told this court another thing. And so we have a lot of inconsistencies here that I think the judge, I think, is being fair today. He's keeping some of that out. He's allowing some of it in. A lot of objections are coming out, and Ashleigh Merchant is really, she's trying the shotgun approach, right? She's just throwing everything at it. And when the judge keeps something out, she just moves on to the next topic. So very good performance, I think, from Ashleigh Merchant. Nathan Wade was being very squirmy, very squirrely up there, and he was, mincing words between the difference between a receipt and the difference between a statement. He's kind of being very lawyerly up there, and I don't know how much the judge appreciated that. And he kept, explaining himself and going into all these backstories. Some of the interesting things, right? He's trying to dilute the trips. He's trying to dilute the trips with Fani and Wade. He's saying, well, it wasn't just a Fani and Wade trip. My mom came on that one. My sisters came on these other ones. And the costs and the expenses, essentially, were evenly split, right? Fani paid her share, or if I paid for the airplane tickets, she paid for the dinners. If I paid for the cruise, she paid for the bus tours, that type of stuff. And so it's all, balancing out. In other words, Nathan Wade and Fani Willis, one of the things that they're having to show here to disqualify the county, which is what this is about, right? Fani's kind of on trial here for her misdeeds. And what the defense is trying to do is show that they have met the standard to disqualify the whole office, which may result in a dismissal of the of the RICO case entirely. Because if all of Fulton County is disqualified, then who gets to come in here and pick up the pieces? And are they going to come and pick up the pieces before the next election happens? I don't think so, right? They're out of time. There's a good question whether this trial even goes, even if Fani is not disqualified. But anyways, what Merchant is trying to show is that there is a conflict. Okay, obviously these two people are in this private relationship, this personal relationship. And then the next question, of course, is there some evidence of bias? Like, is there a financial benefit that went back to Fani, right? In other words, Fani was in a pay for prosecution scheme. She was funneling money to her lover, so her lover could just bill, right? Rack up the hours. In fact, there's argument that maybe even she charged this as a RICO in the first place, so they would have 19 co-defendants, right? 19 co-defendants, that's a lot more billable hours than just 3 co-defendants. Now you've got a bunch of attorneys now. You got to, assign different attorneys for all the different co-defendants. And so the problem with that, obviously, is Fani is getting a benefit from her lover's pay because he's paying for cruises and stuff that maybe he otherwise wouldn't be able to pay for, right? Like if they were just splitting this down the line, maybe he couldn't pay for anything. Maybe Fani's like, well, I really like you, Nathan, but I'm not paying for all your stuff. I'm a strong, independent woman. You pay for your own stuff. So he says, well, you can't be my official sugar mama, but if you give me a contract, then I'll earn that money and then I'll go make my $1 million, my $300,000 a year, whether he nets that or not. Then that will give him some money, some funds in the coffer to go take Fani to Norway, to take Fani to Aruba, to take Fani to Napa Valley and all of the other places. And so they are showing that Fani got a benefit, and it's a financial benefit, right? That it went back through her. If Nathan Wade did the due diligence of a regular prosecutor, and a regular prosecutor is supposed to do justice, not get convictions, then he would run out of billable hours, right? He would, in other words, if he dismissed the cases, then he would not get paid, and he could not take Fani on his trips. So it's a pay for prosecution type of scandal, and that's what they're digging into. So Nathan Wade is still under oath, and he will be back on the stand as soon as we're back here from lunch. And so let's take a couple of these amazing super chats that came in, my friends. We'll say hello to you. Thank you for sending these in. And then we'll take ourselves just a short break, and we'll see what's cooking right after the lunch break. And we're going to stay here. We're going to keep this stream going, and we'll just pick right back up after the lunch break. But we got some donos that came in, my friends. Very grateful for these. Thank you for sending these out. And let's see what came in the house today. We got some beautiful donos. Thank you, my friends. Let's see what we've got. And I am scrolling back. We got some very nice donos. Thank you, my friends. Wow. Okay, cool. Man, you guys are very generous today. Thank you for sending all of these in. And it's a busy day, my friends. I'm grateful that you're here. This is a very, very spicy hearing, right? I mean, if Fani and Wade, if they get disqualified, it might be the end of this entire prosecution. And that would be very, very good for Team Trump. So we've got some donos in the house. What's up? Warren H is our newest supporter. And we want to remind you, we've got some other things that we do here. We stream all the Trump cases. We've been covering Fani Willis, Florida case, the January 6th case. We're covering the ballot removal stuff. We've got all the Supreme Court stuff that we're covering, the immunity provision, the Colorado case. We cover E. Jean Carroll, all the stuff. So if you're interested in these cases, we'd love it if you subscribed and join us. We also have a membership community at watchingthewatchers.locals.com and on YouTube. Warren just became a member. When we're not doing live stream on trials, we do streams for members only in the morning. We do Saturday streams for members. We have a lot of fun. So Warren, good to see you. Sleeves N, it's good to see you. Thank you for becoming a new supporter. Andrew the Bard says, good morning. Thank you for helping me actually look forward to news and discussions about these people. And thank you, Andrew. Thank you for saying that. Thanks for donating and supporting our work here on the day. We got Aim for the Moon is in the house. Thank you, Aim for the Moon. Thanks for supporting us here today. I hope you're having a beautiful Thursday. AIM also became our newest supporter. Welcome aboard, AIM. So we'll do a Saturday stream. We're expecting that we'll be here tomorrow for the rest of this hearing, but then on Saturday, we'll have our members only stream. We'll see you there. We've also got Economath says, what's the over-under on Fani having taken out the witnesses? Yeah, I know. I was a little nervous about that. When Robin Yeartie didn't show up this morning, I'm like, oh, great. Flat tire. What happened? Did her car explode? Hopefully not. We got down, forward, punch. Down, forward, punch. Is that Sub-Zero? Is that Sub-Zero's freeze? I don't know. Why are lawyers so bad on the stand? Well, first of all, we don't like people asking us questions, okay? Don't question us. That's number one. And Nathan has been absolutely busted, okay? So he's like he is in a corner a little bit. He's kind of backed into a corner. So he's got a very smarmy, kind of a smug attitude. He's got that smile like, I hate your guts, And we don't, we're not good witnesses. We're used to being on the other end. So I'd say that's why. Hey, what's up, Mark Sages? Mark was gifted a membo by Shri. Thank you, Shri, for bringing in Mark S. Sam in Texas said, did Nathan Wade even hire this guy as an attorney? Yeah, that's a great question. I think this was the question that came in when we were talking about Terrence Bradley. Remember, Terrence Bradley is the first witness who came out, and he said that their relationship began at that house party back in 2018, I think. Well, that's not really an attorney-client relationship. Was that? I think it sounded to me like it was bro talk. When you have a formal retainer, when you have a formal indication, like I'm going to have you as my lawyer, that's a little bit more, I think, of a transition from bro to pro. Tasmanot, what's up, says, thank you for this, Taz, says, I love your work and I watch the show every day to stay informed. I'm glad you're covering the live trial. Hope to see more in the future. Stay strong, my American brothers and sisters. Love that, Tasmanot. Yes, we are staying strong. Thank you for the words of encouragement and really appreciate you being here every day. There's a lot to cover and we're just warming up here. Voice of the people, almost at the 1-year anniversary, says, I'm tired of the obstruction in these cases. Trump's lawyers can't even defend him, but anyone against him is protected. Time to restart our system. Been a membo for 11 months. Thanks for being a membo for 11 months, Voice. Yeah, we do have a lot of problems in our justice system, no doubt. Economath says, Georgia bars comment number 5. And so we have bar rules and then we have comments that explain the rules because the rules are kind of, difficult to interpret. So they tell you how to interpret them. But it says comment 5, it says it doesn't apply where the attorney's statements are obtained through compulsion of law as in a court. Interesting. So that's a good little tidbit there. Hopefully somebody from Ashleigh Merchant's team is watching this show because that's a good comment, right? So when they put Terrence Bradley back on the stand and he tries to invoke again, maybe they can say, well, you got a subpoena to be here, dude. So you don't get to now invoke. The court overrides the bar rules. You've got to comply with the court. Amazing. Hey, what's up? Rhino Sith says, I had to donate for that comment. Top tier. I don't know what comment it was. Maybe the Nathan's hot dog while dad's home comment. Yeah, that was yeah. Ollie, right? That's exactly what that was. Okay. Fani and Nathan. Dad comes home and they have to go get, a new safe house to do their indictments of each other. Ollie is here. What's up, Ollie? From Sweden, man. How cool is that? Ollie in the house. Halnas, I think. Well, I apologize if I mispronunciated that, but I appreciate you being here. Sending in a dono in the currency of Sweden. Sweden's currency dono. Thank you, Ollie. Very great to see you. Thanks for being here, and shout out to Sweden, man. That's super cool. I'd like to visit your country one day. Knox is here. Knox is a defense attorney in Texas, says, good morning, all. Heading to court myself, but dying to hear this upon my return. It's going to be delicious. Yes, it is. It's been a good one so far, and we're going to try to put together a highlight reel as soon as we're done here. We're going to take all this recordings, bundle it up, try to synthesize a little bit, maybe an hour recap, and we'll try to hit all the highlights. We'll see what our team can do. Thanks, Knox. Have a great day in court. Good luck to you over there. Sandy says, I offer you all an earworm in honor of the day. And this says, oh, here's one. This is a song. Left alone with, I was just a skinny lad, never knew no good from bad. Oh, it's Fat Bottom Girls. Okay, it's that song. I gotcha. Carrie's here. Says, I'm super excited to go through this today, Carrie. Thanks for being here with us today, Carrie. I've been excited about this too. I was felt like I was going to, like I was going on a cruise to Aruba last night. It's like, man, I'm so excited for the hearing. It's almost like we're going to Norway or Napa Valley. Chubby says, they're so afraid of Bradley talking. They were petrified. Did you see that? You could see it in their body language. Like they were like, dude, do not let this dude speak because he's going to blow the lid off the whole thing. Good to see you, Chubby. Crash is in the house on locals at watchingthewatchers.locals.com. Says, Rob, I say again, Dems in a Dem jurisdiction, covering their own butts in every and any way possible. Yeah, and they're circling the wagons. You can really feel it. Because it's kind of a threat on their entire office, right? If you go after the queen, you're kind of going after all of them. And they're all, pseudo-endorsing her and defending her. So it's been interesting to watch them circle up. Knox says, here, legal representation requires a contract, offer, acceptance, and consideration. When did Wade sign a contract? And when did he pay his bro? Exactly. Right? When was the bro time? When was the pro time? We don't. There's some ambiguity there. Now, off to court, dogs are following argument for me. Dogs are following the argument for me. Okay, so you got your puppies listening in. Good. Well, hopefully they learned something about the law. Crash says, Rob, they have circled the wagons. Rob, they may have pierced the bubble wrap. I know I was getting nervous about Rob and Yeartie. And of course, Ashleigh Merchant, the next line would have been to say, go get them, like go get, send the sheriff to go get these people. But we certainly didn't want to, to have to go down that road. Andrew the Bard is our newest shout out member. Great to see you, Andrew. Thank you for joining us and being an amazing member. Ahead. T. Lewis says, it appears that they are tag teaming against Merchant. She needs to maintain a cool head and stay focused. Big time. Yeah, I mean, they're all hitting her. I think she's doing a good job. She got a little bit frustrated there with Terrence because it's kind of ridiculous, like what they were even arguing. They were re-arguing the motion to quash the subpoena. We've already had that hearing, punks. You should have made those arguments back on Monday when we talked about all that. But she ultimately prevailed. The case moved forward, and we are here. Crash says, Rob, we have a clear distinction between Angeron, Kaplan, and this court. Judge McAfee is a different kettle of fish. Justice just might be upheld in this court. You're exactly right. Isn't it weird what a difference a judge makes? Right? Judge Kaplan, of course, was the E. Jean Carroll judge in the Trump trial. Angeron, a.k.a. Areola, a.k.a. the Nip. He's the bonus torso photo judge from the Letitia James trial, where they're prosecuting Trump to try to remove his business away from the city of New York. And I think we're going to get a ruling on that maybe even tomorrow. But yeah, this judge is actually, a little bit more fair, wild. Rocky Water over on Locals says, Rob, I think I can speak for the class when I say thank you for covering this. Best reality TV ever. It's super fun. Honestly, thank you guys for joining us. Thanks for being here. I love that there's, eyeballs on this. I think it's super important that, prosecutors be held to account. And if this were not for Ashleigh Merchant and this one defense attorney discovering this, right, this whole thing would have continued to have been covered up. They would have continued to have grifted, looks like $1 million, right, off the people of Fulton County in the interest of prosecuting their political opponents. It's sick. So I'm just thrilled that we're here talking about it together. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Thank you, Rocky. Patrick Grog is our newest shout-out supporter. Welcome aboard, Patrick. Great to see you, my friend, and I appreciate you joining. Steven says, does anybody have faith in this system? It is diminishing, okay? Numbers are diminishing. There's no doubt about that. And it's because, this one's in particular wild because it's the DA. It's the top prosecutor for the whole county is being alleged to have maybe even engaged in some criminal misconduct. We'll see where this goes. But yeah, it really does sort of shatter your faith. These are the people who run and they tell us that they're going to be like neutral and impartial and they're going to save, their county and they're going to do only justice and they're not going to be corrupt like the last guy. And then of course all this comes out and they're not even being forthcoming about it, right? They're all still defending themselves. No, that Fani pays me in cash. And did you hear David Schaefer? He laughed out loud in that hearing, and the judge was not happy about that. Said, you do that again, you're out of here. Because you can't do that, even if it is ridiculous. We laughed too. Bruce has been a membo for 6 months. Oh my goodness. Says, great show, Rob. Witnessing the opening of Pandora's box, skeleton key to Russiagate. This is a big box that is being opened, right? If this gets cracked, I think defense attorneys throughout the state of Georgia are going to be now asking about other corruption that may relate to their cases, and it may result in, more consequences for other cases there. It's pretty interesting. Larry says, I think it's important that they didn't take vacays until after the appointment and the lucrative special prosecutor contract. Exactly. Proving financial benefits only started after the appointment and it wasn't their normal lifestyle. You're right. I think you're exactly right. Right? That Nathan Wade would not have been able to afford all of Fani's luxurious lifestyle needs had he not been paid by her $1 million. It's a great point, Larry. I think we'll hear Ashleigh make that up in closing, bring that up in closing. Mike is another supporter over on the YouTubes. Thank you, Mike. Welcome aboard. We're looking forward to seeing you behind the members only wall. We got Stephen M says, man, those questions are insane. I don't know which ones you're referencing, Stephen, but there were a lot of very good questions that came out and they had a difficult time answering them. We got Sam in Texas says, this is exactly why he is unqualified for RICO. Yeah, RICO, well, the thing with RICO is you got a lot of work to do. They're big, long, complicated cases and you can really bill. And honestly, the judge said we really can't go into his qualifications today, which I think is okay, right? I mean, if Fani wants to hire a total moron, that's fine. Who's not qualified, that's fine. But I think that we should be able to just mention his qualifications just as evidence that he's somebody who probably shouldn't be in that position. And I think that goes also to the financial benefit. But I see why the judge is keeping it out. If you're licensed by the bar, you're licensed by the bar. If you want to have it's discretionary, in other words. If Fani wants to hire somebody unqualified, she's free to do that. And we've seen the consequences of this because Nathan Wade, he's not even done a good job thus far up till this case. We've got 4 other dispositions and all 4 of them were diversion deals. Okay. They were all not even convictions. Now, a lot of people on the left can't recognize that. They have a difficult time reading the court documents. But even Judge McAfee said, as long as you complete diversion, your guilty plea is going to be shredded and you will not have a conviction. They do not have convictions right now. So that's been my point. I think this whole case is kind of messed up. Like they were on vacation most of the time, so they couldn't do any actual legal work. And then when the co-defendants, Sidney Powell, Jenna Ellis, Kenneth Chesebro, and Scott Hall, when they all took their diversion pleas, they were butting up against the trial, right? And we watched this in real time. I watched them go, oh my gosh, I cannot believe they gave us these deals. We watched Kenneth Chesebro when Scott McAfee asked him, are you satisfied with the services of your attorney? He said, yeah. His face was like, heck yeah, because they probably gave him a jail offer and then they gave him a diversion deal the day before trial or a week before trial. Why? Because their case is crap. They have no evidence. And all this, in my opinion, this is just a political hit that's been created so that they can milk the taxpayer to pay themselves off to go on the vacations. That's what his qualifications are important to. Anyways, Ricky Sky is here. Says, does Fani qualify for a double wide cell, like her trailer? due to being Fani? I don't know. We'll see. We got Bomani Igloo. What's up over on YouTube? Says, it's true. It truly is finally and irrevocably Joe Ever. Yeah, anytime, you can't remember a date or something, we just call it, I guess we're going to call that a Joe now, Joe Biden. Bomani is, thank you for that. Maybe Sunshine. We got a 2-year anniversary in the house. Whoa, 2 years, maybe. You know how much stuff we've talked about in the last 2 years? It's been a lot. My gosh. Says, I love a good scandalous hearing. Happy anniversary, maybe. Thank you for being here for 2 full years. Wow. And we're just getting started. We're just warming up here. It is scandalous. We do, we don't get much of this type of stuff in criminal law, okay? Where 2, of the top tier prosecutors are actually indicting each other. And we all get to, break it down in a hearing. Amazing. Hey, what's up, Red One? Says, I gained new appreciation for Rob after this stream. Well, that's really nice of you to say, Red One. I appreciate that one. And he gifted 5 membos in the house. Red One, thanks for this. Bringing in Napoleon, STP, D Brown, Pound for Pounds coming in. Anonymous is here. And One Wolf all coming in courtesy of Red One, gifting some new membos. We got Chris LaForest is here. Oh yeah, this is a good one. Remember this one from Liar Liar? Your Honor, I object. On what grounds? Because it's devastating to my case. Remember that? He says, overruled, sit down, quiet down. I can't lie. So yes, thank you. That's a great one, right? And that's really what the objections were. Many of those from Anna Cross were just that. Relevance, I just hate what this is saying. So they're trying to throw roadblocks in everything. We've got this one from the judges, says this judge is very fair. This one came over from Adriano. He seems fair, right? I think he's playing it pretty straight, which is a nice thing to see. And so we're very happy about that. We've also got, let's see, this one from Chubby says, okay, Wade's new nickname is McSquirmy. He's all over the place on that stand. Yeah, he really did not want to answer the questions. That's why he would, how much time do we spend on receipts versus statements? It's like, come on, dude, you know what you're doing. I don't have any receipts. Like he was talking about the printed things that come out at the grocery store. Oh, statements. Yeah, I do have some statements. Thanks, Nathan. Way to waste all of our time. Adriano says, this goofball billed the state over $1 million. It's a lot. It's a lot. But he said he didn't get all of it, okay? His partners got 2/3 of it. He only got a third is what he says. We also got this one from Saint Chef. Mark Martin is coming in. 20 membos. Oh my goodness, from Saint Chef. Thank you for that. I appreciate that one. Who's coming in? Mark Martin. We got Frezio. Mama Rocks is here. We got Rage Star. Mayito's joining us. Daisy Faye also in the house, courtesy of our friend Saint Chef. We got Trisha. Andrew's coming in. Jop. Skippy is here. Laura. Heck Sailing. We got Debbie W. Polly S. all coming in, courtesy of our friend Saint Chef in the house. Amazing. Thank you, Saint Chef. We got this one from Adriano says, yeah, Wade, for the time being. Hey, Robert, Trump 2024. Let's go, Brandon. Very good stuff. Thank you, Adriano, for sending that one in. Shree's bringing in some new membos. Smoke Jaguar, Dixie's here. Miranda and Lisa are all coming in courtesy of Shree, who gifted 5 membos. Thank you very much, Shree. Very grateful for you bringing in new membos. We got this one from Adriano. Says, what context? Far out. Some of these deep state lawyers will do or say anything to obfuscate the truth. To obfuscate the truth. They will, man. They're very aggressive, and they do not want this to come out because it's going to be the snowball effect or the domino effect. You know, the snowball rolling down the mountain. It's just going to get bigger and bigger. And this is a big case for them. This is the Trump prosecution. I mean, this is like Fani got a whole book written about her, about this. Like, you know, this is it. We got Chris says, Your Honor, objections. And we got that one, of course. Thank you, Chris. We had Stephen Mosher says exactly. Says, he means literal receipts. Like literal receipts. Yeah, like the ones that come out of the grocery store. No, I didn't get any receipts. Okay, statements then. Like, are we going to mince words? That's what we're going to do? Maybe. Sunshine in the house says, thank you. Thanks. You're the best, Rob. Well, maybe. I think you're the best. Thank you for saying that. And thank you for being here. Thanks for being a membo for 2 full years. Just awesome. We got Dolphin Fan is the man, bringing in 20 membos from Dolphin Fan. Dolphin, you're the man. Who's coming in? Robin P. Janine S. is here. ASD's coming in. We got Freedom Cast is joining us. We got Michael H. Motivational Humor Happiness is joining us. Woozy Susie's here. We got Matt Grizzly. Bobby G. We got Jay Heath is joining us. Who else? We got Blah is here. Oh, wow. Sir Toenail Cupcakerson is here. Sir Toenail Cupcakerson. One Voice is here. Tony C. Ag Biochemist. Scott L. Carl W. joining us, along with Justin K. and Rokin X2, all brought in as new membos, courtesy of Dolphin Fan is the man. Dolphin, thank you very much for doing that. And look who else is here. We got Voice of the People is bringing in 10 new membos as well. We've got the man, the legend is here. Beatrix, Bruce R, Mama Rowe, Liam, welcome aboard. Fran B, Bob J, Brittany Z is here. We've also got Gundam and Kitchen Mortician, all gifted by Voice of the People. Thank you very much, Voice, for bringing in our newest of membos. We have Stephen M says, officer of the court is not practicing candor. Yeah, you're right about that. Nathan Wade was being very squirrely. And let's see what's cooking in this courtroom. All right, they're up at the judge's bench. We see some people coming back in, talking around, meandering. All right. So, yeah, he was not being very forthcoming. And so, you know, the judge is going to think about that when he issues his ruling. He's going to think about his credibility. Yes, he's going to say a bunch of stuff, but is he being forthcoming? Is he being credible? Is he reliable? These are all things a judge is looking forward to. Stephen says, watch and listen to the precise words he's emphasizing. He's parsing the truth. It's not candor. I think you're right. Yeah, he feels like he's not forthcoming, right? She asks him a question and he has to, you know, think about it for 20 minutes and then look through his records. And his statements don't even match up. The judge knows that. We got this one from Jen. What's up, Jen L? Welcome aboard, our newest supporter. We love to have new members. We do members-only streams in the mornings and on Saturdays, and we do after parties after the show on Locals. So we're grateful to have you, Jen. And new YouTube members, we got a bunch of them today. If you want to join Telegram, which is where we do our members-only after parties, very easy to do it. Just navigate over, go to the main channel homepage where you're watching this, click the community section, scroll down a couple months back, and you'll find the private Telegram group link for members only. We'll see you there. B. Torn says, legally, without documentation or testimony from his wife, I wonder if Wade committed adultery, just lied in court. No cash deposits. How convenient. Yeah, it's all cash. Isn't that wild? Cash. Yeah, just got cash. Did you deposit it? Is it in a safe? How, you know, I'd be very curious to look at his taxes and how he's all of his personal stuff is going through a business credit card. It's like my financial guy would like kill me. You know, You can't commingle all that stuff. What are you doing? Carol's here. What's up, Carol M? Bringing in 5 membos. Thank you, Carol. Very generous of you. JD Lamont is coming in. Gopher Big Guy's here. David D, that's Justin, and Rocco Rockwell all coming in, courtesy of Carol M. Thank you, Carol, for bringing in 5 new membos. It's a hoax. Says, Big Fanny got so much cash on hand, we can subpoena her bank records and track that cash, right? Unless Big Fanny is pulling this cash out of her Big Fanny. I don't know where it came from. I don't know where it came from. Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. You know, she doesn't make as much money as she paid Nathan Wade's law firm. So who knows where it came from? Hey, the stream dropped on locals. We restarted it. We have a time limit on locals, so we rebooted it. Thank you, Shai, for the reminder. So we should be back up and live over there. Very nice. We got Voice says, this has become ridiculous. How is a lawyer being this stupid? Well, it's intentional. Furthermore, the RICO case needs to be dismissed if this is how the case was built. It was, yeah. Yeah, I think if it's not dismissed, then I definitely want to keep Big Fanny around, you know? So I'd like to see the dismiss, or if she's not disqualified, I think it might ultimately be dismissed. But it is pretty ridiculous, right? I think that they know what they're doing and they're just covering over this after the fact. What's up? Brian D on local says, spam that like button, my friends. Thank you for hitting that like button. Very grateful for that. Vientikis is here, and he's also hitting the like button with a slab of bacon. Thank you, V. We got BH Williams, says 1/3 of the contract after expenses. I caught that, right? Is the business card balance paid out of expenses? He said he uses it for everything, right? Yeah, I agree with that. I heard him say that, so after expenses. Okay, so like he gets his 35 grand a month that comes in. He pays all of his cruises, all of that stuff. So in other, like it kind of makes sense, right? He wants to bring the balance down and then split the remainder of the balance. So he gets paid 30 grand. He spends 20 of it. Then he splits the remaining 10 with his business partners because he went on a bunch of cruises with Fanny. And he was just like also just dishing out cash. Remember, like she said, you're in Aruba and you scheduled your second cruise while you were in Aruba. So he's just dishing money out. Quarter says, okay, everyone go refill your snacks and go pee. I know I need to go do that here soon in a minute. Thank you for the reminder, Quarter Native. As far as attorney-client privilege, Sandy says this, starting in 2018 at a barbecue, if anyone else was present for his bro talk, he waives privilege. That's another great question. Yeah, was anybody else around you at that house party where you were talking about this? Were you in a private room? Great question, Sandy. Those would be good follow-ups. Mr. Robot says, thank you for the great coverage. Watching the watchers is what we do. Yeah, and we are, for our new members, we are also streaming on Rumble, right? We are on Rumble. We're also streaming on Telegram as well. Thank you, Robot. We got Pritchie's in the house. Says, I'm not an hour late today. Woohoo! Took today and tomorrow as leave from work just to watch you cover this. Oh, man, that's so great. Good for you, man. This is important. This is important work. It's a Jerry Springer show, and it sounds like word salad. It is word salad from them. Wade is going into, he kind of sounded like Putin, giving us 30 minutes of, Russian history. He's like, well, did you have a relationship in 2021? He's like, well, it's complicated, okay? Let me tell you about being a judge. I'm like, relax. Just answer yes or no. Pritchie, we're glad you're here. And thanks for taking the time off with us. Rob is here. Says, Your Honor, quote, I'd like to relabel Nathan's hot dog as exhibit number 1, in spite of objections from Miss Willis. Miss Willis, do you have any objections? No, Your Honor. His hot dog is number 1 with me. Nathan's hot dogs, And that was from a person at the city council. She actually brought a Nathan's hot dog. She's waving it all over the place. We had this one from Jennifer. It says, okay, so Fanny was always paying Wade back in cash without invoices or receipts? Wow. Yeah, the whole courtroom said, wow. Cash, I got it in cash. Yeah, right. Dapper Dave says, wasn't Fanny obligated to disclose she was in a romantic relationship with someone who received a government contract worth 300 grand to Fulton County? Yes, exactly, Dapper. So they're going to hopefully get Fanny on the stand, and they're going to impeach her. They're going to go after her with all of her statements in a very similar document, which is a notice of disclosure that is supposed to go over to the government. Like Fanny's supposed to say, I've got a relationship with this guy, or he gave me this. You have to disclose that stuff. So she's going to get hit over that one, I would guess, pretty hard as well. Uncle Ruckus. Thank you, Uncle Ruckus. No question on this one, but a very generous dono and a number one in the house. Thank you, Uncle. I appreciate that. We got Al Pershino is our newest supporter. Welcome aboard, Al. Great to have you. We got K Squared says, is the day trip legal since she is paid with taxpayer money? Well, I mean, I think that's kind of what we're trying to unpack here. You know, it's like the day trip itself is legal, right? I don't think anybody's going to necessarily be charged with crimes for that, unless it was embezzling, you know, unless it was like some, you know, some fraudulent behavior that has not been charged yet. Like nobody's talking about criminal charges yet. Nathan Wade's back on the stand after the 45-minute break. And so we've got just about 5 minutes left until we come back here. So my friends, I'm going to take a quick pause. I'm going to go refresh myself, and we're going to be back here in about 5 minutes, and we're going to wait for the court to get back in session. I think they said they're starting right at the top of the hour. And so really grateful that you are here. I'm going to step away for just a couple short minutes, and then we'll be back here when the evidentiary hearing picks back up just a few short minutes from now. So we'll see you back here very soon. And I think the audio is now down on this, but we'll see when they turn it back up. So give me about 5 minutes, my friends, and we'll be back to get back into this. We'll see you soon.
Did you get the cord? Oh.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate the water.
All right, my friends, we are getting back in business. Reconnecting. Testing. All right. Okay, so Nathan Wade is back on the stand. Ashleigh Merchant is back in her seat. The time is 1 o'clock Eastern time. The judge said we're back in session. Let's see how much time we have on locals.
So now come to order, remain seated.
Judge is here. All rise. They said remain seated, but we stand for the judge. All right. Judge is back in session. Scott McAfee. This is the RICO case. Fani Willis. Where are the government prosecutors? Look at these people. Oh, here they come walking in. Oh, isn't that nice? Very late. It's 11:01 here. It's 1:02 now, Eastern time. They just stroll in like whatever. You know, typical government prosecutors.
Oh, and you even got the screen protector back. More important. All right, ready, Ms. Taylor?
Let's
All
get
right,
to
we're
it.
back on the record. And Ms. Cross, did you have enough time to review the production of documents provided by Fulton County?
I did. Ms. Merchant had marked defense exhibits 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Insofar as exhibits 15, 16, 17, and 18, there's a document that I recognize, and I don't have any objection to those.
Okay.
They clearly came from Fulton County. However, defense exhibit number 14 contains several items that did not come apparently from Fulton County, and I'm standing next to Ms. Merchant to show her.
So
Okay, they're
these
not
were
in that group of.
I don't know. The county attorney, I have no idea what they did, but I got them from the county attorney. So if we need to turn back into this.
Okay.
But
These are the missing
I can't agree
invoices.
that the documents that are not in the certified bundle are properly admitted as part of exhibit.
Okay, Ms. Merchant, would you like to repackage and present to Ms. Cross Defense Exhibit 14?
They're exactly what I got from the county attorney. Apparently, they didn't want to testify, so they gave us a certification, but didn't put these in, so they're gonna have to testify if they're disputed, because I got them from them.
The documents that, the difference between the two document productions what is the difference?
They didn't even
Bank
get
credits,
these.
bank records, credit card statements, things like that, that wouldn't ordinarily be part and course of the Fulton County records.
But I got them from the open records portal, so that's where I printed them.
No, I understand. But the difference in production, Ms. Merchant, you've taken a look at them and they're actually material to your case?
Yes.
In what way?
They're all of his invoices, Judge, and then he has this is what I got from them. It's all of his invoices, and one of the invoices a reimbursement that he printed some things and put for the reimbursement. I mean, I don't really care if they take the reimbursement out because they actually are already admitted in the other exhibit I did.
I don't have any problem with the invoices. The invoices are clearly the records and contained in the certification. So if we remove the items that
They're already
are in dispute, then I don't have an objection to the exhibit.
They're already in and exhibit.
So you're removing them?
Yeah, that's fine. You want to take them out?
All right. So again, let's,
Sure.
have opposing counsel look at a revised Exhibit 14, and then I'll hear whether there's any objection.
All right, so those were Nathan Wade's invoices, which, remember, at the earlier hearing on Monday, we did not hear from them. Like, we could not find those. And she said, we don't have them. And apparently they dug something up. There were, I think, 2 months that they were missing that, you know, had $30,000 presumably that they had no record of. They said, we already gave you everything. So they came up with something else. There's something in there that she doesn't like. And Merchant is saying that's not relevant to what we need here. I don't know if they're relevant. I don't know what she was given. You
The
know.
revised exhibit number 14 contains only the invoices that were submitted, and the state has no objection.
Okay, so this
All
morning,
right, then, not seeing any other issues from other counsel, we'll note Exhibits 14 through 18 have been admitted for the record without objection.
all right, so more invoices came in.
I think at this point, it'd be good to make sure we've got, I think, 1 through 18 with the court reporter.
Others, but do you want me to give them to the witness?
Let's,
Together?
if he's done looking at them, let's just get them all compiled and organized and with the court reporter in case other defense counsel are going to reference them.
And we've seen many of these invoices.
No, it wasn't for him to have them all. We just need to have 1 through 18 organized with the court reporter. Yeah,
So you want me to take all the exhibits back from him?
I think we ought to do that.
Thank you. Is that stuff?
Yeah.
That's not?
This is my.
Okay. I'll organize.
We've seen some of these invoices. They were in Ashleigh Merchant's
All right, as
original
Ms.
filing.
Merchant is doing that, let me go down the list. Mr. Sadow.
Mr. Gill has been asked some questions that I was going to ask. I'd like to follow up if there's anything that's off. That'll work.
Let me just to keep it consistent, I'll go in order. So, if Mr. Sadow is deferring, then I'll go to Mr. Stocks, Mr. Durham on
Any other
Zoom.
questions for Wade?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. McDougald.
I will defer to Mr. Gillen.
All right, Mr. Rice.
Defer to Mr. Gillen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gillen.
All right, Mr. Gillen's here.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Wade.
Good afternoon, sir.
A few follow-up questions. I'd like to start off with the exhibit number 4 that you should have up there. Those are the interrogatories.
No, sir.
They're not up there?
Remember, I asked her to compile them all, so
I'm
now you can
sorry.
grab them.
If you wanted me to put them in order. They're in there. Thank you.
All right, the same interrogatories from his divorce with his ex-wife, Jocelyn. Follow-up questions on that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, these are the interrogatories that you had filed on May the 30th, 2023 in your divorce case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you went over in part some of those interrogatories, but what I want you to do, because I want to get down to the specific language to clear up exactly what the interrogatories asked for and exactly what you answered, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, if we look at the interrogatory that I believe, as we indicated, they're really, I think, on page 2, the one that starts off, describe each instance in which you've had sexual relations. You see that one?
Yes, sir.
Right here.
All right. Now, that interrogatory begins, describe each instance in which you have had sexual relations with a person other than your spouse during the course of the marriage, including the period of separation. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Now, these were filed on May the 30th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that time, you had had sexual relations with Miss Willis, correct?
Well,
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to the question as phrased. I think the question is properly at that time, certainly asked about his answer, but I object to.
All right, Mr. Gillen, I just asked you to rephrase, but I think you can make the same point.
Well, Your Honor, it's a specific interrogatory, and I would, so the words do matter, and I would like him to answer whether or
Yes.
not he'd had sexual relations with Miss Willis, because if he answered yes, then this interrogatory is a false interrogatory. So I would ask the court's indulgence. I'm not here to jump into some salacious
Good question.
bedroom situation, but this is an interrogatory that matters. So I would ask the court's indulgence.
Ms. Cross?
Questions have been asked and answered several times. I understand Mr. Gillen is coming at it from a different way, but this question is not substantively different than those that have already been asked.
Juicy
and answered
question.
And the information that.
Juicy.
All right, Mr. Gillen, I'll allow maybe this question and one more, but I think you are asking it in a different way, and I'll ask you to stick to the point.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, as of May the 30th, and may I ask the question that okay, thank you, Your Honor. As of May the 30th, 2023, you had had sexual relations with Miss Willis, isn't that correct?
The interrogatory, sir, asks during the course of the marriage and the period of separation.
Excuse me.
My
Your Honor,
response,
I would ask that the court direct the witness to answer my question, yes or no.
Let's go.
As of May the 30th, 2023, had you had sexual relations with Miss Willis, yes or no?
Mr. Gillen, let's start with at the higher level, whether he believes he answered it truthfully, and then we can drill down into why or why not he doesn't. And maybe we'll end up exactly where you left us.
Well, but again, Your Honor, the point of it is that the words matter, and that we have to establish what did and did not happen, and then he can give whatever explanation he chooses to what apparently is a false answer. But I would like an answer to my question.
And you may get one. I would like us to start at the high level before we drill down into specifics to see whether he actually contradicted that interrogatory, if I'm making sense.
Well, the interrogatory is relatively direct and explicit. Sexual relationships with a person other than your spouse during the course of the marriage, including the period of separation. That's
Right.
pretty
It's very
simple.
clear.
Sure. Let's see if
He said none.
if that's something you can get him to admit.
He said none.
You did have sexual relationships with someone other than your spouse during the course of the marriage and during the period of separation, which included up to May the 30th, 2023. Isn't that correct,
My
sir?
marriage was over in 2015.
my answer to this interrogatory is none, is no.
So
Why?
you're saying that you did not have sexual relationships with anyone outside of your marriage, and the period of separation is during the period, then you're answering the question to this interrogatory, correct, sir?
I'm saying during the course of my marriage, I did not have sexual relations to anyone, and this answer is no.
Wow.
Well, again, Your Honor,
I understand. You can proceed, Mr.
I
Gillen.
need to, we need a yes or no. Let's just get down to it. Did you or did you not, by May the 30th, 2023, have had sexual relations with Miss Willis, yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Finally.
Now, what you did is you
Indictments.
answered no to that question, didn't you, or none, correct?
I didn't answer no to the question you just asked. I answered no to the interrogatory question.
And the interrogatory stands that you answered as a pleading in a civil proceeding, your divorce case, right?
Yes.
Now, excuse me. The next interrogatory, let's move there. That interrogatory states as follows: identify any and all occasions in which you entertain a member of the opposite sex other than your spouse who is not related to you by blood or marriage. You see that?
I do.
Now, there are two parts to this. The second part is, I read on, or in which a member of the opposite sex other than your spouse, not related to you by blood or marriage, entertained you. And then it goes on to say, including but not limited to dining, drinking,
All there.
in restaurants, bars, pubs, hotels. You see that, correct?
I do.
Now, as of May the 30th, 2023, when you filed this interrogatory, you had in fact entertained Miss Willis on many occasions, had you not?
Again, during the course of the marriage was irretrievably broken in 2015.
Well,
The
then
answer's still no.
let's read what the interrogatory says about the time period required to answer the interrogatory. Because what it says is, it goes on to say, including but not limited to dining and or drinking at any restaurants, bars, pubs, hotels, or persons' homes from the date of marriage to the present. you understand what the word present means?
I do.
And present means the filing on May the 30th, 2023. Isn't that right?
It is.
So as of May the 30th, 2023, you have done a lot, or you had done a lot of entertaining of Miss Willis, had you not?
I had done some, yes.
And in fact, under your testimony, you would have said that she had also entertained you. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And so your answer to this interrogatory is false, is it not, sir?
No, it's not false.
Well, hate to dance around the, the answer is yes, you did entertain Miss Willis, correct? Right?
Yes.
And you
She's
put
not,
no.
she's not your spouse at that time or at any time, correct?
That's correct.
She's not related to you by blood or marriage, correct?
That's correct.
But you entertained her, right?
Yes.
And during the course from your marriage, the period of time up to the present, so the answer would have been, yes, I did entertain somebody, correct?
During the course of the marriage, no.
Mr. Wade.
Mr. Gillen, I think
Yeah.
we've made a
You
point.
got
I
it.
think it
Judge-
speaks for itself, and we can
Judge
save that
for
for
itself.
argument.
Judges,
I'll just follow up with one quick question. You understand what the word present means?
Your Honor, that's been asked and answered.
I think we did cover that already as well.
Okay. Now, what has happened from the time that you filed this
judge knows what's going on.
in May of 2023, let's go over some of the things that you had been involved in terms of being entertained or entertaining. Prior to your filing on the answer on the interrogatories on May the 30th, 2023, we have already established, have we not, that you had paid for a Royal Caribbean cruise to the Bahamas with Miss Willis, correct?
Yes, sir, with Miss Willis and my mother.
Well, your mother's not a part of this interrogatory. I'm talking about Miss Willis, okay? So
So stop
you
trying to dilute
paid,
it.
and caused to be paid approximately $3,335 on that trip, Bahamas trip from October the 28th through October the 31st, correct?
Your Honor, objection. I think we've tread this ground several times already.
Mr. Gillen, let's cover new ground.
Well, I'm just trying to establish with specificity the things that he had done to entertain or be entertained prior to May the 30th, 2023. I'll try to move through it
Sure.
quickly.
Well, that's already part of the record in terms of his prior testimony. And so if you want to link those two things together, you can do that during argument.
Well, so let me discuss this. You indicated that during the course of your explanation concerning the Belize trip, that Miss Willis paid you all that money back in cash, remember?
Yes, sir.
Now, the Belize trip had just happened, hadn't it? That occurred in March 18th, 2023, right?
And he forgot
Yes,
about
sir.
it already.
So you're filing this maybe 2 months after you have gone to Belize with Miss Willis, correct?
Your Honor, again, I believe all of this is
I
already.
think you might be getting somewhere new. We'll see.
Yes, sir.
So we've got the trip in to Belize on March the 18th, 2023. You and Miss Willis, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, 2 months later, you file the interrogatories that speak for themselves that we've gone over a few minutes ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the March the 18th, 2023, to state the obvious, is before May the 30th, 2023. Will you agree with me on that?
I do.
Okay. So
That was easy.
then you tell us that Miss Willis paid you in cash all the money for the entire trip. It was a gift for you for your birthday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure you probably have the
Wow.
deposit slips where you took the cash and deposited the cash into your account, don't you?
I did not deposit the cash in my
No,
account.
of course
You don't
not.
have a single solitary deposit slip to corroborate or support any of your allegations.
No, it's
that you
under
were
his
paid
mattress.
by Mrs. Willis in cash, do you?
No, sir.
Not
Nope.
a single solitary one.
Not a one.
Great question.
Now, when Miss Willis would pay you in cash, would you scamper down to the ATM with her and as she drew money out of her account
Your
to
Honor.
pay you these thousands of dollars?
Mr. Gillen might scamper, but there's been no evidence that Mr. Wade does. I object to the phrasing, the argumentative nature of the question.
All right, on that issue, overruled.
Let's go.
Did you and Ms. Wade scamper down to the ATM machine and have her dry out? For example, on the Belize trip, just on your payment would have been $2,794.
Ms. Wade,
For clarity, yeah, thank you.
Pardon me?
Ms. Wade and I didn't go to Belize.
No, excuse me, Ms. Willis. I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Willis.
Did you go down to the ATM with Ms. Willis while she drew out $2,794 to pay you in cash that you did, did you go to the ATM with?
No, sir, she didn't go to the ATM. She carried the cash.
Oh, and
She
so
carried-
she would give you the cash.
$2
Did you
grand?
have a little place in your house where you just stack up all this cash that you apparently got to repay you for these benefits that you bestowed on her?
Now, Mr. Gillen, if I answered that, I'm putting myself in jeopardy.
Why?
If I tell the world that I have cash someplace in my home, don't you think that?
Well, we've already
would be
figured that out.
problematic?
No, I don't. I want an answer as to whether or not you have a little cash hoard in your house where you have allegedly taken the money that you got from Mrs. Willis and went and put it somewhere. Where'd you
No,
put it?
no, sir.
Now, just put it on the hip and kind of walk around money?
Did I put it on my hip
Yeah, just
in-
walking around money where you would spend cash yourself?
let me finish. Did I put it on my hip in Belize and walk around with
No,
it?
when you got paid back, would you take the money, the cash that she gave you, and would you just carry it around
Yeah,
with
what'd
you
you
for
do with
spending
it?
money around
$3
town?
grand.
So we have to break down each trip because, for example, for the
We
cruise, she paid me the money before we took the cruise. So I was here and I could put the money in my pocket or put it away wherever I wanted to do with it. Other trips, she would give me the money there. So at that point, I could either spend it or put it in my pocket or put it in the hotel safe.
There's no special place that you would have all this cash that you would be getting from her that you've told us about that to pay back for the benefits that you have bestowed on her?
The only special place that cash would have gone would have been to one of my children.
Okay. Now, are you aware, have you discussed
I'm sure.
these pleadings with Ms. Willis?
No, sir.
So there's been no discussion between you and Ms. Willis about the allegation concerning the benefits that you have bestowed on her? Is that correct?
For the phrasing, the benefits bestowed upon her, I don't believe that's an accurate reflection of the testimony, and I don't think that's an appropriate question.
I think overruled. You can answer the question.
Okay. When you said proceedings, are you talking about the divorce proceedings? Because we were talking about the interrogatories. To that question, the answer is no. If you're at, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead with your answer. I'll hear the complete answer, then I'll follow up.
Okay. If you're asking me about this hearing,
one.
the proceedings of this hearing, have we discussed the financial piece based upon Mr. Roman's motion? Yes.
Yes, we have.
So you have discussed the financial piece. When did that, where
Gotta get
did
your
that
story
discussion
straight,
take
right?
place?
Conference room.
Were you other people there, or were you and Ms. Willis discussing this about what your position was going to be?
The relevance of this.
No?
Mr. Gillen?
Yeah, the relevance has to do with suddenly we have a declaration from Mr. Wade
Right.
in this case, where
Fanny didn't have
he says
one.
roughly equal, and then shows one alleged payment by Ms. Willis. No mention of cash, none. So I need to find out a little bit more about how suddenly we have
Exactly.
this revelation about cash from the witness stand today.
Overruled.
So we part company there when you say no mention of cash. If I provided one receipt that didn't amount to what you would think was roughly equal, the rest of it is cash.
Well, did you in your
Okay,
declaration
that's a lot of money.
that was filed in this case, did you tell the court in that declaration that the expenditure that you had provided on behalf of Ms. Willis was paid for back by her in cash? Yes or no?
I believe that I did when I said that the expenses were split roughly evenly.
If you could point to me any place in your affidavit where you use the word cash I would appreciate it.
I
Take your
didn't,
time.
I didn't use the word cash. No, sir.
No, you didn't use the word cash, did you?
But I didn't say give it to me in cash.
No, you just didn't tell anybody that you allegedly got paid back in cash, right?
Yeah.
No, I told everyone who asked.
Today.
Yes, sir.
Now, who else was with you, if anyone else, when you and Ms. Willis were discussing how you would be handling the financial component of the motion here today? That is the personal benefits.
Great
The
questions.
relevance of that, Your Honor.
We want to know if he was
Ms.
alone.
Gill.
Well, the relevance is if they know that they're going to be called as witnesses, they've been subpoenaed, and they are discussing what they're going to say.
Right.
We need to know that. The court needs to know that. It goes to the veracity of Mr. Willis and
They're syncing their
excuse me,
stories up.
Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade.
Overruled.
Yeah, they're
We
syncing
didn't
their stories.
discuss how we were going to handle testimony.
What did you talk
My
about?
question was, when you were discussing with Ms. Willis
This is
in the
good.
conference room, when you were discussing what you perceived to be the situation concerning the benefits for the payments,
Yes, sir.
was there anyone else present?
No, sir.
Wow.
How long did the meeting take?
Wow.
Probably 5 or 10 minutes.
Oh, sure.
Did
Yeah.
Ms. Willis tell you what she was going to say?
No, sir.
What'd you meet about?
Did you ask her whether she had any bank withdrawals that would corroborate the assertion that she would pay you back in large sums of cash for these trips to the Caribbean, Belize,
I can't believe he admitted they met.
California, on and on and on?
Your Honor, again, I object. The proffer, when the last relevance objection was made, was that Mr. Gillen needed to know who else was there. These could be potential witnesses that he could cross-examine. That question has been answered, so I again object.
Or
to
not.
Okay. I think it's still exploring possible bias or
Yep.
motive to shape his testimony. So overrule on that ground.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well done, Judge.
Now,
Yes.
now, Mr. Willis, excuse me, Mr. Wade, when you were having this discussion.
Mr. Willis?
Did you ask her, did you ask Ms. Willis, do you have anything to support these cash withdrawals?
No, sir.
Did you ask her where she got the cash?
No.
Here,
Evidence
this is
room?
the conversation.
Pulled it out of the evidence room?
I produced my credit card statement that showed what Ms. Merchant in her filing was representing. That was the conversation.
Okay, so when she would pay you back in cash, were you aware of what her financial situation was? Do you know what?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I object to the relevance.
Well, Your Honor, it's relevant because we've been bombarded with a book, Find Me the Votes, in which
What's at issue is the financial benefit and if that plays a material interest in an actual conflict of interest. So I think that's relevant.
thank you.
Yeah, it's clearly
Now,
relevant. All this is.
Have you read the book, Find Me the Votes?
That's the book about Fani.
I have.
You have.
I have.
Okay. Now, in that
She's a
book,
courageous
Ms.
prosecutor.
Willis is telling the authors about financially destitute she was, or kind of hitting down on the bottom as she was running for DA. Do you remember that part of the book?
She didn't want to be
Let me
broke.
qualify the response. I've read the book in parts. I hadn't had the time to sit and read the
Skimmed
book
it.
in its
You know,
entirety.
you skimmed it.
Did you read that part about how she's telling the authors about how little money she had and how financially she was in bad shape prior to when she was running? Did you read that part?
No, sir.
Did you ever have discussions with Ms. Willis about her financial situation, which was in apparently in rough shape prior to her being elected DA?
No, sir. Ms. Willis made it clear that her financial business was just that. It was her business. I know nothing about her financial status. I know nothing about how she was faring before or after the election, or even now. I know nothing about her finances.
Telling us that she didn't share that with you, but chose to share it with the authors of a book that's been published and printed
Yeah,
and sold nationally.
I think that's a fair question for Cross.
I don't know that she shared it with the author. I don't know that the author is telling the truth. I don't know the author, so I don't know, sir.
Okay. Now, did you give an interview to the authors of that book?
I've given no interviews, sir.
So you haven't talked to them at all,
I
correct?
haven't talked to any media,
All right.
none.
Now, as it relates to the,
I'd like to, though.
Maybe you will.
as it
Hopefully,
relates
hopefully you do.
to,
Hopefully you do. We'd like you to.
again, from your bank records that you're aware of, there'll be no cash deposits, right?
I didn't say that.
Are there cash deposits which line up with the money that you have allegedly received from Ms. Willis to quote, pay you back for her part of the trips?
So here's the thing. In my bank records, you will see cash deposits. You will see check deposits. I can't say that you look through the bank records and you won't see cash deposits because I have two sources of income, sir.
Okay. Are those Fani cash?
Income comes from my private practice,
or
my
law
firm,
cash?
and income comes from the contract here with Fulton County. During the course of practice, occasionally I will have occasion to deposit cash into my account.
And in preparation for this hearing and your testimony, did you go through your bank records to find out if you could locate any cash deposits that would corroborate your testimony?
No, sir, I didn't go through my bank records at all.
Maybe should have if your story was so.
So what you would
straight.
do, the money that you received, of course, the money that you received from your work for Fulton County, that's public funds, correct?
No, sir, that's private funds. It's my
Public funds pay you to do work for Fulton County, correct?
Tell me what the definition of a public fund is.
A public
Taxpayer
fund
money.
would be your funds, as in not fund, but funds, money. Public money, as in money from taxpayers, either in Fulton County or the state of Georgia, pay you to do the work that you're doing here in this case.
Come
yes
on,
or no?
Nathan.
One or the other, I'm certain
You know which
is
one?
the case. I don't know which one, no, sir.
Now, you would take those public funds, and those public funds were then used, deposited in your account, and they were then used to pay on the credit cards for the trips that you would take with Ms. Willis, correct?
I object to the question insofar as the characterization of public funds. The witness didn't testify to that, and I don't believe there's been any evidence to that. Once it's paid to Mr. Wade, it's private funds.
Well, the point of it is that you got
All
money.
right, Mr. Gillen's rephrasing.
Yeah, let's break it down.
Just following the bouncing ball of the money.
You got money from Fulton County for the work that you do here, right?
Yes, sir.
You would send in invoices, and they would pay you money.
30 grand a
correct?
month.
Yes, sir.
Those money, the word private money, that money was money from either the citizens of Fulton County or from the state of Georgia, correct? That's what I mean by public funds. Agreed?
So I guess I'm having trouble with the notion that the citizens of Fulton County have paid me any funds. I'm not certain the funding source. I can tell you that
It's
either
public
the state
money.
of Georgia or Fulton County has written me a check.
Where does Fulton get the
So,
money? Oh
that
my
would
gosh.
be, those two entities are public entities, correct?
Yes.
So that would be public funds.
Where do they
right?
get it? They're private investments?
Right? Yeah.
Yes.
Are they selling goods
that-
and services?
Those public funds are from the same source that you would then use to pay out on your
You break, dude.
on your expenses for the trips that you took Miss Willis on, correct?
No, sir. As I testified 2 moments ago,
Different
I
money.
have income coming in from my law firm. I also have income coming in from the funds
Fulton
that
County,
we're here
public
discussing
funds.
now from either the state of Georgia or
He
Fulton
says he
County
used law
and or
firm
both.
money,
I'm not certain
not
what it
public
is.
money.
So
What
to say,
percent-
say
Sorry,
that
I didn't mean
that
to cut
I'm-
you off. Go ahead.
so to say that I'm paying a credit card statement with funds coming from Fulton County or the state of Georgia would not be an accurate statement because the funds could have very well come from
Could
my
have.
private practice.
Did they or not?
What percentage of your income in 2022 came from money for your working on this case or
Good
from your
question.
partners working for the Fulton County office?
In 2022, I would say 50-50.
You think 50-50 in 2022?
Yes, sir.
What about 2023?
Probably 60-40.
60-40.
Yes, sir.
So the money that would be in those accounts, yeah, at least 60% of those, in your view, would be public funds, that those monies were then used to pay for the expenses that you had incurred for the trips that you took Miss Willis on, the cruises, the Napa Valleys, the Bahamas, correct?
He's
Right?
gonna
Yes,
say,
sir.
Okay.
wow, he said yes to that. Wow.
And now, what you did is that when
Thought he was gonna say no, I
when you
used the other
signed
funds.
on in November 1st of 2021, that's when you signed on to be counsel for the anti-corruption matters, right?
Yes, sir.
Now,
November 1st,
as you
then
know,
divorced his wife the
in your
next day.
engagement letter, it doesn't say that you're signing on and your scope of work is to work on the Trump special grand jury investigation, does it?
No, sir.
It says that you're signing on to work on anti-corruption, the anti-corruption unit matters, correct?
Yes, sir.
Matters with a plural, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in your contract, there is no specific reference to any specific case. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, but you didn't sign on for the duration. There was a period, you have a contract, and then it would then expire, and then you would have a new contract, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, of course, the extension that you received, the first one was in November of 2021, and then you filed, or excuse me, there was a renewal in November the 15th of 2022. Is that right?
Sounds right.
Oh, okay. Now, that was right after you got re-upped by Miss Willis, right after you took Miss Willis to Aruba.
Yeah.
Isn't that right? On that November the 1st, 2022 trip to Aruba.
November
And
1st,
through
2022.
November the 4th, 2022. Correct?
What does re-up mean?
Well, re-up means that you came back, your contract was up, and then on November the 15th, you and Ms. Willis signed a new contract for you, right?
Then you went on a cruise.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you were in taking her to the Aruba and on the cruises and the resort there, did you discuss your re-upping of signing an extension on your contract?
So correct.
No, sir.
So
But you
signs
make
him
an
an
excellent
extension, they
point.
go on cruise.
I'm glad you pointed that out. So the trip to Aruba, the contract was not in existence then.
so you're saying that you were not
Under contract.
in your contract, did you send any invoices in for work that you did after your first contract expired?
No, sir.
You didn't.
No, sir.
So when that expired, that was it. So then you're saying that after the Aruba trip, you get re-upped with a new contract, correct?
I signed a new contract. Yes,
Now,
sir.
was there any modifications on that contract? Did you get an extension on the cap that you were limited on the first one? Were there any modifications at all, Mr. Willis? Excuse me. I've done that again. I apologize.
I've been called worse.
Wade, I'm sorry.
I've been called worse.
Now, were there any modifications?
Not
on that?
intentional, but
Do you have the contracts in front of you where you could?
I don't have it in front of me, but I think that Ms. Murphy's got it.
I'm sure Ashleigh
Because
does.
I believe
She's probably got it
as the work gradually,
increased. We're going towards trial.
as the time of the work gradually increased,
Yeah. Got to get more money.
the hourly cap would increase.
Yes.
In other words, starting out the investigation, it was impossible to anticipate the level of cooperation during the course of the investigation from some of the witnesses. So if you assume that there would be great cooperation with the witnesses in terms of interviewing and speaking and being voluntarily speaking with you, it doesn't take as much time. So after getting into it, realizing that most of the witnesses were not willing to speak or willing to turn over evidence or information, quickly you figure out that this is going to take a little more time than originally anticipated. And because of that, you have to compensate for those hours.
That's why there was a compensation on your extension.
Yes, sir. The caps.
Cap. Now,
Very convenient after you go on a trip
did
to
Mrs.
Aruba.
Willis, did Miss Willis review your invoices with you when you would submit them?
Never.
Did anyone ever question whether or not you worked 24 hours in one day and billed 24 hours in one day?
I've never worked 24 hours in one day and billed 24 hours in one day.
Yes, you did.
And I'm glad you asked me that question because I'd like the opportunity to talk about that.
I think you should go ahead.
Yes.
So
was
if you look
multiple
at that
people, right?
invoice where it says 24 hours in one day, it actually doesn't say one day. If you look at the top of the invoice, it says date completed. The date that's reflected on that invoice reflects the date that the work was completed. It doesn't say when it started. It just says this is the date that is completed. So if you go through the invoices, probably around the first 5 or 6, you'll see that that's the billing format. I would bill only after that particular task has been completed.
Let me see if I can find
That's
that.
why you see a 24-hour period with the one day there. I kind of wish some of the experts who had opined on that had called me and asked me the question, but there was never a billing of 24 hours in one day. Now, probably around
There
the 6th or
was.
7th invoice, you see the format changed. I started using a range so that it got less confusing, right?
Yeah.
I'm confused, so maybe you can correct it. For me.
Okay.
In exhibit 14, you've got down a specific day.
Mhm.
Prepared cases for pretrial, November the 5th, 2021, 24 hours at $250 an hour, 6,000. So this wasn't about a range. It was about the work that you did on November the 5th, 2021.
No, Mr. Gillen,
24 hours at
look at the
250.
top of the invoice
Okay, we're
where it
looking
says
at it.
date completed.
What I want you to do, Mr. Wade, is focus
Right
on the date that you have down there and tell the court what you billed for on November the 5th, 2021.
Mi-
I thought it was already in. I thought 14 is in.
Again, Mr. Gillen, it says completed date completed. The dates that you see here are the dates that work was completed. So on November the 5th, I completed the task of preparing the cases for pretrial. That's the date I completed it.
Just
Then
read,
it took me,
just read if you would. Then my question was, read out loud the entry for November the 5th, 2021, and how many hours you billed that day. Just do that for me if you would.
Your Honor,
I can't do that.
Excuse me, I believe the witness is entitled to answer his question. That certainly wasn't the question that Mr. Gillen asked.
All right, well, the question now is to read a certain entry, so.
Just read into the record, Mr. Wade, on November the 5th, 2021, how many hours did you bill the citizens of Fulton County for on that day? Just read it out, please.
I completed the task on November 5th, 2021. 24 hours was billed at $250.
Yeah, nice payday. $6,000. 24 hours at 250, $6,000. Now, as you see right here, he's got some other date ranges. So date completed, this is 5/9/22 to 5/1/22.
When you were
5/11.
You
okay, 3
talked about
days.
your relationship with Ms. Willis, and your testimony is that it began in 2022. Do you remember that testimony?
No, sir. Our relationship began in
Your romantic
2019.
relationship began in 2022? Is
Yes,
that what-
sir.
That's
Yes,
your
sir.
testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, when you were re-upped on this contract, you had a romantic relationship already established with
Yes.
Ms. Willis, yes or no?
In 2022?
You know, when
Yes,
you were
sir.
re-upped on November the 15th, 2022, you had a romantic relationship with Miss Willis.
I signed the second contract. Yes, sir.
Answer my question, please. On
I'm not going to use the words re-up.
signed up on the, we re-up or whatever you want to call it, your contract on November the 15th, 2022, you had a romantic relationship already existing with Miss Willis, yes or no?
I signed the contract, the
Yes.
second contract. Yes, sir. During the course of a romantic
It's a
relationship.
great
Yes or
point.
no, you had a romantic relationship with her at the time that you signed up the extension on November the 15th, 2022, yes or no?
The answer to that question is yes.
Yes. And she didn't disclose
Now,
anything.
This was before the special purpose grand jury released a report, isn't that correct?
The one going
Correct.
after Trump and the
Are you
19
asking me
co-defendants.
if it's before the work was completed or before the special purpose grand jury actually publicly released the report?
When they
Those are
released
two
the
different-
report. Your relationship with Miss Willis already existed when the special purpose grand jury released its report, correct?
Yes.
At the time the report was released, yes, sir. But you
And-
understand that the report, the work had been completed prior to the release of the report. You understand that?
And your relationship with Miss Willis, of course, was prior to the indictment in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Good questions. We've spent a lot of time talking about the first contract,
if I
not the
may
second
just-
one.
Ask my folks over here whether there's anything I need to clean up on.
Yeah, amazing. So the first,
That's all the questions, Your Honor, I have. Thank you.
yeah, great job. So that was great.
Well, I think we went through.
I had asked you the permission that he was gonna go first on this, and then I was going to follow up. That's the deferment, was to allow him to go first. That's what I thought I had.
All right, with the understanding next time, we're going to keep going in order and not skip around the order. All right.
That's why I brought it up, because I thought that's what.
Okay. All right. Mr. Sadow.
All right, this is Trump's lawyer, Steve Sadow, walking up to the bench. There he is.
I'm going to try to keep my questions very specific.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to also, of course, try not to go back into specific questions that have already been asked. Okay.
Yes, sir.
When did your relationship with Miss Willis end?
2023.
Can you give us an approximation of, not by date, but by month?
They're not in love anymore. Oh no, my heart's
Summer
broken.
2023. Forgive me. I'm a man. We don't do the date thing.
That's
Summer 23,
largely
I would
accurate.
say.
That's true. At least with
June, maybe?
relationships.
Okay. Using the euphemism personal relationship, did you have any personal relationship at all with Miss Willis after the summer of 2023?
I want to make sure that I'm answering your question. Are you, because
Let me rephrase it.
Did you indict each other?
The way it has been characterized in, for example, the response of the state, and I believe in your affidavit, is there's a difference between a personal relationship and a professional relationship.
Sure.
Correct?
yes, sir.
Okay. I'm not talking about a professional relationship. I'm talking about the personal relationship. Have you had a personal relationship at all? And you know what I mean by that.
You
After
do.
the summer of 2023.
Are you asking me if I had intercourse with the district attorney?
Yes.
I was trying not to,
Yeah.
but I guess
If you want to, yeah.
if you're going to characterize it as that, the answer would be,
The answer would be no.
so it's been purely professional since the summer of 2023.
So that's where we're having issues.
Okay, you'll have to explain because I don't know what the issue would be.
Yeah.
No, I will explain to
Thank
you. You say personal. We're very good friends, probably closer than ever because of these attacks. But if you're asking me about specific
Yes, you poor little
intercourse,
lovebirds.
the answer is no.
How about if I change it from intercourse to romantic?
Relations.
No.
Any type of romantic relations. Did you touch her butt? Did
During
you
the
touch her
direct
fanny?
examination, you made a statement, at least I believe I heard it correctly, that you, personal relationship, and now I'm talking about that characterized the sexual romantic relationship, was not a secret. Is that correct?
Wait,
Yeah, you said that.
if you're asking me if people knew that we were having sex, no, they didn't.
I'm asking you whether the people knew that you were dating, whether you were romantically involved. You said that it was not a secret.
Oh, it wasn't a secret. It was just private. My mother knew, obviously.
Did anyone in the district attorney's office that has worked on this case know that you were dating or had a romantic relationship with District Attorney Willis?
I don't know what they knew.
Well, did you tell anyone?
No,
Do you have any knowledge of whether Miss Willis revealed it to anyone?
I have no clue.
Okay. So as far as you know from personal knowledge, no one in the DA's team knew, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if it
Everyone
was
knew,
a
I'm sure.
legitimate relationship, is there any particular reason why it was kept secret or private?
Wasn't kept secret. It was kept private.
And the purpose for that was?
It's what we chose to do.
I'm asking you why though, not just because you chose. Why, if you're dating someone, why keep it private?
So, a few reasons. The first one is,
We were special counsel. She was my boss.
wanna say
I worked for
this-
her. Oops.
respectfully, in the right way. There are some people who are in the public eye who just don't like it, don't wish to be there. I have tried to have lunch or dinner with her publicly, and I can't count the number of people that would approach the table or would accost us as we're trying to walk into a restaurant and just have lunch or have a meal. It is not secret, it is private. We don't want the world asking questions
Too
or
late for that.
interrupting that time.
Shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have done it.
We weren't trying to keep anything as say that.
Yes, you were.
There's nothing
Yes, you
secret or salacious about having a private life.
Then why did you lie on your
Nothing.
interrogatories?
I'm not suggesting that there was. I'm asking the questions. When you went on the various trips that have been outlined by both Mr. Gillen and by Ms. Merchant, did anyone in the district attorney's office know that the two of you were traveling on personal trips together?
To my knowledge, Mr. Sadal, no.
And again, that was for privacy, according to your testimony.
Privacy, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you and Miss Willis go to the Hapeville condo prior to your relationship starting at the beginning of 2022?
Prior to having physical contact, prior to having intercourse, did we go to the Hapeville condo?
Again, you keep going to intercourse. I'm trying not to, but fine. The answer to that, or my question would be yes. Did you and Miss Willis go to the Hapeville condo prior to what I want to say November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
But
And the purpose for going to the Hapeville condo with Miss Willis prior to 2021 in what? Or prior to November 1 of 2021?
Could have been any number of things because at that time,
Why are they going to condos?
That's what I'm asking, so tell me.
Yeah,
yeah,
what was
could have been
it?
any number of things because at that time, she had a friend living in that condo. Miss Yeartie lived in that condo.
Okay. So, it maybe was my question was poorly worded. Let me try again.
I don't think so.
Your answer is yes, prior to November 1st of 2021, you would have gone to the Hapeville condo
Before
and
he got
been
the
there with
contract.
Miss Willis, correct?
Yes.
And you would have been there, as you indicated, for many reasons, right?
Yes.
Can you give me, just list a few of the reasons?
Miss
Why would you go
Yeartie
to a
resided
condo?
there, went to visit her.
Friends?
Maybe went to talk about a document that I received.
Okay.
You would go to
that
the condo
I
to
needed
talk
to
about a
see.
document that you received?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Okay. He says, okay.
Any other reasons?
None come to mind.
None come to mind.
How
No,
about
sir.
indicting
And,
Fani in the
Would
bedroom?
you say that was frequent? When I say frequent, do you think prior to November 1st of 2021, you were at the condo more than 10 times?
No, sir.
10 times.
Yes, sir.
So if phone records were to reflect that you were making phone calls from the same location as the condo before November 1st of 2021, and it was on multiple occasions, the phone records would be wrong?
If phone records reflected that, yes, sir.
They'd be wrong.
They'd be wrong.
Okay.
Wow.
Where did you live during that time period?
Wow.
Same place
This
I live
guy-
now.
Which
This
is
guy's amazing.
not in Hapeville, correct?
It is not in Hapeville.
It is north of Atlanta, the city of Atlanta, correct?
It is.
Okay. And any other reasons why you would be in the Hapeville area on multiple occasions prior to November 1st of 2021?
Let's see. The Porsche experience is there.
The
I'm sorry?
Porsche
The
experience.
Porsche experience is there.
The
Okay,
Porsche
so that would have been
experience.
one. Any
Or
other
a fun event?
Yes, sir. The airport is there.
airport in Hapeville?
Yes, sir. Delta Airlines is
Okay.
headquartered there.
The
Let's see.
headquarters or the departure?
Restaurants there.
Mm.
Um,
Big Fani was there. Come on, admit it. Everybody's waiting for you to say it. Judge is waiting for you to say it.
If that's your recollection, that's fine. I'm not asking you to try to remember everything, but if
Oh,
that's.
okay.
Okay. Did you discuss your affidavit filed in connection with the response with Ms. Willis?
no, sir.
Did you know of personal knowledge whether Ms. Willis put your affidavit before it was included with the response?
I have no clue.
So as far as you know, personal knowledge, Ms. Willis did not know what you said in the affidavit.
I didn't give it to her.
That's what I said. You have no personal knowledge.
No personal knowledge.
And as far as you know, no one else has told you that she did or didn't.
I hadn't asked anyone.
And we've kind of worked this up a little bit, and the numbers could be off. But according to our numbers, $10,000, give or take, would have been reflected on your credit card statements
For all your
in
trips.
connection with things of potential benefit to Ms. Willis, okay?
10
I
grand.
want you just to assume that. Assuming that there was $10,000 that you had on your credit cards,
Aruba, Norway, Napa.
is it your testimony that Ms. Willis paid you back $10,000 in cash? I'm not asking about,
Can I object? The characterization of $10,000 for Ms. Willis's travel, I don't believe is an accurate reflection of what the numbers, at least the summary that I've been provided by the defense would reflect. I think that's joint travel. And so is that right, Mr. Sato? I'm sorry. to
no,
clarify the question.
it's not joint travel.
All
But
right.
all I'm trying to understand, I'll rephrase because I don't want to get bogged down on specific numbers. You would have received thousands of dollars in cash from Ms. Willis, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the thousands of dollars in cash from Ms. Willis, do you know, I'm not asking you whether she took it out of her pocketbook or she took it out of a suitcase. I'm saying, do you know the source of the cash?
Just that out of her pocketbook. Yes, sir.
You don't know where she obtained the cash.
I didn't ask her.
And the whole time that she was paying you in cash, you never said, hey, why do you have this amount of cash?
Right.
Wow, Mr. Sadow, in my practice, people come into my law firm all the time with cash. I never question where they got it.
Yeah, well,
But we're
a lot
talking
of-
not about people that come into your law firm. We're talking about the district attorney of Fulton County, who I'm assuming receives a paycheck. She doesn't get paid in cash.
So just like you assumed, I assumed she got it from her paycheck. I don't know.
Okay. But of course, it's already been, and I'm not going to go back into it. You've not seen any records indicating withdrawals of cash from Miss Willis at all.
Why would I ask her?
I didn't
No,
ask.
sir.
All I
She got it
said
from
is
the
you
evidence
haven't,
room.
right?
No, sir.
Okay.
Just walk in
Now,
there.
can you explain why you filed for one day after you were hired by Miss Willis?
Yeah, good question.
You filed on November 2nd of 2021.
Sugar Mama
You're hired
signs a
on November
contract.
1st of 2021. Why the day after?
You mean one day before? So
You filed for divorce one day after you were hired, right?
okay, I'll answer your question.
Okay, please.
So
I started it
in
one day before,
2015,
then she filed it the next day.
when my wife had the affair, we had a conversation that we would divorce right then. Again, the better practice, at least for my children at the time, was to stay in place until the youngest could graduate and matriculate into college. We did that.
Children
When
as a
she
shield
graduated,
in his love affair.
matriculated into college. At the time, my wife had moved back and forth to Houston, to Texas. So she's in Texas. We take our child off to college. We come back to Georgia for a brief period of time. Divorce gets filed. She gets served. There we go. Now, the reason that date was selected.
Yes, sir.
was
That's what I asked.
the specific reason that specific date was because she was only in town for a brief.
Your Honor, this is attorney-client privilege. Why he decided to file this.
And why do you have the right to object on his behalf for attorney-client privilege?
Yeah, sit
Because
down.
Well, I'll make the formal objection.
All right, there we go.
Thank you.
And
I believe that he's already attempted to answer this question and there was no privilege raised. So he's given a partial answer and now he's about to finish that. So first of all, I don't think it's covered by attorney-client privilege and I'll deal with that if you want me to. But otherwise, he's already answered part of it. So he doesn't get to say, now I'm going to stop. So.
well, it was a long preface, but I don't think it ever actually got to what might have been at issue there. So
Well, he
if
wants
you can
to
lay the
explain it.
foundation, we'll deal with the objection.
Okay. Let's take a step back, okay? You realize that an attorney-client privilege is the privilege of the client, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you, in connection with your representation, at least has been proffered to the court by Mr. Bradley, that it's up to you to decide whether you want to raise the privilege, right?
Yes, sir.
It's not up to Mr. Bradley.
Yes, sir.
So you have the power, in order to get to the truth of the matter.
Explain
You have
yourself,
the power
sir.
to waive
Your
the
Honor.
attorney-client privilege, do you not?
I believe that's an appropriate question. The privilege is there,
Whether he uses it or not, it doesn't matter why. Mr. Stato, I think if we're trying to get to the answer to your question, let's figure out whether it covers the question you were trying to get to.
And if I may finish, and your position is you have no intention of waiving your attorney-client privilege, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so now, can you answer the question why you waited until November 2nd, the day after you were hired by Ms. Willis to file for divorce?
I can.
Okay.
Okay, great.
So again, Joycelyn had relocated to Texas and she had been in Texas for months. She was only here for a brief period of time to drive my daughter's car back with her. And when she came here to do that, I was able to
File and serve
then
her.
get her served.
Okay, so your
Okay.
answer as to why you waited until the day after you were hired by Ms. Willis on November 1st, 2021.
Can you serve
To
somebody out
file
of
the
state?
complaint for the divorce on November
Are
2nd,
you allowed to serve somebody out of state in
2021.
Georgia?
Your testimony under oath is because your
She was here.
wife was here,
Was here.
but had not been here in October, had not been here in September, had not been here in August of 2021.
She had been in Texas taking care of her ailing mother
So
and
your
an
testimony-
aging father. So the first opportunity that I had
Nice guy.
after
She's caring for his.
speaking with my
Her parents.
lawyers to take care of that was the date it was filed and served because she happened to be here. It had nothing to do with, that was purely coincidental, that contract.
I understand it's purely coincidence, your testimony.
Yes,
My
sir.
specific-
And understand that this was by agreement between she and I, she
Well, then
being
why'd
my
you-
wife and I.
Then
that
why'd you have to
We
wait?
would divorce when the children matriculated out, and that there would actually have been an agreement attached to the filing. It became apparent that the agreement wasn't going to happen, and things got a little contentious. So that's when the privilege will kick in, and I was forced to do it when I did it.
I'd love
So
to.
if I understood correctly, again, you tell me if I'm wrong. Is it your testimony that your wife was not in Atlanta, Georgia, or the metro area throughout October of 2021?
No,
That's
in
not your
October,
testimony?
in October of 2021, she was back and forth between here and Texas.
So she was, at least on some occasions, in the Atlanta area.
So you could have.
But that was during the time when we were working through the consent agreement that fell through.
Yeah, I think we're pretty far afield on relevance. The answer to the question about the timing of the divorce filing. and
Understood, Ms. Cross. Ms. Sato, where are we going from here?
We're about to finish this area since I'm not going to be able to go any further about, if we want to call the X, we'll call the X for that purpose.
Well, we might have to discuss whether that's a collateral issue altogether.
No, I'm just saying if, I didn't say we will, but we'll,
Okay.
all right, so
Colin
you said that
Joyceland.
you were aware of the contracts that Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell had with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become aware of those?
Just through conversation, they
With
told
who?
me.
Conversation with who?
Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell.
So you were discussing matters with Mr. Bradley which were not related to attorney-client privilege, correct?
Related to the contracts, yes.
Okay, but you were having conversations that would not, even though, if I understood correctly, Mr. Bradley was your attorney at the time, correct?
This is good.
At what time?
At the time that Mr. Bradley received his contract from Fulton County, which would have been the beginning of January or in January of 2021, right?
Yeah, because he was your lawyer all the way from
Is
2018.
that the date of his contract?
Pretty close.
Well, you said it was 2018.
I don't know what the date of his contract
What's
was, but if
Date for my
it was
purpose.
after the date of the filing of divorce, then yeah.
I'm not talking about after the date of the filing of the divorce. It's been represented to the court that you had an attorney-client relationship
From
with Mr.
2018.
Bradley from 2015 forward.
Wow,
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir. That is
Okay.
correct.
Wow, okay.
When Mr. Bradley
Even
received
worse.
his contract with Fulton County, that was in 2021, correct?
I don't know.
We can prove that through other evidence. But at the time that Mr. Bradley was doing work for Fulton County, if I understand, you still had an attorney-client privilege, at least you're claiming one, with Mr. Bradley, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when you talk to Mr. Bradley about matters with his contract in Fulton County, those were not covered by your attorney-client privilege, correct?
They were not.
Right.
Okay, and
Not
that meant
furtherance of
that
litigation.
not all communications with Mr. Bradley were covered by attorney-client privilege, correct?
Bro talk, not pro
Well,
talk.
those certainly weren't.
Well, but my question was, not all communications with Mr. Bradley were covered by, at least as you've been represented to the court, by the attorney-client privilege, correct?
Yep.
Those communications were not.
So there were communications
Yes.
outside of the attorney-client privilege, correct?
Yes. Bring Terrence back.
With Mr.
Yes,
Bradley?
If you're asking me if I ever communicate with him outside of the attorney-client privilege, the answer is yes. I've
Okay.
communicated with him
Great.
outside
Good.
of attorney-client privilege.
This is great. So this is why we sequester witnesses. Okay. So Nathan Wade didn't hear the first guy's witness. Didn't hear Terrence. So of course I talked to him.
Let's
So now they're going to bring Terrence
finish this
back
up.
and they're not going to know what he said.
And did you call it?
And they're going to say, hey,
Roman number
Terrence,
4?
he,
Or is
he
it
said he
just
talked to you all the
defense?
time
Okay,
and there
in
was
defense
no
exhibit
attorney-client
number
privilege.
4, and
Very
Mr.
good.
Gillen went over with you your responses to certain interrogatories on May the 30th, 2023. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
I'm not going back into those. The words in the interrogatories are already in evidence, so we're not going to do that. But the ones that we've gone into, there were 2 of them. And your answer to those was none, correct?
Yes, sir.
On the interrogatories,
Now,
none.
on January 25th of 2024,
Yes, sir.
you again were in a position that you answered those same interrogatories, the 2 that we're talking about. I can get specific if we need to, but as long as we understand we're talking about the same 2,
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And they are in defense exhibit number 6, and they are interrogatories number 4 and number 5.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, I want you to be able to see it. So it's a defense exhibit number 6.
Get the documents, Nathan.
I don't,
See,
Where,
there's six
where
up
are
there.
they?
Okay.
Where- which
I'm
one?
told that you have 6.
okay.
I thought it was a 2018 barbecue, not a 2015 barbecue. Sandy has a great point saying, I thought it was
here we are.
2018. I thought
Okay.
that too. But Wade
You
just
would agree
agreed
with
it was
me that-
2015.
In defense exhibit number 6, and we're talking about interrogatories of January 25, 2024.
Yes, sir.
That's the same interrogatory, same words that were in the interrogatory that Mr. Gillen went over, which was dated May 30th of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your original response in defense exhibit number 6 was none, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your updated response was the plaintiff declines to respond to this interrogatory and asserts his privilege pursuant to OCGA section 24-5-505, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know that 24-5-505 breaks down into two privileges, right?
Which is why I was specific. I said I asserted the privacy privilege.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. In your updated response, there's no reference to privacy, correct?
Yes,
Right.
there is in the code section 24-5-505.
Okay, but
There's
it
a
also-
reference to privacy.
This is what he's referencing right here.
Just go with me, okay?
Updated response.
That code section
that
says,
code.
does it not? No party or witness shall be required to testify as to any matter which may incriminate or tend to incriminate such party or witness,
Right here.
or which shall tend to raise or public contempt upon such party or witness.
Okay.
You'd agree with that, right?
Disgrace, public contempt.
I'm not reading it.
I'm sorry,
I'm not reading it. I don't have it in front of me.
I just read it to
if I
you.
may, just
Mr. Sato, we can, I can take judicial notice that is what
Yeah.
the rule says if you want to ask him any follow-up questions.
Okay, thank you. You are not claiming that your answer to number 4 on January 25th, 2024 incriminates you, that is, as in Fifth Amendment privilege, right?
That's correct.
You're claiming the second part, that it would
Bring infamy, disgrace, or public contempt on any member or witness or of
bring
such
infamy,
party or
disgrace, or public contempt, correct?
Yeah, I object to that. I don't think that's the full thing, but, and also the witness doesn't have it in front of him, so I don't know how he could respond to that.
He just
He
took-
asserted several times privacy. is
He
why
asserted it.
invokes that
It's in his.
Overruled.
Thank you. Gosh.
I'm claiming privacy.
The privilege that you make reference to is to infamy, disgrace, or public contempt upon the witness, right? Or party. That's the section that you were relying on, correct?
If that's what it says, yes, sir.
Yes, it's in your response. It's in your
I
interrogatories.
could show you, but I think he indicated he can take judicial notice of the statute. So you assume that what I'm telling you is accurate, okay?
Yes, sir.
Nathan's being very difficult.
How would an
This is
answer
not-
of none
Not good. Like he's a lawyer.
bring infamy, disgrace, or public contempt upon you?
So as I explained in direct of Mr. Roman's counsel, the minute she elected to intervene into my divorce proceeding, I then started to understand the bigger picture, which was that all the attorneys in the election interference case were colluding with Joycelyn's divorce lawyer.
Colluding.
And because of that,
You gonna
I
indict him?
said, privacy. I don't want my divorce proceeding to bleed into this criminal proceeding. I just didn't want that.
So you raised a privilege, if I understand, that indicated that your answer would bring infamy, disgrace, or public contempt upon you,
Anna,
right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance of this. It's been asked and answered several times.
Mr. Sato, where are we heading with this?
I think I can finish that up by saying, you didn't say none again. You asserted a privilege, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you did the same thing, did you not, with number 5?
That's correct.
You didn't say none again, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is the answer to the interrogatory number 4, that you have it in front of you, is the answer none? Is that the truth?
The answer is to that interrogatory is as I placed it at the time I responded, sir.
I'm
That's
asking
the
you
answer.
now,
Now.
is the answer to that interrogatory
The answer is
none?
the answer is still privilege.
So he's apparently electing to apply the same privilege, Mr. Sadow, to that exact same question.
And I have a case which indicates that we can get beyond that if the court deems that appropriate.
And to what end?
Hmm?
To what end? Where
That the privilege actually does not apply and he must answer the question.
and where does that get us? Even if he answers the question, hasn't he already kind of said everything he has to say about the nature of the relationship, how long it lasted, when it ended?
No,
what
I
financial
think it would
benefits were
prove, I
exchanged?
think if he is forced or compelled to answer the question, he will either answer it falsely by saying none, or he answer it truthfully by saying yes, and then telling us what it is.
Yeah.
That's what I believe. That's why I'm asking.
But the interrogatory you're referring to, though, the question contained there,
Two interrogatories, yes, sir.
it's the entertaining one, it's whether there were other relationships,
Yep.
right?
With the language that's in the interrogatories.
Sure.
Sexual
Haven't you
relationship.
already covered that in all the other questions that we've had so far?
Yeah, but we have, but again, the court could, if I could require or compel an answer from him as to whether his answer would still be none, then we would know whether or not he was telling the truth
Right.
now. If the answer is no, then obviously there was a time in the past where he was not. It simply requires
He's totally
him
caught.
to now answer under oath what he refused to answer and claimed, what I might suggest is a bogus privilege, and that you can pierce that privilege because it's a material fact in connection with this case. Again, it's a call that Your Honor makes. I have the case law that says you can do that, but it's your discretion.
Ms. Cross?
Your Honor, Mr. Wade been on the stand now for several hours and been asked and answered very personal questions.
We want to know why he was
Cover the
dishonest in that
issues.
interrogatory.
Mr. Sadow is
Anna.
making argument, and this is properly an argument to make for the, later to the court and not a question to propound to the witness.
So as I see it, the only relevance these interrogatories have to this case really whatsoever would be as either prior inconsistent or a consistent statement. And to that end, I think the question has been put to him again and again and again. He's answered how he believes he felt his answer should be and why he answered a certain way. And as it goes to credibility, I think at this point we're arguing weight, and I don't really see the value in pushing this issue further. So,
All right, well,
with that,
just
Mr.
for the
Sadow.
record, the case that I was going to refer
Please
to
do.
is State versus Wakefield at 324 Georgia Appeal 587. And specifically, let's see, it would be 590, in which they talk about this specific privilege. This is a 2013 case. And then they footnote to footnote 3. And footnote 3 says, there are times when the materiality of the evidence outweighs the testimonial privilege. And it goes and explains what that is. That's what I'm bringing.
And I see what you're saying, that we could say that you need to answer the question regardless of the privilege you asserted. At this point, though, I think we've covered that ground and we're ready to move on.
Okay. Based on that, I have nothing else. Thank you.
Judge has heard
Okay,
enough.
Mr. McCulloch, anything
Kind of weak. I would have
on behalf
liked
of
it.
Mr. Floyd? Moving through defense counsel.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, looking behind you. Mr. McCulloch, on behalf of Mr. Floyd, he's elbowing you, sir. Okay. Mr. Cromwell. Ms. Cross.
All right. She's going to try to
Mr.
rehabilitate
Wade.
him. Two special counsels on the same
Have you
case.
still got exhibit number 14 in front of you? The one with all of the invoices, I believe.
I believe I have them all.
All right.
You'll be able to find them a lot faster now.
So you
know.
were asked, Mr.
Oh, he'll be able to
Wade,
read, remember.
about a couple of the invoice items. And your testimony, I think, was that the percentage of income post special counsel appointment in November 2021, the percentage of your income roughly after that time was about 50-50 Fulton versus other income from your law practice, correct?
Roughly, yes, ma'am.
Sometimes more, sometimes less.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How about your time? I'm interested in the percentage of your time from November 2021 to, let's say, the close of the special purpose grand jury when it was dissolved in January 2023. Can you estimate for us the percentage of your time that was spent on Fulton County work versus other work?
When he wasn't on vacation, you mean? On cruises?
99%. 99% of the time here in this building. working on this case.
All right. It was,
When you weren't
as
in
I
Aruba,
understood your testimony,
you mean?
it was an intense period in terms of hours while that special purpose grand jury was meeting, correct?
He worked
Yes,
so
ma'am.
hard. Yeah.
And who was head or manager of the election integrity case during that time for the district attorney's office?
I was.
You were coordinating the efforts?
Yes, ma'am.
And those efforts included not just the proceedings that were happening in this building, correct?
That's correct.
And we don't need to go all through it, but is your representation that 99.9% of the time, let's restrict it to 2022, 99% of your professional working time was devoted to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And the remainder, whatever it was to some of your other cases that were ongoing?
Yes, ma'am.
That
Right.
apparently he got paid for, which is
2022, I want to
crazy.
focus on that a little bit because if we are looking at, I believe, the financial affidavits, do you have those in front of you as well?
I do.
The financial affidavit that was filed in your divorce case in January 2022, you estimated your monthly income at that time was $14,000 a month, right?
In 22?
January 22.
Yes, ma'am.
January 20 number come to?
9,000.
What about 2024?
I don't know.
Is that there in front of you? Is that one, that's not one of the ones that's there in front of you?
No, ma'am.
All right. So as reflected in those financial affidavits, your income decreased as a result of your work in this case, correct?
Significantly.
The structure of your firm, we talked a lot about that, and I don't
Poor
want to
guy
go through it
took a
anymore,
pay cut.
than we need to. But 2022, the structure of your firm changed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In the early part of 2022, there were three of you. You and Mr. Campbell and Mr. Bradley, you split expenses. Is that right?
They kicked
That's
him
correct.
out, so
And
they
you
didn't have to split it
You
3
profit
ways.
shared among yourselves, correct?
Correct.
Right. After Mr. Bradley left the firm, then there were just two of you, correct?
That is the cause of the significant change. Yes, ma'am.
So now you have two people bringing in income, correct?
Correct.
And one of those people, you, is spending almost all of your time devoted to this election integrity case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And your income from this election integrity case is less than what it was the year before.
Yes, ma'am.
Here's his $33,000
We talked
a
about
month bill.
the monthly caps, or we didn't talk about it. There was talk about the monthly cap that was included
34,000,
in your contracts,
34,000,
indicating there was a certain
35,000,
threshold that you could reach
35,000,
number of hours a month. And over that
7,000.
amount, you were not
Yeah.
going to be compensated, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you kind of smiled when you said that. That's a little bittersweet there, isn't it?
That's bitter.
All right. Exhibit 14, is that still there in front of you?
It is.
I want you to take a look, please. That's a collection of exhibits that includes all of your invoices as was represented. I want you to take a look at invoice number 9. Is
Yes, ma'am.
that there in front of you?
I have it.
Invoice number 9, Mr. Wade, indicates that you performed hours of work that you were not compensated for because your cap had been reached.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to take, and what did you do in those circumstances? When the hours that you worked per month were more than the
I worked
cap
for
that-
free.
that
I
was
worked so
in your
hard for
contract
free.
that you were permitted to be paid for.
I was forced to lose that time. I didn't get paid for it.
Okay. And that's what exhibit number 9 shows?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in exhibit number 9, you've got a task, hours that were completed, and you just didn't bill for it. You noted the time and then a 0 beside it because you didn't bill the county for that time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about exhibit number, invoice number 13? Can you flip to that for me?
I have it.
Is that a similar situation?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And what is it on invoice number 13?
This invoice makes me cry. There's so many hours here that I worked that I couldn't get paid for.
And you work those hours anyway, Mr. Wade?
Poor guy.
Oh, absolutely. This is not
Justice.
the
I don't care
type
about
of
money.
job that you could walk away from because you're not getting paid for it. I think there's some
Dude,
professional rules of responsibility
You
to
were
an
on,
attorney
like,
who's engaged in
multiple
a case.
vacations
You-
every
you
month.
have to see it through. So it's not like I could just throw my hands up and say, well, I reached my monthly cap. I'm done. I can walk away. I can't do that. This is ongoing. It's constant, and I have to do the work.
Mm.
Can you look at invoice number 23 for me there in exhibit number 14?
He just pulls it right out. Boom, 23.
Yes,
Got it.
ma'am.
Here it is. Got
Does
it.
that reflect a similar situation, hours worked that you were not compensated for?
Yes, ma'am.
Invoice number 24 and 27, can you take a look at those and let us know if that reflects the same situation?
Are you trying to depress me?
No,
Look at
no.
the money I'm looking.
Funny.
It's
Get
the
a
same,
room.
yes.
Get another room at another condo.
And there's no workaround to that. You didn't attempt to work around that contractual cap on your hours.
Oh, no, ma'am.
Here's what they're talking about. A little bit of this. So he's like billing zero, right?
All right.
Like billing zero. He's like,
You
I
were
worked
asked a lot of
16 hours,
questions,
24 hours,
Mr.
7
Wade,
hours,
about
but I'm
the
not billing
affidavit that was
anything.
submitted, correct? Do you recall those questions?
I'm sorry, I'm stuck on this invoice. You know, if I was going to get a benefit, I'd like that benefit. That I want. That didn't happen, but okay.
All right. And there was no renegotiating your contract to reflect that those hours should be paid or anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Do you have your affidavit there in front of you?
I do.
The affidavit,
Got that one
of
quick
course,
too.
was attached to and provided in support of the state's response to Mr. Roman's motion, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you prepared that affidavit.
I did.
You signed that affidavit.
I did.
All of the allegations and the representations in that affidavit are true. Is that right, Mr. Wade?
Every one of them.
Every one of them. You were asked a lot of questions about our line number 34. Can you turn to that for me, please? It's on page 4 of that affidavit.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you read it out loud for me, please?
The district attorney and I are both financially independent professionals. Expenses for personal travel were roughly divided equally between us. At times, I have made and purchased travel for District Attorney Willis and myself from my personal funds.
From your
At
bank-
other
from your
times,
credit
District
card,
Attorney
your
Willis
business credit
has
card.
made and purchased travel for she and I from her personal funds. Examples of District Attorney Willis's purchasing she and I with her personal funds for our personal travel are attached.
Funds, Mr. Wade. As you understand the term funds, does that include cash?
Yes,
Does that include credit?
yes,
Does that include reimbursements?
yes.
Cash.
You
Wild.
didn't represent in your affidavit, Mr. Wade, that you were including all of the receipts from funds or travel expenses that were paid on your behalf by District Attorney Willis, correct?
That's correct.
You had, I think your conversation with Ms. Merchant was you produced the receipt that you had.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of any other receipts? Well, let me ask it this way. May I put it for the receipt? I'm going to mark this as state exhibit number 1. You testified, Mr. Wade, that District Attorney Willis purchased and funded the entire trip to Belize. That was her treat to you for a birthday?
Yes, ma'am.
Thousands in cash.
And you testified that she purchased the plane tickets for you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And while you may not have had the receipts on hand when you filled out the affidavit because they weren't in your possession, are you aware now that there are receipts and that it reflects that the district attorney?
This is gonna go into evidence. We'd like to look at it first.
I've got a copy. Do you remember, Mr. Wade, approximately how much, and that's again, 6, do you remember how much the flight was for you, your flight to Belize? And if you don't, I'm not tendering it for you, Mr. I'm just asking you to take a look at that and see if that refreshes your recollection as to the amount that that plane ticket cost that was extended by District Attorney. Yes. You may keep it. You keep it.
They were
Does that
just.
refresh your recollection, Mr. Wade?
It does. Thank you.
She says you keep it.
Approximately
He
how
says
much
you
was
keep
the
it.
amount of the ticket that District Attorney Willis purchased for your travel to Belize?
$887.35.
But that was after you paid for it on your credit card. So Fani pulls out
And I'm not tendering it, Your Honor, but I will leave it with the court reporter.
A grand in cash? Did he report that gift on his taxes?
All right.
Or was that a business
Mr. Wade.
expense? Curious. Wonder if the IRS
Your
is listening.
testimony here in court today and consistent with your affidavit was that the personal relationship, I think we've called it dating today as well, the personal or dating relationship between you and the district attorney began sometime in early 2022, March, I think was your testimony. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that March date isn't included in the affidavit. The affidavit is less specific, but that was your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
And that there was no personal or dating relationship prior to that time, right?
None.
All right. Mr. Wade, I'm sorry. I'm going to direct your attention to 2020. In 2020, were you dating the district attorney?
No,
2020, that was during the COVID pandemic, correct?
it was.
Was there a situation for you, Mr. Wade, that made you particularly vulnerable during the COVID?
Yes, ma'am. And in 2020,
We have a sob story coming?
and a portion of 21, I was battling cancer.
Oh, cancer sucks.
And that prevented me from pretty much leaving environments that aren't sterile. And I just
Cancer's terrible.
I
Hopefully
had
he's recovered from
health
that.
on my mind.
You
Yeah.
were particularly cautious during that time.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Were you dating anyone in 2020?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wade. That's all I have.
That's it?
Ms. Merchant, recross on those points only.
Yes, thank you.
That's it?
All
I
right,
was
Mr. Wade,
expecting some
the
more.
state asked you about how much money you're making now versus before, and you said you're making significantly less since you've started working for Fulton County, correct?
Well, I did say that, but what we're talking about is because now at this point, the splitting of the financial obligations in the firm are now there are two people carrying the weight of three. So that would scale back on the amount of profit.
Well, you're splitting the profits 50-50 though, instead of 1/3, correct?
The profits, yes.
Okay. So, but you did testify that you're making significantly less now. We heard about it for a few minutes, significantly less now that you work for Fulton County, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that $236,000 is more than $184,000?
Absolutely.
That sounds right.
Would you agree with me that $262,000 is more than $236,000?
Absolutely.
All of these years, despite you saying that you were a three-way partner with Wade and Campbell and Bradley, and now a two-way partner with Campbell, all of your corporate tax returns are filed in the law firm of Nathan Wade, though, correct?
My returns, yes, ma'am.
Yes, for your law firm.
Well, for my law firm, because I also have personal returns.
Right, and I'm not talking about your personal returns. I'm talking about your business returns.
Yeah, but the question contemplates that my bring home money is more or less. So I want to be clear that is reflected in my personal returns.
I didn't ask you anything about bring home money, though. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about is your question was the portion of my testimony dealing with earning significantly less money.
No, my question is let me break it down. During 2019, you filed your business returns. I'm not talking about your personal, your business returns for the law firm of Nathan Wade only, correct?
I filed personal and business. Yes, ma'am.
And even though you said you were partners with Bradley and Campbell later on, you filed your business returns not with them, but as a solo practitioner, correct?
I see where you're going. There's a different return for that Wade, Bradley, Campbell entity.
And I'm not asking about that. What I'm asking about is during the years 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, you filed a business return for the law firm of Nathan Wade.
Yes, ma'am.
And in 2019, you said that the law firm of Nathan Wade made $184,000, correct?
No, I don't know.
does that sound familiar? Does that sound about like what you made in 2019 and reported on your taxes as a business law firm?
If that's what's on the return, yes, ma'am, you're right.
Okay, and I'm happy, I can bring those up. I've got one copy. I'm not planning on admitting them to your tax returns, but. Okay. All right, may I approach, Judge?
May.
Thank you. So in 2019, gross profit for the law firm of Nathan Wade is $184,000, correct?
Let's see.
2019, 84,000. 184,000.
Second line, number 2, gross profit.
Yes, ma'am. 184, 824. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then in 2020, you also filed Nathan Wade, attorney at law, and your gross profit was $230,000.
That's more. Weird.
Yes, ma'am.
In 2021, you also filed as a solo Nathan Wade PC attorney at law, and your gross profit was $236,000, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in 2022, you filed as a solo practitioner Nathan Wade, and your gross income was $262,000, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm not going to admit those because they've got your social on them. But nowhere in these documents do you document that you received cash payments from Ms. Willis, correct?
I don't.
Did you put that in?
I hadn't looked through them. I would be surprised if there were something in there that said that.
Do you want to look through them?
Listen to the answer. I'd be shocked if there was something in there that said that I received some cash from Miss Willis.
Yeah, because you didn't report it.
But there is itemized expenditures for travel
Yeah.
in here. You did itemize that.
You deducted the
I
travel.
didn't itemize anything. My
Your
accountant.
accountant itemized it.
Yeah.
I hope so.
But you're responsible for your taxes, even if your accountant files them, right?
I
Wow.
agree.
Tax
And so
fraud.
you itemized your expenses for travel on all these documents, but you did not itemize, you didn't put anything in there about you being reimbursed for half of that travel.
Yep. Got those flight
Well,
miles though.
Those are business returns.
Yes, you used your business
I
card
would-
to pay for the travel,
Yeah,
right?
but I wouldn't put a personal expense on a business return.
But you
so-
used a business card to pay for these
I use a
personal travel.
I use a business card to pay for everything. And what I do is turn over the statement to the accountant, and the accountant
you can
then
deduct
says,
everything.
okay, this expense, that's personal. We'll put that over here. This expense, that's business. We'll put here.
I'm
And they
sure.
reconcile it. So you wouldn't find a reimbursement from Miss Willis on a business
Either
return.
one of them.
Okay, so they're not anywhere there.
Nor would you
Of
find,
course you wouldn't.
well, go ahead.
So you
I'm
laundered
just
money.
asking, so there's nowhere for any of that cash to be reconciled there, right?
Nope.
On the business returns, no, ma'am.
Okay.
How about on your personal
We talked a
returns?
lot about the financial affidavits. I know the state asked you a couple questions about them. You filed one in
Then those flight
2022.
miles.
In that one, you stated that you only had $5,000 in cash, correct?
I believe you. Yes,
And
ma'am.
that was sworn under oath.
At the time of the filing, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in January of 2024, you filed another one that also swore that you only had $5,000 in cash, correct?
At the time of the filing, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in 2022 and 2024, you only had $5,000 in cash.
At that time, yes, ma'am.
At that time. Okay. And then you also, all of those interrogatories, I'm not going to go through them in painstaking detail, but every single interrogatory you filed, there are 4 of them, all
5,000.
verified ones. Every single one, you said you didn't have any cash stored in a safe, a safety deposit box, or any other location. Plaintiff rarely carries cash. If plaintiff does carry cash, it's a nominal amount, correct?
That's correct.
That's you.
So we've got what? 2021, you said you don't have cash. 2023, you said you don't have cash. Again in 2023, you said you don't have cash. And then in 2024, you don't have cash, right?
So you're assuming that I received the cash and I stored it. I received the cash and I saved it.
Well, you didn't put it
What's
in the
wrong
bank,
with
right?
receiving? What's wrong with receiving the cash, Ms. Merchant,
And spending it right
spending
away.
it?
Nothing's wrong with it. But
So
you
then
didn't put it
that
in the
would
bank.
that would contemplate why the response is on the
Great. So you
interrogatory.
just spent it all.
So you
Didn't
spent the
report it.
cash. That's because before when it was asked, you said you didn't want to disclose where the cash was,
No.
privacy reasons.
No, well, I said that if I were to store cash in my home, then why would I share that with
This
the
dude is
world, what I
disassembling
said.
right in front of us.
I didn't say that I had some cash stored up in some place, because that's not the truth.
And you've talked a lot about this. I split with a third. I split with half. From the check you received from Fulton County, July 15th, 2022. So all the way back for July 2022, not a single check that you've received from Fulton County has gone into a joint banking account. Every single check has gone into your own personal banking account, correct?
All of them, with the exception of the checks that were going into the WBC firm, went into my business bank account, which is solely in my name.
Yep.
Right, your
I-
business, your WBC account that you're talking about, that account was closed though in June of 2022.
Correct. So
So
I would-
everything after June of 2022 was put in a Nathan Wade bank account, not a corporate bank account with
I'm going to ask the
partners.
witness to be permitted to.
I think the question right before that only needed a yes or no.
So no, ma'am. Checks were deposited into firm accounts, law firm accounts.
Law firm of Nathan Wade PC.
Yes, ma'am.
As a solo practitioner.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they were not
That's
deposited
yours.
into accounts with Campbell or Bradley.
No, ma'am, they were
Okay.
not.
Thank you.
However, there were checks written to Campbell and Bradley that will reflect the third.
And we've tried to get those bank records, but you've objected to those, correct?
You've tried to get what bank records?
We subpoenaed bank records and you've objected to all of those, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance.
It's relevant if he's saying he has all these records,
And he
but yet
does-
we've tried to get them and he's trying to keep them from us, but he doesn't bring all of the records.
And then
And you
says,
can
"I
make
have
an
the
inference
records."
if he's, there's law that says you can make an inference if some documents are within the party's control and they won't provide them, that there's an inference that they're not positive.
Yeah.
Ms. Cross.
Your Honor, there was no obligation for Mr. Wade to produce evidence that Ms. Merchant couldn't find an admissible way to produce. I believe it's irrelevant. We've covered the ground and I object to any further questioning in this line.
All right, I'll sustain that. Ms. Merchant, let's find some new ground here.
Okay, thank you. Are you willing to waive your privilege with Mr. Bradley so that he can testify?
I am not willing to waive attorney-client privilege.
Of course
Okay,
not.
thank you.
Of course not. Of course not.
Only on the question, the health questions that were asked. And I can ask it from here.
Steve Sado, down there. No,
I don't
Steve,
wanna
come to
get
the
into
mic.
The type of cancer. I don't want to get into the medical condition itself. Did I understand you to say
Come on, Mike.
that you had cancer in the year of 2020?
Yes, sir.
You explained that because of that, in 2020, you were or kept yourself in a sterile environment.
I tried, yes, sir.
Now, what about 2021?
2021, just focusing on my health, trying to get back to myself.
Remember I asked you some questions about Hateville,
Yes, sir.
the condo,
Yes, sir.
and you indicated that prior to November 1st of 2021, you had spent time at the condo, the Hateville condo
Yes, sir.
with Miss Willis, right?
Yes, sir.
And with someone else? You said Miss Yeartie?
Ms. Yeartie, yes, sir.
Okay, so you were not concerned, that was not a sterile environment, was it?
Are you inferring that Ms. Yeartie and DA Willis is not sterile? Of course, it's a sterile environment. It's a condo.
But don't you remember that I followed up and said, where else might you have been to show your cell phone records from Hateville? And you said, the airport,
Mhm.
right? Not a sterile environment, though, the airport, you agree?
It is not.
Okay, what about restaurants? Not a sterile environment, right?
They are not.
And the Porsche, you said something about a Porsche what?
Course experience.
That doesn't sound very sterile to me. Is that a sterile environment?
Well, you're inside of your vehicle.
Yeah, but don't you mingle with others?
You can.
Yeah, and you were doing all that in 2021 before November 1st. That's what you testified to, correct?
Yes, sir.
So there's no reason why you couldn't be dating in 2021, is there?
Before 2022, when you said in your
Give me
affidavit.
2020, Mr. Sado.
Say 2021,
All right.
correct?
You said relationship.
Dating? No.
Okay, what does that
No
mean?
reason.
No reason.
Thanks.
He said
All right, Mr.
relationship
Gillen.
started 2022.
Definitely not.
Okay. Mr. Stocks. Ms.
Rest
Stockton,
of the
excuse me.
defense attorneys.
Just real briefly, you said you started dating early 2022 and you also used the term personal relationship. And there was no dating and no personal relationship prior to early 22. Is that correct?
Help me understand. I want to make sure I answer you. So let's be clear. 2022 was the start of any intimate sexual relationship with the district attorney.
That's what I was wanting to
Okay,
clear. In your affidavit, you use the term personal relationship.
got it.
They use the term dating. And your testimony today is that that includes the term basically physical or sexual or intimate relationship. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was nothing, according to your testimony, there was none of that prior to the early 20s.
That is correct.
Oh, I got good.
All right.
All right, not seeing anyone else. Ms. Cross, any redirect? All right, Ms. Merchant, can this witness be excused?
About to wrap up with Nathan Wade. My goodness, this was a doozy.
Judge, we'd ask to keep him under, we might need him to come back after the next witness.
All right. All right, you may sit.
That's fair.
And please don't discuss your testimony with any other
He
witnesses.
kept Yeartie around.
She mentioned subpoena, Judge. Let me just say this. That was an inference made that I was somehow evading service of a subpoena.
We can take that up. I don't think we need to have that on the record in this hearing. Understood, though.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Merchant, any other witnesses?
Yes, we would call Fani Willis to see.
Oh, it's Fani
All right, Ms.
time.
Cross.
Your Honor, I am going to object and remove to the motion to quash district attorneys. There's been now lots of testimony from Mr. Wade. I don't believe that there can be a showing for the need for the district attorney to testify as well.
Wow, freaking out.
For all of the reasons that were cited in the state's motion to quash initially, it's a tremendously high burden to call opposing counsel. I don't believe it's been met, particularly given the cumulative nature that would be the subject of personal details that Mr. Wade's now testified to.
Come on.
All right, Ms.
Anna.
Merchant, what do you think you can establish and have through the testimony of Ms. Willis?
They're going to really try to avoid this.
And let me start there.
Conflict in the evidence, Judge. Now that how Mr. Wade has testified, there's a conflict in multiple different issues. I'll just go through all the different issues. The first one is the reimbursement issue, the cash. That opened the door in and of itself to Ms. Willis testifying.
Yeah, cash.
Well, what's the conflict there?
That he testified that he didn't have receipts, but we don't know if Ms. Willis has receipts. So that's one issue.
So we don't know. So there's no conflict.
We don't
right?
know. Right? We
Okay,
don't
so that's a
know.
question, not a conflict. But what else do we
That is a
have?
question. So, and there's a lot of different issues with different reasons. The first one would be the receipts. Whether or not these cash payments, if there's any cash payment receipts, the Belize trip, whether or not she paid for the entire thing in cash. Mr. Wade doesn't have knowledge of that, couldn't remember. A lot of things he couldn't remember. So now it goes to Ms. Willis, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That he testified that she insists on paying her own way.
Bring her
Gave
in.
him some cash, that's the quote, some cash. Miami trip, she booked it, but thought it would balance out. Couple other trips that we didn't get any information about, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, all of those could be financial benefits. We don't know. He didn't know. He was very vague about that. Yeartie, her best friend, testified that it happened in 2019.
But the
And now
relationship
Mr. Wade has
started.
testified that the relationship began to become romantic in 2022, I think is what
We
his
got a
testimony was.
conflict there.
So that is a conflict in and of itself.
Yep.
Right there, that's a big conflict. We've also got, let's see, more receipts. But the biggest thing about the conflict is when the relationship started. He said he talked with Willis in the conference room after we filed our motion.
Yes. A one-on-one.
He specifically didn't use the term cash in the affidavit, but he told anybody who would ask about the cash. And he specifically discussed this brief with her and the response. So I think we have a right to go into those issues.
All right, so you've highlighted the areas you'd like to go into. I think the central question may be, what is it other than, I'm just really curious what she has to say, you have to put on the record. And so that's what I'd like to go through. Ms. Cross?
I think you've identified, Ms. Merchant hasn't itemized inconsistencies for you. She's identified areas of inquiry. The testimony in the record from Mr. Wade it's not inconsistent, it's unrebutted. Excuse me.
They're really going to want to avoid Fani because it's going to wreck the whole
And
DA's
so
office.
that I don't believe, given the testimony of Mr. Wade and the extent of the questioning of him, that there is any reason at this point to go into the district attorney
No,
herself.
she needs to fill in all the gaps.
Again, I know the court's read all the pleadings. It really is such a compelling need, is the language of the case law, a compelling need to call opposing counsel. Given the record that's now before the court, I don't believe it's been met here.
All right,
Your
Judge.
Honor, Mr. Gillen, very briefly, Ms. Willis needs to testify. Her best friend or good friend has directly contradicted the declaration that was made by Mr. Wade attached to the government's response.
Came from their office.
And wasn't just the declaration of Mr. Wade, it was filed by the district attorney by and through her assistants here. She owns that. And so that affidavit is owned by her, and there are deep concerns that that affidavit is false. And that Ms. Willis knew it was false. And that she needs to come in here if she wants to tell us about the cash. First time we've heard about the cash. Oh yeah, we got cash. Don't have any deposit slips, don't have any record of it. Maybe Ms. Willis can say, here, all my records where I paid $10,000 in cash back to Mr. Wade. We need to know that. Also, Ms. Willis's financial disclosure. Let's not forget that. We're talking about two people who went to extraordinary lengths
to cover it up,
to hide their relationship.
We have to hear from
hide the
Fani.
nature of their relationship. Extraordinary. The district attorney needs to take the stand, and she needs to tell this court and this courtroom why she filed financial disclosures in 2020, identifying prohibited sources, which Mr. Wade clearly is a prohibited source. Did you get gifts and benefits? Now we've seen all this. We've seen the trips. We've seen all of the things that total up to around $10,000 in cash. Yet for the financial declaration for 2021, which was filed in April of 2022, and the financial declaration for 2022, which was filed in April of 2023, there is no listing of any gifts whatsoever over $100 from a prohibited source.
That's right.
It cries out for her testimony. She needs to be able to get up there and say, why didn't you tell on the disclosure form so that people will know the nature of the relationship between prohibited sources and the public official, in this case, the district attorney, who happens to then make a decision to hire someone that ends up being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, or his firm and him, and none of that is revealed. And the answer is, oh, it's unrebutted. He's explained it's all in cash. Let her get up and let's, and obviously, we are advocates on from that explanation of cash does not pass the smell test or the straight face.
Yeah, she's got to explain that.
She
cash
needs to go on the
comment.
record. She filed this motion with his declaration. We've seen what happened here. Now, I'll just 2 or 3 more sentences. We need to have the full picture, as we've gotten from Mr. Wade, of his false interrogatory. Serious business for a lawyer or anybody. And then suddenly he's changing it. She files her financial
There she is.
declarations, same problems.
Fani walked
We need
in.
her in here to go over all of this and to
Fani's in
explain
pink.
exactly what happened. So we would ask the court that the court allow Ms. Willis to be called and interrogated on these matters.
Can I wait till Your Honor?
Just a moment, Ms. Willis.
Whoa.
So, Ms. Cross, I don't know if you want to speak with Ms. Willis now. It's sounding like maybe they're withdrawing the objection to the motion,
I believe the motion to,
or does Ms. Willis want to take the lead here?
we'll withdraw the motion to quash Ms. Willis.
Based on the, I'm ready to go.
Okay, so
I'm ready to
the
go. Fani's gonna
position of the district
testify.
attorney at this point is that she's no longer contesting the subpoena. Ms. Merchant is the next witness.
Whoa! Fani says, let's go, baby. Fani's going to come out here and
I
just
would ask,
settle this.
I need
three documents in front of me, and they're the three filings of Ms. Merchant.
Who the heck does she think she is? Biggest Fanny in Georgia on the stand, my friends. This is really epic, honestly. This doesn't happen, okay? You don't have the DA of the largest county of a state.
Does anyone have the three filings of Ms. Merchant? Does the court have the three filings of Ms. Merchant?
When you say the filings, you mean like the pleadings?
The pleadings, yes, Your Honor.
Why didn't
Okay.
you bring
I think
those?
we could locate those for you. I mean, the supplemental.
Does your government have those?
I want the one filed on January the 8th, the one filed immediately after we filed ours, and the final one.
All right, she's
If you want to take a break to get them, I can make a copy. I think we have one.
She
You know,
comes
the
in
only
making
copy I have is
demands.
going to have my notes on it. So if we don't have a clean copy,
Have a 5-minute break, Your Honor.
let's
I'll get
take
the documents.
5. All right.
I'll sit here and wait for him.
All right, you sit there, Fanny, on your Fanny, and we'll be back with you in a minute. She comes in all these demands. Here's what I need. I need this, and I need this, and I need this.
Can I have some water?
What is going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
And did we elect someone who's actually making the copy? You got it? Okay. Ms. Cross is doing it.
Is there?
Okay, so you know, I don't know. Like, they didn't even make the judge rule on that motion to quash issue. That was kind of wild. Honestly, I think the judge, the judge was kind of going to have a difficult time with that by making her testify. This provides so much exposure to Fani Willis and her office. I know this is just about the Trump RICO case, and we're only talking about this case kind of in a little, force field, a little silo right now. But the reason why, right, Fani could open herself up to all sorts of liability here if there's other malfeasance within the entire DA's office. Maybe it comes out here, right? Maybe people have other concerns about the rest of the office. And you don't know how much time and money and effort goes into making sure that, a justice system or a prosecutor's office is beyond reproach. They always say that they operate at the highest, integrity of the law. And then suddenly you have a situation where now that the main DA was fighting to quash a warrant and then just gave it up. And kind of surprising, actually. Fani, I guess, thinks that she's just the biggest Fani in Georgia, as we've always said here for many years now. And she is the person who can come and clear the air on all of this. But it is going to be interesting because, as we heard from Ashleigh Merchant, we have a lot of questions. Nathan Wade's testimony, I do not think was very, very good, honestly. I mean, he basically said that she has been paying him in cash, the amount of money in cash that has come apparently to him. It's got to be $5,000, $10,000. And it was very curious why they would be hiding all of that, not reporting it. And of course, you ask yourself, is that allowable, right? In other words, is Nathan Wade just racking up charges on his credit card and then getting the flight miles, getting all the benefits, and then Fani is reimbursing him, so-called, and he's not reporting any of that income, right? He's not reporting it as a gift, and so he's kind of, embezzling or laundering some funds into his bank account. So we've got questions about that. Of course, he's got his CPA, and certainly I would imagine his CPA is trying to avoid any of those problems, but my goodness. So he has, I think, now been caught in a lie. Multiple, actually. One is the interrogatories. In the original interrogatories, he said, no entertaining. Nathan Wade, I never entertained Fani during the course of my marriage. Obviously, that's a lie because he just reversed himself on that. We also had that he didn't entertain her, right? There's no receipts for entertainment. And they were talking about statements. And he's like, I've never got a receipt from the grocery store. I don't even know what you're talking about. And then it turns out, yeah, you did. You got Uber trips. You've got these restaurants. You've got all these hotels in there. And he was being cute about this. And I don't know that the judge appreciates this. Okay, look, a judge is going to, I think, give the witness the appropriate level of scrutiny that matches their level of expertise. Okay, so if you have like a 21-year-old kid who's in college and he's up there fumbling around, he's like, I don't know, what do you mean exhibit? What do you mean dates? I don't remember. And he starts, rambling off, explaining, and you got to bring him back in. The judge is going to give a witness like that some leeway. Just say, okay, look, this is an unsophisticated witness. This is a person who is, scared, they're freaked out, whatever. They're not familiar with these proceedings. And so you judge their level of credibility in relation to what they have, how far they've come. Nathan Wade is the special prosecutor on this case. So for him to sit there and go, receipts, receipts, I don't know anything about receipts. What are you talking about? Right? The judge is like, dude, come on. Why are you making my life harder? Like, we all have to sit here going through this while you're being coy about this. Like, you're a lawyer. You're the special counsel on this case. You're apparently one of the most qualified people in the whole country to handle this, which is why Fani put you on the case. So then he gets up there and he's very coy. He's very slippery, kind of smarmy, smiling, at everybody because he knows he's busted, admits he's got, reimbursed with cash. And they tried to dilute a lot of this by saying that his family came with him. It wasn't just me and Fani. And then, by the way, I work for free. I work really hard for free. And by the way, I also have cancer or had cancer, so you should give me a benefit of the doubt there or something. And I don't really know what all that was about other than to kind of victimize him. I got to tell you, I wasn't real thrilled with Anna Cross's it was a cross-examination because she was the defense attorney's witness here. But I was waiting for her to say something like, did anything impact your decision-making in this case? Did Fani ever pressure you to do anything or anything like that? Just left all that alone because didn't want to open the door to any of the Fani stuff. So we got no Fani questions. We got no decision-making questions at all. So basically Nathan's testimony was just, kind of, I guess, like clerical errors. Like, well, no, I had a different interpretation of the marriage, right? And he said his marriage ended in 2015, but he's a lawyer. Doesn't he know that you have to go through a divorce? I mean, he actually filed a divorce, and he filed the divorce the day after he signed the contract with Fani. So people might have some questions about that. But all of this is just him, I guess, just confused. He's just a confused guy. And he's not even elderly. So he has a bad memory. He can't remember all the things. Of course, all the things he can't remember just happen to incriminate him and to expose him in all of this. But I think the biggest takeaway from all of this is really the lies. The judge is going to be furious about those lies. He said in his affidavit that he started a relationship with her in 2022. He wrote it down in there. Said we never cohabitated together. We never did any of these things, but they went on cruises. They slept in the same bunk together, in the same cabin. They slept in the same hotels together. And we have witnesses saying that their relationship started way before he ever admitted that. Way back in 2019, Yeartie was the first one who came in and was clear as day about this. And so now we've got this conflict. We have this question. Were they honest with the court? Were they dishonest with the court? And the evidence is starting to match up to show that dishonesty. And I don't think the judge is going to be happy about that at all because it goes into the credibility of everything else, right? The big question that the judge has been asking here repeatedly is about whether or not there was materiality to this relationship. So does the relationship spill over into the case? Does it actually cause any problems in the criminal prosecution of Trump and the 19 co-defendants, 4 of whom took pleas already? But it's materiality, like, does it matter? And then, of course, is there a financial benefit, right? And that's why we spent so much time on these invoices. And Nathan's excuse is they split fees, essentially, and she paid him back in cash, but he's got no receipts for that. We don't see it logged in his taxes, so we don't know if he was reporting that. In other words, he charges the cruises on his business card. I don't know if he's deducting those as expenses or what, or if his CPA is properly adjusting those in the tax returns, but he's definitely getting those credit card miles for that. And he's then getting reimbursed from Fani in cash that it sounds like he just, dishes back out again. And so I'm sure he's not reporting that as a gift back to him. Maybe he is, I don't know. But it's a lot of these questions. And of course, the question is going to be whether or not the judge believes that there was a financial benefit that went over to Fani and whether their denials overcome what we've already seen in court today. And so I honestly think it was a little bit of a mistake for Fani to jump in here and just say, I'm ready to go. I honestly think that the judge was probably going to allow her to testify, right? So she kind of just ran in here, guns a-blazing. She's like, don't you know who I am? I'm the biggest Fani in Fulton. And I need documents. She comes in, needs some documents. Like, what do you need a cushion to? Do you want a little massage chair for you as well, Fani? I'll testify, but I need documents. All right, relax. I think the judge, he may have actually given her some benefits if she would have just waited, if she would have just sat on her Fani for 5 more minutes they could have come in and he could have like narrowed this, right? He could have said, okay, listen, I'm going to allow her to testify, but only to this or only to that, right? He could have really kind of split this down the middle. And then she just walked in and she's like, I'll talk about whatever. If she even comes back, she might be on the road, back over to Aruba right now. Judge is on his cell phone. He's like, I wonder what Twitter says about this right now. Hopefully he's on YouTube checking out our channel. What's up, Judge? Doing a great job today. Thanks. So hopefully Fani's still in the building. Maybe she's getting those documents. Maybe she's on the way to Norway again. Maybe her and Nathan ran off together. He got in his car. He spun around the front of the courtroom. He's like, Fani, get in here. We're going to Napa Valley. She's like, grabs her briefcase, jumps in. They're out of there. So we don't know. All right. So the judge is back. I think once again, as usual, we're waiting for the prosecutors to come back in. It's like, gosh, we're in session. Hello. Come on back, Fani. It's been 5 minutes. Hello. We're waiting for her to pop back into the room and see if she's joining us. All right, here anna
Thank
Cross.
you, Your Honor. I appreciate the courtesy. They should be here in just a second.
All right, they're making copies. Thanks for your time. Fani will be here soon. So, my friends, yes, this is spicy. I was not expecting to get Fani today, and we'll see what she says. I mean, it sounds like she's ready to talk about anything. I wonder if she's going to invoke privileges. I wonder if she's going to bring some additional materials for us. But I think, if she is innocent, obviously, this is the right.
Ms. Cross, if you can bring everyone in. Thank you.
Okay, so Fani's coming back in. If she has a clear name, then she should have the opportunity to clear her name. And let's see if she does that. All right, they're walking in there in the back corner. There's Fani on the bench.
Do you swear me, Your Honor?
You'd like me to?
Whomever would like to.
We got Deputy Scott usually. So let's go, wait a minute, let everyone get situated and then we'll go back on the record.
Thank you.
Fani Willis testifying.
Sir, do you have tissue in here?
What are we going to hear? No bias, no influence. It was a loving
All right, we're
relationship.
back on the record. Deputy Scott, if you could swear in our next witness.
I would, and I do apologize. Anna, do me a favor. Tell them I'm gonna need some reading glasses.
Reading glasses.
Tell them I'm gonna need some reading glasses.
You didn't even bring your reading glasses?
So I don't hold up the court.
Oh my gosh,
You swear
Fani.
on front to the testimony, you should get a code. Help you?
Yes, sir.
State, spell your first name.
District Attorney Fani, Fani. Last name is Willis.
Yes, Fani Willis.
Ms. Willis, how did you know to come into the courtroom right then?
There were people, I was pacing in my office.
Okay.
And I heard someone yell, his testimony is done. It only made sense to me that I would be your next witness. And I've
Wow.
been very anxious to have this conversation with you today. So I ran to the courtroom.
So as soon as you heard that Mr. Wade was done testifying, that's when you just assumed you would be the next witness?
It only makes sense.
Did you listen to any of the testimony?
I've been in my office pacing, ma'am.
Did you listen to any of the arguments?
I did hear the arguments this morning. It's ridiculous to me that you lied on Monday and
Whoa.
yet here we still are. And I did listen to that argument.
This is bad.
All right, so that was it, just the argument, no testimony.
Right, I listened to the argument this morning where Adam Abadi, I thought, did an excellent job pointing out how dishonest you were with the court on Monday.
This judge.
And I'm actually surprised that the hearing continued, but since it did, here I am.
Great.
She's furious.
So talk about, first, let's just talk about what you did in preparation for today. Did you meet with Mr. Wade at all? Once the motion was filed, did you meet with Mr. Wade and talk to him about the motion that I filed to disqualify you?
On January, this first January motion?
Yes.
I don't know if you could say talked about. I probably had some choice words about some of the things that you said that were dishonest within this motion. So I don't know that it was a conversation. As you know, Mr. Wade is a Southern gentleman, me not so much.
So you screamed at
Okay,
him?
but my question was, did you have a conversation with
I didn't
him?
have a substantive conversation.
You did not?
I read this motion, skimmed it more so.
This is bad.
And I've probably said some choice things to him about some of the lies that were told.
Okay.
And
Way
then
too
printed in the
emotional.
media because, you know, we used to be in a day in time where you had 60 Minutes and people did stories and they verified information, and you had this great reporting. But it
You're gonna
seems
be able to
today
explain
that
that
a
today.
lawyer writes a lie and then it's printed for all of the world to see.
You're in court.
Well, I just want to make sure that you answer the question I asked, though. So my question was,
I'm gonna object, been asked and
Overruled, Mr. Abadi.
Yeah. She's
Um,
being, yeah, pipe down,
I
buddy.
told you what happened. I read the motion. I am sure I've told him what my opinion of it is.
Okay.
And past that, we had no substantive conversation.
you did not.
Is
He
that
said you
something
did.
didn't understand?
No, I
said-
just wanted to make sure that
Okay.
He
you
said
did not
you did.
have
Nathan said
a
you
meeting
did.
with him in the conference room to discuss the
All
motion.
right, next question,
No.
Ms. Merchant.
So in the conference room of my office, within this week, you produced some that financial document was given to me, something, and I'm not even sure if it was given it to him by me or Mr. Abadi gave it to me. And I think he showed me a document in our conference room. But as far as a substantive conversation, I don't believe I've had any conversation with him that is substantive related to this.
Okay.
I have had conversations with him since you filed the motion, but they wouldn't be substantive to this. He's sent me very nice sermons that have been done. And so we've had conversations about, did you listen to that sermon?
Is that why you talked to
You know,
church?
things of that nature. And I would say they were in relationship to this because I think he did it to be kind.
Okay. Let's start back in 2019.
Yep.
So you and Mr. Wade met in October 2019 at a conference?
That is correct. And I think in one of your motions, you tried to implicate I slept with him at that conference, which I find to be extremely offensive. I stayed at that conference. Mr. Wade was my teacher. I did not meet him when he taught the class. I was standing outside talking to Lisa Reeves, who is a judge. Me and her were just having a conversation. Mr. Wade walks up. I think they hug each other. They have some brief conversation, introduces us.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We kind of thought that when you asked the question, you can answer the question, not a speech, so I object to the speech making.
I
I
agree.
believe I'm able to explain my answers.
I believe she's able to explain her answers.
And
That's, Ms. Merchant, that's okay. I can handle it. Ms. Willis, I'll ask you just listen to the answer, or excuse me, the question, and keep the answers confined to the question as best you can. I think you'll have more than enough ample opportunity on when the state is
Well,
able
it's
to ask
highly offensive
follow-ups.
when someone lies on you, and it's highly offensive when they try to implicate that you slept with somebody the first day you met with them, and I take exception to it.
All right. Well, Ms. Willis, you'll have the opportunity to explain all of that
You
when
will.
it's the state's turn to ask more open-ended questions.
I'm kind of
Ms.
open
Merchant.
to her talking.
Thank you, Judge.
I kind of okay with that.
So again,
Just
my
let her
question
go.
was, you all met at that conference though, right?
We did. The
Okay.
meeting, as I stated, he taught the class. I did not actually meet him when he taught the class. I walked out of the class, and I'm not sure if it was that exact class or we had went to lunch, but we were standing in the vestibule, like outside of the class. Me and Judge Reeves were having a conversation. She had worked at a law firm I worked at back in 1996.
We're getting way
And
far. I
he-
mean, I don't mind her explaining her answers, but I literally just asked if they met at that conference.
Explaining how she met Mr. Wade, which was exactly the question asked by Ms. Merchant.
It was-
These answers are more than appropriate.
Ms. Merchant, if you want more concise answers, perhaps you could lead the witness.
I will. Thank you, Judge. Isn't it true that you met Mr. Wade October 2019
I'm
at
gonna
a judges
We
conference?
haven't gotten to the point where Ms. Willis should be treated hostile under 611.
I think we
And
have.
I'm very
Mr.
much
Abadi.
want to be here, so I'm not a hostile witness. I
Yes, you
very
are.
much want to be
Not
here.
so much that you're hostile, Ms. Willis, it'd be an adverse witness. Your interests are opposed to Ms. Merchant's.
Yep. And we can see
These
it.
merchants' interests are contrary to democracy, Your Honor.
Oh,
not to
oh
mine.
gosh. Oh,
All right,
yeah.
let's
Judge, I
proceed.
would just ask that
We
we.
can keep things moving. Ms. Merchant,
you.
next question,
Thank you.
please.
got
Okay,
that on your
so
bingo
we've confirmed
card?
when you met. After that, isn't it true?
No, I need to explain this, and I think I get to explain my answers. When I met him, Judge Reeves introduced us. He handed me his business card. I'm unsure if I handed him my business card, but we exchanged information. He said, if you ever need any help, give me a call. And he walked to the parking lot.
So after you started dating shortly thereafter, correct?
It's a lie. That's one of your lies.
Okay. Do you know Robin Yeartie?
I know her as Robin Bryant. I knew her. So Robin did not go to my college. She went to the college of, I went to Howard University. She went to Morgan State. I met her through some people I knew. In college, we hung out a bit, not much because she was in Baltimore and I was in Washington, D.C. But we hung out a bit. After college, I lost contact with her. I probably didn't see Robin again until maybe 7 or 8 years ago, a chance meeting here in Atlanta, but we did not have a consistent relationship from when I left college and came to Emory Law School here in Atlanta. But 8 to 10 years ago, just by happenstance, I ran into her.
So
and she was in Atlanta.
You have been friends with Robin for 30-something years.
Did you hear my answer, madam?
Yes, and I'm asking if you've been friends with her for 30-something years.
I've known her for 30-something years. We certainly hung out and partied together in college. She was from the DC area. She would come home, we partied together. Wasn't close, but she was certainly in the girlfriends that
party
partied together.
You know, she does like to party. The one
and
nights,
then,
you know, maybe.
like I said, I ran into her about 10 years ago in Atlanta, Georgia.
So,
but we didn't talk throughout that time period. I didn't see her. I didn't even know where she was. When I ran into her, I was surprised she was in Atlanta. And so, yes, I have known her probably since 1990, 1991, but we have not maintained a consistent relationship that whole time.
For the last 10 years or 5, whatever you'd like to classify it as, have you been friends with her?
I have not spoken to Robin in over a year. I certainly do not consider her a friend now. I think that she...
A lot of drama in that office.
There's a saying, no good deed goes unpunished. And I think that she betrayed our friendship.
Wow.
So let's narrow it down, the timeline now. So my questions are going to be from the time period of 2019 until she no longer was employed for you, the last time you all talked. So all of my next questions are just focused on that time frame, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Up until she left your office.
Yes, ma'am.
During 2019, you all were friends, correct?
Yes, we knew each other in 2019.
During 2020, you all were friends, correct?
Yes, we were friends during that time period.
During 2021, you all were friends, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And such good friends that when you needed a place to stay, you asked her if you could take over her lease.
That's a lie.
You did
That's
not move into her apartment?
I
or her
did, but
condo?
that's not the way you characterize it is wrong.
I asked if you could take over her lease.
I did not ask if I could take over her lease.
Okay. What'd you do?
Did you move into her apartment?
I moved into her condo in April of 21, but the circumstances around that were that Robin met her husband. They wanted to move into another space. She wanted to get rid of her condo. My father was living with me at the house. Because of this case and because of my stance on gangs, my life was being threatened regularly.
Yes, because
my
of the
father
Trump case.
urged me to leave our home. At the same time, as luck would have it, Robin wanted to give up her lease because she wanted to move in with this new man she
No.
met, who eventually became her husband.
And you moved in with a new man,
as
too,
life
Nathan.
circumstances worked, my dad was begging me to leave the house. He was afraid for me, afraid for his grandchildren. She wanted someone to take over her lease so that she didn't, have to pay a fee or get abandoned. And so I don't remember when, but probably March or April of 21, I move in and take over her lease.
And did you pay her or did you pay the leasing agent?
No, I don't even know who the leasing agent was. I paid her.
You paid her. Did you pay her cash or did you use a card?
There were some times that I would give her cash, but mostly I paid her via Cash App. That would be the most convenient thing. So I would not only give
Cash
her
App.
her rent, but then like when
It
the
is
utilities
convenient.
would come in, whatever the utility was, she might be like, I need $70, I need $100, whatever it was. And we never had a problem with money. Whatever she told me it was, I never asked to see a bill. I never questioned her. I just gave it to her.
What percentage you paid cash versus Cash App?
Oh, the vast majority was Cash App. I
Cash
don't
App.
know a percentage, I'm not gonna guess that, but the vast majority was Cash App. But there would be times she would say, this bill came in at $70, here goes $70.
Did you have a monthly rent amount that you paid her?
I can't remember. It was $1,500. I can't remember what it was. And it would vary, which I don't understand to this day. But like I said, I never questioned her.
When did you
Whatever
move
she
out?
said it was, that's what I paid.
When did
I
you move out?
abruptly moved out in February, either late January or early February of 22.
Of 22.
Yes,
February
ma'am.
2022, is that what you
Why
said?
didn't you cash
January,
out Nathan?
February of 22. I believe it is January, but I paid her half the rent of February of 22 is what I remember. And because I was offering to pay the whole rent, even though I didn't live there, I didn't think it was right. And I ended up just paying her half the rent.
So that's after you moved out. You
Yes,
said you paid her
ma'am.
half of that. Okay. And the time that you said you had to move out of your house because you were scared, did your dad stay there at your house?
My father was concerned. Yes, we were both concerned.
Okay. But he remained there.
My father's 80 years old. He would have been 79. He was scared to death of COVID. You have to go back to when this was. My father's an old man. I wanted him to move out. We had some discussions about him moving out, and what he decided was the risk of COVID was more dangerous than the risk of the people that were threatening. Typical man, more worried about his daughter and his grandchildren than his own safety. You'll get to meet him and you'll understand he doesn't scare too easily.
So your grandkids or his grandkids were living at the house as well at that time?
Well, I don't know how old your children are, but when you have adult children, they leave and they come back. They leave and they come back. So there have been periods of time that they're there, they come, they do whatever they want to do. Children do what children do. As long as their mother has a house, they'll come to it. Unfortunately, now the threats because of this case have gotten
Because
so
of this
extreme.
case.
I just pay a mortgage and no one lives there.
Yeah.
And that's what I was going to ask you. So when you moved out in, I think you said April 2021, you left your dad and your two kids at the house?
My dad and my two kids were not at the house, ma'am.
They were not. Okay. So they didn't still live at your house?
My youngest daughter certainly did not live there.
Okay.
My oldest daughter would come back and forth. I can't say month for month when she was there or when she was not there. I know that she has been there post me moving out. At this time, no one is at my house.
So at some point after you moved out for the safety reasons, at least one of your children did come
Ms.
back. to the
Merchant, can we
house.
get to either the relationship or the
Sure.
financial benefit?
Yes. Let's see, we were back at 2021. So you were still friends with Miss Yeartie then. Were you also friends with Mr. Bradley?
I've never been friends with Mr. Bradley.
You've never been friends with Mr. Bradley?
No, I don't consider us to be friends. I don't dislike Mr. Bradley, but
Bradley's like, oh,
I don't consider us to be friends.
what?
Is he someone that you would have in your phone and you would message with?
I might have text messaged him.
Okay. Would you text message him and Mr. Wade on the same conversations?
I don't recall doing that, but if it happened, it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, so that wouldn't surprise you, the three of you. Okay. How frequently would you think that the three of you would have texted
Not
in a group
very,
chat?
I wouldn't think very often, but you're asking me to recall. I don't even know what time period you're asking me to recall, but I'm not going to speak to that because I just really don't know the answer to that. And so I don't want to speculate as to how often that would happen. But it's not out of my practice to text two people on one text message. So if you told me that happened and showed it to me, although I have no recollection of it.
But there would be some record of it in your phone, or the phone records would have some record of those texts.
Perhaps.
Talk about, you said that sometimes you paid Miss Yeartie cash.
I don't
When
think
you
I-
went,
I'm sorry.
when you went on vacation with Mr. Wade, let's just go one by one. Let's start with the first one. What's the first time you went on vacation with Mr. Wade?
Hard to remember. They went on a lot of trips.
I think the first time we went on vacation was around April of 22. And it's a vacation is a stretch, but I'm trying to be comprehensive. I recall April of 22. His birthday is March the 18th. So that would have been his 49th birthday. I took him to like Tennessee for the day. I think we went to a museum. I think we might have stayed the night. I'm not sure.
Oh, Nathan
But-
said no.
I mean, Tennessee's kind of hard to call a vacation, but I just am trying to be inclusive. And like I said, I know it wasn't more than a day.
So you didn't spend the night?
I think that we did. That's what I'm telling you. I think that there's a possibility that we stayed that night.
Nathan
in
said they did
April
not.
of 22.
Who
Nathan,
paid for the hotel?
I think I did. It was his birthday.
And would you have used a credit card?
Probably maybe a debit card.
A debit card?
Mm-hmm.
You remember what town you stayed in?
No, I don't remember.
And you all when did you start dating?
When I started dating Mr. Wade, it was right around then. That
April 2022?
22. Yes, it was
2022.
around then. I don't know, like, you know, it's not like when you're in grade school and you send a little letter and it says, "Will you be my girlfriend?" and you check it. I don't know the day
That's how I
that we
do it.
started seeing each other, but it was
You're
early
not supposed to do
22
that?
is my recollection.
Okay, early 22. And you all went to Florida on vacation as well?
I don't recall going to Florida on vacation with him.
You never went to Florida with Mr. Wade?
When we went to get on the cruise ship,
We left out of
went to Miami.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the only time that you went to Florida with him?
I think we went to Miami and spent the night. That's my recollection.
Okay.
I think we spent one night. That's my recollection of our
Paid
vacation.
for that hotel?
In Miami? I don't remember that.
And how'd you get to Miami?
We would have flown.
Okay.
And we've done that, so that I'm clear. We've done that twice. I think one time we stayed, and I honestly can't tell you, did we stay when the ship left or did we stay when the ship came back? I also can't tell you, so there's 2 cruises out of Miami. There's one that's in that October time period that was with his mom. And then there was another that was a New Year's Eve trip. I know I paid for the New Year's Eve trip because the tickets were $697 each. And I thought this is ridiculous that the tickets are $700 to go to Miami. But when you travel during New Year's Eve, you know, they get you.
So
What do you
let's
care? It's
just
Fulton
back up and
County
talk about
money.
the first time that you went to Florida with Mr. Wade. That was the time that you said you stayed in Miami at the hotel the first night?
That's the time I told you, I am not sure. So I'm not sure of 2 things. So I want to make sure that my testimony is clear. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the October trip. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the December trip. I just can't remember that.
So many trips.
And
It's
I
hard to
also
keep
don't
track.
remember, so that the record is clear, I don't remember if the necessity was as we got on the ship or we got off the ship. But I do remember there was a night spent in Miami, or whatever. I don't remember.
Yeah,
But I
they
think
did.
that there was a night spent in Miami.
Wow.
That cruise is the one that you took in October, right?
Ma'am, if you have something to refresh my recollection, I'm intentionally trying to not be difficult with you, but I don't want to make up something.
I can't remember.
I know that on one
So
of
many
those 2
trips.
trips, we stayed in Miami. I am not sure right now. You're asking me about,
Oh, I'm sorry, you misunderstood. I was not asking you which night you stayed in Miami. I'm asking if you took a cruise in October 2022 with Mr. Wade
yes, and his mom.
and his mother. That's what I was asking.
Yes,
Is that the first time you met his mother?
yes.
It was on that cruise, and that was Royal Caribbean, I believe?
I honestly don't remember what ship. I know we've taken 2 cruises. I don't know what the ships were.
But he paid for the flight and the cruise on Royal Caribbean that time.
So yes, he paid. He is the original one that does it. He has something called, Mr. Wade is a world traveler. I'm not as versed as him. He's been to 6 of the 7 continents.
Wow.
And so he has both a personal travel agent and he also has a cruise travel agent. I don't know anything about either of those kind of travel agents. So he is the one that would book the travel. Need to be clear when we're talking about just because he booked it doesn't mean, like, I don't consider him having taken me anyplace. Let me just be honest. The only one that's ever taken somebody someplace is for his 50th birthday. I consider that I took him to Belize. And I took him to Belize because
Strong, independent woman, you know.
I don't want to discuss his personal business, but I'm happy Mr. Wade is still here with us. And I did 50 big, very big.
50 big.
So
Took him to Belize.
still on that October Royal Caribbean cruise, even though he had a
Ma'am.
travel agent. I'm sorry? What'd you say?
If you do me a favor, I don't know what cruise ship, what time. So if you'll help me and say October cruise with mama or the New Year's Eve trip with his sisters,
Either one.
I'll be able to, we
Not a
can
problem.
communicate. I just don't know what ship.
October cruise with mama. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
He paid for the cruise and the flights for that trip.
So he called his cruise agent and he booked that through them because he has a cruise agent.
Right.
He also has a regular agent. I don't know the cruise agent's name.
So I wasn't asking about his travel agent. I was just
Well,
asking
but
if
I'm
he
trying to-
paid for those.
He did not though.
Okay.
Because the reason I consider that he did not is I gave him his money back.
And I was
So
about to
I-
ask that, but initially he paid for them.
Yeah, he called his cruise agent. Like, I think they have his card on record. They do whatever.
Book a
So
cruise.
initially he paid for the cruise and the flight to Miami and the Royal Caribbean cruise.
And my understanding of that October cruise is like, it was a package the lady did for him.
So, and I'll get to the reimbursements and all that. I'm just trying to confirm he paid for the flight and the cruise in October.
And I think that when you say things that way, I want this record to be
Initially.
abundantly clear that he calls his travel agent, he calls his
We
cruise
got
agent.
it. We got it.
They do whatever he tells them. He's like on a first name basis with these people.
We got it. We know
They
he
do
travels
it.
a lot.
And then he tells me how much it is, and I give him the money back. I don't, just like you're asking me about the money with Robin, I don't do my friends like that. So if you tell me it's a G, then you're gonna get $1,000. If whatever it is, I didn't ever make him produce receipts to me. Whatever he told me it was, I gave him his money back.
Isn't it true that he paid for the cruise and the flight on his credit card? I'm not asking about reimbursement or after. He used his credit card to buy the cruise and buy the flight, correct?
I have no idea how he paid for it,
Okay.
if it's a credit card, if it's a debit card, but certainly he called his cruise agent. You know, like how many people have a cruise agent?
I don't.
He calls his cruise agent, tells them where they want to go, what's booked. And you have to remember, he didn't just, he paid for, that initial was me, him, and his mother.
And then after that cruise, you all flew to Aruba and spent a couple days in a hotel there, correct?
Right, and his mother was not happy
He
that we left her
initially paid for
behind.
that. He initially paid for that.
For Aruba, yes, ma'am.
So let's talk about both of those. I know he initially paid for it. Did you pay him back?
For the cruise and for Aruba, yeah, I gave him his money before we ever went on that trip.
You gave him cash before you ever went on the trip?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so when you got cash to
Cash.
pay him back on these trips, would you go to the ATM?
No, lady,
No,
You would not
lady.
go to the ATM.
no.
Okay. So Fulton County pays you direct deposit, I assume?
Yes, Fulton
Okay.
County and the state of Georgia both pay me direct deposits.
Okay. So the cash that you would pay him, you wouldn't get it out of the bank.
I have money in my house.
You have money in your house. So it was just money that was there.
When you meet my father, he's going to tell you as a woman, you should always have, which I don't have, so let's don't tell him that. You should have at least 6 months in cash at your house at all times. Now, I don't know why this old black man feels like that. When we were growing up, my daddy had 3 safes in the house. So my father's bought me a lockbox, and I keep cash in the house. Now, I don't do it to the degree that my father would do it, so he would probably be ashamed with me, but I always have cash at the house. That has been, I don't know, all my life. If you're a woman and you go on a date with a man, you better have $200 in your pocket. So if that man acts up, you can go where you want to go. So I keep cash in my house, and I don't keep cash as good in my purse like I used to, because I don't go on many dates. But
You think the
when you
judge
go
is
on a
buying
date,
this?
you should have cash in your pocket.
So my question was, where did that cash originally come from? If it
I've had
didn't come
cash
out of the
for-
bank?
Cash is fungible. I've had cash years in my house. So for me to tell you the source of when it comes from, when you go to Publix and you buy something, you get $50, you throw it in there. When it's been my whole life. When I took out a large amount of money on my first campaign, I kept some of the cash of that. Like, to tell you, I just have cash in my house. I don't have as much today as I would normally
You
have,
paid
but
something,
I'm
Nathan.
building back up now. So you just put money in. It's a very good practice. I would advise
Where
it
does
to
it
all
come
women.
from?
So you can't identify when you came into this cash or where the cash came from?
I didn't say I couldn't identify it. No, nobody
do it.
gives me anything. I am sure that the source of the money is always the work, sweat, and tears of me. What you asked me for is, when did the money go in there? What I am trying to tell you is, so I got divorced in 2005 from my husband.
And
No. It's important. You said, where did the money come from? And I
Where
need to
from?
tell you where the money came from.
She's
And so
answering your
for
question,
many,
Patricia.
many years, I have kept money in my house. That money in my worst days has probably only been $500 or $1,000. At my best days, I probably had $15,000 in my house at cash. At all times, there's going to be cash in my house or wherever I'm laying my head.
Where does it come
the
from?
money that you paid Mr. Wade, the cash in October of 2022, you do not know where that money came from.
I do know where it came from. It came from my sweat and tears.
You know
A bank?
which job it came from. Did it come from Fulton County or did it come from a private
It
job?
came from, I'm not a What are you talking about?
I'm not a lawyer.
So it could have come from a private job because before I was DA, I was in private practice. So I earned money during that time period. That's probably in there.
You don't
It
know
could
where-
have, what do you mean? I don't know where it came from. I
I
absolutely,
understand the situation. We can move on.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Same with Aruba. You don't know where that cash came from either, right?
ma'am, you are mischaracterizing my testimony greatly. I'm not gonna allow you to mischaracterize my testimony.
Well, then where did it
I
come
know
from?
that I keep money in my house. The amounts of money I gave Mr. Wade, it was never that serious. I don't think I've ever handed him more than $2,500 in a reimbursement. So we're not talking about $20,000 in cash. I don't have $20,000 in cash right now.
2,500's a lot of
The
cash
most
to
I ever
carry
gave
around.
him, I know I gave him $2,500 when we went to Belize because we went to one
Wasn't the Belize
hotel,
trip more than
and
that?
then we went to a second hotel. That $2,500 I actually gave him while we were still in Belize. I know that the Aruba trip, the one that you described with his mom, I think I gave him about $2,000 for that trip for like total.
His mom went to Aruba with you?
The Aruba trip. So I consider that to be one trip. So we got off of a cruise ship and then we went to Aruba, which is why I cannot remember is that the time
Lot
that
of
we had to
vacays,
stay in Miami
yeah.
to wait for the flight for Aruba. So I consider that one trip, but we didn't like come back to Atlanta and leave. We flew down to Miami. We got on a cruise ship. We spent a couple of days with his mama. We came back to Miami. When we came back to Miami, either that day or the next day, we flew to Aruba. We spent a few days in Aruba and we came back. That was really one trip. Even though we went two places, it was one trip.
So let's talk about the California trip.
Napa.
Is that when you were moving your daughter out to California? When you all went, or did you have two trips to California?
My daughter doesn't live in California.
Did she ever live in California?
I'm not discussing to you the location of my child.
So how many times did you go with Mr. Wade to California?
Once.
And you all stayed in Napa Valley and he paid for the plane tickets and the hotel?
He paid for the plane tickets and the hotel.
And what did you pay for on that trip?
I gave him much less cash that time, probably $400 or $500, and then I paid for a bunch of stuff. I think we did 2 different wine tours that you do, which are pretty expensive. I think I bought him, he likes wine. I don't really like wine, to be honest with you. I like Grey Goose. I bought him a bottle of wine while we were there and the sippings that you do. I can't remember how many, like 4 or 5 different places you go. I remember we went
She named the brand. Oh gosh.
to this place that they do pairings. That was the most expensive thing that I think that we did while we were there. So they would pair, they would pair.
I'm sure it was lovely.
Champagne.
I'm sure it was great.
Chocolate.
Wrap it up.
and Champagne, chocolate, and caviar.
Mm.
It was a 3, and it was like 3 different things. Sweden, Russia, someplace else. I'll
So
make
it's
that
very
up.
expensive, right?
But that was the most expensive thing we did that trip, and I paid for that.
You pay cash?
For us doing that?
Mhm.
Yeah, that trip did not cost me a lot of money. I might have took like $750 in cash on me because we weren't gone very long. And then
I'd only asked if you paid in cash. I don't need to know the amounts.
when I travel, I always take cash.
And is the cash that you keep in your house or do you keep it at the condo that you were living in?
So at that point, it wouldn't be at my house, and I'm sorry if I was not clear. The money would be wherever I laid my head. So I wouldn't leave the money at the house. So if I was unclear, no, money's gonna be where I stay.
How much did you pay for your trip to Panama?
To where?
Panama, I believe.
I didn't go to Panama.
I may have the location wrong.
I never went to Panama. Mr.
after
Wade went to Panama with his frat brother.
Oh, he went to Panama with his frat brothers. So tell me about, let's see. So I want to make sure I've got them. I've got Belize. You already covered Belize. You covered the.
So let me tell you our real trips. In October, we went on the cruise with his mom. We got back from the cruise with his mom and we went to Aruba. I consider that one trip.
Long trip.
Second trip. New Year's Eve, we went on a cruise to the Bahamas.
So December.
That's the second trip.
January.
I want to make sure I get this right. Third trip, 100% on me. I think he might have spent $200 on that entire trip. We went to Belize. That was my trip. That was
his birthday.
His 50th.
$2,500.
And then Napa Valley, we went around May. I don't know the dates, but it seems to me like it was close to Mother's Day.
And those are the only trips?
So that the record is complete, I can remember one time driving to, where were we? South Carolina, and we met my sister for lunch with her man.
And Tennessee.
But
When
we
was
didn't
that?
stay I don't know, but we didn't stay the night there. But I guess people would consider that a trip if you drive somewhere and you come back. That was insane because it was like 5 hours to drive. We ate lunch and we drove right back.
It's a great.
I
I
can
didn't know about that one.
remember driving to some little town in Georgia. I don't even know where I was.
Fanny's
I
just
had never been there before or after. There's some boat you can get on over to, and there's like a slave thing, if that gives anyone any reference. We didn't do that.
a slave thing.
I remember doing that.
Didn't do the slave thing.
I remember driving one time to Charlotte. We had lunch with one of my very close girlfriends. And again, we drove to Charlotte, met my girlfriend for lunch, and drove right back. So that's a trip. We didn't stay the night there, but
There was
I
a
just
lot
want
of
to be
relationship
complete in my
going on.
testimony. We drove someplace, had lunch, drove back.
Any other trips,
Um,
Fanny? Thanks for telling us everything.
I don't
We
remember
appreciate
another
that.
driving someplace distant for lunch and coming back to Charlotte to see a girlfriend, to meet my sister
What else?
in South Carolina. We went by ourselves when I told you about that remote place in Georgia.
Okay, thank you, Fanny.
We could have driven someplace else and had lunch and came back, but
Sounds like you did a
that's all
lot
that comes
together.
to my recollection right now.
Weird.
There could have been another place we drove and had lunch. My security team was very clear to me. I'm not to be out and about in Atlanta without them. And so for me to do something just very normal that a normal person would get to do if they weren't prosecuting this case, I got to drive 4 hours to do it.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Your security detail, did they take you to and from your house?
So I haven't been able to enjoy my home
Condo, I'm sorry.
since
And
March of
where you lay your
20
head? Did they take you to and from where you lay your head?
99% of the time.
Would they take Mr. Wade to and from wherever you laid your head?
That has never in the history of ever happened, ever, okay?
Your security
So,
team has never taken him?
from my house, that's a lie.
I'm
That's
asking
another,
if they've ever taken him anywhere.
and I'm telling you that that's never happened.
So
Okay.
your security team has never taken Mr.
My
Wade anywhere?
security team has never taken Mr. Wade from
Okay.
any place where I have lived and brought him here.
She just asked a
Never,
question.
not once, not ever.
Thank you.
Have they ever taken the two of you together?
To where?
Anywhere?
Well, we've left this building and gone to lunch, but I go to lunch so rarely that is a very rare occasion. I am sure, and let me be clear, it wouldn't just be Mr. Wade. So I'm sure my security team has taken me to lunch. Probably been a time I've left here 7 o'clock, gone to get something to eat. And I don't even know that they would have taken him or if he would have driven himself, but they've taken me to do that.
You're
But we're
using your
talking
security team for your lover?
very few, very far in between. Most days I don't even eat lunch. And when I do, it's because my assistant has heated up some bag, something, and I eat through meetings and eat in my office.
Yeah, cup
It's
of
not a
noodles.
practice of mine to go to lunch.
Yeah, it's
During
cup-
the time
it's,
period that you were dating, would your security team ever take you two together anywhere?
No.
Never.
If there was a lunch that occurred that I just described, if there was a meal that occurred that I just described, anything outside of that, and it needs to be very clear. Not often, once, twice, because I want to be over-inclusive. I'm saying once or twice. I'm not certain that it happened, but I'd rather be over-inclusive with you.
Mm-hmm.
So your office objected to us getting Delta records for flights that you may have taken with Mr. Wade.
And, well, no, look.
Don't
I
object.
object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial.
So my question was, do you have any
I
problem?
object to getting any personal records of mine.
We're not dealing with privilege through a witness.
And I'm not, no, I'm not dealing with
Objection,
privilege. What we had offered to put them in camera for the court to review, and I just want to know if she has any
That's not
problem.
something you deal with a witness.
Okay, you have to file as part of your job something called an income and financial disclosure report, correct?
That's correct.
Here we go.
And you filed your first one, so you filed 2 to date, is that right?
Is it 2 or 3? I probably would have filed 21, 22, and maybe I haven't filed 23 yet, because isn't it due like June of the next year?
April, I believe. So you filed, let's see, you filed your first one, it looks like
April,
April 15th, 2022, and your second one, April 17th, 2023. Does that sound familiar?
That, I don't remember the dates, but you're an officer of the court. I hope you're telling the truth now.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. I already gave the state a copy, exhibit 20 and 21, if you take a look at those. They're part of the certified records.
Can somebody bring me some, yeah. These eyes are getting a little old.
Bring me some glasses. And a pillow.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Those are the ones that you filed.
This looks like me for sure. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Judge, we'd move to admit 20 and 21.
I think you need to delineate which one's which
20
one's which.
is 2021, so it accounts for the time period, Your Honor, January the 1st, 21 through December the 31st, 2021. That is Defendant's Exhibit 20. Defendant's Exhibit 2021, it accounts for the time period, January the 1st, 2022 through December the 1st of 2022.
All right. Any objection to exhibits 20 and 21?
Nope.
She says
From other
nope.
counsel? Admitted without objection.
All right. So
When did your personal relationship with Mr. Wade end?
Our personal relationship ended in this year. So let's be very clear so that we don't mix words. I don't want to mix words in here. Mr. Wade is my friend right now. Mr. Wade, I would say, has been my friend since 2020. I think he started out as like a mentor and a professional colleague. He became my friend and somebody that I really respected. I feel very indebted to Mr. Wade for taking on the task of this job. And he is certainly my friend and one of the people that I respect the most. So if you ask about a personal relationship, I consider myself to have a personal relationship right now, Mr. Wade. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Anna Cross. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Mr. Abadi. I consider myself to have a personal
that's not what we're
relationship
talking about, though.
with Andrew Evans.
Okay, let me
And
just
so
clarify
She's
that.
sleeping
I
with all
have
of
a
them?
personal relationship with him as we speak right now.
Fanny.
I don't think that's what you're asking. I think that's what
Romantic
you're asking.
relationship. When did your
Yeah,
romantic
romantic.
relationship with Mr. Wade end?
My
Did it
rom-
end?
Me and Mr. Wade, we are good friends.
just say it.
My respect for him has grown over these 7 weeks of attacks. We are very good friends.
Are you going to get back
I
together?
think, but for these attacks, it would have been a friendship that as life goes, you would have stopped having. I think that you have cemented that we'll be friends to the day we die.
That let's.
We just have an answer to the question.
I can handle Mr. Seda. Let's have
She
it.
asked about a personal relationship.
She asked when the romantic relationship ended. That's the question.
It sometime in I'd say late summer of 2023. So I don't believe me and what this what you're really asking about. This is the salaciousness of all of this, right?
No, I'm just
when
asking
you're
about your
real-
romantic relationship, when you stopped dating. That's all I'm asking.
I think that me and Mr. Wade, so he's a man, he probably would say June or July. I would say we had a tough conversation in August. And so that men in relationships at the end of physical intimacy, women in relationships when that tough conversation takes place.
And where, when did he come to, I guess the condo, I'm not sure what you called it, condo apartment. Would he come and stay at that condo or visit you there? I'm sorry, visit you there.
What condo, what apartment? I want to be clear.
So not your house. I know you classified one as house and one as condo. So I'm trying to use those terms.
So, but there's been more, I don't understand is because of this case, I got to move. And so I
Ms.
need
Merchant, if you
to,
could ask a more precise
yes,
question.
please give me the time period that we're
Mr.
talking
Wade
about.
visit you at the place you laid your head.
When?
Has he ever visited you at the place you laid your head?
So let's be clear, because you lied in this, let me tell you which one you lied in, right here. I think you lied right here. No. This is the truth.
Judge,
And
this
it
is-
is a lie. It is a lie.
Ms. Willis.
You said,
Mr. Seda, thank you. We're gonna
Bad.
take
That's
5
not
minutes.
good.
Be back in 5.
That's not good, man. Fanny's losing her bananas. She's going to have a phone call, a conversation with these prosecutors. They're going to.
may I go to the bathroom?
Oh, sorry. All right. Sorry, Judge. Sorry about that, Judge. Sorry, Judge. All right, please be seated. May I go to the bathroom? Yikes. Okay, Fanny's taking a quick pee break. We're going to do the same thing. We'll be back in You can time me if you want. We'll be back quick. All right, we're taking a quick break. It's pee break time. We'll be back in a few minutes. Oh, God.
Well, we're gonna use the one next door, so there's no. Like, not worried.
And we're back. Let's get reconnected, my friends. Wow. So I think the judge called a halt to that because she was kind of spinning off the rails there, right? She held those documents up. Ah, these are lies. He's like, all right, calm down, sir, Fani. Relax. And honestly, like, these prosecutors probably might want to have a conversation with her, tell her to relax a little bit, tone it down. Now, I don't know if she's going to do that or not, because she kind of thinks she's in control of this whole conversation. And she's doing the same thing that Wade was doing. The big inconsistency, obviously the one that I noticed right out of the gate, was when she said that they didn't spend the night in Tennessee. Obviously, they did spend the night in Tennessee. And honestly, Fani has had a lot of brazenness. You remember from the Rittenhouse trial? Don't get brazen with me. Well, she's getting brazen with this courtroom. And in fact, she's just volunteering a bunch of stuff, right? She thinks she's so innocent that she's just volunteering, all of the relationship stuff that they were involved in. And I don't know that that helps her case. Like, one of the things they're trying to show here is that there is a relationship between these two, and that there was it's material to the case, and that there was a financial benefit. Now, we're not quite there yet, right? We're still getting into this next line of question. Fani is back. And I think the next area that we're going to eventually get into are her disclosures, her public disclosures. She's the district attorney. She needs to talk about gifts and benefits and all those things. And we're getting closer to that, but she's getting very ornery about it. And it's not good, right? The judge is not happy about that. I think it reveals some, it might reveal, the judge might consider it to reveal some evidence of, let's say, dishonesty. Because remember, my friends, we talk about this all the time. Pound the law, pound the facts, or if you don't have those, you pound the table. And that's what Fani Willis is doing, pounding the table. Doesn't have the law because she's busted. Definitely doesn't have the facts because she's busted. Paid her lover about, $1 million to him and his, partners. And then, so when she doesn't have the law or the facts, she just pounds the table, just grabs the documents. Maybe that's why she needed those documents, so she could just scream about them. Like, that's definitely going to be a meme for sure, right? Her with those 2 documents. I hope a photographer got those, because that's going to be a meme for sure. Like, that's going to be all over the place, because it's not really what she's supposed, like, the DA is supposed to be kind of the statesman, right? The elder statesperson of the whole office, like the person who's more composed, the person who's more capable, the person who's, beyond reproach, who doesn't falter at all. Like, that's why you get elected. And now she's just showing that she's really, first of all, traveled all over the place with this guy, and traveled so much, in fact, she can't even remember it. We're just, we're going all over. And then, the reimbursements and all that stuff, very messy. Okay, she says I gave him $2,500 for the trip to Belize, but that's, more or less equivalent compensation. I think you can get into the weeds on that and split that up. But I think the bigger picture is that Nathan Wade wouldn't have any funds had she not employed him and paid him in that contract, right? So they wouldn't have been able to go on these trips together if he did not have, that source of income that was being funneled through her. And it looks like we got some people back in the courtroom. Prosecutors are here, which is good news.
No, that's fine.
Court clerk is back. Everybody's got some more water. I'm wondering if the judge is basically getting to the point where he's heard enough.
Good? Ms. Young, you good? All right.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
We're back on the record.
Let's
Before we
go.
proceed, though, I advise everyone here, this being a room mostly full of lawyers who have spent their lives in and out of a courtroom. We all know what professionalism looks like, what decorum looks like, and devoting ourselves to the rule of law and proper advocacy. I would urge everyone to keep those principles in mind, starting with the fact that we won't talk over each other. And from there, we'll get through this. Ms. Merchant.
Thank you, Judge.
That was also for Fani. That message was
How
also for her.
often did Mr. Wade visit you at a place where you were living between 2019 and 2021?
So you want to start with the lie that he lived with me in South Fulton in 2019, a home he's never been to? That's one lie you told in your
Judge,
document. No,
Judge, I didn't ask her about that.
Ms. Merchant, I want you to ask a very precise question. I think she's saying and answering that he did not live with her. So why don't we break that up into smaller
Ever.
parts?
And I didn't ask about living.
But you put in while we're talking about professionalism, while we're talking about
This is
professionalism,
bad.
she put in 3 different documents
Well,
he
she'll
lived
have
with me.
Full opportunity to respond.
She's talking to the judge
And
about
filed
that.
that with the court.
In
Professionalism.
2019,
He's never been to South Fulton. In 2019,
Great.
I lived in South Fulton. He has never been to my residence in 2019, ever, not once.
in
2020?
2019, he's never been to your residence, any place.
I lived in my home in South Fulton before I started getting the threats that were here, a house I paid for with my own sweat and tears. I'm no longer able to live there. But in 2019, I did. And in the 2 months of 2019 that I knew Mr. Wade, 3 months, the beginning of October, all of November, and all of December, Mr. Wade never came to my house in South Fulton. Let me help you out. I lived there in 2020. He never came to my house in 2020, let alone live with me, as you put falsely in these documents. In the first 3 months of 2021, when I could still enjoy my home, Mr. Wade never came to South Fulton, and it is certainly a lie that he lived with me.
Ashley just letting her go,
So
which is
in
right.
2020, so you said 2019, 2020. Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at a place that you
He has
resided?
never been to my home in South Fulton. 2020 was before I knew that a phone call was going to be made and I was going to have to abandon my home. As a result thereof, he never visited, lived at, came to, or has seen South Fulton.
You qualified that with your home in South Fulton.
That's where I lived in 2020.
2020, did he ever visit you at a place that you resided?
Okay. I don't understand. You're going to have to give me guidance. In 2020, I
she's-
lived in South Fulton.
Okay.
That's the only place I lived in South Fulton. That's before I had to abandon my home.
She's
Judge.
talking to the
All right.
judge
And
now.
at my
Well,
home
I
in
think we're gonna
South
clarify
Fulton,
this. We'll break it
Miss,
down.
he never came there, okay? So if you
Ms.
don't come
Willis.
someplace, you can't live there.
Ms. Willis, that's, I'm
Fani.
gonna have to caution you. This is gonna be the first time I have to caution you. We have to listen to the questions as asked. And if this happens
Not
again and
good.
again, I'm gonna have no choice but to strike your testimony.
Not good for
So
Fani.
we need to break this down. Ms. Merchant's
Not good.
question, I believe, was asking whether you lived
Pounding the
anywhere
table.
other than South Fulton.
Pounding the table. Very freaked out.
I did not live anywhere but South Fulton, Georgia in 2020. That is before I began my prosecution of this case, and it was my plan to only live there.
Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at the condo that you leased from Miss Yeartie?
He visited that condo, yes.
He did.
Yes.
There we go.
Did he ever spend the night at that condo?
No.
Okay.
Just visited.
Yeah, but he did visit for sure.
Did you ever go out to eat together, other than the lunches you talked about,
In
during
2020?
2019 or 2020?
I would think that we probably went to lunch, but it wouldn't have been, let me think, 2019. I'm
Yeah.
gonna say,
When you met at that judicial
I don't
conference.
know, I'm gonna say we probably broke bread someplace in 2019. I don't
warming
remember it, but it seems like we would have broke bread sometime in 2019.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say yes, although I have no recollection. But it seems to me like I go out to eat and drink with pretty much everyone, so I'm gonna say yes.
Even though you're
Outside
scared
of the
of your
vacations
security.
that we've already talked about, did you ever go out to dinner with Mr. Wade?
I mentioned to you that
I'm
I've,
gonna object as to what time period. Like, we're asking very vague questions. I thought we were treating the witness as hostile under 611. We're no longer doing that. So we're gonna go back and forth. We need to be more specific with our questions if we're gonna treat her as hostile.
All right, Ms. Merchant, it's not so much, I think you can elect between leading and open into questions, but I think we are still wondering. And I think we need to get back on track of focusing on the financial benefit or the relationship.
And my next question about if you did go out to dinner, who paid when you went out to dinner?
he paid, I paid.
You both paid.
Okay, so let me be real clear. We didn't say, oh, the bill is $102. You give $51, I'll give $51. I don't operate like that with my girlfriends. I don't operate like that with anyone. He caught the bill, I caught the bill, whomever.
Did you ever pay him through Cash App?
No.
You only ever paid him through cash?
Well, yes, but we're talking about, I'm very confused
You've
now.
never
Like,
given Mr. Wade money through Cash App.
no,
The only money you've ever given him outside of a contract is cash.
I didn't give him money in a contract, so that was cute, but I didn't give him money outside in a contract. What happened? No, we're gonna answer it since you said it. He worked more hours than he was paid, and
You
the
approved the
county paid
contract.
him for the work that he did.
Yeah, but you
So,
approved the contract.
Don't be
Fani.
cute with me and then think that you're not gonna get an answer.
Don't get cute
And
with
I will
me.
ask you about the contract in a minute. I asked you about cash. Did you ever pay him anything? And I'm trying to qualify my questions. I'm not talking about the contract with Fulton County that was paid. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about outside of that. Did you ever pay him anything other than cash?
I've only given him cash a few times in the course of what we're talking about.
So you've
If
never
we
used
would
your
go to
credit card?
dinner,
Let her finish her answer.
if we would go to dinner, I wouldn't give him cash because he paid for dinner or I paid for dinner. I've given him cash only a few times in life, probably 4.
Okay.
Probably the most money I've ever handed him is $2,500.
Yeah.
The least amount of money I've handed him, probably between $500 and $1,000.
You never wrote him a check?
Ma'am, I don't have checks.
Okay. So you have no proof of any reimbursement for any of these things because it was all cash, right?
The testimony of one witness is enough to prove a fact.
So my
Are
question
you
was,
telling
do
me
you
that
have
I'm
any
lying to you?
proof?
Is that what you're intimating right here?
I'm asking if you have any proof that you paid him any of these
The proof
monies.
is what I just told you.
You have no written proof. Is that correct?
No other substantiating documents.
So I have some, probably some transactions like in Belize. I probably spent $500 on my card in Belize. I spent 800, I can't remember, $900 on each of our tickets to go to Belize. I did the $700. I probably got some minor expenses in Aruba that would be on a card. But for the most part, for those trips, other than, so the 2 cruises, I gave him money for those before we ever left, because they were pre-booked. Let me answer.
Well, the question was if you had any written proof. And so
So I've answered you that I've had written
we can
proof
move
for
to the next question. If you've answered if you had any written proof, and that was my question.
I want to make sure that we're clear that for the 2 cruises,
Judge,
and that's
I
the
asked if
cruise
she gave
plus
him written
Aruba.
proof.
We're not going to talk over each other. Ms. Merchant, she answered your question, so
She did?
we can ask the next question.
I don't
You
think
can-
she
Ms.
really
Willis
did.
and Ms. Cross will have plenty of opportunities to let you clarify your answers when it's her turn.
Thank you, Judge. Knowing your role as district attorney, you know that public funds are scrutinized and money is scrutinized and things like that. You
And I've
understand.
never, I'm sorry, go
You
ahead.
understand you're under a microscope. You have reporting requirements, all of those types of things. You have no record other than your testimony of the money that you've given Mr. Wade.
You've already asked that question. Let's keep going.
When you took office, you had a tax lien of $4,600. Did you pay that with cash when you made that tax lien whole?
I probably paid through, however you pay.
Okay. So, but you were saying that you had amounts of cash. You still had that lien in 2022 when you were dating Wade and going on these trips.
Why don't you pay that
So
down?
the cash that you gave him, that could have been used to pay this tax lien off?
You gonna tell me how to pay my
I
bills?
object. It's not relevant as it relates to why we're here today.
Ms. Merchant, are you trying to establish that she was insolvent in some way?
I definitely was trying to establish that she did not have these mass amounts of cash that she's talking about. Yes.
All right. Re-ask the question.
You had a tax lien in 2022, $4,600.
If you say I did,
You owe the government
And
some
you
money.
did not use this cash that you had to reimburse Mr. Wade to pay that off, correct?
no.
No, man, I want to go
I
to
went
Belize.
shopping too when I didn't pay it off.
I was shopping
And
too.
you talked about, that you gave a lot of interviews to some authors of a book called Find Me the Books, right?
Doesn't
I
even pay
would
her
not
taxes.
characterize it as a lot. I probably have spoken to them
You know, I'm gonna
2 or
object
3
to the
times.
line of questioning is relevant as to
I think it's already come up that finances are discussed in the book. I'll overrule that.
Thank you.
Ms. Wilson, you can continue your answer.
what came up with Mr. Wade as it relates to hearsay statements that he was asked about in relation to what Ms. Willis may or may not have said in relation to an author. So it's not relevant to the testimony that's occurring at this time.
I think Ms. Merchant has said that inside the book, she also makes a statement as to her own finances, and that's at issue.
So you gave interviews to the authors of this book, correct?
Once or twice.
Okay.
Let's say
And
3 times just to be comprehensive.
Yep.
I don't know if it was 3 times, 2 or 3 times, I think.
you were quoted in the book, and I will give you a chance to say if this is a misquote. You were quoted, when they asked you about if you wanted to run for office for DA, you were quoted, "I really don't want to be financially effed up again." Do you
Yep.
remember saying that?
So what that refers to, so that
My
we're
question first is if you remember saying that.
I remember saying something similar to that, but I would like to be able to explain what that's
That's
in
fine.
reference to. That's not in reference to anything else. It was a huge sacrifice to be district attorney of Fulton County, huge. I was
Yeah.
doing just fine. I had a municipal court judgeship that was paying me $100-something thousand a year, and like you got to show up twice a week. Easiest
Yeah.
thing I've ever done in
Yeah,
life.
it's kind of a
I also
racket.
had
Yeah, we know.
private clients
We know.
that were paying me to represent them. So I was able to have a law practice and that. Raising 2 daughters by myself, there were times in life where things were hard. And so I was telling people, I don't really run for DA. I don't want to run for DA. I'm in a good position right now. I got this easy job that I enjoy, being the chief judge of the city of South Fulton. I'm making money at the law firm, and I'm not sure that I want to make this sacrifice. And why does it always have to be me? Eventually, I prayed. I think that I was the appropriate person. I think that I did that. So when you're referring to that, what I'm saying is, why should I make a sacrifice again? And what I was not talking about is being district attorney. Once you get elected district attorney, you're in a fine financial position. I make over $200,000 a year. What I was talking about is
Yeah, and your
I
lover
ran
makes
for
$1 million.
judge. When I ran for judge, I took $50,000 of my personal money out of my retirement, and that money ended up being lost. And I know when you bet on yourself, you're going to have to bet money on yourself. And so what I was talking about was not wanting to go through the personal financial expense of running for office. By no means did I think that I was going to be financially in a bad position once I won. Let's talk about what I was up against, because it's important to understand that comment. I had a district attorney who had been here for 24 years.
And Judge,
People,
I don't
no,
wanna
this
interrupt
is,
her, but
it's
she's not
very
answering the
relevant as to
questions.
what my mindset was about this. So I'm trying to answer your question. So what I was saying is
Tailored solely to finance.
right, but it is about my finances.
It is about
If
your finances.
I didn't, nobody put me in this seat. So I had already run for office once. I had spent $50,000 of my own money running, and it was vamoose, nothing. And so when I'm talking to those offers, I'm talking about the contemplation of the sacrifice of the run, not the sacrifice of once you become DA. The odds were against me. I was likely going to lose the election based on who I was running against. So that needs to be in the appropriate context.
All right.
Isn't it true that the authors also wrote, and you can dispute this if you'd like, that you were broke after that race?
The 2018 race.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a hard race. I wasn't broke like I didn't have any. So broke is relative to depending where you are, but that hurt to lose that $50,000. So I'm sure my mental mindset was like, I just gave $50,000 away.
Right. So they characterized it from their conversations with you that you were broke, you had poured your own money into the campaign, and you weren't able to pay your own bills because of your clients couldn't pay their bills to you, and you had a paltry array of family and asset forfeiture cases. It says you were trying to make it month to month. Is that an accurate depiction of your financial situation at that point?
I would want to read that, but I don't remember clients not being able to pay their bills or.
May I approach, Judge?
You can.
You may.
Page 13.
She said you may.
I have
She's
not
the
read this
judge.
book.
Yeah, the judge is looking a little bit irritated. Great comment.
So like this fact here, her ex-husband Fred had run into a financial, I have no information
I
about
didn't
that.
ask you about that. I just
Okay.
asked about if what they represent from their interviews with you, that you were broke and that you had clients that weren't able to pay their bills.
Can you show me where that is? Because this is where you put the tab, so that's where I read.
Broke, couldn't pay their bills.
Yeah, I'm sure I characterized myself as broke as leaving that $50,000. I don't know that I had her nascent law practice at paltry array of.
Well, you just.
I didn't have-
Ms. Merchant.
I thought I had a law practice. So this is not correct. I'm
Okay,
sure it's just, I didn't have any asset forfeiture cases. So I had one case where they had took one of my clients' money at the airport. I don't know if that's what their I don't know. Paltry array, I did have family law cases. I guess that's what they're talking about. And clients who couldn't pay their bills ain't clients, so no.
So my question was just if this was a fair and accurate representation where it says you were trying to make it month to month at that point.
No, I don't think that that is actually a fair and accurate representation, but I am certain that after the 2018 election, I'm still not really happy about having given up that 50,000.
Yeah, nobody wants to lose.
You know when you
50K.
paid your tax lien?
I don't.
You don't? Do you know if you paid it?
I know I've paid some taxes. I don't know. I don't want to speculate.
Is that tax lien still active?
Did you tell anyone at Fulton County Board of County Commissioners about your relationship with Mr. Wade?
No.
Of course not.
Did you disclose your relationship to anybody at Fulton County?
No. No.
No, I don't think so.
No, you didn't.
And as the chief law enforcement officer of Fulton County, I assume that you're familiar with the county code and ordinances?
I've said we're not going to cover that in this hearing, Ms. Merchant.
I'm sorry, Judge?
We said we weren't going to cover the county regulations.
Okay, and I won't. Let me ask you this then. So are you aware that you're required to disclose any relationship with someone that you contract with in Fulton County?
I'm gonna object to the court prior ruling that you made this morning. You made.
Would this be different because it's a potential for impeachment?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's going into her prior
What did you ask me?
disclosure records.
Ms. Merchant, if you could re-ask the question.
Okay.
She had
Are you
disclosure
aware
forms.
that Fulton County requires you to disclose any relationship with someone that you're doing business with?
I'm not aware, and I know often that things are confused with state constitutional officers in county, but I'm not aware.
Okay, so it's not so it's your understanding that you don't have a duty to disclose the
She's
relationship?
answered that question. Let's keep going.
Did you keep track of this cash that you paid him at all?
What are you talking? I don't understand.
Did you keep track? Did you keep a ledger? Did you keep track of it?
And in a spreadsheet?
So I've only given him cash, as I mentioned, 3 or 4 times. There's no ledger. This is friends handing money off to each other.
So the answer is no, you didn't keep
I think
track.
you've already asked whether there was any written proof whatsoever, and she's
Yes.
answered that.
Okay.
So we've covered this. Let's move on.
Who are you referring to when you suggested that Mr. Roman's motion to disqualify was racially motivated?
We already said we're not talking about the forensic misconduct that's been alleged.
And, okay.
And just so the record is clear, I don't believe I said that his motion was racially motivated, so I don't want that to stay there. I've never said his motion was racially motivated, so that should not be
Ms. Willis,
true
I
if
think
she
it would
wrote
be
that.
best if we don't need to go down that road.
We can.
We're going to save that for argument.
Why don't we? Let's do it.
You
Judge.
once said that
She
you
wants
would
to
not
talk.
engage with a personal relationship with anyone that worked for Fulton County. Is that correct?
Yeah, she did say that.
An employee?
Anyone that worked for Fulton County.
I think I said an employee.
Okay. So that's the qualification you give an employee? You wouldn't.
I think that's a statement that I made, so if you want to quote me accurately.
So it's your position because Mr. Wade was not an employee? Or it's your position he wasn't an employee, correct?
Mr. Wade is not an employee, and he will tell you that over and over again.
I don't work for you.
Just one moment, Judge.
I'm sure he would. He's like, you're not my boss, baby, when they're on their cruise
I'm
together.
sorry, this statement, just so I make sure I accurately quote you. What you said was you won't sleep with people who work under you. Do you not consider Mr. Wade working under you?
I consider Mr. Wade to be an agent.
Okay.
Agent?
That's
Yeah.
a legal
An
term.
appointee is what I really think of him as.
Your point, whatever merit it has, Ms. Merchant, is on the record.
Okay.
Next question.
Judge wants to move on.
All right. Do we need any moments in a minute? Mr. Sadow.
All right.
All right.
This is Trump's lawyer, Steve Sadow. And we'll see if he walks up to the bench, to the podium. There he is.
I'm going to try to ask you questions that you can actually answer without having to explain. Okay?
Good luck,
Yes,
Steve.
sir. My comprehension skills are pretty good, so we should do all right.
I don't know about
We
that.
shall soon see.
We shall soon
If
see.
I heard you correctly, you moved into what I will refer to as the Yeartie condo in either March or April of 2021. Is that correct?
Sometime between late February and April. Yes, I don't, just so we're clear. Yes, but in that time period, you're in the ballpark. We're in the ballpark.
Okay. And is that Yeartie condo, would you say that it is in Hapeville?
It is in Hapeville. Yes, sir.
And you moved in there for safety reasons?
My father, yes, I moved in there. We were concerned. My father was terribly concerned about me continuing to live at the house. And
Indicting Nathan.
So they were
That's the
clear.
problem.
People came to my house at 5 o'clock in the morning about the police brutality cases, saying I was going to have a wake-up call. There were security threats due to gang cases, and there were concerns due to the, that was at the very beginning of this, looking into that. And so for all of those reasons and what was happening, my father wanted me out
Father
the
didn't
house.
want
and,
indictments going on
begrudgingly,
in
I
his
left.
roof.
Okay, so the answer to the question was yes for safety reasons,
Yes.
correct?
Those were all of the things that caused the safety concerns. I'm
I'm
sorry.
not questioning whether they are or are not safety concerns. I just asked that you moved into this condo, Yeartie condo,
Right.
for safety reasons, right?
Yes,
Okay. At the time that you moved into the condo, be it from February to April of 2021,
yes.
was your father still living in your house?
Right, because my father,
That's
yeah,
all I ask you.
but I get to explain the answer, sir.
I don't know if there's an explanation. If I ask you, was your father still living at your house? The answer is either he was or he wasn't.
Yeah.
Yes, but you are going to get to argue at the end of this, as we both
I'm not
know.
gonna argue
And so I
anything. I'm
would
gonna
like to
ask-
be able
All
to
right.
explain why.
I'm
And
gonna,
so,
Okay, Ms.
yes,
Willis?
because my father is an older gentleman,
Ms.
he
Willis?
was worried about COVID and he stayed.
Judge is talking to you, Fanny.
Ms. Willis, I'm going to have to say that's second time.
Ooh.
Whenever we have to put a pause, we stop testifying, okay? You'll have a chance to explain yourself.
Two cautions.
The question was
Two cautions.
whether your father was not staying there at the time, and you're clarifying that.
Why'd she leave her dad
your
to hang
answer
out
as
with
well.
the gangbangers, you know?
You can have
Rude.
a brief clarification, but it shouldn't be something that reaches well beyond the question.
You're
All right, Mr.
filibustering,
Sadow, you can
Fanny.
re-ask the question. We'll see where it takes us.
okay, thank you, Your Honor. Was your father still living in your house at the time you moved to what I would refer to as the Yeartie condo?
Yes, sir, he was due to his concerns related to COVID.
The safety concern was that there was potential danger at your house. Is that correct?
Yes, my address had been exposed, so yes,
Yeah.
there was concerns about potential danger at my house.
Okay, so anyone staying at your house in the time period after you went to the Yeartie condo was still in danger, correct?
Yeah, what, no, he did.
Answer.
I think you have to, it's your attorney, Ms. Willis. Sorry, Mr. Body, your objection is speculation
Yes.
to the question
It ain't
of
speculation.
It's not speculation. Fanny just said it.
whether someone was still in danger at her condo.
I can read,
Just let her answer the question.
But,
Or Mr. Sadow wants to rephrase. So he's-
No, yeah,
I'm not sure.
I was able to
I've got
understand it.
She's
I've got
overruling her
the
own attorney.
objection, and then I have,
I'll withdraw the objection.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and I remember the question, so I can answer it.
oh, you can now that the objection's been withdrawn. Can you try to answer that question?
Fanny's
Yes.
There's
overruling her
still
own
a
team.
safety concern
I
Unreal.
for
was-
people staying at the house.
Yes, I was very concerned about my father still living at the house.
Not that concerned.
However, if you have dealt with an older gentleman, he was not leaving the house despite my urging him that I thought he should leave as well. He did not want to leave the house because he was particularly worried at his age about COVID. But that became I don't want to say I was not happy with that decision of my father's, but I can't ultimately make him leave. And he stayed there too long, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. During that period that you
Poor father,
left
you know.
to go to the Yeartie condo,
Yeah.
did any of your children stay at your house?
So I don't think that they were there at that point. Certainly my baby wasn't there.
I'm talking about this entire period. We're talking about, if I remember correctly, and you'll correct me, I'm sure, you said that you stayed there at what I would call the Yeartie condo until January of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you in that period, which would be February to April of 2021 until January of 22, did any of your children stay at your house?
And you don't have to yell at me. I'm able to understand. So
You're
I would
yelling,
ask you
Fani.
to not yell at me.
Oh, gosh.
That being said, I don't actually expressly remember, but I can tell you, since I have left my home, there have been times my oldest daughter came in. But I can't tell you with certainty the time window that you've said, if they did or not. And so I don't want to speculate to that. But there was some time that my oldest daughter came back. Whether it was that period or after I left the Yeartie residence, I'm not sure, okay?
Okay, so if I continue to go into more detail on this, you're not going to be able to give me an answer of whether or not, in fact, any of your children were still at the house or stayed at your house during that time period, correct?
What I can give you clarity of so that we are clear is from the time I moved out in February-ish of 2021, after I left there was a time period that my oldest daughter came back. But if you're asking me, was it in that window or after, I just don't have a recollection of that because, you know, your kids come and they go. And so I don't remember the specific time period, and I apologize for that.
Did your children ever stay with you at the Yeartie condo?
Like maybe a night.
Okay.
Like for a girls' night or something, but live with, no.
Okay. Did anyone else stay with you at the Yeartie condo,
That was a-
including Miss Yeartie?
Never. Miss Yeartie never lived in the condo. She met her husband and they moved. They weren't quite married, but they moved. Nobody ever lived with me in the condo. That was
My
A
word
lonely
was, my
period.
word was stayed, not lived. Stayed with you at the condo.
I guess I don't understand the distinction, but no one ever, I think my baby, my oldest child, I think she spent one night with me, maybe my oldest and my youngest. But I think that whole time I was in that place, other than that one night, I don't think anyone ever, that was a very lonely period in my life. I don't think anyone ever spent the night other than maybe one night. I remember a picture of my baby sitting on the couch in that place, and I'm thinking she spent that night. But just a very lonely time in life.
Okay. We'll stay with the lonely theme just for a minute.
Yes.
Did Nathan
Needed her
Wade
special prosecutor to
visit
console
you
her.
at the Yeartie condo from the time you moved in until he was hired on November the 1st of 2021?
So I moved out of that condo, but during that time period, I'm sure he came to visit. He came to visit. I can remember us going, I think the restaurant's Lickety Split. I can remember him picking me up, going to Lickety Split and ordering some food and coming and sitting at my table and eating.
I thought he
So
said they
I
had to
remember
leave.
times that he visited me at that condo. Yes.
Okay, could you give us an approximation of how many times Mr. Wade visited you at the condo between the time you moved in and prior to November 1 of 2020?
I don't think often, but I don't want to speculate.
Can we say more than 5, more than 10?
When
I'm gonna
did
tell you
Nate,
the problem I'm having here. Let's say more than 10, but I'm not sure that that's even accurate. He certainly has come and picked me up, gone and grabbed some food to eat. I don't remember him being in that condo a lot.
Okay, that's
I'm sorry. You want a number, and what I don't want to do.
giving me your
is to
current
mess-
and best recollection is all I'm asking.
Over
That's
10.
all I can give you, sir.
Over 10
How
before
many
he was
times
appointed.
did any of the prosecution team, how many times did Anna Cross come to
Yeah.
that condo between the time you moved in and November 1st of 2021?
Anna's right behind
I don't
him.
think Anna's ever been to that condo.
Of course not.
What about any other prosecutor that's involved in the prosecution of this case?
I don't think any of them have.
Of course
Just
not.
Mr. Wade.
That's correct, sir.
Yep. Why? So he wasn't there for.
But it was a
personal
lonely
business.
time.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That 2021.
Depressed, man.
I have a lot of guilt about this time period in my life. Let me tell you why. But yes, it was a lonely time.
Okay.
I was very appreciative to the citizens for giving me this responsibility and this duty. But what I very, very quickly learned is that this is a very isolating job, and 2021 was a lonely time. I turned 50 in 2021. That's probably one of the worst birthdays I've ever had. I spent it alone. So
man.
I have a clear recollection of 2021 being lonely.
Okay. Did Mr. Wade ever come visit you at the condo in the time period I'm talking about prior to November of 2021 when Miss Yeartie was at the condo?
So Miss Yeartie and me, we didn't share the condo at the same time,
So the answer would be no.
but we never stayed there together. So it's an
Well, I'm saying-
impossibility.
It's an impossibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Miss Yeartie, because we need to get clarification on this. Miss Yeartie stayed in that place. There may have been a time that me and Mr. Wade visited, like went and saw Miss Yeartie, but me and Miss Yeartie never lived there together. Just so we're
Yeah.
clear.
It was her little
Well,
safety
maybe that
house.
was clear, but I'm going to have to try again.
Okay.
Was Miss Yeartie still living in the condo when you moved in?
Not a day.
Okay. So
That
what
was
I'm
another
talking,
misrepresentation in this.
Got it.
We
Thanks,
never
man.
lived together. I never lived with Miss Yeartie.
my question though, I'm trying to understand
Okay.
that after you moved in to the condo, Miss Yeartie she was out of the condo, right?
She got a house.
That's all I'm asking. She's not in the condo.
We never stay, Miss Yeartie and I never stay a day together in the condo. All of her stuff was out of the condo, and all my stuff, some of my stuff, not all of it obviously, was moved into the condo. So we never stayed there together. No, sir.
Got it.
So when I ask you about Mr. Wade visiting the condo, when you were staying there,
Yes,
Miss Yeartie wasn't staying there, correct?
that would be correct. Yes.
She wouldn't be at the condo, correct?
No, she would not have been.
It would be you and Mr. Wade alone at the condo.
That's it.
Correct?
Yes.
That is,
Indicting
there
each
weren't
other.
any other witnesses to Mr. Wade and you at the condo, correct?
Yes.
No security, none of your security detail.
No.
Object, she said it was just her and Mr. Wade.
You made your point, Mr. Sadow. Let's move on to the next one.
No one else.
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't want any company while you're indicting each other. You know, it's a private act.
Who in the
Unless you're into that,
prosecution
I don't know.
team, prior to, I guess, the motion being filed by Defendant Roman, who in the prosecution team knew of your personal relationship, and now I'm talking romantic, with Mr. Wade?
So, sir, I am extremely private.
All I ask is who knew.
It-
It's not, the answer is no one knew, that's fine.
No.
I ask you who knew.
You can
me just tell you
answer it
this.
and then explain, Ms. Willis.
I am very private. When I supervised Mr. Body and Mr. McAfee, they didn't know who I was dating, but I can assure you I was dating somebody. So that I kept something private, that's my private life, is not any mystery to anyone.
Did anyone know?
It's like a woman doesn't have the right to keep her private life private. And I'm speaking on this because there've been all these intimations.
You still haven't answered the question, Ms. Willis.
No,
I'm sorry, what was the question, then, Your Honor?
Is there anyone else who knew about it? And then you can explain.
I don't know. I don't think so. I certainly didn't go out telling my business to the world.
People know.
So, the best of your recollection, you didn't inform anyone on the prosecution team that the individual that you had chosen to lead the prosecution team had a personal relationship with you.
So
Is that
think
correct?
That's inaccurate. Your question is inaccurate.
This is Trump's lawyer,
What-
Steve
Because
Sadow.
you stated that the person I chose, we had a personal relationship. So we had a friendship. We have all these distinguishing factors. Remember, when I chose him in November of 21, first of all, let's get this straight. Mr. Wade was not actually my first choice. That's no insult to him.
Your Honor,
No,
I
it is
don't-
you, because of the way you phrased the question. You said, when I chose him, I didn't inform people of a personal relationship. We have defined personal as romantic. It is an inaccurate way to state the question.
Then I will
as-
certainly restate it so it is very accurate.
Okay,
If
and
I
please
was
do
you.
not yell at me.
You hired Mr. Wade for the first time on November 1st of 2021, correct?
Of 2021, yes,
Okay.
sir.
He divorced
Your
the next day.
testimony is, whether one accepts it or not, your testimony is that at the time you hired Mr. Wade, there had never been a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade before you hired him, correct?
Yes, my testimony is that we were very good friends, but we're talking about a sex, so let's just don't.
No, I'm not talking about, I'm saying romantic relationship doesn't necessarily have to be just sex.
Well,
It can
I
be
don't-
dating, it can be holding hands, it can be
Smoochy,
any
smoochy.
of those things that one might
Fanny slaps.
call romantic.
Hey,
I'm
mama.
asking you whether or not prior to November 1st of 2021, there was a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade. It's very simple. It's either a yes or a no.
I don't consider my relationship with him to be romantic before that. I'm not a hand holder, so no.
Okay, that's fine. Now,
She just wants to jump
move
into bed.
beyond November 1st of 2020.
Yes.
2021, excuse me. If I understand your testimony, there was no romantic relationship with Mr. Wade until early in 2022, whether it be January or February or March, early in 2022, correct?
I would say sometime between February and April. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'm asking you about that time period when it became romantic,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Thank you.
Okay. You didn't see the need, if I understand, to tell any of the people on the prosecution team when you had established a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade, that the lead prosecutor, that is the man that was basically giving orders to others, was dating or having a romantic relationship with you, correct?
I'm going to object to relevance at this point, Your Honor.
Let's
Not
sit down, relevance.
It just to prove or attempting to show that there is an issue on the credibility about the relationship. The failure to have informed anyone on her team that she was having a romantic relationship with the lead prosecutor, I suggest gives rise to that inference.
They're covering it up.
The inference that
The inference that they were concealing this
Yeah, they were
because
covering it up.
it was not as it's been characterized to the court, and that in fact it started earlier than what they say.
Yep.
All right, overruled. Mr. Sato.
Yep.
I just want to make sure that we're clear.
I know, Fanny. You say that a lot.
From at least 2020, me and Mr. Wade were friends. At least that time period.
Okay, I'm not talking
Okay,
about.
so no, I want to be clear because my credibility is being evaluated here, right?
Yeah.
We were friends. We
Yeah.
hung out
It is.
prior to November of 2021. In November of 2021, I hired him. I do not consider our relationship to have become romantic until early of 2022. Because I don't know a date and time, I'm saying sometime between February and April of 2022, and very early April of 2022.
convenient.
Because I know that trip that I discussed with you was like the first week of 2022, that the relationship had become romantic. I hope that answered your question, but I can't have it where, we're saying something differently.
All right, so you've established the timeline as you put it. The question originally was, at that time, did you tell any other prosecutors on the prosecution
I
team?
never tell people at work who I'm dating.
All right, Mr. Sato.
Okay. Did you take any trips to DC with Mr. Wade?
Oh.
Never.
Did you take, okay, so do you have no, what I would call personal trips or business trips to DC with Mr. Wade?
I never went to DC with Mr. Wade, personal, business, otherwise, never.
Okay, so
I've never been in the District of Columbia with Mr. Wade or Maryland, Virginia, the DMV as they call it.
Did you go for this
so
case?
as I understand it, just to be clear, any trips that you would have taken to see DC
That was,
would not have,
that was a pretty clear answer.
huh?
That was a pretty clear answer. She just said no.
Twice.
So do you have a variation or something new to bring
Yeah.
up?
Did you go to DC by yourself? Related to this case?
I'll ask it and we'll see.
That would get objected to. 'cause
Did
it's
you
not
take
relevant.
trips to DC that were non-business during the time period that this case or this matter was under investigation?
I'm going to object as to relevance as it relates to the matter.
We knew that was
we're
coming.
here before your honor.
Yep.
Well,
we knew that
again,
was
the,
coming.
the question already asked was, did you take personal or business trips? And she said,
But that was with
personal
Mr.
or
Wade.
business.
That was with Mr. Wade.
Alone.
This
now.
I asked her alone, whether she took.
Going to be irrelevance.
What's the relevance?
And what would be the relevance of that?
Yeah.
Trying to understand whether or not we have an ability to show a personal trip in which Mr. Wade is there at the same time. I understand her answer. Okay, I understand her answer, but we have documents, we have records that.
Your honor, I'm going to
Okay.
object to the documents, the things that have.
Well, this could be something that's maybe not part of the record yet, but as if he has I think there have been other things
Yeah. She went.
discussed in this case, and
she
they have
traveled on
evidence
her
that Mr.
own
Wade may have
and
been
met
in
him
DC
there.
at the same time. If you want to ask about that exact specific date, Mr. Sadon, you can do that.
I would
I-
reference to the court that was not asked of Mr. Wade. Anything about any trips to DC.
Sure.
Yeah,
And
so
so
what?
that's going to limit its merit and impact on credibility. So Mr. Sadon, ask the question.
So,
Whether, I understand your testimony is you never took a trip to DC with Mr. Wade.
that's correct.
Personal or business.
That's correct.
Were you ever in DC at the same time as Mr. Wade?
I was not.
On personal or business?
No, me and Mr. Wade have not been to DC at the same time. However, since Mr. Wade has been on this case, he's been to DC.
Yeah. Talking with White House
Since
counsel.
Mr. Wade has been on to this case,
Yes.
I've been to DC. What has not happened is we have
Let's
not
go.
been in the District of Columbia
Ask about
at
that.
the same time.
Please ask about
Now,
that.
the only thing I'm not sure about
What were
with
you
what
doing
you
there?
asked me is if I've been to DC personally, because I got a lot of personal friends in that area. But I know that I have been to DC. I did an interview at Howard University. I went to DC for that. Seems like I've been to DC one other time. Oh, I went to DC for the Global Summit. Actually, yeah, those were two separate trips.
Did you meet with White House counsel?
My next question is based on her opening the door, and therefore I'll
Yes,
just ask it
let's
and your
go.
honor can decide whether or
Yep.
not it's appropriate.
He's
When you
probably gonna
went to
kick it out.
DC, did you go to the White House?
Yep.
I did not go to the
We
White
knew it was
House.
coming.
No, well,
Apparently, I'm going to get the answer anyhow.
there you have it. Next question.
Okay.
Did not go to the White House.
You indicated
Did you meet with the White
your
House
best
counsel?
recollection
Ask
was
that.
that your relationship with Mr. Wade, the romantic relationship,
Did you meet with White House counsel?
ended,
I wanted that
you
one.
left it at August of 2023. That sound right?
That's the hard conversation. That's not the,
We've covered this. Next question.
And you characterized it as a tough conversation, correct?
yes,
Breaking up's
I'm not
hard,
going to get
man.
into the conversation per
we
se.
should.
Okay, let's do it.
Well, if he doesn't want to, we won't go there. So Mr. Sadon, next question.
You know, it's kind of hard to say no when you've got that opportunity.
Yeah, let's go. I want to now.
All I'm going to say is, was it pre-indictment in this case?
So,
We know the timeline that the indictment was delivered.
okay,
Well,
but-
actually,
and
there's a-
so that
so
we're
I'll give you
clear,
that.
the
Okay.
physical relationship ended pre-indictment.
And is that when you were talking about the tough conversation?
But
Was-
I'm not sure that the tough conversation didn't happen till after, but the physical relationship. So I'm sure if you ask Mr. Wade, because he's a male, he would say we
What's
ended
going-
June or July because
This is
physical
ridiculous.
contact ended then. Just in my mind, being a woman, it's over when you have that like hard conversation. I just think women and men think differently.
And I
Well,
think the
that's
answer,
what
Mr.
she
Sadon, to
said.
your question was, she's not sure whether it was before or after the indictment.
I'm not sure that was her answer, but let's see if I can get specific.
That is what I said. That's what I said.
I'll let you, next question, Mr. Sadon. If you need to
Want to say
clarify.
one more? The romantic relationship ended before the indictment was returned, yes or no?
To a man, yes.
Ugh.
Well, to a man, yes. To you, no?
She's explained this, Mr. Sadon. She's explained this.
And did the forthcoming indictment have anything to do with that? Or was it just a coincidence?
Let's go on and have the conversation.
I'm just asking you whether or not it was a coincidence.
Had
or-
absolutely nothing to do with this. It's interesting that we're here about this money. Mr. Wade is used to women that, as he told me one time, the only thing a woman can do for him is make him a sandwich. We would have brutal arguments about the fact that I am your equal I don't need anything from a man. A man is not a plan.
Whoa.
A man is a companion. And so there was tension always in our relationship, which is why I would give him his money back. I don't need anybody to foot my bills. The only man who's ever foot my bills completely is my daddy.
Is there
Okay.
anything else you would like to add to that?
No,
Strong,
but I'm sure
independent
we'll
woman.
talk about it further.
No, we're not going to talk about it further.
All right, no back and forth, Mr. Sadowski. Next question.
My next question is something that that has to do with what I've characterized as the church speech. Let me just tell you what the question is, because I know that's not something.
Preserve it for the record.
Huh?
You can preserve the questions for the record, but then we'll move on.
That's correct. Thank you. When you gave what I've referred to as the Martin Luther King weekend church speech, you know what I'm referring to?
A great honor of mine. That's a historic African-American church. Yes, I do.
Okay. Did
And
you
called everyone
have
racist.
handwritten notes with you that you were reading from during the speech?
And on second thought, Mr. Sadowski, because you might have a number of questions about this, why don't we just bullet point what you would want to cover on this to preserve for the record, and then we'll move on to the next topic.
Okay.
What?
Since I had laid out before that the forensic misconduct isn't a
So
subject
do
of the
do I
evidentiary
not
hearing.
get an answer for that?
That's right.
Okay. Did you read your speech?
Well, no, Mr. Sadowski, for everything related to any forensic
Oh, you just want me to
misconduct
stay out
claims.
of it now?
We're just not, we can do it in a bullet form if you just want to cover what you would have asked, but it's not in a question and answer format.
Okay, so I should do that at this point or do it
Sure.
when you're ready?
We can do it right now, so it's fresh on
I'm
your
going to ask her about, did she prepare the speech? Did she have notes on the speech? Did she read the speech? When did she do this? When did she write the speech? Who was she referring to when she was talking about others? Who was she referring to when she said they? Who she was referring to when she spoke in terms of their, that is.
I would love to answer those questions.
Well, Ms. Willis, you could certainly do that in some other format, but for today, that's what we decided we're not going to cover.
Who was
wants
she
to
talking
talk,
about that
Judge.
was playing the race card, and why she didn't tell the people at the church that she had had a personal / romantic relationship with the, all due respect, the way it was characterized, the black man that she was referring to, and was the
She
black
did
man
say
she
that.
referring to, was that Mr. Wade?
Okay.
That's that area of inquiry.
Noted for the record, Mr. Sadowski. Next topic.
Okay.
Judge has already ruled they can't get into that. That's basically saying that's prosecutorial
I
misconduct.
realize that you've testified that you have no records that with regard to cash payments,
Yes. sir.
correct?
Mhm.
Would your bank records reflect that you withdrew cash from your bank accounts during the time period of 2020, 2021, 2022, or 2023? I'm not asking you, I'm just asking whether they would reflect that you withdrew cash from any of your bank accounts.
So the exact amounts?
No, just
But yeah,
that you did.
of course, I withdrew money throughout that time period, throughout my life. I withdrawn money from the bank.
That's
Yes,
what we
of
were
course.
asking
Talking
you
about
before.
cash from, that is, that you go to a
Cash,
bank
right.
or you go to an ATM
Cash.
and you take cash out.
Either that way, or you go to Publix and you overpay, or you go to another store and you overpay. So yes, both through that. Yes, of course,
A
they
cash
would reflect
withdrawal
that
from
at
a debit.
times.
Okay, and so those records, if we had them, would show that, correct?
That throughout the course of my life, I took out money.
I was very specific. I said
Yes, during the course
2020.
of that time period, I would have taken money out. Yes,
So do you have a problem with?
I
with
absolutely,
You
yes.
don't- You don't want the bank records to be made available for the court and the court
I'm
alone?
going to object as to the relevance, and this has already been addressed earlier as it relates to other records. This is an improper line of question.
She didn't answer that the
questioning.
first
He's doing
time.
it for the purpose of harassment, to be perfectly frank.
Get out of here.
I'm just going to sustain it on relevance.
Get outta
Mr.
here.
Sadowski, if that's
Yeah.
something you want to follow up privately, you can do that.
Last area, briefly.
Yes, sir.
You had contact with Mr. Wade in the year 2020, correct?
Ooh, I had some contact with Mr. Wade.
Would you explain when you say some contact? Please tell us talking about 2020.
I had some contact with Mr. Wade in 2020. One of the reasons your allegations are so preposterous are Ms. Merchants that you have joined is,
Ma'am,
No, no,
I
no, no,
didn't
no.
ask you about the allegations. I asked you about your contact. That's all I ask you, okay? I appreciate that you want to say something, but I'm interested in, did you have contacts with Mr. Wade in 2020? And your answer so far has been yes, correct?
very limited contact because Mr. Wade had a form of cancer that makes your allegations somewhat ridiculous.
I do appreciate the
I'm not going to
characterization.
emasculate a black man, but I'm just telling you
I'm
that
sorry, what?
I'm not going to emasculate a black man. Did you understand that?
All
So
right,
I don't
let's
think
get
we should
back on
discuss
track.
further.
Mr. Sato, next
Yikes.
question.
Trying to, Your Honor. Would you tell us
Would she
on
emasculate
the
a white
occasions
man?
in 2020 that you had contact with Mr. Wade?
I'm sorry, I thought I had answered that. Yes, yes, sir. There were times in 2020 I had contact, but 2020 was the year I was running for office. It was a year that he was going through some serious medical issues, and I did not have much contact, but I certainly had contact with him in 2020.
Did
It
you go
wasn't-
out to eat with him?
Maybe, probably.
Did you visit him in any location, his office, or did he visit you in your office in 2020?
I am sure I'm sure, that's a very good question.
Dig deep, Fanny.
I'm sure he came to 750 in 2020.
750 is,
Was my office.
okay.
Not often, but maybe once or twice. Maybe I went to his office once or twice, but maybe once.
And the purpose for going to his office would have been what?
Maybe we would have went to Mellow Mushrooms for pizza, or maybe he would have come for lunch. I'm sure we went by each other's office though, but not often, not a lot. We both grinding, trying to make a
But
living.
wait, I
Grinding
understand
on your cruises.
what you've said about the cancer.
Yeah.
I'm not going into that. But when you were going out with him to restaurants, or when he would come to your office, right? Those were not sterile environments, were they?
Oh, very sterile because it
The
was,
restaurants were sterile environments?
a lot of times we wouldn't eat there. We would pick up something and go in, but they were, you're
I'm listening
To
to
go.
you. You pick up and take it to where?
maybe eat at our office, but it did not happen much. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. And my office in 2020, nobody was coming in. I was stir crazy, so I would still go into my office. If you remember, when I started this, I said, I am not even sure if we came to each other's offices, but I am trying to be over cautious. So I think I can recall him at 750 a couple of times. I just think I can recall him at 750 once, but let's say twice. I have seen his office, so I remember all the awards in the lobby, but I'm not sure in 2020 I went. I'm not even sure I went in 2020 at all. I just want to tell you yes, because I'm not sure. But I have a distinct recollection of him at 750. I actually don't have a distinct recollection of me at his office in 2020, but maybe I went to his office in 2020, maybe.
Did you have ongoing phone conversations during 2020 with Mr. Wade?
Oh, yeah, yes, absolutely. Yes,
Yes, no question about that.
no question. I talked to him on the phone in 2020.
I understood, and this is, maybe I was confused. The Belize trip was for
His 50th birthday.
his 50th birthday, and that was in,
March, he turned 50 March 18th of 2023. If you look at the dates of the trip, I think we were there about 6 days. We stayed at 2 different locations.
and
So
you paid for it.
100%. He said, not only, I paid for the hotel, I paid for the flights, I had a birthday luncheon for him, I paid for massages, I paid for everything.
That was
And
a
would
nice trip.
those payments be reflected on your
I
credit
paid for the
card?
cash,
You paid them in cash?
cabs. I was telling you all the different things I paid
And
for.
I'm asking you whether or not those payments would be reflected on credit card bills of yours.
So there was about $500 that I think is reflected on a debit card. What my recollection is I took about 4 in cash with me to that.
400 or 4,000?
4,000. But I remember I handed him 2,500, and then the rest was just the money we spent. I probably gave $300 or $400 to this guy who was a taxi driver. He would drive us every day around the 2 or 3 days we went. took him to eat like it was my trip money.
Nice
And
little
you
trip.
had, just to be clear, to end this up, the 4,000 that you've just told us.
But I didn't give it all to him, remember? I only gave the 2,500 to him.
I didn't ask you that. I was going to ask you that 4,000 is part of your, my words, cash hoard that you had collected over time.
Cash what?
Hoard, H-O-R-D-E.
Well, I thought you said something different, sir.
No, I'm afraid I wouldn't say that.
Um,
Any circumstances.
H-O-A-R-D.
To you or in
All right,
court.
back on track.
So hoard, cash hoard.
She thinks she called him.
I would not classify it in that way, but I have money at my house. Yes, sir.
What did you call me?
And the money, when you had money at your house,
I'm speaking too loosely. I had money wherever I was staying. So I was not referring to my house in 750. I'm saying I had money wherever I was laying my head. Yes, sir. That was my fault that I wasn't clear.
so when you were at what we've said, the Yeartie condo, during the time period we've always discussed, that's where you would keep your cash.
When I stayed there, yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Nicely done, Steve Sadal. That's Trump's lawyer.
All right, I want to see if we can get through a few more defense counsel possible before breaking for today. Mr. Stockton.
It's got to be approaching the 5 o'clock hour there.
Madam District Attorney, I'm Alan Stocks, and I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Madam DA, you described these various trips, and Mr. Sadal asked you about going to Washington. Did you and Mr. Wade go to New York?
I've gone to New York. I've gone to New York twice since I've been district attorney. I'm trying to think if it's 2 or 3 times. I went to do a domestic violence thing there for sure. And I was honored and I went to the Apollo there. Those are the only 2 trips that come to mind. I went. He was not with me.
You also said that he was a world traveler and had been on many of the continents.
I've been to 6.
Have you been on any of those continents with him? Besides this one?
Belize.
Where's Belize? What continent is that? I'm not being funny. I don't know.
Let's say with the
I've been
exception
to
of,
the Belize with him. I've been to the Bahamas with him. I've been with Aruba with him. Don't embarrass me. I'm not sure what continents those are on. Whatever continents those are, that's where I've been. I'm sure if I gave it some thought, I would tell you. But whatever continents those are, that I've been to those locations, sir.
but not Australia or any other continents.
I don't even want to go to Australia.
Why
I do
not?
know he took a trip in December to Australia. I have no idea, I don't know anything about that trip.
Belize, I think, is Central America, so I think you'd put
When
that in Northern America, probably the same
Mr.
continent.
Wade began working with your office.
Yes,
He had two other gentlemen that worked in his firm with him. Is that correct?
yes, Terrence Bradley worked for him and Chris Campbell worked, not for him, they worked with each other.
Did you understand what their partnership arrangement was?
No,
Did he ever make you aware of how fees were divided or anything?
no,
Now, since you have been district attorney, the two gentlemen that worked with Mr. Wade and his firm, they also had contracts with your office. Is that correct?
I probably had two. I don't,
I don't know if we've covered this in Ms. Willis, but I still don't know what the relevance would be of her testifying to this.
but I've had about 10, oh, I'm sorry, do you want me to answer
Let's
or
figure
no?
this out.
Judge, respectfully, I think based on Mr. Wade's testimony, he had an interest in those contracts.
Sure. And then, but how's that then imputed to Ms. Willis?
I don't know whether or not she knew she was giving him that benefit. That's what I was trying to explore.
Okay. Well, maybe we can start with that question. And then if she doesn't know about it, then the ins and outs of all the contracts wouldn't be quite as relevant.
Judge, to lay a foundation for that, though,
Let's see where it
respectfully,
takes us. Go ahead.
The two gentlemen that were in Mr. Wade's office, did they have what I think's been referred to as a taint contract?
So let me be clear, and I may get the names wrong. When I first became DA, the office was not properly staffed. And so
You're
I
too
did,
close to the
I'm
mic,
surprised any lawyer would take it, but I did a contract for like $60 an hour to help us out with first appearance. That lasted a few months, okay? So I can't remember if Bradley or Campbell had that. I'm sure we can have records and I can tell you which one, but I just can't remember now. I liked their experience. Bradley had been a probation officer and a defense attorney. Campbell had been a police officer and a defense attorney. There's a reason I'm telling you this. Then that contract, like I said, it didn't last long. It was just, I was aggressively hiring. As soon as I got where I felt like I had first appearance, enough lawyers for that, I let them go. Then we had what's called a filter contract, but it was not filter for this particular case. I do have a lawyer who does the filter for this election interference case. When we're talking about filter, the contract they had that neither one of them has any longer, I now have another lawyer that does that for me. It was only for police brutality cases. It's for what I call the, so when I first got to be the DA, I had, the whole unit was called anti-corruption. It dealt with both elections and police brutality cases. I actually took a trip to Houston and visited the district attorney in Houston.
Right.
They divided their work up, and I thought the way she was doing it was better than me. And so I made a civil rights unit. And so they did what we would classify as civil rights cases. Those are specifically the police brutality cases. When I first took over, I was told Paul had not filtered 5 cases. That was a joke. It ended up being the 101 cases. They weren't filtered, which is why I hired 2 of them. Eventually, we got it down enough that it was 1 of them. And then now I still have 1 lawyer that does it, but now I've been able to cut those cases down to like 30.
Can you tell me and help me understand what the purpose of the filter is?
Yes, sir. So what a filter is police officers make statements in the line of duty, and you are not allowed as the prosecutor to know what those statements are if they're done in the furtherance of their employment. And in fact, if you know what those statements are, you're basically disqualified from the case. You can't have it anymore. So what our policy is, I think I pay them like a $50 flat fee. They pick the case up directly from the GBI because that's where those cases go to. And then what they are to do is to go through the entire file. So the body cam, which is important because sometimes they'll make a statement to their supervisor on body cam.
Yeah, you got to watch
in the
them.
police reports
They're
where they
long.
write things. If it would be easy if it was just some statement of the police officer, but what you find out is these statements are embedded in it. And so what your filter lawyer does is they go through it, they either redact it out electronically or they cross it out. And then once it is crossed out, then they provide it to my team, and then we're able to look at it. That was not being done appropriately when I became district attorney. I thought that it had only been, so Mr. Howard had some Chinese wall thing that I didn't think worked at all, where allegedly those cases were properly redacted. That ended up being a joke. And so the 5 cases really turned into, I'm not going to say all 101, but a vast majority. That is the work that Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell did for me. They did a really good job. All of those cases that we originally came with, they're done. Those cases they're not just done for Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell. They're done through my office.
Back away from
But
the mic,
obviously,
Fanny.
life
Back
is not
away.
stagnant.
Back away.
There have been new police cases. I do have a lawyer that is doing that work now. That doesn't work for me. That's same kind of deal. I have another lawyer that does filtering for this case, completely separate.
So in the same private office, you had a filter contract, then you had somebody else handling first appearances and so forth, and then you had a special prosecutor. Is that correct?
I'm just not. Ultimately, the answer to your question is yes, but I'm not sure that they did it at the same time. The first appearance contract was either $60 or $90. I don't know really how I convinced them to be able to take that, but I think because it was for such a short amount of time. And then I think I pay my filter lawyers, which I still don't know how I get away with, about $150 an hour. And I want you to understand, the AG pays special prosecutors $1,000 an hour. So I'm a tough negotiator. Paul was paying people up to $375 an hour.
That was the prior
I won't
DA.
pay anyone more than $250 is my max. I have a lot of lawyers for what I have that work at $250, and I cap them every month. You can't go past a certain amount of hours.
A lot of money,
Would you
though.
agree that if Mr. Wade and the 2 other gentlemen that were in his firm were splitting fees in equal thirds, would you agree that he would benefit from the tank contract and also from the other first appearance contract?
Interesting question.
I would agree he would make money. Yeah, so to make money is a benefit.
Just a thought, got.
All right.
Mr. Durham, if you're still with us on Zoom.
So that was very good.
Mr. McDougald.
I have a couple, Your Honor, but it's a little awkward from back here. Do you want me to?
Yeah,
Yeah,
why don't you
come
go
on
ahead
up.
and make your way up?
So that last attorney wanted to get into this taint team problem and whether there was actually a taint team, right? So if they're commingling funds, like if all the attorneys are getting paid, so Nathan Wade and Bradley and Campbell, right? If they're all at the same firm, one of them is supposed to be a taint guy, but they're splitting fees. Well, that's weird. The taint guy is supposed to be separated from the main guy.
Good
That's why
afternoon,
you
Ms.
have
Willis.
them.
How you doing?
Why are
I'm
they
very
sharing
well. How are
funds?
you, Mr. McDougall? I think this is our first in-person meeting, correct?
Second.
Second, well, I apologize for not remembering you more clear.
That's quite all right. I'm referring now to exhibit number 21,
Yes, sir.
which was your financial disclosure form for 2022.
Yes, sir.
And it has a question which requires you to disclose
Good. I was
any
hoping we'd get
gifts
to
or
this.
favors from a single prohibited source in the aggregate amount of $100 or more. Do you see that?
I don't, but I believe you.
It would be on page 2 in the middle, paragraph number 3.
So this is coming from Fani Willis's financial disclosure forms of Fulton County.
Yes.
And what is your understanding of a prohibited source for purposes of this form?
I believe there's some classification of somebody you like don't have a personal relationship with that gives you $100.
Yeah.
All right, if you look
somebody bought,
under
I'm
there,
sorry.
it's subparagraph 2.
You nailed
Romanet
it,
2.
Fanny. Yeah. If someone gives you a benefit, you got to report
It
it.
defines it as someone that you know or should know is seeking to do or is doing business with the county, correct?
Yes, but yes.
That includes Mr. Wade as of the date you filled out this form, correct?
Yes, but he never gave me a gift of $100 or more. The only thing that I would say maybe went over that, but I don't think it ever did, is if we went to dinner and my meal was $100, but I don't think I've ever eaten $100 worth of food at a restaurant. Because I would not pay him back if
I object to
we went
that.
to lunch or went to
Objection.
dinner.
Clearly lying.
But trips, I
likes
paid
Grey
him back
Goose.
for. I never thought
That's
about
two Grey
the money
Goose drinks.
until y'all brought it up. And I would be less than honest. It says I was giving him the money back because I was the district attorney. I didn't take gifts from him for a lot of personal reasons. Anyway, I did not take gifts from him.
Yeah.
And so
They just disagree with
your
the definition.
reason for not disclosing any gifts from Mr. Wade on exhibit number 21 is that the aggregate amount on a net basis was less than $100 in the year 2022. Is that correct?
I did not accept a gift of him of more than $100 in 2022. The one exception to that, because I want us to be clear, is we probably went out to eat multiple times in the year. If you're considering eating a meal, because we went out multiple times, that probably went to the level of more than $100.
Yeah.
But if we're doing tit for tat like that, I probably paid for as many meals as he paid for. And so I did not receive any gifts from him.
Wild.
The question on the form,
I understand the
the
question.
aggregate in excess of $100, and your testimony is that you did
Mr.
not
McDougall.
receive in the aggregate more than $100.
All right, Mr. McDougald, you can sit down now.
I don't believe she answered that question, Your Honor. She answered as to specific individual gifts.
And you're not listening to my answer either, so we're done.
Very well.
Okay, Mr. Rice. Mr. Gillen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
A few questions here. You saw the book here, Find Me the Votes. That was shown to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would like to just tender this as an exhibit, number 22.
Is that your copy?
It is.
All right, what exhibit is that going to be?
22.
All right.
I'm making the
Is that
evidentiary contribution here to this. Now,
Well, I
Said
guess
the-
you're tendering it. Is it with position of the state?
Then objections to the relevance at this point as to, we haven't, there's no relevance at this point.
Mr. Gillen, are you using this to confront her with
impede?
prior statements?
Yes, Your Honor. And
Okay.
statements that she made concerning her financial situation and laying the foundation for that, and that she gave these interviews to the authors. And so this would document that, and ask her, get this in the record, ask her questions about it.
Well, we could mark it for impeachment purposes. I'm a little wary of entering an entire 300-page book because I don't know exactly what every single line.
I don't
if
wanna
it would
read that.
pass hearsay or relevance or et cetera, et cetera. But I don't think it needs to be admitted as an actual evidence for the record for you to do what you need to do with it. So
Well, Your Honor, I understand. I just would,
it's marked as
again-
Exhibit 22, and we'll move from there.
thank you, Your Honor. Now, you were asked a little bit about this book before, correct?
I think Mrs.
Ms.
Merchant
Merchant did.
asked me some questions, yes?
And you gave about 6 interviews to the authors of this book in a sit down?
No, sir.
You didn't? And
No.
Was it?
She answered how many interviews she gave in her opinion.
2 to 3.
How many, in your opinion, do you believe you gave, and how long did they last?
2 to 3, maybe 20, 30 minutes.
So your testimony is at most, you think that you gave maybe an hour to an hour and a half's interview to the authors of this book?
Oh, you mean in total?
In total, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. Anywhere between, definitely not more than 2-ish hours.
Okay. But you also were telling, when they were, the title of the book, of course, is A Hard-Charging Georgia Prosecutor, a Rogue President, and the Plot to Steal American Election. You've
I
seen
hadn't,
that.
I,
Why is the title of the book relevant, sir?
and I
No, I'm
had
just
no,
getting it in. I'm going to ask her whether or not that was the theme that they gave her when they talked with her.
What the thing gave her? What do you mean by that?
Well, because they were sat down and they told her why they were there to interview her.
And why does that matter?
Well, I think it matters because it shows, but they want her to give her version of what her life story is. This is almost a life story of her. So that's why it's relevant. But if the court thinks it's not, then
No, it could be relevant to your issue of the forensic misconduct that has been alleged and maybe some of the motives at play when it comes to forensic misconduct. But I'm not seeing, again, what we're here for today was the relationship and or any financial elements of it.
correct. Well, I think it clearly relevant to the forensic misconduct, also relevant to the personal interest in terms of the finances. Let me. if
I didn't make
can,
10
I'll-
cents off that book.
Pardon me?
I didn't make 10 cents off that book. I
Didn't
didn't,
ask whether you made any
Yeah, nobody
money.
cares about
Okay, I
that,
just-
Fanny.
didn't
It's
ask
about
whether you
what's
made any
inside
Do
of
you have
it.
any other statements that she hadn't already been confronted with by Ms. Merchant?
Well, other than, I want to focus on, when you were telling them about your financial straits and you were living kind of month to month, that is what your financial status was back in 2018 after your election.
Mr. Gillen, we covered that at length, and you're at the end of the line. I'm sorry about that, but we've got to find new ground.
Well, and let me move on to my point here. So the point is that what you're telling us is that you were in financial straits, but really that your testimony today is you had a cash hoard of maybe up to $10,000 in cash where you laid your head at night so that you would dip out and there would be no record of it, correct?
that's not what I'm telling you, sir. That's not at all what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is that throughout the course of my life, I have always kept cash in my house. That cash has ranged from times, my father would probably be ashamed of this because he would say it should be more. But that cash at times has ranged from $500 to maybe $9,000. And he would be like, that is not what I told you to do. I've always had that amount of money. What I've told you is that when I travel, you do better negotiating when you travel. If you have cash, you go to get the cab. They say, oh, we're going to charge you $300 for the day. Well, I got American cash. Will you take it for $150? And so it's my practice to take money when I travel. We're not talking about a whole lot of money. We're going to the Bahamas. $1,500 in cash is in my pocket, or at the most $2,500. Belize was actually probably the most money I've ever taken. And it was taken because it was a big deal. My 50th birthday sucked.
Sorry,
His
Fanny.
50th birthday, it sucked. It was terrible. No.
Your Honor,
And
I'd like
so
to get back to some
She's
questions
upset,
here.
man.
I'm trying to answer it.
It would help if we.
So
Lots of
let's
birthdays.
Question
let's
here.
move to the specific yes or no's here. have you told us today that you would keep a cash hoard in your residence up to about $9,000? Yes or no?
And throughout the course of my adult life. And so let's even be more specific than that. Probably from the time.
Your Honor, I'm only asking for yes or no rather than.
But we have already covered this, so we
yeah,
need to
but
get to
I'm
that
trying to-
point.
I'm
I know you're
trying to
laying the
move forward
foundation, but it's already been laid. So
Yes.
The filibuster is here. I'm trying to move through the filibuster.
Yeah, but we're not talking about a lot of, and so it could be 2,000, it could be 1,500, it could be 7,500. It just depends on what you're doing at that time. What I'm telling you is when I traveled, I took cash. I find that when you travel, especially to foreign countries, the American dollar does well, and it's good to have cash. You can negotiate with the taxi driver, with the jet skis, and it's not a lot of money we're talking about.
Your Honor.
Okay,
we
understood,
need
Ms.
to-
Willis.
we need
Let's get
cut
to it.
off the
Let's get to a
narrative
question, Mr. Gillen.
and so you have cash in your house, but you had a lien, a tax lien on your property, is that right?
I don't believe I had a tax lien on my property.
You have a tax lien on your property?
You gotta talk up louder, Mr. Hunt. Okay, we already covered that, Mr. Gillen. I need new ground here.
I'm asking the question, I'm trying to figure out how someone can have a tax lien.
Then ask that question.
But not use the money that they allegedly said they have.
Well, I think Ms. Merchant asked that exact same question. She said she didn't use the money to pay her tax lien. So what's your question that's new?
So I was going to build on that to say.
No more building. It's already built.
All right.
It's the same way you pay a bill.
So just put the top on it if you need to, okay?
It's the same way you owe a bill and go shopping.
Well, now, have you ever did you say earlier that you used Cash App?
When I would pay Robin Bryant, I used Cash App.
What is Cash App for the record?
I don't need to know that for the record. Let's keep going.
Well, so if you're paying Robin with Cash App, why aren't you allegedly paying Mr.
Alleged here.
Why aren't you paying allegedly Mr. Wade with Cash App?
I don't think Mr. Wade does Cash App.
Did you ask him?
I think he's told me he doesn't do Cash App.
Okay, so that's the reason why you didn't use Cash App.
He didn't want the record.
He's sitting next to me. I hand him the money.
He'd rather
Because there
have
would be a
cash.
record in Cash App of your making payments, correct?
Yeah, there's no records.
Yes, but I didn't think that I
Very
was
convenient.
making a record in a personal relationship.
Because when you're filing and I know that I'm going to move into this financial statement here. You were asked just a second ago about your non-disclosure form or your disclosure form of an Exhibit 21, where we agree that Mr. Wade is a prohibited source, correct?
What I agreed to is, I don't believe he's giving me gifts. You would like to classify these trips as gifts, but I've always paid my fair share on these trips, so I didn't not look at them as gifts. I don't think that what this is disclosing, and they can tell me if they mean something different. I don't think it means that if you go to dinner with somebody over the course of a year and it gets to 100, you're supposed to report it. If my understanding of that is wrong,
Wow.
I've probably been to lunches with a couple of people that over the course of a year, they paid, I paid.
So innocent, yeah.
Prohibited source means.
We already went over this, Mr. Gillen.
You're the chief
Your Honor,
prosecutor.
I have to lay the foundation here before I can follow up with my next question.
I don't know why you can't. You have to.
Well,
It's already, the
okay,
questions have been made.
Then
I think the judge is getting over this tonight.
your 2022 disclosure form did not list any of the thousands and thousands of dollars that Mr. Wade paid for on trips that you were on. Isn't that correct?
That's because Mr. Wade was paid that money back, or he was paid due to the fact that I bought the plane ticket or I paid for the hotel. There were never money that he gave me. That wasn't the nature of our relationship. You know, there's so many men, and Mr. Wade is one of them, where the nature of the relationship is they're just paying a woman. The nature of our relationship is companionship and friendship. Despite the way people would like to paint certain women, it's just not true.
Final question. And not a single solitary documentary piece of evidence showing that you have withdrawn the cash to pay him
All
back.
right. Thank you,
Isn't
Mr.
that-
Gillen.
That's not accurate.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. McCullough, on behalf of Mr. Floyd. All right, and Mr. Cromwell on behalf of Ms. Latham.
Great thing about coming last is both of your questions. I had one question, Ms. Willis. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
One question.
In the time period between February of 2021 in January of 2022, while you were staying at the Yeartie condo, did your father ever come and visit you during that time period at the Yeartie condo?
He did not.
All I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Cross, I would imagine you have a number of topics to cover with Ms. Willis that'll take more than
5
10 to
minutes.
15 minutes.
I do.
Okay. Then I think we've reached a stopping point for today. And so, Ms. Willis, I'd ask if you can step down now. And I'd also remind you that you're not to discuss your testimony or that of any other witness until tomorrow morning. If you could be back here, and we'll begin again at 9 a.m.
What a day.
We'll do 9 a.m. this time tomorrow.
9 a.m.
Before we recess for today, I want to check in on logistics, and I'll ask Ms. Merchant. Once the testimony of Ms. Willis is concluded, how many other witnesses do you anticipate calling?
Terrence?
2. And then we subpoenaed Delta records, but state objected. So
We can handle that now. Ms. Willis, you can step down. You're done for today.
You want me to leave the courtroom?
Or you can sit at the council table. We don't need you in the witness box. All right. So 2 witnesses, and then querying other defense counsel. I know Mr. Gillen, there was a potential witness that was objected to by the state. So there's another one there, and we can talk about that. Were there any other witnesses anticipated from any defense counsel? All right. Seeing no show of hands, and then Ms.
Maybe 3
Cross.
tomorrow.
Any witnesses on your behalf?
I expect so, Your Honor, and I expect that to take probably 4 to 5 hours.
Okay. And how many witnesses would you imagine?
Without committing myself to a final number, my best guess at this point would be 3 to 4.
Okay.
3 to 4 witnesses. Interesting. Going to come talk about how everything's perfect.
All right.
you know who, I mean, I gave them our witnesses. I know we're supposed to give witnesses for an evidentiary hearing. I'm guessing that one is John Floyd, but I don't know anybody.
All right. No, I understand, Ms. Merchant. However, I don't think at this point there's any statutory requirement. We have the standing order that for expert witnesses, and if state doesn't want to extend that courtesy, then I think you're stuck with it. All right.
I'm certainly happy to represent that Mr. Floyd will be a witness, that the other witnesses will be impeaching of Ms. Yeartie.
Okay. All right. Let's take up these last couple issues here before we break. Then the issue of the Delta Airlines records. The motion to quash was filed by the state on behalf of Ms. Willis, I believe.
I did file a motion, Your Honor.
Oh, excuse me.
But my representation was that I just got notice of them, I think it was yesterday.
Okay.
And so now that I've had the review of them, I object to the general fishing expeditions. I've
what
introduced
prosecutors always say.
a new record today that was from Delta. To my knowledge, there's going to be no further new production in the Delta records. I don't want to burden the court with anything. If the court wants to take a look at it and see if there's anything different than that, I don't have an objection. I don't like the idea that we're just looking for anything. I don't want to put an obligation on the court, but
we're not.
I'm happy to agree to an in-camera if that's court's interest.
And so, Ms. Merchant, I take it.
5 points.
All right. So, Ms. Merchant, I take it the purpose of the subpoena. I'm going to need you to step out.
Step out, man.
Judge, the purpose is to show travel records.
Right. Is it because you suspect there are other travel records, or just you think there might be something else in there?
It's, well, one is to prove some of the travel records that they traveled together. And so we have no problem, like I told the state, putting them in camera. I don't need them to be publicly disclosed.
I mean, what I'm saying is if we've heard about the trips today in detail. Is there anything else that's in these records that you're saying is going to prove some additional trip, or is it just further corroborating what really is kind of uncontested at this point?
There may be some additional trips.
But you don't know of any specifically. You
No,
just think
I
there
have
might
not
be
gotten
any.
this back.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's continue with that. Then, if you want to send them or instruct Delta to send them to us in chambers, we'll take a look. And I think essentially, if
they'll get that by
you can tell us,
tomorrow.
Ms. Merchant, what you think we should be looking for and what you think is relevant, and we'll do that. Okay. All right. And then when it comes to Mr. Schaefer's witness, there was an issue raised about this kind of being a summary versus an expert witness. And so I reviewed the motions, and I think there was the essentially kind of the summary document that Mr. Gillen's witness would, the sole purpose of this witness to introduce. Was there something about, I don't know whether it's from Mr. Abadi or Ms. Cross, was there something about this attachment substantively that you think is inaccurate, or is it literally just a summary document?
I can't tell because the documents to support it were on a thumb drive and there's tens of thousands of those documents. And so I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to read
whether
tens of
that
thousands
is
of pages.
accurate or not. I can point to some characterizations on it that I would quibble with.
Sure.
I think the result is wrong, but I just can't agree to include the documents or someone testifying from the documents that I can't verify. It may well be that there isn't anything ultimately, but I can't represent that and I can't agree. The document itself isn't authored or identified as being authored by any particular person.
Okay, give me a second while I pull it back up. So what I was provided by Mr. Gillen is a 3-page document. It starts with a timeline, essentially dates, events, and sources. And it ends with an Excel sheet with some more figures. And Mr. Gillen, what do you have to say on this?
What we would tend to call Bill Sawinski as a summary witness, not expert, not giving expert testimony. And what we've done is that we have, and we got the bulk of sort of what was in the download we got last week, as in Schaefer. So what we have here is the source information over here. If we look at that, Your Honor, that's largely, well, all of this information essentially is material that is material of Mr. Wade's. This isn't something that's some different company or bank account. And largely what it is a situation where as it now stands, most of these source documents are already in evidence. And so now whether it's 1006 or frankly a demonstrative aid under 611.
Well, that's what I was about to say. Why couldn't this just be used as a demonstrative? What would the state's objection be then if Mr. Gillen was just to say in closing, hey, I put all these records together and here's my demonstrative?
I don't think I have an objection to that. I might quibble with some characterization in some language.
Sure.
But to call it a summary and to represent that the records is an accurate reflection of the records, I just can't agree to because there's so many records they were disclosed on Wednesday and I just don't know.
Well, except Your Honor, if you look at the sources, I mean, literally, we're describing things that were introduced today. They've seen all this. And the documents that we have sourced really came from Mr. Wade in his divorce case. So it's not like they're surprised. So we would ask that the witness be allowed to testify and just put it in the record, put the summary charts in the record and have them admitted. And that way off we go. This isn't a situation where we have a jury and, you know, they're overwhelmed with whether or not there is some kind of factual misunderstanding here. They could look through this probably at lunch and determine whether the source is accurate or not. The second sheet, Fulton County payments, this came from them. So to say that they can't determine or decipher whether the documents they gave to us is accurate doesn't seem to carry the water. This isn't a situation where we have tens of thousands of new and different documents from different corporations and different banks, and then suddenly we've put it on them. We've done our best. We got these things last week. I've gone through them all, and we've called it down to what we think is a very concise summary chart for the court's consideration.
All right. So, Ms. Cross, what I would ask is, it sounds like most of the morning is likely going to be taken up with the remainder of Ms. Willis's testimony, as well as any additional witnesses from Ms. Merchant. And so perhaps we can use that time between then and then the lunch break to take a look and see if these sources are inaccurately cited. I mean, the characterization isn't something that's going to be determinative. I don't think I'm bound by whatever he describes as the event. But if this is just, I really don't really see much of a substantive distinction between a demonstrative and a witness. But if he wants to put it up through witness, and it's not something that you need to rebut with expert testimony of some kind, then I really don't see this as being much ado about nothing.
Your Honor, I'm sure you can
Yeah.
understand why I couldn't agree.
Sure, no, that's fine.
Without having gone.
But I don't know if it's something that we need to bar outright until you've had a chance to look at it, if you see some incredible inaccuracy in it or something like that. All right, anything else from the state?
Judge is closing up his
Your Honor.
binder.
Anything else from defense counsel? Let me go in order. Mr. Sadow.
One quick question. I understand the court and the point where I was gonna go. Could we need to put into the record the speech itself in the transcript, or is the court taking notice of what already filed?
I think it's extensively quoted in all of the pleadings. If you feel that's something that we need to have officially recognized, I think certainly we can do that. I don't know if the state has a particular version or a pleading that they want to double check for accuracy, or it can just be something that's as assumed as a matter of law as pleaded by defense counsel, and then we can make a ruling on it from there. But
There's certainly no certified transcript that I'm aware of. If they want to give me the version that they believe to be accurate, then I'll certainly take a look at it.
okay.
I have a USB that my paralegal will download it onto a USB drive. You can take it home.
All right, and that's also not something I think we need to have done by tomorrow. I'm not going to be ruling on. Yeah, I mean, I'm not ruling on any of this tomorrow. I mean, this is something that's going to be taken under advisement on all aspects. So the forensic issue we can bring up, and we may need to bring everyone back if everyone needs an extensive, not even extensive, but if everyone just wants to be heard in argument in some way, we're probably not going to have time for that tomorrow either. So my hope is perhaps we can just close the evidence tomorrow, and we'll take it from there.
We're gonna want to have argument.
Wow, we might be back on Monday.
Requested, depending on how busy the court reporter is between now.
Yeah, the answer is they're all busy, and we don't have enough of them. So good luck.
I don't know, this court reporter was giving me a potential of a reasonable time period, but is that what you just turned over to Ms. Croft? Does that also have a transcript?
No.
Or is it just a video?
It's got video, the USB video. I believe that's all it is.
Again, I think that's something I'll just wait for direction from the parties on. I don't think that's something we've got enough to deal with tomorrow, and I think we can handle that as it comes once we've had a chance to take a look. Okay.
No arguments on the motion.
I doubt we're going to reach it if the state has 4 to 5 hours of witnesses, and
That's fine.
yeah, I don't think that's going to be needed. Okay, Mr. McDougall.
Just a very short housekeeping matter. You ruled on Monday, you didn't want to hear any evidence about the county ordinances and so
Sure.
forth. The statute 24-2-221 requires that they be put into evidence as opposed to being cited as law. So before the defense evidence closes, I would like to tender certified copies of those. I don't need a witness
Sure.
for that. And then I've got one other certified copy that I want to tender. I don't need a witness for that. So that would just be a little mechanical thing right before the defense evidence closes, Your Honor.
Understood. Any thoughts from the state on that? Okay.
As the representation, if that's what the exhibits are, then I'd consider it a proffer more than evidentiary, but that's fine.
Okay.
I didn't want to upset the court's expectations tomorrow when I did.
Okay. Well, Mr. McDougall, my expectation tomorrow will be that when I talk, I get to take prominence, right?
Boss.
Thank you, sir.
You're the judge.
Okay. Anything else?
State, Your Honor.
All right. We'll be in recess 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you all.
All rise.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Judge, are you leaving? Judge, are you leaving or what's going on? All right, so we're off the record, my friends.
These are copies I would give you tomorrow.
Woo!
Like some people.
You're gonna give me ideas.
What a day, what a day, what a day. We had Fani on the bench today.
They're not gonna have other copies.
All right, we'll hang out for just a minute and see if anyone punches anyone else. We'll do a summary, my friends, and then we'll jump into your comments. What did you think about this? Do you think the judge bought Fani's story? Do you think that the judge thought that Nathan Wade was credible? Or do you think that the judge sees right through them, sees that this is, in fact, a material problem, that there was a relationship and that there was a financial benefit that was parlayed over to Fani Willis? Those are the things that we're talking about. We're not talking about all of the other misconduct that may kind of go outside the scope of that, of which there is very likely to be a lot. In particular, they talked about Fani Willis and her Big Bethel church speech. And remember, the judge said on that one that it is a little outside of the scope because it's about prosecutorial misconduct other than the relationship. And so we're going to be back tomorrow. We're going to have Fani in the house. And so, my friends, if you're joining us today, really grateful to have you here. We cover all the Trump trials here. If you're just new to our channel, we've been covering everything, okay? Fulton County in Georgia, which we covered today. Jack Smith in Florida, the classified documents. We're covering the January 6th case, which is currently on appeal with the Supreme Court. We're covering Alvin Bragg's prosecution in New York. Trump was there today. We're also talking about the Colorado ballot removal case. And we're covering everything else that comes up related to Trump and what is happening in 2024. There's going to be a lot of other election litigation that's cooking here. And so we're grateful to have you. We'd love it if you subscribed. We'd really appreciate you joining us back here again. We're going to be back here tomorrow, by the way. We're not done yet. We're going to get into all these super chats, but we're going to be back tomorrow to start bright and early at 9 a.m. Eastern time. It's going to be 7 a.m. Mountain time. And so we are going to be here to cover the full day, and we'll see how that unfolds. It should be a lot of fun. So thank you for joining us, my friends. Thanks for subscribing. Also, check out some of the links down in the description below. We have an amazing community at watchingthewatchers.locals.com. When we're not doing full day live streams here, we do streams in the morning. So weekdays during the morning, we're talking about election stuff, talking about the Biden administration. And then, of course, we come back here on the show. And we also do after parties. And so we stick around after the show and hang out at watchingthewatchers.locals.com. We've also got Watcher Lodge. There's 2 great events that are coming up in February. Jason Campbell is going to be speaking to us about political Zen wellness in 2 weeks. And we have a food sovereignty event, which is coming up next week. So next week on Thursday, we're going to have Building Your Sovereign Food Supply. And you can register for free for all that at watcherlodge.com for political Zen wellness or for building your food sovereignty supply. And so it's going to be a lot of fun. Also, our website, if you want to sign up for our newsletter or anything like that, robertgovea.com is the place where you can do all our PDFs and show segments out. And we're going to try to synthesize some of the highlights from today's event and then put that up on all the platforms. But my friends, I'm very grateful. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Very generous today. I'm extremely appreciative of that. You keep our work here possible. And so I want to say thank you to everybody who sent in some donos on the day, and let's go through them. And so K Squared earlier today was asking about the day trip. Is it legal since she paid with taxpayer money? And that's going to be curious, right? That's kind of what we're talking about. Was this money improperly misappropriated? Fani says it wasn't, right? She didn't have to report anything. There was no gifts. It was all above board. In fact, Nathan didn't even pay for her, okay? She paid for herself because she's a strong, independent woman who don't need no man. Doxson is here. Says, okay, so far I'm not really seeing very strong witness testimony. I'm seeing a lot of beating around the bush. It says, excuse my language. I know technically we're only 2 witnesses in, but it does concern me whether or not this is going to be just a waste of time. And I think what you're talking about, Doxson, is going to be the materiality, right? So we've got, is there a relationship? Yeah, they admitted it. Did it start before it was problematic? Yeah, probably. Was there a benefit given to Fani? I would say so, obviously, right? Nathan paid her. She got paid in cash, all this stuff. They went on multiple trips. She even admitted that she was confused about this, right? I don't know what the definition of a gift is, right? It's like Bill Clinton. It depends what the definition of is. She's like, well, what's a gift? I didn't think it was a gift. And even, she's just playing dumb, okay? She's not dumb. She's playing dumb. And she is confused about the definitions. Same thing from Nathan Wade. He did the same thing when he was speaking about receipts versus statements. And the judge is going to look at that and just say, you guys are ridiculous. But the question is it material, right? Is it going to go to like the sanctity of the case? Can you still trust this case and this prosecution? Or does this create, if not an actual impropriety, which I think it does it create the appearance of impropriety such that you got to disqualify the whole office? And that's what we're really talking about here, which is disqualification and dismissal. And so that's going to be what the judge, that's the measuring stick that the judge is talking about. All of the other prosecutorial misconduct stuff, the forensic misconduct, all that I think is going to be addressed at a later hearing. And that will, the remedy for that is not going to be disqualification necessarily. It would be just the dismissal of the case because of the prosecutorial misconduct and maybe sanctions going back their direction. But, I I cannot emphasize this enough, right? Disqualifying a DA, like putting Fani on the stand, this is unusual, okay? This has not happened in American law. This is very unorthodox. It's very strange. The judge, I didn't even think wanted to hear Fani actually talk about any of this. Like he was trying to come up with a reason as to why he doesn't have to have her testify. And then she just comes barreling in there like what's the guy? Who is the guy who busts through the walls? I think he's the guy, the big red guy with the juice, comes busting through the walls. Whatever he says. Anyways, that's what Fani did. She came busting into the courtroom and then just took the stand. And I don't think that she was credible at all, right? What does aggregate mean? What does gift mean? Yeah. Oh, what's up, Posh? Posh is here, says glad for your Kool-Aid, the Kool-Aid guy. Yeah, the Kool-Aid guy. That's guy, the Kool-Aid man. Right? Rah! She came walking in and she even had pink on, kind of like that guy. So glad to see you, Posh. Oh, yeah. That guy. Fani walks in. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a Kool-Aid guy. Yeah, she came walking in like, I'm ready to testify. Like, Fani, this is a courtroom, okay? Not wherever the Kool-Aid guy hangs out. Hey, what's up? JC NorCal American is our newest supporter. Welcome aboard, JC. The Rubos are in the house over on Locals. They say Miss Merchant should ask Nathan Wade the name on the checks from Fulton County. No matter how he allegedly split the money, they're in his name. He received it in total. How he expensed the money is not relevant. The Rubos are in the house. And my friends, I don't know if you know this, but the Rubos have some of the best salt in the whole stinking planet, all right? Go to rubosaltshop.com and you're going to get this amazing salt. They get it off the ocean floor. It tastes better than anything else you have there. And they're good people. So shout out to the Rubos. Londo is here. Is there any way Wade will get away with a cash claim? Yeah. I mean, it's a viable excuse. It sounds ridiculous. Like, I don't know if the judge is going to buy that, but it's plausible. I don't believe him, but it's certainly plausible. So the judge could say, well, I can't figure out where the cash went. Who knows? Drew says, I look forward to Bradley being questioned about his Fulton contract. The fact that all three partners had a contract looks very bad, especially, Drew, and this is a great point, especially when there's a problem with the tainting between the two. Okay, if like the taint team should be, removed, separated out from the other people so that the taint doesn't impact everybody. Okay, the idea is you're a taint lawyer, you're a filter lawyer. You want the taint to come on you. That's it. And you protect everyone else from having any taint on you, which is a hard thing to do in Fulton County. No sharing of taint. But what is happening here is they're all in the same stinking law firm. Like they're all working in the same building, sharing money with each other. So how does one guy get the taint contract and then him and Nathan Wade go out for beers? That's like not ideal. So it's going to be interesting to watch. Posh says, does your pressure rise when you think someone is lying? I think my pressure is probably just uniformly elevated permanently. So I don't know that it goes up higher much at all. Hey, F you, Joe is here. Sniffin since 72 says, why is Wade allowed to explain every detail in simple yes or no questions? Judge allowed it, right? Judge let it go. And Y says, I think that the take home here is that not when both of these attorneys started a relationship. It's the fact that they had one and they concealed it, right? If it was so above board, why'd they hide it from everybody, including their official disclosure forms? And as prosecutors, they take a lot of trips. No one believes that they paid equally, obviously. And if Wade, this is an important point. It's prosecution for pay. If Wade decides that I'm not going to continue these prosecutions, he can't bill anymore. And then he doesn't have that cash flow to go share with Fani. We got Drew in the house. Drew gifted 5 new membos. What's up, Drew? Thanks for doing that. New membos. Damon D. Gideon K. We got Maureen in the house. Uwe is in the house. We have Dig in the house. And it's very good to see you, all courtesy of our friend Drew, our newest membos. Reminder for our YouTube friends, you can get the private Telegram link. It's a members only link in the community tab section on YouTube. So you can just scroll over to the community tab, scroll on down, and we'll see you on the after party. Waldo's in the house, bringing in Waldo. 5 membos got gifted. We got Aaron G. We got Virginia H. Kanani M is in the house. Diane D. And Dr. Voodoo is joining us, all courtesy of Waldo. Waldo, thanks for bringing in our newest membos. Fitz is on Locals, says Trump doesn't get any attorney-client privilege. The judge ripped right through that. You're right about that. Yeah, and they made his attorneys come and testify and stuff. And that was Judge, I think, Beryl Howell from the DC Circuit, when she just didn't really give, a rip about any of Trump's privileges. In fact, they didn't even notify Trump that they were ransacking his ex-DMs. Remember that? Didn't even notify him. Speaking about privileges, they just got all of his internal communications. What's up, Alaska? G Minor in the house as our newest supporter. You're amazing. Captain Jack Sparrow is in the house. Very generous dono on Locals. Says, thank you for all the time and the energy you put in so we can have this access and ability to see what is happening. I've learned more from you and what you do about the Constitution and the reality of how it's being twisted than I ever have known. Thank you. Captain Jack Sparrow, really a great compliment. Thank you for saying that. Constitution's a beautiful thing, and I'm really grateful that we get to explore it together and see how other people are trampling all over it and trying to wreck it. Ike's Girl on YouTube says, it sounds like Willis and Wade are making enemies. Well, yeah, Fani came out. She's like, Terrence isn't my friend. And I could just hear, did you guys hear that? Terrence's heart just broke in two. He said, Fani, I thought we had something. Quarter Native says, I want to see them ask Wade if they met with Nancy and Paul Pelosi while in Napa. Their trip aligns with Paul's DUI. Oh, maybe they were partying together at Napa going on their wine tours. Karina is our newest supporter. Welcome aboard, Karina. Great to have you as a supporter. Londo says, there should be a contract with the date on it. Otherwise, unprotected conversation. Yeah, and I think that was for the first witness, which was Terrence, right? He said, no, we talked about getting a divorce in 2018. Okay, so everything after that fact is now protected by attorney-client privilege? No. Nice try, though. We got Bullwinkle Sprinkles is bringing in 5 new members. We got Sarah R. John B's in the house. We got Karen. We got Danny V, B Banks, and Rudd all joining us, courtesy of Bullwinkle's Sprinkles in the house. Over on Rumble, says CLS says, been watching your Donald Trump coverage and just wanted to send a little something your way. Well, thank you, CLS. Yeah, we're kind of, self-appointed public defenders in the court of public opinion on all these Trump cases, because there's a lot of really, I would say, bad analysis out there on the other side. Every time, there's a new filing, you have guys like Judge Ludwig and Andrew Weissman who just stand out and they say, this is the most sophisticated and erudite opinion we've ever seen filed in the Supreme Court. And then even Ketanji comes out and Ketanji's like, the hell is this? What kind of argument is this? Get out of here. Yeah, I think that they're wrong and we're right. Andrea says, this whole thing is making my day. Does it look good so far? How can they prove that the cash payments happen? Well, they can't, right? That's part of the problem. So, yeah, I mean, look, I think that the evidence speaks for itself. The question is whether or not the judge is going to take a real drastic action, right? Which is going to be to disqualify her. And he's going to do everything he can to avoid that. Everything he can. And we're going to see what their case looks like, right? The next thing that we're going to see tomorrow is they're going to come and try to impeach that first witness. And of course, they admitted the relationship, but the question is whether the relationship started before they admitted it or after he signed the contract. And there's just so much evidence to show, he got the contract signed. He then divorced the next day. Then there's all these cash payments that he admits, she admits. She didn't report it. He lied on his interrogatories. He lied on his affidavit that Fani Willis endorsed when she filed it through Fulton County. There's actual lies on the record. And to me, that would, if I was a judge, man, you lied to me in my courtroom, you're done. You're just done. But he has to think about, all of the consequences to the entire district. The political pressure coming down to bear on this judge and the effort to not remove Fani it's got to be so high. It's, almost unfathomable. We'll see if he does it. Brad is here, says, it sounds as though the defense needs to subpoena Fani's bank records to refute or to confirm Mr. Wade's claim that she paid cash. And she was very squirrely about that too, right? She couldn't really pin that down. So where's the cash come from? What do you mean, where's it come from? Do you have it in a hoard? She's like, did you call me a hoard? How dare you? No, I said, did you hoard cash? Yeah, so they're being squirrely, right? You can't pin them down on that because it's cash. Dwande, what's up, Dwande? Thank you for being here, my friend. Thanks for the very lovely dono over on our Rumble. We're grateful to have you there. Ryan PD 911 says, hey, Rob, it's very likely Wade isn't lying about not spending the night at these places. It cost a lot to day tap that Fani. Well, they were both pretty unequivocal about that. Maybe Fani just likes to sleep alone. She's like, no, once we do the business, you got to go home. Okay, I like my space in my bed. Hey, Michelle P., what's up? Says, now that Wade has entered into testimony that Willis paid him back in cash, doesn't that open the door for Willis to be questioned about these payments? Yeah, you're right. And you said that before she got subpoenaed, or she got called to the stand, as well as the bank records to be subpoenaed. So they do have some bank records, but it's from Nathan. And I think those came through the divorce. And we did hear them ask Fani about those cash payments, and she was, very waffly trying to explain those. I get them out. You go to a debit card, you pay $50 for your groceries. You say, I'll take cash back. I'll take, $100 cash back or whatever. Apparently, she's been doing that many times and just hoarding the cash. And the question is, where did the money come from? And we didn't really get a lot of clarity on that one. But thank you, Michelle. Great question. This one from Crystal Blue is our newest monthly supporter over on Rumble. Very great to see you, Crystal Blue. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. We got 2 babies in the house. Mandy W. been a member for 18 months. That's 9 plus 9 equals 18, I'm pretty sure. Why isn't Fani present? Also, 2 babies. We got them. We got 2 babies, Mandy. You're right about that. We're grateful to have you. Thanks for being here for 18 months. And it's been a lot. And we've got another very busy 18 months and then some on the end of this, a lot of some. And so we're grateful to have you. She was sequestered. Remember, there's this rule about the sequestration of witnesses. So they're all not supposed to listen to each other. Now, they're supposed to not do that. And hopefully Fani didn't listen to Nathan, but she was outside of the room pacing in her office, evidently. Londo says New York judges are more crooked than New York City cops. Well, one New York judge is Areola, the Angeron, aka the Nip, the one who had the bonus torso photo. And yeah, that trial was totally corrupt. Drearier Spider says, thanks for your coverage, Rob. And here's a 5 spot for creating the name Big Fani Willis. Also, the correct name of the fake R accuser is E-Fraud Cash Out. E-Fraud Cash Out. So I think that's E. Jean Carroll, maybe. Big Fani Willis. She's the biggest Fani in Georgia, in Fulton County. I mean, you saw her. She came out and she's like, where are my motions? I need a motion, some water, and some reading glasses. Golly. So that was a lot, right? And we got to see that on display today. We're going to see more of it tomorrow. We got Jeffrey A. says, even the judge said Nathan was dancing. You're doing great work, Rob. Keep it up. Thank you, Jeffrey. Very much appreciated that. Did the judge say that? Did he say we're dancing around the issue or something? Yep. Eddie K is our newest supporter. Welcome aboard, Eddie K. It's great to have you. Mexican Marauder, been a member for 2 months, which is great. The first month's the hardest. What is the final outcome we're looking at from these hearings? What can the judge order that would cause a domino effect? Well, I don't know that anything he could order, but my point is, if Fani, look, if we get into this and we know that there's, like the judge says, okay, there's enough smoke here. My point is that all of the other defense attorneys are going to be looking at Fani Willis as being conflicted off of their cases. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. But she had some serious problems of judgment in this case, and it sounds like she covered up a bunch of stuff, and it was so dumb she couldn't figure out what aggregate means. And $100. My point is, there's this phrase, how you do anything is how you do everything, right? So if you're going to be lazy about this one thing, you're probably lazy in other things. So my point is, if Fani is corrupt, biased, partisan here, and she's bending the rules, this might be the opening of the floodgates, right? And disqualifying the DA from one of the biggest cases in the country is going to have some serious consequences for the county, which is what they want to avoid. Renee says, soon to be ex may cover for Wade for the sake of the children. You mean they bring her in and she verifies everything? I don't know. I think she's probably pretty upset about this too, because he lied to her. He lied to her in the interrogatories. Unless he didn't. Maybe she does know about all this, right? We'll see. Husky Mom says, my husband, okay, we'll call him Husky Dad, actually took a vacation day from work to stay here and watch today's proceedings with me and the rest of the Watcher family. Shout out to the Husky fam, Husky mom, Husky dad, and everybody else in the Husky household. So great to see you. And, we have a dancing Husky at the end of our show over on Locals. We have a Indoctrination usually post the dancing Husky to our outro music. But so great to see you guys. And I hope you're having a beautiful day. Hopefully you enjoyed it as much as I did. And we'll see you back here tomorrow. Joel, a membo for 5 months, says, I feel like the judge can see through the BS. 5 months, Joel. Awesome. He was definitely getting a little bit squirmy in his seat. He's kind of had enough of it. He's like, all right, move on with the questions. We started to hear the same questions over and over again, but that's what happens when you got like 6 defense attorneys. Aaron says, clearly he is going for a Biden defense, only he isn't old or friendly, but he's clearly confused. I can't remember when my son died. Quarter says, I bet Powell, Halloween, Chesebro, and Ellis are kicking themselves for pleading out. LMAO, delicious. Delicious. Yeah, because they all took their plea deals, which are diversion deals, which will ultimately be dismissed. But Halloween, dang autocorrect. But I think you did it twice, right? Both on Halloween. So did it autocorrect you again? All right, good to see you, Quarter. Thanks for the donos. Liberty says, maybe it is just me, but it sounded to me like Wade admitted to felony tax evasion or money laundering. That's grounds for disbarment. So there was that kind of interesting, pattern where he buys it on his business credit card. He gets the miles. Don't know if he deducted that as a business expense or whatever. Hopefully his CPA didn't do that. But maybe he said, I'm going on a business trip with my boss, Fani. No, who knows? So then she reimburses him. It sounds like he didn't declare that as a gift. So that's income to him. That is not, going anywhere. There's exclusions and different rules for that. I'm not a tax lawyer. Talk to your tax attorney. But yeah, it sounded like I bet the records are probably not done accurately. They don't even have any records, right? She doesn't have any exits of cash. He doesn't really have any inbounds of cash. He just spent it. So he's not really keeping value. He doesn't even know really, what he did with it. So how could he properly report it? And it's not minor. It's $2,500. Even in Fulton County, they were saying if it's $100 or more, that's the problem, right? And she's got thousands, $2,500. We got Yisrelia. You got Yisrelia says, will they be able to get Bradley to testify for when their relationship started? Will they be able to get Bradley to testify? Well, I think he kind of did a little bit, or at least when he knew. Did he say that? I think that they could ask him that question if they hadn't already. He said they knew each other for a long time. But again, it's bro talk versus pro talk. And so he might say that's all protected by the pro talk. And hopefully he's recalled tomorrow and we can dig into that. Thank you. Yes, really, appreciate that one. Tara says, I'd be asking for proof of the income split. Well, and Nathan Wade objected to that, right? He did not want to disclose his financial records from his law firm. I'm not telling you that stuff. Londo said, no amount of water is going to put out Nathan getting roasted on the stand. Good to see you, Londo. 66 Anton says, thanks for streaming today. Thank you for joining us, 66. I had a lot of fun with you guys. Bioman says, Wade said Fani paid him in cash for expenses. Wouldn't Fani's bank records show ATM or checks to cash in her account? Do they have Fani's bank records? No, they don't. And we got into that a little bit with her. If you're so innocent, why don't you just give us your bank records and we can just show that you withdrew $2,500, you gave it to Nathan. Okay, great. But if we did that, then you'd see there was an imbalance, right? Obviously. And you can make your money in the mess, right? You can win in the gray area. So they're leaving it gray so that they can't actually connect the dots. Hey, Joe's AP says MAGA over on Locals. Very good to see you, Joe. Thanks for joining us. Frank L says him and his two buds and Big Fani, big money laundering. From Frank L over on the tubes. Jia Zhang, oh my goodness, a 2-year anniversary in the house from Jia Zhang. Says, thanks for covering this case. Awesome, as always. Thanks for being here for 24 months, man. It's been a lot. We've covered a lot of ground, and we're just warming up. Air Force vet says, if Wade gets a third and each of his partners each got a third, they all share the money, then Wade received 3/3. They all had contracts with the county. Some guy with cancer, man, I hope that gets resolved. So it was a bad idea to ask for sanctions, says some guy with cancer. Yeah, that original prosecutor at the very outset of this, who was kind of complaining and moaning, about this is egregious and outrageous and he should sanction the defense. That was ridiculous. We already had that hearing. You already lost. Philo says he also got a cut from his partner's money. Yeah, that was an interesting thing. It's like you're doing all of this work and someone else is taking 2/3 of it. Strange way to do a bit, like unless they were doing as much work, those relationships generally don't work out. Angel, what's up, Angel? JG says, please help. There's a petition circulating in Arizona under the guise for women's rights. It's going to enshrine abortions up to birth into the Arizona Constitution. Please inform everyone you know. Decline to sign.net for more. That's a great public service announcement. Thank you for that. And you know, I can support this. I have been seeing some people with all the clipboards out around here, and I'm going to walk up to them the next time and see what they're getting signatures for. Maybe it's for that. Thank you for the heads up, Angel. Hey, Noisy Ninja says, it's refreshing to see a fair judge. Great show, as always, Rob. Thank you, Noisy. It is, right? He was pretty down the middle today. And I think even his, over his sustained objections from Fani's team were kind of fair. Like we did hear some repetition and stuff like that. He was trying to move things along. So I thought he did a good job. YFI is our newest supporter. Welcome aboard, YFI. It's great to have you. We got some new membos coming in. Joel R is bringing in Mama D, is bringing in Gloria H, is bringing in Melissa R, all courtesy of Joel R. Good to see you, Joel. Thanks for doing that. Here, Bruce Rice brought in 10 membos. Kyle H got a gift. Oink Oink is coming in. We got Kim W. We got Explore America. All in the house. Donna M, Zancy Pelosi, Andy K, Rachel M, Quantum Thug Life, quantuming it out in multiple dimensions. We got Pamela F and Joel D all coming in. Thank you to our friend Bruce Rice. We love you, Bruce. Thank you for that. Hey, T. McCarter says, thank you, Robert, over on Rumble. Thank you, TM McCarter. Very nice to see you. Justin H is in the house as our newest supporter. Great to see you, Justin. We've got Tara says, I think Wade putting himself in Fani's transition team in 2020 and her hiring decisions sounded pretty sus, especially since he investigated the jail for free. Well, he's a sus dude. Sandra says, was or is Nathan a judge? He isn't acting like he's very intelligent, in my opinion, but is extremely apparent he's a very poor attorney. I wouldn't hire him. Probably be a good call. Yeah, and I think he was very just combative, right, from the very beginning. He was a judge. Honestly, it would have been good for both of them to come out just totally nonplussed, right? Just totally above it all. Nonchalant. Yeah, this is it. It's very clear. I'm not even upset about this. I didn't do anything wrong. Happy to answer your questions. But Fani was, freaking out, pounding the table. Pound the law, pound the facts, pound the table. We know what they were doing. Sandra, thank you. Ileana says, this whole thing is better than a movie or a soap opera. I know, it's crazy. Like this one's, come on. Divorce, Fani's on the stand. These two are going on multiple. The defense attorney needs to be more specific. He's stalling when answering, says Ileana Lopez. Good to see you, Ileana. We got Joel bringing in 10 new members. Thank you, Joel, for doing this one. We got April C's coming in. Anacism is here. Firiel, Robert M, Joe B coming in. Mama D's in the house. What's up, Ray? We got Gloria H and Melissa R all coming in courtesy of Joel R, a great membo in the house. Golden Gaming, 10 months, says Wade got Fani, got paid. Fani got laid. Georgia taxpayers got played. Love that, man. Wade got paid. Fani got laid. Georgia taxpayers got played. Man, it's a beautiful rhyme. I like rhyming. Lenny says, for 11 months, says, Rob, she's blowing holes in their ship. Probably talking about Ashleigh Merchant, who did a great job today. And I'm sure they're going to have a nice night's sleep tonight. So shout out to the defense team today. Squid Vet Ohio says CVS is now printing 7-foot-long statements. That's true. Yeah, CVS. Yeah, I think you could probably build, some curtains with the CVS receipts. We got this one from Kay. Says, when does Ashleigh get to rebuttal Wade's testimony? So she got to cross-examine him today, but she's going to be able to then get back tomorrow, right, and introduce other witnesses who might reverse his, basically impeach his prior line of testimony. So we're going to see a lot of that tomorrow, I'm going to imagine. And thank you for this, Eddie K. Really appreciate that. Apparently you maybe sent that one twice. So thanks for doing that. We got Painful is another new supporter. Welcome aboard, Painful. Sergeant Fact says, as Wade clumsily walks that fine line between fact and fiction, sitting here laughing uncontrollably. It's like seeing a tightrope walker in a strong wind, just kind of, bouncing, whoa, bouncing over here, whoa, whoa. He's having a tough time up there. Fred Pedamonte says, everyone is streaming this. Joe, Viva, Benny, etc. I've looked at all, and you're still the best of the best. I got to tell you how much watching the Watchers means. Fred, what a nice thing to say. And shout out to all those other guys, by the way. So Joe, Viva, Benny, I know they're streaming. I'm glad that they're streaming, right? And I'm sure, they've got different takes here. So I think it's very appropriate to go and, parse around and sort of check out everybody and see kind of what fits. But we're glad that you're here, Fred, and thanks for saying that. And we're having a lot of fun. I'm grateful that everybody's covering it. I want more people to cover this stuff. We need more eyeballs on these individuals who are undermining justice. It's offensive, and I'm glad people are interested in seeing it exposed. We got SD Gold Star, our newest supporter, SD Gold Star, and that's amazing. Deb says, been looking so forward to watching this trial. Hopefully this judge will be fair. Is President Trump there? No, unfortunately, he was in New York on the Alvin Bragg case. And so we'll see if there's any updates on that one as well. So, Trump has so many criminal cases now that it's difficult for him to be in two places at the same time because they keep prosecuting him. Ridiculous. We got this one from Esther Shugart. What's up, Esther? Welcome aboard as our newest supporter. Drew says, hopefully they ask him to define what an affair is. Didn't his wife only message that there was no physical relationship? So that's what we heard, okay, from her lawyer. So Jocelyn Wade's, her attorney, remember her, she was the Scorpion Queen. She came out in one of those prior trials. She said that that was a scandalous lie, that it was only over Facebook. They never actually hooked up, but who knows? Dark Side says, okay, so what's the over-under on Wade playing dumb versus it being functionally being true? I don't know how you measure that on an over-under, but you can come to your own conclusions, Dark Side. The Mosquito Guy in the house. Very good to see you. Thank you for the nice dono. Eddie K says, hey, buddy, when does Ashleigh get to rebuttal Wade's testimony? And so I think we saw that earlier, Eddie, but again, the answer was going to be the cross-examination or the redirect, essentially. I mean, Wade was Ashleigh's witness. So she directed, then there was a cross, then she did a redirect, but he was, adverse and hostile the entire time. Tomorrow, there will be more witnesses that I think undermine his efforts. Flash River says, Rob, I'd like to extend my gratitude to everyone involved for their contributions, enabling you to share such valuable insights into the realm of lawfare, insight that would otherwise remain inaccessible to the layperson. I couldn't help but chuckle at the romantic escapades declared by Laura Loomer's Valentine's Day beau, Attorney Wade. She said to think, what kind of suitor demands reimbursement in cash? Oh, the hilarity. Truly what we have here is a modern day Casanova. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm a little old fashioned, but I don't ask my dates for a split. You kind of want to be the provider, I guess, but maybe that's not how Fani likes it. SD Gold Star says, several of us watch you almost every day as a group, going on 5 years now. Oh my gosh, that's so incredible, at least. I'm very excited about today. Thank you for everything you do. SD Gold Star Mom, been a membo. Thank you for saying that. And I'm really grateful to have you here. And so shout out to you and your group. And we love you guys. Really, thanks for being here. We got a lot more to go, and we're happy to have you here. We have this one from Essential Bites. Essential Bites just became a supporter. Welcome aboard. We got Luis Holly says FJB Trump 2024. This one from Glenn says, are they going to get into being billed for 24 hours? We did hear that. And Glenn, thank you for being a membo for 10 months. We did get into that. Nathan Wade said that they were not actually 24 hours billed in a day. They were only, that's when the date of completion was. Remember, that's when he finished the work. He just billed the full 24 hours. If you buy that, I don't. Saint Chef is in the house. Oh my goodness. We got 20 membos joining us. 20 membos, courtesy of Saint Chef. Woo, Saint Chef, you're the man. Philip S. is coming in. Mr. Robot is here. We got Connor B. We got Sleeping Psychopathy. Janet L, Chrissy H, Cat Black is here. PK from AK, Baby Cakes, welcome. Clint B, Alicia, Da Rowe, G-Man, Austin L, Aaron R. 3 girlies in the house. We got Saichu, Jeffrey, Mr. T, and Jacob Z, all in the house, courtesy of our friend Saint Chef, bringing in 20 new members. Thank you, Saint Chef, for doing that. We got Esther Shugart is in the house as our newest supporter. Welcome to you. Tyler L says, you always do an amazing job. And thank you for saying that, Tyler. Yeah, we try to balance it out. I try not to talk too much, try not to talk too little, but thanks for joining. Sam says, I did not have sexual relations with that woman, which is basically what happened today. No, I was not in a personal relationship with her until you were. No, I didn't pay for anything. No, I don't have receipts. No, it wasn't a gift. All of that, right? Yeah, it was. We all know. That's from Bill Clinton and Nathan, aka Hot Dog Wade. We got JPB NAZ in Arizona. Says, thank you so much for covering this. Been looking forward to this all week. So glad my hearings were canceled so I could listen while I work today. Really glad that you joined us, JP. It was a lot of fun. It was even more, spicy than I thought. It's like, oh gosh, it's happening. We're like, it's happening. It's that Ron Paul meme. It's happening. I can't believe it. Mr. J says, this is getting in the way of my work. LOL. I can't move away from it. It's exciting, Rob. Great work. By the way, are you looking for interns? It's a great question. Not at the moment, but, always looking for, good people to connect with and talented people. Maybe I know somebody that, you might want to work with or something like that. Depends what kind of intern I suppose you're looking for. But no, not necessarily right now. But Mr. J, thanks for saying that. Thanks for being here. It is a busy day, and it's hard to look away, no doubt. It went by pretty fast, honestly. It's like full 8-hour day. It's like gone in a flash. NY says, does he think that we are all idiots? Yeah. He's a lawyer. He knows when a divorce is final and that a marriage exists until the divorce is final. Yeah, right. Like, well, I thought my relationship was over, therefore I can lie in my interrogatories. That's not the purpose of the interrogatories, which is to describe your subjective interpretation of the words. That's why it's a full paragraph. It's not like, did you spend any money on your bae? That's not the question. It's very specific. And he says, no, I didn't. Knox says, Knox is a defense attorney in Texas. Great to be back. Says, glad to be back. I think she had court this morning. Says, Wade is doing that wide-eyed thing. Like, I am just a simple man. Yes, there was a lot of that going on. And I saw another comment. I think hopefully we'll get to it. But someone mentioned the duper's delight, right? When you're duping somebody, you get that big kind of grin, like you know what you're doing, right? You can almost see it. The duper's delight smile was a great comment I saw come through. Economath says, all Wade is doing by squirming and evading is destroying his own credibility. I agree with that. Like, the judge knows these are lawyers, okay? These are not just like civilian witnesses who got pulled up off the street and they're in the middle of a drug case. This is the Fani, the biggest, the DA and the special counsel on a nation's most important case, one of them. And they're like hemming and hawing, beating around the bush. Not very appropriate. And hey, what's up? Mopo Ghost says, coached by Bill Clinton. Yeah, or someone very, very similar. Nice to see you, Mopo. Thank you for that. We got CL Frog with a very nice dono. Thank you for that one, CL Frog. Very generous, and it's grateful to have you. And I see that truck there in the background. Hopefully you're driving safely, my friend. NY says, okay, well, Fani prosecutes drug offenders and cash is used as a sign of illegal tender. It's totally fair, right? We can hit her over that one. Red one is talking about something. NY says they both should have reused themselves or recused themselves. They are both digging their own holes. Sandy says if Fani carried $3,000 in cash on a trip outside the country, she would have needed to declare it with customs. Yeah, and I think I saw K Bean actually look that up, right? I think in Belize, I think I saw K Bean look this up. And thank you, K Bean, and all of our outstanding mods today. We had a ton of donos come in. So grateful for this. John Allen, we got K Bean. I see Donut Mind Me's all clipping away. Thank you guys. But I saw K Bean said, I think that in Belize it was 5K, right? If you have 5K, you got to declare it. So I don't know, what the numbers are, but if she brought, I think she said 4,500 or something like that, right? On any of these foreign trips, maybe she brought enough cash to make it a problem. We had this one from Sandy. And NY says, okay, they're toast. All text messages and phone records should be subpoenaed. And I think it's probably too late for that. Like, I don't know that we're getting much more in. The judge is going to make a decision on this. Knox says, okay, the lisp, the wide eyes, the overall demeanor, I'm starting to feel a bit sorry for old Counselor Wade. He sounds like a sad client. He's totally busted. I mean, what are you going to do? It's like, you got to own it, man. That's why I was saying, like, if you had any, actual integrity, you just say, look, I'm busted. I'm out of here. So long. NY, I'm pretty sure he had to sign a public fund agreement. We got Baby Cakes says, don't be a fanny. Hit that like button. I agree with that, Baby Cakes. Don't be a fanny. Hit that like. Bill says, Nathan, quote, I've never tried a RICO case. Wade was an appointed judge, yet doesn't know what public funds are or who pays them. Yeah, it was very strange. I think he thinks the money just grows on trees. This old guy's on Locals says, Nathan Wade is a true lying dog-faced pony soldier, just like Joe Biden said. We got Kendall Lynn said, hey, thank you, Kendall Lynn. Very nice. Says, thank you so much, Robert. Will you see if Fani is in here watching you live? She might have been. Yeah, I mean, she kind of came out like she knew right when Nathan Wade ended her testimony. Maybe she was watching us on YouTube. Hi, Fani. NY says, this is so dishonest. His BS testimony will land him behind bars. He's saying he had no understanding that he was being paid from public funds. Obviously ridiculous. Sandy says, I love this attorney. Probably talking about Steve Sadow. He takes steps one at a time. This approach nearly stops the parsing of words that Wade has been doing. Yeah, Sadow did a great job today, no doubt. Hey, Bob in the Zona says, thanks for the coverage and everything you do every day. Big fan. Hey, Bob, good to see you. Great name, by the way. And you're in the Zona, which is another great state. We're glad you're here. And thank you for the nice dono. Thanks for joining us today. We got John Allen. What's up, John? John's modding the fort down and sending donos in. John, so generous. Isn't Nathan supposed to be the guy who remembers everything in his head? He seems a little, low IQ'd. That's right. Nathan, he said that he didn't take notes on his prior investigation because they're all right here. Keeps them all right there in his head. So don't need any notes. We got Donut. Clippin says 1R5 shared this one on the Rumbles. Thank you, 1R5. Says this experienced lawyer doesn't know what, quote, during the term of your marriage means. Interesting and more than a little suspicious. During the term of your marriage. Right. He said it ended, in 2015 when they agreed. Then he filed the day after he got the new contract with Fani. This one came in from Glocky. Says, this was a meme. Says, oh man, I just admitted tax crimes under oath. Oops. Chubby says they don't have to show any actual impropriety, just that any reasonable person could think that there might be an impropriety, correct? Just the impression of a possible impropriety. So, yeah, yes, the law is not an actual impropriety. The law is, you get very concerned where there's even an appearance of impropriety. Now, how the judge interprets that standard, right, is going to be up to see. We'll see. We got Mark says, this court is supposed to believe that he was in a romantic relationship with Fani and he would pay for trips, etc. No regard to how he was repaid. Cash. Cash was it, Mark. That's cash. She gave him cash. Can you verify that with any actual documents? No, can't do it. Perfect. STFU says, Wade better watch his booty. This billing explanation sounds like a bona fide basis for an indictment. He better start invoking his fifth ASAP. He definitely didn't do that, right? They came out with a lot of bravado and brazenness. Hey, Zulu's here. Zulu, thank you, bringing in 10 membos. We got Mrs. S, classic video lovers here. Ryan F, LL. We got David M, Deborah L, Chris H. A series of bats is joining us. We have Selrin and Jeff H all in the house, courtesy of our friend Zulu. Zulu mods the fort down for us as well. Thank you, Zulu, for being here and bringing in new membos. NY says, even if he's a very close friend, there is still bias and it's still wrong. Don't even have to have the romantic relationship. Knox says he has a new girlfriend. She's just younger and slimmer. Oh, man. Poor Fani. Just guessing, but I knew that they shagged back when she first talked about him. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. He's like, this Fani's a lot of work. Ryan says, should ask Wade if he also indicted Fani out in any property or company vehicle. And if so, where and when. Ryan says, wait, he's not fannying Fani anymore? He just hit it and quit it? This looks like that. NY says, okay, they think so. How saying they are no longer in a relationship, it's okay now for him to be on the case. Yeah, they just ended it. Knox says, okay, he dumped Fani. I can see it in his eyes. Now he's wearing the new girl smile under all this. I'm telling y'all. Knox can see inside. Maybe. He's like, this is a lot of work, man. I'm about to get indicted if I keep hanging out with Fani. I got to find a new woman. What's up, Christopher, our new membo, our new supporter? Welcome aboard on YouTube. And, oh my gosh, I didn't hear this testimony. Nathan apparently said, I should have joined watching the Watchers at locals and asked Rob for help. Well, I'm not sure we would have gotten it there for you there, Nathan. We might have just said you should just own what you've done and be held accountable. But Melanie is our another new supporter. Welcome aboard, Melanie, on the YouTubes. Great to have you. We've got Roy MC says, okay, so if phone records can be wrong, you should release all the J6 political prisoners that were convicted using the phone records. Yeah, Nathan said, if you got my records, I don't really care. They could be wrong. I didn't make phone calls. Piano Dean says, I still can't get over him saying we're probably closer now than ever because of all these attacks. Pure cojones, okay? Takes a lot of bravado to say that. We're probably closer now than ever because of all these attacks. You think that they're still, indicting each other? Hey, the Porsche Experience isn't all that cheap. The lowest is $750 and it's all the way to $1,600. So they went to the Porsche Experience as well. Cameron N says, would it benefit him to come clean and throw her under? No, I don't think it would benefit him. I mean, I think that, he's still going to have to testify, anyway. And they did this stuff, I think, personally, he lied to the court as far as I can tell. And that's already done. So there should be some ramifications for that. And the judge should take notice of that and issue consequences. So even if he came clean, it's like, maybe he gets a little mercy there, but I don't know. Catherine says, Wade is looking like a fool trying to run cover. He was trying to explain himself, certainly. Joshua says, they should ask whether she declared the cash she took to Belize. Yeah, another great comment. Was that illegal too? Mark says, yes, Georgia offers electronic filing for full year, part year, and non-resident returns. Amazing. So Mark, it sounds like you know exactly what's going on. And this is for tax filings? Very good details. Sandy says, okay, Bradley's attorney dated the privilege from 2018 in a barbecue, not 2015, and Wade should have heard that. Why did he let himself fall into some trap about 2015? I think it was just a misspeak. Sandy says, Rob, it's a trap. They don't have a meeting of the minds about the date or the year, so how can they have a meeting of the minds on privilege at all? Yeah, and I did catch that. I thought it was 2018. He said 2015, but Nathan agreed. It went all the way back. Gunface, I think he was just misspeaking. Gunface says, didn't Yeartie say she never lived at the condo, but Wade just said he went there to visit Yeartie? Did I mishear something? No, I don't think so. I think there was a lot of murkiness in that whole line of questioning. So maybe that's true. John Allen says, wait, isn't he supposed to be a special prosecutor? Yeah, highly qualified. I would fire and let go of any employee who had this mentality. Thanks, John. Melanie says, Nathan Wade exudes ick. He's very shady and not credible. We'll see if the judge agrees with you, Melanie, but I got the same feeling. Knox says, withdraw previous minor sympathy once he threw his wife under the bus by stating she had an affair. And his kids too. But he had cancer, so he's innocent. Londo, look, he doesn't even need his glasses this time. Yeah, do you notice that? He's like, I don't know what document you're referring to. When Ashleigh Merchant was asking Nathan questions, he was having a difficult, where are the numbers? What paragraph? I'm so confused. Then as soon as the government came back out, I'm going to draw your attention to Exhibit 4. He's like, oh yeah, right here. Good to see you, Londo. We got Sandy says, bring Bradley back because any attorney privilege claim just died. Wade says 2015. Bradley says 2018. I caught that too. Stephen M says, someone tell the cross-examiner to sit down. There were a couple times where they did sit down. Judge overruled. Don't stop that. Voice says, if this goes in the favor of Nathan and Fani, we all know there was a major collusion and the court system overall is illegitimate at this point. We're going to see what the judge does. To me, the evidence is obvious, but again, I can't explain how big of a position this is. Judges just don't, they find ways to not not do this. So we'll see what happens. Makina, Realty in Maui, says, I'd like to see his billing to the county and compare his billing from his law firm. Any other double billing? Yes. Great question. Well, and they did, because we don't have his partner's records, basically. So we don't know. Hey, Knox says, from Porsche experience to poverty, the story of Nathan Wade. Living lavish, man. They had multiple cruises. He had a cruise guy. All busted. Noisy says, how did half his income, not paid by the state, pay for all those trips when working all those hours for the state? Yeah, he did work a lot, so I don't know when he was actually, he did vacation a lot, so I don't know when he was actually billing. We got this one from Ryan. What are the odds that Nathan's hot dog is now, don't know about that one. GOP says, here's a PDF copy of Wakefield versus the Department of State Police. It's a 3-page opinion that I believe Stephen Sadow referenced. Chubby says, so amazing to see how Wade's memory drastically improved once the other side started questioning him. I'm sure it's just because their questions were more clear and concise. I'm sure. Yeah, it's wild, right? Suddenly it all starts, brain works again. Stephen M. says 3 overruled and you're out of here. Sandy says, judge won't go along with attorney-client privilege. Merchant raised fraud upon the court related to this. If the judge rules while Wade has confirmed that he lied on his affidavit and interrogatories, then the court has been successfully tricked. Judge gets recused, all thrown out to start over with a new judge. Jigam says, Rob, you have the best coverage of so many things. You're my favorite streamer by far. P.S. You also have the best subs. We have the best chat. And we're grateful for all of you. We're so grateful. I love spending time with you. We have so much fun here. I've shared before, it's the best part of my whole day. And so it's really a lot of fun. And I'm really also grateful for the other streamers. I really love them. I love their work. I highly recommend them. But Jigam, thank you for the lovely compliment and the very generous dono today. My goodness. Super generous, Jigam. Thanks for being here. We got the best community. Jigam's over on Locals. Jigam's our meme smith, by the way. She does all sorts of stuff. Very great to have you. So thank you, Jigam, for saying that. We got, who else is here? Stephen M. says, technically money laundering. Okay, he pays with a credit card. She gives him half in cash. He gets the full deduction. Yeah, right. I mean, I don't know how this would go to his CPA, but exactly. And he gets the flight miles too, Stephen. Flight miles from those credit cards, right? And then she just pays it off and he, shady. Gopher Boy says, okay, your local stream just ended. We had 4 local streams today. We're on part 4 right now. And it's just a lot of fun. Thank you for the heads up, Gopher. Sometimes I miss that. Linda, another very generous one. Linda, thank you so much. Says, thank you, Robert. Well, thank you, Linda. I really appreciate it. Thanks for being a member. Thanks for supporting our work here today. You're awesome. Michelle P. says, okay, Wade said that he received 1/3 of the monies received from his partners while working with the DA. If this money was used for any part of his and Willis's trip, wouldn't that still be gaining an illegal gain from taxpayer funds? I think so, but the problem with that is that Fani wasn't sleeping with those dudes. So the conflict, the conflict is about the relationship. And so if Wade got like bro money from other people, I think the problem is that it's Fani's relationship plus the benefit plus the materiality. Now there are other issues on this, like whether Fani actually had a legitimate taint team, since she was paying all of his partners to be involved in some way. And I believe that's how this is going. Like some of the taint team was working on this case. I think that's where the conflict is. And they got into that about the money. Yeah, so I think, yes, I think it could be a problem. I don't know if it's necessarily, I think the illegal gain we're talking about is Fani's illegal gain and Willis's illegal gain because they're actually on the case. But yeah, it's commingled. It's messy. It's a great point, Michelle. Thank you for that. Here, we got some other ones from STFU in the house. STFU says $1 million that Wade invokes his 5th Amendment today. And you're pretty close on that. I mean, he did invoke. He said, he's not going to talk about stuff because of a fear of, public scorn, ridicule, contempt, all of those things. So pretty close. Adina, welcome aboard, Adina, our newest member over on the YouTubes. Quantum Thug Life. Woo! Yeah, man, we had a great stream today. I'm really grateful for it. We had 17,000 live at one point. We got over 20,000 today. Oh my goodness. get a little nervous. It's like, Rob, act like you've been here before, okay? Relax. Watchers gonna watch, man. Welcome new membos. Thank you, Quantum. Been a membo for 6 months, and we love having you here. Thank you for that. This one from It's a Hoax says, just a quick one. Thanks for all the content for my morning and afternoon. I think Wade is gonna have a hard time finding clients after this car crash at testimony. Stay healthy and stay happy, Rob. We're doing that. We are staying healthy. We are staying happy. And we're going to keep this train on the tracks. We're going to be back here tomorrow morning to do it all again. Hey, Sweet says, Rob, you're doing a great job on the commentary. You speak in between the moments so well. Other commentators talk over the good stuff. We appreciate you and your coverage style. That's great feedback, Sweet. I try to balance it. You know, sometimes I talk, I see in the chat, shut up. Sometimes I don't talk for a while. I see in the chat, somebody says, explain what's happening. It's like, all right. So I'm trying to balance it, but I appreciate that. I'm trying to kind of thread the needle and make sure we don't miss anything. I don't want to miss anything either. So thank you for that. But next one, Chubby says, I love the prosecution. And you know, Sweet, thank you for that. And I hope you're having a beautiful day. Chubby says, I love the prosecution logic. We object to the calling of the DA. We, the main subject of this trial, for the reason of because. For the reason of because. A lot of that going on. We got Steven says, a re-up is drug dealer phrasing. A re-up. Rocky says, Rocky Waters on Locals says, I got my honkin' third conference call of the day coming up. Them pesky customers getting in the way again of my watching the Watchers time. If I miss you later, thanks as always. Good stuff and a fun chat. It's tons of fun. Today was a ton of fun. Rocky, glad you got to join us when you could. Hopefully your conference calls went well. And you got what you needed to get done. Roy says, okay, she's been watching all of this. Fanny was like watching it, you know, in the back office. Knox says, Fanny is smoking angry. She is so angry, she's about to cry or scream. I know. It was not becoming of a DA at all. And the judge had to caution her twice today. Twice. Sandy says, false bravado by Fanny playing for the court of public opinion. You nailed it. Pound the table. Pound the facts, pound the law. Don't have either of those. Pound the table. Dachshund says, Fanny's voice seems a little shaky today. Why is she so nervous? You have nothing to fear if you have nothing to hide. She was very nervous today. It was a big day for her and their office. Sandy says, Fanny has established dominance. Anger, such as this, is a blanket to cover fear. Fear of losing something, everything, basically. Honey Bear, been a membo for 5 months. Great question. Yeah, and the defense brought this up. How did Fanny know when to walk in? She's like, oh, perfect. Nathan's done. I love you, baby. I got to go testify. I'll clean this up. Walks in like the Kool-Aid guy. Give me some motions. All right, relax. Neuro says, thanks for streaming this, Rob. Neurodivergent. Thank you, Neuro, for joining us. It was a long and fun day. We're glad to have you. Economath says, Fanny came in and chose violence. Pretty much, yeah. Like the Kool-Aid's great, right? It's delicious. But you have to fix that hole in the wall. That kind of stinks. This one from Cyrus says, why was Big Fanny allowed to approach the bench without being called? Don't most judges reprimand people for doing that? Not sure. Yeah. She walked in like she owned the place. I need water, I need motions, I need glasses. And then she was also just testifying right to the judge. He had to cut her off. Stephanie W. says, seeing Fanny take the stand is so epic. Thank you, Rob. It was wild. It was crazy. It was crazy. It's like, Fanny, here she is. Let's do it. Essential says, what a piece of privilege that she orders the judge. Her anger should trigger easily. It definitely does, man. She was fired up. Essential Bites. Good to see you. Ray K says, you better learn to deal with reality or reality is going to deal with you. This old guy says, Fanny is a consummate narcissist and she thinks she can take control of these issues. I think she's going to fail in an overwhelming way. We're going to see. I don't think that she helped herself all that much. I think she should have let the judge narrow this down and come in calm, cool, collected. She wasn't even letting her attorneys defend her. Like, you got this team of people who are trying to protect you. They're thinking in multiple layers that you're not because you're on the stand. She overruled her own attorney. He's like, okay, I withdraw then. Okay, we'll see how that works out. Dapper Dave says, Fanny took the stand because she didn't want a precedent set that with the judge actually ruling that a DA can testify with no qualified immunity. I don't know. I mean, I don't think Like they would have taken it up on a case-by-case basis, anyways, moving forward. I think she was just feeling brazen. She's like, enough of this. Patrick says, wow, I'm really excited about this opportunity. Please, please, I am hoping we're going to see President Trump get acquitted here. Well, the case just might be dismissed. If she's disqualified or the case is dismissed, it just goes away. Marty says, Fani is shook. She's going to open up a wrong topic, a topic unintended, which will be the end. She was watching the testimony and way too emotional. She was fired up, and maybe that was exacerbated by the testimony. But we did kind of like to let her just talk. Just keep going, whatever else you got. This one from Steven says, people, drug dealers come in with cash, which is why he knows what re-up means. Re-up means more drugs. He objects to using the term. Yeah, and it's like, I'm a criminal defense attorney. I used to have a nice law firm here in Scottsdale, Arizona. They're still doing great work. Shout out to R&R Law Group. But yeah, we had cash, and then we would deposit it and mark it and, pay taxes on it, right? Like that's how this works. So the problem here is that you have him kind of saying that Fani was doing like drug transactions, right? Well, she brought in cash to me and I use other cash, and it was a very amorphous thing. But yeah, but it's true. In law, people do pay with cash. Like that is true. And, sometimes, well, I don't know what their process was, but it was very squirrely testimony. So, all right, we got Brian D says, this is seriously the best place to watch these trials. Brian, thanks for saying that. And thank you for joining us. We had a lot of fun today. King Ginger says, this is pure ego for her. Hit the like button right now. Fani also, Essential Bite says, she just winked at the camera. I didn't catch that, but she might have winked at someone else. But I'm not doubting you. It's probably accurate. I don't know what she was doing. Sandy says, attorneys are the worst witnesses. Why don't they know better after briefing so many clients? I'd like to think that I would not do what Fani did today. And a lot of other attorneys wouldn't either. I mean, that was just like, it was very over the, I understand she's angry, but you got to taper that back down. She had to get scolded by the judge twice. Pinochet says, a reminder for Fani, pride cometh before the fall. STFU says, I am science. Anthony Fauci, I am democracy. Big Fani. Did anybody have the democracy word on your bingo card? I don't think I did. I wasn't expecting Fani to come out and say this is a threat to American democracy. I'm like, oh gosh. Are you Karine Jean-Pierre now too? Like, are you acting like Jen Psaki? Come on. Pan-seared Ribeye says, how can she betray you if there was no friendship? It's a good point. Probably talking about Yeartie, right? Jack Mack says, her sense of entitlement is rather disgusting, and she's extremely hostile. If she paid rent with Cash App, why not pay Nathan the same way? Well, it's because he didn't want it logged, like, obviously, right? He didn't want it in his Cash App records. Just give me cash. I'll deal with it. Sandy says, a three-way text blows up privilege. I see what you're saying. Yeah, if Nathan's texting with other people and Fani, maybe there's no privilege there. We'll get into that tomorrow. I think that's a prescient comment. Jay Water says, too many unnecessary interjectory redirecting opinion that was used by Fani to drag out this process. Is she just digging herself deeper or what? I think so. I don't think she really helped herself that much today. Yeah, unless the judge says it's not material. But to me, a lie that has a bunch of evidence behind it would be clearly material. Knox says, OMG, she's still in love with this dude. No woman gets all soft about a birthday of a man she doesn't still care for. And I'm not sure I buy this relationship thing is over. They're just probably cooling it off here. I think they're probably, they probably feel like they're like in love, like soulmates or something. And maybe that's true. And maybe that's fine. And I support love. I'm not trying to interfere with a romance. No, of course not. But if you're going to do it, you got to disclose it. You got to tell everybody about it. And you can't be paying him to prosecute your opponents. That's the problem. But if they want to, get off the case and notify everybody, disclose all the gifts and go on cruises, that's fine. As long as he's not getting paid by ripping off Fulton County. B. Torn says, the lady doth protest too much, methinks. Angry. I'll save what methinks of the hostility and the contempt for my couch pillows. From B. Torn in the house. Great to see you, B. Torn. Chubby says, Fani had such a clear and concise recollection of that first time ever meeting Wade, but more recent stuff, not recalling any of it. Yeah. Brain is a fickle thing. AO says, as an expert, how is she able to get away with not reviewing facts prior to her testimony? She comes off like a defendant in a small claims court. Yeah, you're right. She doesn't come off as the most powerful attorney in the entire county, right? Kind of like a very angry person. Knox says, man, she is still so whipped on that bro. She still loves him, man. You can't fight love. Sandy says, a liar always gives too many details. You got to explain your way out of the lie. Noisy says, the pain of hearing Fani speak, yet the pleasure of all the info she is sharing to dig her hole. King Ginger says she kept cash from her campaign. I heard her say that. What was that? She said, I had a bunch of money from my campaign. I think I took some of it back out. That was a weird statement. I missed that and I didn't want to rewind it. Sandy says, if she carried $2,500 out of the country, she would have to fill out documents with customs. There you go. 66 says, okay, here's a question. Is this defense attorney's career over in Georgia now that she has just had the DA on the stand? Is there going to be retaliation? Oh, I think you're talking about Ashleigh. No, I don't think so. I think Ashleigh Merchant's career is probably going to explode, and rightfully so, because she's very competent and she basically blew the lid off this whole thing. So she, I think, is going to do fine. Now, she might not get very good deals from Fani Willis and her team anymore. Like if she wants to plea a client out, she might not get very good plea deals because they're going to be scorned. But they're going to respect her big time. So I think she's going to be just fine. Glocky says, here's a plot twist. Fani's also the head of a counterfeit ring. Wait, didn't she say campaign cash? Isn't that against the law? Yeah, they didn't really dig into that. I'm not sure exactly what they were getting at with that, but it is curious. This one, Nathan joined us for our Watcher Lodge unboxing. We unboxed the SDS 200 radio scanner because we're watching the Watchers even over the analog airwaves. It says, watching Rob unbox his radio was on point. That's a good point, Nathan. That's the first smart thing you've said all day. Hey, Mexican Marauder says, so many trips and yet no time to gather evidence for the RICO case against 18 people, but magically ready after visiting Washington. Isn't that convenient? This one from Glocky says, you would think that her being a DA and all that she would know, that she would know to shut up on the stand. And she just kept going. And I was okay with it. Economath says, no wonder Wade broke up with her. You can barely get a word in. Man, and she was like high intensity. You're like, hey, I'd like to buy you this nice dinner. She's like, how dare you? Do you know who you're talking to? I don't take any gifts from anybody. I'm Fani Willis. I don't need no man. And you're like, then why'd you come to dinner with me, weirdo? Very high maintenance. We got CF Rob is in the house. Says she could have just kept silent, but she's got a big mouth. Yeah, and she just wanted to go and spill the beans. Patrick says, at least with Putin, he gave us the history of things that, actually matter, unlike her long soliloquy about whatever she was talking about. Melanie says, yikes. I thought Nathan was horrible, but Fani is at a whole different level. She exudes extreme arrogance and dishonesty. So icky. Well, they're colluding. That's why they were together. They're perfect for each other. Eric S. says, this judge is giving Fani way too much leeway. He was being pretty generous with her. She, a lot of deference. Again, there's not a jury here, right? It's just the judge, so he can make all these decisions on his own. Dolphin fan says, oh man, she is so unbecoming in her job. King Ginger says she said, in reference to being at bad dates, he said, I'm a man, so I'm not good with dates. She watched or they colluded before this. Good point. They did both bring that up, didn't they? Bad dates. And she was kind of, being a little sexist against men today. Idiot men don't know anything. That's very rude. We try our best, okay? Hey, what's up, King Ginger? Thanks for that. Jennifer says apparently it's Fani's courthouse and courtroom. She certainly sounded like that, like the Kool-Aid guy. She did. She walked in. I need a bunch of stuff. Thanks for getting it to me. Don't you know who I am? The biggest Fani in Georgia. Voice says, yeah, okay. She needs to be dismissed and disbarred. That's from Voice for the People. It may very well happen. We'll see. Tina says, we need the behavior panel for this. Yeah, that would be great. Weird body language, right? Fani was like far back, and then she got up like she wanted to take a bite out of the microphone. Strange times. Good to see you, Tina. Thanks for the dono. Economath says, is the sun up during daytime hours? Fani says, you're a liar. Pretty accurate. Steph says, Fani not being able to control her emotions is not a good look. MSNBC is already admitting defeat. That's interesting. Okay, so yeah, I haven't even seen any of the reaction yet. Like, what are people saying about all this today? That is going to be curious to review tonight. It's live on Fox. They seen how she behaved. Even Fox is covering this. Woo! Yeah, it was not a good look. You want to be above it all, above the fray. You want to be the diplomatic person who's under attack. Okay, she was like a, like a frightened animal in a corner, just like, lashing out. And that's not what you want to be. You want, and you coach your clients this, like, don't freak out, don't get nasty, don't start screaming at people, don't get lectured by the judge. She did twice. It's like, wow. Diana says, this judge is no good. He sure doesn't mind putting the hammer down on the prosecutor, but allows Fani and her theatrics. Well, he was giving her some deference for sure. And, I don't know, like he was kind of giving her some more rope, not to use that analogy, but he was allowing her to go. It's like, she's the DA. The thing the judge doesn't want to do, obviously, is say that Fani didn't have an opportunity, right? Like he foreclosed the opportunity for her to explain herself. Okay, say whatever you want, because when I rule, you're going to accept it. And so I think he was given some leeway there as well. So Cowgirl is now our supporter on Rumble. Great to see you, So Cowgirl. Thanks for joining us on Rumble. Thanks for watching on Rumble. We love our Rumble friends, and it's great to have you. Knox says, I never pound the table. Must just have the persuasion on lock. Yeah, it's more like, yeah, I see what you're saying, Knox. Pounding the table is just very articulate persuasion. I like that. We got Fran Breedlove says, okay, theatrics like Fani's have no place in the DA's office or in the courtroom. She's a disgrace. And it was not becoming of her position. Hey, is there a cream? British Gridiron Film says, can't you get some cream for an angry Fani? And he's from the UK, it sounds like. So that's a whole different meaning over there. We got Ryan Foster says, where's my tiny violin? We needed to break those out a lot, Wade's kids, Wade's wife, Wade got cheated on, Wade had cancer. Okay. And did you hear about Fani's birthday? It was horrible. Her 50th birthday, no one took her to Belize. Man, it's like, oh my gosh, you're going to cry about your birthday on the stand in court? Brian in the Woods says, when people are lying during interrogation, they are often loud. They're accusatory. They provide much more information than required. Fani has done anything but answer questions asked of her. It's a great point, right? That's the pound the table. That's what they do because they don't have anything else. It's a great comment. Economath says, Fani never denied going or staying at Wade's place in 2019 or 2020. That's a great question. Did that come up? Did you go stay at Wade's place? Where did Wade live? Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, Fani. She says, it sucked. It's like, are you kidding? What kind of language is that in a courtroom, by the way? Whining about your birthday? Economath. Yeah, it's a great question. Did you go to Wade's? Okay, he never went to yours. Did you go to Wade's? Hopefully the defense attorneys are watching this. We got Eric Sean says, we all know how this judge is going to rule regardless of the evidence. These circuit court judges are too cowardly to do the right thing. I don't know about, that C word there, but there's going to be a lot of pressure to not touch this. And the judge might say, okay, there's a relationship. Maybe there's questionable about whether there was a financial relationship because they say no. And, I disagree. I think that they were kind of dishonest I think they were actually dishonest in their interrogatories and in their affidavit to the court. But maybe the judge says, well, they had a different interpretation of marriage, right? I don't know. He's going to have a lot of pressure not to boot them. But we'll see. Tom says, Fani the prosecutor wouldn't put up with Fani the witness. No doubt. And honestly, if one of Fani's prosecutors acted like that on the stand, I think she'd probably have words with them. Like if somebody acted like her, like if Anna Cross was acting like that, then Fani would probably have words. Sportfish, what's up, Sportfish, over on the Rumble, says, Rob, here's a 10 spot. Send Fani some tissues. She's going to need them tonight. There's going to be a lot of post-hearing debriefing going on. Barbs loves Alaska, a very generous dono on the Rumbles. Thank you, Barbs. Says, love your coverage of this hearing, Rob. Thank you so much. Thank you, Barbs. Really great. Barb loves Alaska. Alaska's great. We love Alaska too. Thank you, Barbs, for that. Very generous. We're going to be back here tomorrow to dig into it again. I hope you join us as we do. Charles A. says, watching from South Africa. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Charles, how did she pay her credit card? I watch every night at midnight, but a great channel. This DA is psychotic. Yeah, many of them are, unfortunately. That's super cool. Thanks for saying that. You know, I kind of follow some South Africa stuff. I follow some people on X, and I'm, curious about what's going on down there. So hope you're being safe, staying well, and thanks for being here and joining us, Charles. Really cool to see you. We got Steven says, okay, so if your income went down with Fulton County contract, then you're really motivated to keep that big case going. Exactly, Steven. Otherwise, he can't go on cruises because where's that money coming from? And they didn't really follow up with that question, but they should have. That's a great question. Quantum Thug Life, quantuming it out in multiple dimensions, is bringing in 5 new membos. Rooted is here. We got Jane F., Hev McC., Thomas F., and another S is in the house. Very good to see you. New members, courtesy of Quantum. Glocky's in the house, says, okay, so when she talks about losing $50,000 from running for the first time, wouldn't that show motive for wanting to embezzle money when she became the DA? I mean, maybe it could, right? She was scorned, she was upset, but not necessarily. She got a new job, and I think the bigger issue is her basically not disclosing or not reporting it. But great question. Sandy says, the judge's anger towards Fani is spilling over to his speech with Ashleigh. Yeah, you think he's getting he seemed frustrated there near the end. Like he was getting tired of kind of everybody. Bugaboo B says, Fani testified that she doesn't have checks. So how did she pay for the lien? Maybe she went to the IRS website or something. She didn't answer the question. Instead, she just insulted the guy. She did a lot of that today. What did you call me? You say I hoard something? Stephen M says, materiality, his only income is from Fani, plus the travel, forgot he traveled, plus he gives his CPA receipts and the CPA figures it out. The CPA can now be called. No privilege there. Good to see you, Stephen. Jennifer says, if Fani's testimony is stricken, then what? The judge would basically just say, we're going to, like when she goes rambling off again, he's just going to cut that. Going to just clip that part out, strike that long, winding answer from the record. And that's, not a good thing. Glocky says, this is how she acts and how she carries herself. Then the Fulton County DA's office is in more trouble than we could ever imagine. That's kind of my point, right? Like, what else is so, like all the defense attorneys are kind of like doubling down on their cases now for prosecutorial misconduct. They're listening. Who's Terrence Bradley? What's his involvement? Did he work on my client? Did he do my arraignment? Did he do this? What's his involvement, right? They're all seeing where this goes. Rob says, I don't watch fake news, but their pundits must be going nuts over this. Yeah. We'll see what they say because they were championing Fani as like this big hero. Stephen M says substantive is her weasel word. Well, we didn't have any substantive conversations. Steph says, of course she's a biter or a bitter. Maybe a biter too. Of course she's bitter. They got matching tattoos and then he dumped her. I still want to know what that tattoo is. I heart Nathan Wade on her fanny. We got Bata in the house. No question, but a lovely dono from our friend Bata. Tommy R says, what was Fani thinking when she took the stand? Big mistake. Thinking she's untouchable and that she's the smartest person in the room, and she's not. This old guy says, no wonder the AG's office is falling apart. Can you honestly say you would ever work for this sorry excuse of a person? You almost feel a little bad for like Anna Cross, right? She's back there. Anna and that other attorney who were defending Fani, they're just sitting there. I mean, I think they're probably going like this, like, oh my gosh, what is happening right now? And she's overruling them while they're trying to protect her. Makina Realty Maui says, it sounds like a remake of A Few Good Men. You can't handle the truth. It was something like that. Ubata says Fanny's stress level is melting her hair. I don't know. Anything Goes says enjoy every sandwich. This is from Warren Zavon. Sandwiches are delicious, and I don't know what Fanny has apparently she doesn't like to make sandwiches. Sandy says, I bet Fanny will never appreciate how the judge saved her from herself. Happened multiple times today. Fanny's like, let's talk about it. Like she's beefing with somebody on playground. Oh, you want to call me names? Why don't you say it to my face, punk? You're like, you're in a courtroom right now. There are limitations on where we're going with this. I would have loved the judge to let her go off. Stephen M says, Publix overpay. She knows all the tricks. Publix overpay with a debit card. And was it prostate cancer? Yeah, maybe prostate cancer, maybe testicular something or other. But she's definitely not going to emasculate a black man. Maybe a white guy, I don't know, but a black man for sure not. Sandy says, I think they did the horizontal bop, the old hibbity-dibbity, before 2022, but she doesn't consider it a relationship, and that is how they're getting around the early dates. Yeah, well, Fanny doesn't like to hold hands. It sounds like she might just want to, hop right on in there. Stephen M says she was whored out, like hoarding of records and cash. Stephen says, please don't test me on geography. Oh, me too. I had to look up Belize. I had to actually look that one up. And says, it's relevant to cost accounting. I thought it was in Central America or Northern South America. I wasn't sure if it was like where it was. But yeah, it's Central America. So we put that up in North America. Ackland and Stephen says it's relevant to cost accounting, no doubt. Ackland says, 5 members are coming in courtesy of Ackland. Da Freak is here. Just Me's joining us. Snake Silver's coming in. Amanda W. and Brian E. all brought in courtesy of Ackland. Ackland, thank you for bringing in our 5 newest members. Stephen M. says, here's a translation. I want to be clear means I need to lie. We heard a lot of that. Glocky says, I really wish Trump would have showed up. And sometimes I just miss the way he says, funny. Funny. I can't do it like Trump. Only Trump can be Trump. Glocky says, even the Democrats are admitting that the DA's office is about to be disqualified and the case is probably dismissed. Is that their reaction? I think I'm a little bit more conservative about that. I mean, today was a disaster, but it's a real tall order. I hope I'm dead wrong. I hope I'm like dead wrong. That's a little too conservative and, it's all going to go away. I don't know. Glocky says, OMG, Ben Shapiro just absolutely eliminated Fanny. Ben says, Fani Willis is such a train wreck that there's no chance Pete Buttigieg will ever visit her. Wow. That's a pretty good one, yeah. But does Pete Buttigieg ever go to train wrecks? I think that's the point, right? Like, does he go at all? Did he go to Palestine, East Palestine? Glocky says, and shout out to Ben Shapiro and to Glocky. Glocky says, she's about to gobble that mic like she's a Nathan's hot dog, We got Jay Water says, this mic is Nathan's hot dog in her mind. Oh, gosh. It's true. She was all over that thing. Ricky says it's the Fani Willis show starring Mr. Corrupt, instructed by Biden's corrupt DOJ to throw the trail. Sponsored by Planned Parenthood, the Georgia dope boys in jail needing favors. Well, we'll see what the judge does. I mean, I think he's been pretty fair today. And, I think Fanny, as I said, I think she kind of botched it, right? I think the judge was probably trying to circumscribe her testimony, and she just came in like the Kool-Aid guy. Good to see you, Ricky. Glocky says, so far, she has admitted to lying under oath, tax fraud, embezzlement, campaign finance crimes, and accuses Wade of being a misogynist. Typical Fanny, Hunter says, I'm behind by 4 hours on the stream. I just listened to this in the background while doing dishes all day at work, and so thanks for the commentary. Thanks for that, Hunter. Thank you so much for saying this, right? I used to do the same thing when I was in construction. I used to clean pools, and then I used to do the construction of pools. And I used to listen to stuff all day long. I listened to talk radio all day on that little yellow armband, and it really makes the day go by a lot more, quickly, and makes it a lot more bearable. So it's great to be able to spend that time with you today. And I genuinely mean that, okay? Because I got that benefit, I got that company when I was out there. And so I just know how important it is and how meaningful it is. And It's awesome. So thank you, Hunter. Hopefully you're having a beautiful day at work. Rocky says, time and a half tip. Today was a long one. Today was definitely a long one, but it was amazing. It was a lot of fun. Brian Wilson is here. Says she said up to 15,000 earlier. She did say that she had, I think that was her range of how much cash she keeps at her location. Knox says, yeah, Knox shared this one. Yeah, they said they need to cut her loose. Judge is tired. And so that one came in. Yeah, the judge was getting a little bit, over it. It was definitely over it. Hey, Sam in Texas is shouting out Benny Johnson as well. So shout out to our friend Benny Johnson and shout out to Sam in Texas. I'm so grateful that everybody's covering this because I think that this case is like a lightning rod. It is the symbol of all of the Trump prosecutions. They're all as corrupt. They're all as disgusting. Fani just got caught. Okay. There's collusion. There's money being passed around. There's corruption. The only thing I don't know is if Jack Smith is having intercourse with his, other people, or if Merrick Garland is having intercourse with Jack Smith. I don't know. I don't think so, but you don't know, so it could be just as bad as Fani, but they just haven't been caught yet. Maybe that's happening. Maybe Joe Biden is also intercoursing with Merrick Garland and Jack Smith and staying in his condo. I don't know. Norman Smith says, so much fun watching Fani squirm and blather. It was a lot of fun. And she was agitated today. Nicholson says, sometimes I feel bad for these people. Their entire life is put under a microscope, but then I realize all these sins are self-inflicted. SCP-05-1. And let's not forget, Nicholson, sometimes I catch myself feeling some empathy too. Okay, I'll feel it, right? I just can't help myself. I'm like, okay, I start to connect with people, right? And try to frame it from their perspective. But whenever that comes up, especially with prosecutors or people like this, remember what they've done here. They have indicted 19 people with crimes who are good people who did nothing wrong. And they are innocent. They've done the same things that other people have done in historical context, which have been investigating crimes and around an election, challenging elections and all of those things. So Fani and Nathan Wade, they are the original root bad actors. They started all of this. They didn't need to indict these people, and they did it for nefarious purposes, right? With ill intent and ill motive. They did it for self-gain. They're prosecuting these people, getting money, wrecking their lives, costing them thousands and thousands of dollars, and prosecuting innocent people. And we know that because there are 0 convictions thus far. And if anybody wants to contest that, I'm happy to do that. But 4 of their plea deals are all going to result in 0 convictions. So in other words, they're charging people with crimes and then they're resolving cases that don't even have convictions to them. They're meaningless. So they're all going to be dismissed. Sidney Powell, Jenna Ellis, Kenneth Chesebro, and Scott Hall, they will not have a single conviction. Nathan Wade still got paid. Fani Willis still went on her cruises. Those 4 people had to hire lawyers. They had to have their whole lives uprooted for the last 2 years. And they are the ones now behind it all. And so when there's a tiny little bit of scrutiny on their direct lies to the court through their affidavits and through their lying interrogatories, which he lied to the other court about, all that empathy evaporates instantly. It just goes right out the window. So you don't have to think too much, about, sometimes I feel it too. It's like, well, maybe they are in love, Rob. Oh, maybe it's an innocent. No, it's not. This was corrupt intent, corrupt purpose. They did it for their own self-interest. They hid it from everybody for a long time and then only now are playing the victim card since they got busted. If they didn't get busted, they would continue this grift on into oblivion. Years from now, it would still be ongoing. So yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're a good person for, I think, feeling some of those things, but it's also a fake scam, right? They don't deserve our empathy. They deserve our contempt because of what they've done here. And they're getting it aggressively. Roy MC says those last lawyers messed up most of the main testimony. Well, I don't know if I'd go that far. I think we got some good bits from the others. They really split it up. I do get worried about, asking one question too many, but I don't think we really saw that today. Bugaboo says Fani must be a total whore to work with. Those poor people. She rules by fear and intimidation. How did she ever pass her bar exam? Good question. Yeah, good question. I don't know. Yeah, it would be hard to, and we've seen those other conversations. Remember, there was that whistleblower who came out and said that she was basically fired, after blowing the whistle. She said, I went to Fani, I blew the whistle, and that's all. Jay Waters says, we've been hyper-focused on Fani. Is there any other news? Not that I've seen today. Probably, but not that I've seen today. I do know Trump was in New York today. I don't know how that went. But yeah, it's going to be more Fani tomorrow too. We'll get back on normal track next week there, Jay Water. And you're a member, so we'll see you on Saturday for our morning stream. Sam in Texas gifted a membo to Pip Pip. Pip Pip is coming in. Oil Smoke Jones says, these are the people who charge and indict U.S. presidents. Yeah. Yeah, the biggest Fani in Georgia. We're doomed. Yeah, we're doomed. We got this one from Jim. On PlayStation Network, he's Top Gun 2021. That's pretty cool. Says, Rob, love your show, and I hope you're doing well. I'm doing great, Jim. We had a great day today. We had an outstanding day today. And so 6 months as a membo. Thanks for being here for 6 months, 3 months. We got a baby in the house, and I hope you have a great day, Jim. Thanks for saying that. We got James Beaver, 8 months as a membo. Thing to eat. GB. From James, 8 months, 1 month until we got a baby. And Shri, been a membo for 2 months. First month's the hardest, Shri. Just gets easier from there. So thanks for joining. We got Adriano says, imagine Robert on the Trump administration. Let's pause and imagine that. Oh, that would be fun. Yeah. Says he would dismantle the CIA, the FBI, and the DOJ to shreds. Let's go, Brandon. Happy to do that job. If I'm called to serve, to go slowly. Oh, I couldn't even. You're gonna make me just. I'm gonna lose my composure here. The thought of being able to dismantle all of those agencies, it would happen very quick, my friends. One email, you're fired, get out. All right, thank you. A man can dream. Debbie says, okay, long day, but what a day, no doubt. Thanks for interpreting this mess. I think the judge knows there were many questionable statements made as well, and there was no proof she ever paid a dime. It's all their word, right? It's just their testimony. That's what we've got. Thanks for joining us, Debbie. Thanks for the dono. We had a lot of fun with you today. Hilltop Hope Counseling. Well, that sounds great. Hilltop Hope Counseling. Welcome aboard, our newest supporter, Hilltop Hope Counseling. Bruce Rice sent in a nice dono. Thank you, Bruce, with a nice thumbs up. Right back at you, my friend. We got Pinochet. Says, I think is the judge and witness got federal and White House calls. So probably true. Like, I don't know that the White House is calling the judge per se, but like people are calling people and everybody's freaked, right? This we already know this was happening because Gabe, from the hearing that we covered on Monday, Gabe called and tried to dissuade Terrence Bradley from testifying at all. So we know there's a lot of pressure. Stephen M says, the judge needs an off-ramp. Needs an off-ramp. Yeah, Fani is a proud woman who don't need no man. Jay Waters says, New York City is suing social media on a mental health crisis claims. Biden demands gun control. And Huma is dating Soros. Hey, another update. Those are the headlines, my friends, courtesy of Jay Water. Thanks for giving us the headlines. If you're tired of, the Fani stuff, Huma's dating Soros' son now. Huma Abedin, right? That was Hillary's person. Oh, great. Huma Abedin is dating Soros' son. He's the billionaire. So is Hillary going to be running again? Adriano says, imagine the phone records. That will give everything away. Real with Robo says, did we figure out why Fani gave Wade $2,500 for Belize? Well, she said it was for his birthday. She wanted to make it, what'd she say? Go big? Go 50, I go big. Something like that. Good to see you. Jarbot says, how can Bradley and Wade claim attorney-client privilege when both are being paid through the DA? So, yeah, I would say that connection is a little bit different than the attorney-client privilege connection. They're saying that Bradley and Wade had a connection together, and that's where the privilege emerged. Does them both having contracts with DA Willis break that? I don't think necessarily it would have to, they'd have to do something else to break that. Liberty says, Liberty or Death says, Rob, that is what I was saying earlier. Fee splitting in this manner is against the rules and can get an attorney sanction. That plus the felony tax evasion, money laundering, it's a recipe for disbarment and for prosecution. This one came in from Flash, says, I don't know, I believe Fani was going to pull a Hawaiian punch on the judge. A Hawaiian punch on the judge. Hawaiian punch. That stuff was good. Hawaiian punch, man, I remember that as a kid. I think we would drink that and we'd be like bouncing off the walls for like 2 weeks. That's how much sugar was in there. Rocky says, okay, here's a question. Sorry if already previously addressed. Were any of these witnesses formally designated as hostile? And what is a hostile witness? Basically an adverse witness. Okay, so like today, I know it's confusing because today was very confusing in terms of the parties. Remember that Ashleigh Merchant and Mike Roman and Steve Sadow and Trump, they're all the defendants. But this is their hearing. This is their motion. So they brought the motion. So they're kind of like the prosecutors. They're kind of like the plaintiffs, but only for this one hearing. So they're acting as though they're almost the prosecutors because it's their motion to disqualify. So they bring them in. They call the witnesses, but the witnesses are not they're not favorable to them. Like a favorable witness would be a government prosecutor calling a cop. All of their interests are totally aligned. Ashleigh Merchant's witnesses were not aligned. So even though they were her witness, they were not friendly witnesses. They were adverse witnesses. And so, yeah, I mean, they weren't as, I'd say, granular, like designating hostile or not. Like it wasn't as formulaic, but the judge did allow the attorneys to kind of bounce and forth from leading questions to non-leading questions, right? So explain generally would the general question, and then a leading question, which would be, isn't it true that? And so we saw a bunch of that kind of bouncing around like almost dynamically. It wasn't hard stops and hard ends. Great question. The Buddy Cassius says, apparently Fani admitted to keeping money in cash from her first campaign. This is a violation of campaign finance laws. The Buddy Cassius. This is a violation of campaign finance laws. She did admit that. I don't know the details about it. They didn't dig into it, but I did remember hearing that. Thank you, The Buddy. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Mary says, why not push the fact that Fani and Wade, they went to the White House more strongly? It was a little outside of the scope. Like, what does them meeting with the White House have to do with their relationship? I love that Steve Sadow tried to get that in, but that's not really why we're here. So the judge kept a lot of that stuff out. Like there are going to be more motions. Like this is not the only motion we're going to have. There's going to be a lot more other motions to suppress, other motions to dismiss, motions for prosecutorial misconduct, and so on. But today was only about disqualification and dismissal based on the disqualification and based on the relationship, the financial benefit, and the materiality. So talking about their collusion doesn't go to their relationship, essentially. Liberty says, I never thought I'd wake up one morning, listen to oral arguments, and go to bed in 100% agreement with Judge Jackson. With Jay Jackson. Is that, are you talking about Ketanji Brown? I don't know which oral arguments. The last one I think we covered was SCOTUS. But yeah, it's a weird times. Sally's here, says cash payments are also not reported for child support or alimony income, right? If you use a Cash App, you got to log that stuff and report it. Great point, Sally. Don't want to see any of that. DocSen says, okay, my initial comment about the two witnesses was in regards to Wade's lawyer being the first and just invoking nothing but client privilege BS along with the state, and then Fani's ex-best friend just didn't seem to have the information that Merchant had promised, the same Wade's lawyer. It just seems that they both were tiptoeing around what they knew their testimony, and it didn't fully pass the scratch and sniff test for me. That's from Doxson. Great perspective. And I apologize for grammar errors or punctuation. I use speech to text. Most of my focus is on the road in the semi. Very good, Doxson. Drive safely, my friend. And I used to represent a lot of CDL holders. You guys get picked on a lot. I can't stand it. Drive safely. We'll see you out there, my friend. We got Geg is here. Geg is over from the UK, says, here's my $2 question. We have to just hear their claims of cash payments with no way to prove, but if this was a criminal case, would we be looking at bank accounts and ATM records? Is it the nature of this case as a civil one that we aren't seeing that documentation? Yeah, so this is not a criminal proceeding. This is an evidentiary hearing that's tucked in the middle of a criminal proceeding. So it's tricky, but it means essentially that there are different standards for the evidentiary hearing and that the level of inquiry is different, of a different nature than a criminal charge, right? The defense can't bring a criminal charge, and so they don't have, a prosecutor needs to do that. And so they don't have all of the same powers as a prosecutor to go get those records. Now, if another prosecutor decided to look into Fani and Wade, they could, but the defense has different tools, right? They have a different toolbox because they're not sworn prosecutors. So, if there's objections to the documents and they can't overcome those things, they don't have any power to compel unless the judge gives it to them. And that hasn't happened here. And so great question, Geg. But it's an evidentiary hearing that has different standards than either a civil or a criminal case. And it is tucked in the middle of a criminal trial. Zulu says, okay, we'll see you in 20 minutes for the evening stream, buddy. Oh man, we missed the start of the show. We missed the start of the show. Good to see you, Zulu. We're about done for the day. Your boy's running a little out of gas here, but we still got some comments to hit, and we have our after party on locals. We got, I'd rather be skiing says, what does the judge need to hear or see to rule correctly on this nonsense? So the big things, evidence of a relationship, the relationship provided Fani Willis with a benefit, and all of that was material in this case. Those are kind of the main elements that the judge is dancing around and hearing testimony about, right? He didn't want to hear about prosecutorial misconduct or the church speech or whether she made misconduct that's related to the hiring of Wade, like none of that stuff, right? It's about relationship stuff first and foremost. And I think we heard a lot of it. Viva Maga says, at one point, man, I saw 22K on YouTube. That is like incredible. So awesome. Thank you guys for joining us and being a part of that. 6.5 on Rumble at the same time. Great work today, Robin Watchers. Today was a gift from above, man. It was good. Boom, says Viva Maga. Good to see you, Viva. Thank you for supporting us and being here as we work through this excellence today. And it was a great day in court. Steven says, Fani and Wade know all the tricks to hide the transactions. They went to school on criminals. Well, and they're prosecutors, like they're actual, he's a prosecutor now. He's also a defense attorney. She's a prosecutor. And it sounds like previously she was a defense attorney or at least had some other, private clients. So yeah, they know the tricks. 51K says, Rob, I seem to recall that when you're traveling and go through airport and security, you have to declare the cash you're bringing through. So there should be a record of her bringing $4,000 through the TSA, right? I doubt it. It's Fani. Michael Allen says, you rock, Robert. Thank you for your expertise. Thank you, Michael Allen. Very good to see you. Thanks for donating and supporting us today. Great to have you. Bruce says, please be more completor. JK, thank you for your coverage and analysis. Please be more completor. JK, say, see you tomorrow. We're going to be here tomorrow, Bruce, and we're looking forward to seeing you back here as well. We got this one from Jeremiah. He says, hey, thanks for working overtime, Rob. Nowhere I would rather be. Me either. It's great, man. I love hanging out with you guys and watching this stuff. It's like, oh my gosh, so juicy. Song is, he works hard for the money, unless you're Nathan Wade. Adesia says, my husband listened for 2 hours. Shout out to your husband, Mr. Adesia. We got XYZs in the house. Our first super chat on a live stream, XYZ. 123 in the house. It's great to be your first. We're glad that you're here. Thanks for supporting us on the show. Here it is from Gigum Gigum. I need water. Fani Willis coming in. Our meme Smith sprung into action. Fani Willis comes in. I need the motions. I need 3 filings right here. And I need some water right here. And I need my reading glasses. Give it to me. Judge, shut your mouth. You can approach. Blah! So I don't know how that worked out for her so well. Not a real good strategy. We'll see. Henry, and thank you, Gigum, for the very nice meme. Gigum Gigum, our meme Smith extraordinaire. Henry R is sending in a dono. First one on a live stream. Thank you for that, Henry. Thanks for being here and supporting our work. On locals, we've got Desmodius. He says, using other crimes as a defense seems to be a unique strategy. It is a unique strategy. Yeah. Yeah, and explaining all of your malfeasance is also not really ideal, but, what can you do? Her attorneys were trying to help her out. She said no. Maria K says, positive that they have evidence of a $4,000 tax lien was paid and by who? Is it possible they have evidence the tax lien was paid and by who? I don't know how they would have access to that. I don't know if they have that evidence or not. Great. We'll see tomorrow. TM says, I felt that the judge lost control of his courtroom the moment that Fani Willis entered. He didn't even check her when the defense asked to approach, and she granted it before he even responded. Yeah, it was a little bit weird. She's like, yeah, come on over here. No problem. Doc Holliday says, did they ask Willis or Wade whether prior to November 2021, did they ever hold hands, kiss, or do any of those other things? You know, they kept saying romantic, which is up for interpretation. So they, a little bit, right? She kind of finally said intercourse. Nathan Wade said intercourse. And they finally got to that moment, but they were beating around the bush there for a while. Timothy says, didn't he say he discussed his testimony prior to this with Fani and then she denied it? She did. Yeah, she said we didn't talk about it. And then he said Ashleigh Merchant said in the conference room. And then she said, yes, but it wasn't substantive. Remember, she changed it from regular meetings to just not substantive. Rocky Waters in the house. He says, personally, I'd give day one grades of Fani's team a B. Trump's team a C+. Interesting. The judge an A-. MVP Ashleigh. Overall, a pleasant proceeding to watch. No major legal or logical beefs on my end. I think that's a pretty fair assessment. Yeah, I think it's a pretty fair assessment. And we'll see how it ends up. Ashleigh is MVP. She's great. NY says, okay, Danny is toast from NY. Rain Will is our newest supporter. Welcome aboard, Rain Will. Glad to have you. Rob's on Rumble says, I don't watch mainstream media, but I can't wait to see clips of them freaking out over this. Are they showing it to their audiences or are they trying to hide it? Good question. I don't know. I'm going to check it out as soon as we're done here. NY says, oops, I meant Fani is toast, not Danny. Fani. Easy mistake. Keith is here. Welcome aboard, Keith, our newest supporter on the YouTubes. And our Taylor says, don't know for your fine work today. So amazing. Thank you, our Taylor. And our Taylor's been a member on Locals for over a year. He's got that diamond badge over there. It's great to have you there, our Taylor. We got Raider Gaines says something that still remains unanswered. Is there a relationship with Kamala and Fani? I think they are both AKAs that went to Howard. Perhaps this is how she was selected to prosecute Trump. Kamala and Fani. What if this thing explodes outside of Fulton? And Kamala Harris was the woman on the grassy knoll. Real with Robo joined as a supporter. Great to see you, Real with Robo. NY says, happy 10,000 stream on YouTube. It's been a long time. No doubt. It was a great day today, NY. And thanks for that. Stefan D says, thank you for this stream. Why wouldn't Fani demand a receipt to cover her fanny? It's arrogance on display. How could they put together any case? Well, Fani could have, right? She could have come in with all the records and all the documents and given everything, her bank account records, and said, I keep everything 50-50. I've got a log. My accountant says this. And no, she just kind of played dumb, honestly. I didn't know that I needed this. Didn't know what a gift was. Ginger Ninja. Awesome. Says, I just became an annual Watching the Watcher supporters on Locals today. Yes, I've been watching your daily shows for quite a while now. About time I subbed. Thanks, Ginger, for doing it. Coming over from your Locals neighbors, Viva and Barnes. They got a great Locals channel. We love our friends, Viva and Barnes. They're at vivabarneslaw.locals.com. They're right next door on YouTube, Viva Fry. He's also on Rumble, and we're grateful, for their love and their support. So shout out to our friends at Viva and Barnes. Great dudes. We got Air Force Vet says, okay, they both talked about how a man treats a woman. Membo for 2 months, Air Force Vet. Yeah, they did. A little bit of sexist language coming out of Fani. I did not appreciate it. D. London says, whether they paid equally or not, Fani received a benefit. If not for Wade, she'd have to pay in full or not go at all. She did receive a benefit. And honestly, the benefit was also Wade joining her. Like, if he couldn't afford to join her, that's not like her lover was with her. That's a benefit. Rocky says, Wade asked, what fund are you referring to? Because he thought the Trump lawyer asked about a specific fund. The Trump lawyer then misunderstood Wade's question, thinking Wade asked about funds. It was a miscommunication. Interesting. Okay. During that entire exchange. Derek W. says they aren't very good with their bubble wrap. They were not very good. They talked about a lot of things today. Lucky ladies in the house sending in A nice dono with the dude who's a little freaked out. Thank you, lucky lady. Very nice to have you here. Lane says, truly appreciate your breakdowns and commentary, Rob. Look forward to them every day. A new member on board. Great to have you, Lane. Thank you for that. Glad that you joined us. First Amendment says, to help pay our electric bill for the big, beautiful spotlight, baby. First Amendment, very generous. We got to hit our spotlight before we wrap it up on the day. We got some serious shining to do here. NY says, when he said the Porsche experience, I thought, shoot, my phone's been there. Rob, can you pro hoc vice into Georgia? I've been caught. You been there? Sounds like it's a fun experience, NY. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Vince says, how many people have lost their cases against Big Fani when they said they paid cash and have no receipts? Yeah, that's interesting, right? The prosecutors, they have different standards of justice when they're prosecuting someone versus when they're on the stand. 51K says, but even if the judge doesn't disqualify, will this give good grounds for appeal if convicted? Arguably, yeah. I mean, I think like the record is very clear about the misconduct. So if the judge, doesn't go that way, I think they could appeal it, but it would probably, it'd have to be not on his decision necessarily, but on some mistake that was made. And I haven't really seen that in terms of evidence. It's a good question. Yeah, I think we'll see. Bobby Moody says, thank you, Robert. Thank you, Bobby. And this is over on Rumble. Great to have you on Rumble, Bobby. Thank you for joining us today. Ginger Ninja says he spent 99% of his time working for Fulton County, but 40% and 50% of his income comes from his 1% work in private practice. Yeah, the numbers don't add up. Yeah, that's curious, right? And that's a great analysis. He worked 99% of his time, but he was grifting off like 50% of his income from his partners. B-Man says they're not going to do anything to Fani. Her daddy is a Black Panther. Well, I also heard this one too. So let me give a shout out to Amuse. Amuse, our friend on X, Amuse is a great account to follow. And he posted this. He said, there's also a conflict of interest here. And, he says that the judge overseeing Trump's RICO case previously worked for Fani for almost 4 years, right? And that's an interesting relationship. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's biased or anything one way or the other. In fact, oftentimes what you see is when you have those relationships in practice, that the judge maybe overcompensates, right? Maybe goes the other direction a little bit just to show that there is no bias. Rain Will sending in a dono. Thank you, Rain. Very generous of you. Another one. Thanks for being a member as well. We got Peter Barrett says, I don't believe her cash story. Does the court? We'll have to wait and see. I don't believe it either. We got this one from Desmodius says, assuming Wade and Willis face criminal charges, who prosecutes? The AG? Yeah, I think that an AG would be the right fit, unless it was a federal crime, then the DOJ. KX says, this one has been friggin' hilarious. I'm having a blast. Telling my friends this story as it pans out will destroy them. I do it every night. Thanks so much. It's a great thing to tell your friends, especially if they're on the other side. This was bad for them. Dark Side says, okay, re-up in this context is like a soldier re-enlisting. We use the term often for people that resigned the contract to extend your time in service. Tobo says, it seems to me that they should have determined whether the prosecutor's office was aiding Nathan with his investigation. If he has to pay investigators out of his own office, the profit margin would suffer from the firm. Yeah, it's easy to do addition, but what about the subtraction? Where'd the money go? William A. is another new supporter. Welcome aboard, William A. We got C. John. Says, why would Fani say that she would not emasculate a black man for having cancer? Would she emasculate a white man? Just my little observation on the little that I saw today. Yeah, it's a great question. Feels kind of racist. T. Lewis says, Trump should hire Merchant. Pinochet says, like Barnes says, never in writing, always in cash. Mini Wheat says, okay, 12 hours on the computer, 3 hours doing work while watching 9 hours of pure gold. Love this. Thanks so much for all you do, Rob. No one else does it better. Thank you, Mini Wheat. I appreciate it. Very nice compliment. Tiger Shark is bringing in Kimberly R into the new membos. We got 51K says the human mind has a fantastic ability to trick itself out of its own best interest when pride is involved. Hubris will be her downfall. Yeah, we saw a lot of that today. T. Lewis says, want to know who else says, let me be clear a lot? Obama. Tiger Shark says, Tiger Shark is bringing in Lovey B in the house. And Liberty says, you can see the matching tattoos on Wade and Willis's OnlyFans page. You know what Willis's OnlyFans page is called? Only Fanny. We got Pinochet's helicopter tours. Says Fade and Wade went to the Biden School of Disclosure. Sandy says the judge respected Fanny as her status of DA, but she didn't respect his status of being the judge in that courtroom. You're right. And he did not appreciate that. T. Lewis says this is the tattoo that they got. They got the Trump mugshot tattoo. Sandy says, I think the breakup was because they got word that Ashleigh was digging into his divorce records. They knew Ashleigh was digging long before we found out, and they called it off. Could be a good point. Wild Things Forever says, hi, Rob, you're right. I joined Locals at the right time. Awesome to be here. Thanks for what you do here. Our Locals is great, man. We have great chat, great community, a lot of fun, and it's a great place to chat and watch the show. Pinochet says, okay, apparently the FBI arrested the Hunter Biden 1023 guy. That's interesting news. Bubbalicious says, big house, big car, big salary. Fanny don't care about calorie. Big house, big car, big salary. Fanny don't care about calorie. Sound like Ben Shapiro. Bays is here. Invoice 24 hours work. Others had start dates and end dates. They did. And he changed his system to make it more clear. Desmodius says Wade using his business card, which is drawn on the business account where his payments are sent, doesn't commingled funds taint all the money? It can. Yeah, it can. Like the bar's not going to be happy about that, I don't think. But like you should have separate accounts. The big issue is with commingled funds. It's when you're holding client money. So if somebody like, if a client gives you money, you got to hold that in trust. You can't commingle that with your other funds. But this was just his income. So a little different. Sandy says, why did you say the forensic misconducts will be handled later? Did I miss something? I thought he threw that all out completely. I may have missed something. I thought he said it was thrown out of this hearing. I don't recall him saying that they can't talk about that at all. I just don't think he thought that that was relevant to the disqualification issue. There are still other issues, and those might come up in a prosecutorial misconduct filing, but not that that's necessarily related to this disqualification issue. I could be wrong about that. I could have missed that too. Donut says, if there were a case Fanny was prosecuting, she'd probably raid the person, saying they have thousands of dollars in cash and take it all via civil forfeiture laws. Wouldn't surprise me. Vicky House is coming in. Welcome aboard, Vicky. Great to have you as our newest supporter. And Ronnie C says, thank you for sharing your time with us. Ronnie, it's absolutely my pleasure, my friend. Thank you for spending your time with us here. Says Big Fanny for prison and Trump 2024. Liberty or Death says Hillary is hoping to parachute in for Biden. They will force Sotomayor to retire since she has publicly stated she hates being on the court. Then Biden will nominate Kamala to SCOTUS. He pardons his family, and then Hilldog comes in. Yeah, Hillary's sort of circling again. Ronnie C's in the house. Good to see you, Ronnie. Welcome aboard. Illy Lopez says, wasn't Bradley supposed to testify after Wade? So why was Fanny allowed to decide that she was testifying next? Are witnesses allowed to demand when they will take the stand? Why did she get preferential treatment? Well, I think she was going to be next. She just presumed, and she happened to be right. I don't know that she cut in line. I think that Ashleigh Merchant was going to call her next, and it just happened to be a coincidence. And so, yeah, I think that she did get a little preferential treatment, and I think it's because it's just a professional courtesy. She's the DA, so they gave her a little bit more leeway than they might give to someone else. Sandy says Fanny and Wade did bad on the stand because they were focused on a larger narrative instead of listening to the questions. Real with Robo says, Mr. Willis, Mr. Wade, that was really funny. Boopsy says, forgive my ignorance, but is Fanny this judge's superior? No. Does he work under her? No. Is he under threat of discipline if he judges against her? No. All really, really good questions. The answer is no, right? He's separate and apart from them, but there are obviously going to be a lot of political pressures upon him from the state. Like, this is a big deal. She's a big position. Rob says, oh, I see Kevin O'Leary said on Fox News that Nathan is lying. That's the other thing too. So think of, I don't think the judge is going to necessarily be persuaded by public opinion, but if the public opinion is that this is really bad, the judge is going to have a lot more, cover to do what he needs to do. Sandy says, Fani will watch her testimony tonight for a few minutes, but will definitely watch all of Wade's, even though she's not allowed to. Crash says, Rob, here was a comment I made in the first segment of the day. Haven't seen it come through yet, or the two others I made that I commented, that McAfee still gives me hope that justice might still prevail in the U.S., given the Engeron or the Kaplan pair in New York. I've been really pleased with the judge in Fulton County. Good to see you, Crash. Sorry we missed your other ones, but thanks for resubmitting it. Greg says, Rob, I wasn't able to see all. Can you sum up your thoughts of today's testimony in a sentence? I just heard you say, not good for them, but in what way mostly? Credibility? Yeah, credibility is the one word we got for you, Greg, right now. We got this one from Sandy. Says, Barnes is representing Amos Miller in Pennsylvania case where this Amish farmer is being harassed by the feds and the state for providing safe food. Big shout out to Barnes because he stepped up to the plate when nobody was helping Amos. Check out Barnes and tip your hat to the man. First class guy. That is from Sandy. And that is our last one. So back to Geg. Yeah, I think it's credibility, right? I think that they lied and they tried to cover over that lie. And that is not good, right? There was multiple areas where they were asked about their interrogatories, about their prior affidavits, about Fani's disclosures, and they were tap dancing around that in many ways, more than one sentence. Roy says Ashleigh did call her. She didn't know and stormed in while the lawyers were arguing about quashing the indictment. From Roy McSee in the House. And so, my friends, we got a couple more coming in. We are going to wrap it up right there. I want to make sure we save a little bit of time for our friends on Locals. We're going to watchingthewatchers.locals.com for our members only after party. And I want to make sure we save some time for that. So that's where we're going next. We also want to say shout out to our friends on the X platform, which I think we're streaming. And we had some great comments over there as well. And so shout out to Barb's Loves Alaska. Paul Minot has this meme for us. What's up, Paul Minot in the house? We've got a couple more from Paul Minot. And so I think that's about it for us on the day, my friends. We've got like 2 minutes left on Locals, and we're going to run out of time over there. But before we do, I want to say thank you for joining us, my friends. At watchingthewatchers.locals.com is where we have our members-only community. And so we're going to leave it there. Want to thank the mods and the meme smiths, Vientikas Prime, K Bean in the house, Just Cause, Playin' Hooky, Ronnie Cole, our friend Zulu, Beyond Geo, Zach Nichols, John Allen, Janek, Dog Digger, and Donut Mind Me. You guys are amazing. Special shout outs to our friends who really clipped hard today for us. Donut Mind Me was clipping like mad. John McGarvey clipping like mad. Super grateful for John Allen. Of course, we got K Bean in the house. And some really great help from our mods. Thank you for clipping all of these comments so that we get them covered. Really, really appreciative. You guys are awesome. So thank you to all for everyone. Okay, we also have our meme smiths, Jigum Geegum, Sleepy Dog Lee, and Nathan N810, modding and memeing the fort down for us. But my friends, that is it for us on the day. We are going to be back here tomorrow to get into it all again. It's going to be an early start, 9 a.m. Eastern time. The judge needs the full day, and we're going to be here 7 a.m. Mountain, I think, is when we'll be starting. So thank you for joining us. Have yourself a delicious dinner, a delicious dessert. You put some time in today. You deserve a nice reward for that. It was a juicy, spicy day, and we're going to be back here in the morning to do it all again. And so, my friends, we are going to need to see you right back here. So together, with your help, tomorrow morning, we can shine that big, beautiful spotlight of accountability and transparency down upon our system and Fulton County with the hope of finding justice. Make it a beautiful night, my friends. Sleep very well. We'll see you right back here in the morning. Bye-bye.